In this world, everyone longs for awakening and regards bladed weapons as junk. Yet even though you're just a refugee on the brink of starvation, you cling desperately to a broken bow with a snapped string. Because only you know that the moment a crooked wooden arrow pierces the soil, a miracle occurs. Just as your right arm goes numb and you're preparing to push yourself to the absolute limit, a stream of pale blue data begins to refresh frantically on your retina. Ding! Basic Archery LV0, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice explodes in your mind without warning. A martial art that others struggle to master even after 10 years of arduous training. All you need to do is mechanically draw the bow. No matter how poor your natural talent, as long as you increase your mastery, you can break through your limits endlessly. You gaze at the 100-metric-ton beast roaring in the distance, a fanatical grin stretching across your pale face. Once I grind my way to grandmastery, I'll slay even the gods for you to see. In this world, mastering archery is extremely difficult. Everyone else has chosen to awaken their martial souls and abandon cold weapons, but you, without eating or drinking, shoot basic archery 10,000 times a day. Even if the tendons in your arms snap, you won't stop, all because you've awakened the status panel. Any skill can be trained to grandmastery simply by increasing its mastery. Chapter 1: What a Damned World. It was getting later and later before long. Night would fall, completely enveloping the entire land. You stood among the crowd, like most others, standing on tiptoe and straining to see the distant horizon. From deep within the wilderness, the blood-curdling roars of ferocious beasts echoed intermittently. If the hunting party couldn't make it back to Stone Fortress before dark, they would face endless darkness and ferocious beasts ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Suddenly, you felt a tight grip on his arm. Looking down, he saw his mother standing beside him, her face deathly pale as she clutched his arm tightly, her eyes filled with helplessness and terror. "Mom, don't worry. Dad and the others will be back soon. They might even be on their way right now," you whispered reassuringly. The woman nodded, then looked up anxiously, gazing into the distance. You scanned his surroundings. Hundreds of faces were etched with anxiety and panic. He sighed inwardly. He merely dozed off on the subway, and when he woke up, he inexplicably found himself transported to this unfamiliar world. Today was already his second day here. This world bore some resemblance to his previous life, but the difference lay in the fact that 10 years ago, a cataclysm had struck the heavens and earth. Birds, beasts, flowers, and trees had all undergone airy transformations. Not only had they grown enormous in size, but they had also become ferocious, bloodthirsty, and extremely aggressive. Among humans, the awakened had emerged. Possessing far more mana than ordinary people, they could control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Some of the most powerful awakened could even ignore hot weapons with a single casual strike. They could raze an entire town from his previous life to the ground. Of course, the awakened were a tiny minority. Where they gathered, cities gradually formed, drawing survivors to them. It is said that some large cities are just as they were 10 years ago, with electricity, internet access, delicious food, and clean water. People still commute to work by subway and lead 9-to-5 lives, just as they did in the past. But resources are ultimately limited. The vast majority of ordinary people are simply not eligible to enter cities, not even small ones, and can only set up camps to protect themselves and fight off the ferocious beasts. Here, let alone electricity, even basic safety is hard to guarantee. Food, medicine, energy, and daily necessities are all in short supply, and people struggle on the brink of life and death all day long. Just like the original owner of this body, driven to the brink of starvation, he sneaked out to eat an unknown wild fruit, only to suffer a high fever for 3 days and ultimately lose his life, which is how you came to take possession of this body. Could something really have happened? You couldn't help but clench his fists. Just then, from the wooden watchtower 7 or 8 meters high nearby, an excited shout rang out, "They're coming! They're coming! Really? Where are they? Why can't I see them? I'm standing high up, so I can see farther, but we'll be able to see them soon, too. Wonderful! They're finally back!" The crowd instantly erupted with excitement. Everyone strained their eyes to look into the distance and saw small black dots gradually appearing on the horizon, drawing closer and closer. The crowd's hearts, which had been in their throats, finally settled, and the smiles on their faces grew even brighter. However, as the group drew nearer, the smiles on people's faces gradually froze. They saw a group of about a dozen people, armed with bows, arrows, and spears, looking exhausted and disheveled. Several were being supported as they walked, while others were carried on the backs of their companions. Even those who could walk on their own bore injuries of varying severity. At first glance, there was no sign of any game. The more observant among them noticed that several members were missing from the group. The group moved slowly forward and came to a halt before the suspension bridge. At the head of the group stood a man with a square, stern face. His right arm bore several bloody wounds, and his face was now etched with guilt. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The man licked his parched lips and spoke in a low voice, "I'm sorry. We encountered two intermediate-level ferocious beasts this time. They attacked suddenly. Not only did we lose the game we de-hunted earlier, but Xiaolian, often, good'n they're all." Before he could finish, several people in the crowd felt the world spinning and collapsed to the ground. A commotion immediately broke out. Those around them scrambled to lift the fainted people and carry them back to their homes. The rest of the hunting party hung their heads in shame, unable to meet the eyes of the elderly, the weak, and the women and children. U.S. body trembled slightly. Dead? 3 people dead at once. In the original hostess memories, this seemed to be the incident with the heaviest casualties. The man at the head of the group, with his square, dignified face, was none other than the original hostess' father, the leader who had guided the people in building this stone fortress. Scattered sounds rose from the crowd. Some were quietly sobbing, others were sighing in despair, and still others were offering words of comfort to the hunting party members. The hunting party slowly entered the stone fortress, and the drawbridge at the gate was raised. The entire camp was surrounded by walls over 3 meters high. It looked impregnable and gave people a rare sense of security. The wives and children of the injured team members watched their husbands, severely wounded, with hearts aching with sorrow. Yet, when they thought of the few who had set out together that morning but would never return that night, they secretly felt grateful that their own husbands were still alive. Those who had sustained only minor injuries left with their families. Before long, night had fully fallen, and the entire camp was plunged into darkness. They could barely make out their surroundings by the faint moonlight. "Guahao, your arm." The woman grabbed the man with the square face by his right arm, and 2 streams of tears welled up in her eyes. "You stepped forward having only arrived a few days ago." He still wasn't quite used to his new identity. "I'm fine." Guahao shook his head, his face filled with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. If I spotted those 2 beasts sooner, Zhu and the others wouldn't have." This short chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting story. Smack! A broad, powerful hand landed on his shoulder, and a burly, bald man spoke comfortingly. "Guahao, this isn't your fault. Blame this hellish world instead. For those of us still alive, this day will come sooner or later. Go home and get some rest," he said, patting Guahao's shoulder again. Then, flashing a grin at you who was wearing a grave expression, he left with his family. "Dad, let us go home first," you said. "My little brother is waiting for us at home." Guahao paused for a moment, then nodded. The entire stone fortress was enveloped in a deathly silence. In the room next door, the firelight flickered, and every now and then, the sound of crackling flames and listless conversation could be heard. "Mom, I'm so hungry. I want to eat a little more." "Go to sleep. You won't be hungry once you're asleep." "But I'm really starving." "Be a good boy. If you eat that, there really won't be anything left." The voices gradually faded away. Guahao's face was filled with guilt. You caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of her eye and sighed inwardly. Although this father of her original host was not a man of many words, he was honest and kind-hearted. Whenever he brought back game, he would divide it equally among the people in the village to feed the elderly, the weak, women, and children, so much so that his own family barely scraped by, which caused quite a few people to harbor resentment. Lately, their luck had been poor, and game was scarce. The entire village had almost no food left, and everyone was going hungry. Winter was just around the corner, and if things continued this way, there was a real fear that a tragedy, even cannibalism, might occur. Chapter 2, Data Panel. The 3 of them walked silently up to a house glowing with a dim, yellow light. "Dad! You're finally back. In an instant, a skinny little boy, about 12 or 13 years old, darted out of the house like an agile fawn and threw himself into Guahao's arms. He was Yu's younger brother, June. June looked up, scanning the room expectantly. Then, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes as he asked softly, "Dad, didn't you bring any food back this time?" No sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled uncontrollably. Guahao's face flushed slightly as he stammered, "There was a little setback this time. Next time I'll definitely bring some back." "But you said that last time, too," the little boy said, blinking his big, watery eyes, his gaze as pure as crystal. The woman quickly pulled him away and scolded him softly, "Can't you see your dad's injured? Be careful not to touch his wound." She didn't dare tell the child that this time, his father had nearly not made it back. "Ha!" The little boy followed the woman's gaze and took a startled step back. "Dad, I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Guahao ruffled the little boy's hair, then turned to the woman and said, "Why don't you make some rice porridge? Do we have any money left? I'll see if I can go to Sujia Fort tomorrow to trade for some grain." "It's long gone. We even traded the wedding ring you gave me for supplies." The woman shook her head helplessly, then walked into the house and laboriously scooped out half a spoonful of rice from the bottom of the rice jar to make porridge. The rice jar was nearly empty at best, it would last a week. Once that rice was gone, they'd truly run out of food. "Stow you." Guahao beckoned to you and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine now, Dad." You replied, trying his best to mimic the original host's mannerisms and tone. As far as he could recall, the original host seemed a bit afraid of this taciturn father, and their relationship was rather distant though for you, that actually made things easier. Guahao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he merely nodded and said briefly, "I'm glad you're okay." Dinner was a porridge so thin you could see your reflection in it, mostly water, with only a few scattered grains of rice at the bottom of the pot. The family of four licked their bowls clean, and Guahao, as the breadwinner, had another bowl. Afterward, they each went to their rooms to rest. Yu and his younger brother slept in the western room, where the faint sounds of their parents' conversation drifted over. It wasn't that he was eavesdropping on purpose, it was simply that the house was so crude it offered no sound insulation whatsoever. "Guahao, do you know? I was so worried today I was afraid you wouldn't come back, just like them," his mother said, sobbing softly. "I'll be fine. Don't worry," the man's voice was steady and firm as he tried to reassure his wife. "But what about next time?" The entire room fell into a long silence. Yu sighed to himself. Even though their current life where they didn't know if they'd have their next meal was difficult, there were still many people who didn't even have a place to call home. As for those cities, leaving aside whether anyone would be willing to take them and the dangers along the way alone would be enough to kill an ordinary person 10 times over. In this world, only those with true strength can survive. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, something resembling a game character's status panel appeared clearly in his mind. Realm, none. Level, 1. Constitution, 8. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Mental, 5. Skills, none. Potential points, 1. In addition, there was a particularly conspicuous plus sign next to his level. This plus sign hadn't been there an hour ago. He had been transported here last night, and by tonight, it had been roughly 25 hours. When the data panel first appeared, he thought he was hallucinating. Only after checking and rechecking did he believe this was his own system. This plus sign likely required spending potential points to activate. Yu took a deep breath, thinking to himself that he should select that plus sign. In an instant, the plus sign seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, and immediately afterward, a powerful surge of heat gushed from his heart, rapidly flowing to every part of his body. Click, click. Faint sounds came from all over his body, and an indescribable sense of exhilaration welled up within him. Is this strengthening my body? The thought flashed through Yu's mind. He could clearly feel his strength increase slightly. A few seconds later, the heat gradually subsided. If it weren't for the sweat soaking through his clothes, he would have suspected that everything that had just happened was an illusion. He clenched his fists and felt, tangibly, an unprecedented surge of power. Oh, right, system. He hurriedly checked his status panel, and sure enough, changes had occurred. Realm, none. Level, 2. Constitution, 8.8. Strength, 7.7. Agility, 7.7. Spirit, 5.5. Skills, none. Potential points, 0. US eyes lit up instantly. All 4 attributes had increased by about 10%, barely meeting the standard for an adult man. No wonder he felt his body had grown stronger. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that his future finally held a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, his potential points had dropped back to 0, though nothing else had changed. Looks like I'll have to wait another day to gain another point of potential. You sighed. The plus sign after his level had also disappeared, and the original 01 had changed to 02. To continue leveling up, I'll have to spend 2 potential points. I wonder how I can speed up the rate at which potential points accumulate. 1 point a day. I'm almost out of food now. Just surviving another day is a luxury. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. You muttered to himself. He really didn't have much time left. His gaze slowly drifted downward, landing on the skills column, which was completely empty. So, was this a reminder to learn martial arts skills? But he hadn't heard of anyone in this stone fortress who knew martial arts. He did remember a few Tai Chi moves himself once he'd learned back in school. He'd only studied them half-heartedly back then, and after entering the workforce, he'd long since forgotten them completely. Besides, even if he knew Tai Chi, in a place with scarce medical supplies and medicine, he certainly couldn't engage in close-quarters combat with ferocious beasts, could he? Otherwise, if he got injured, he'd have to rely on his body to heal slowly on its own. If the injury were too severe, he'd have no choice but to wait to die. If he were to learn a martial art, archery would be best at the very least. He'd have to learn long-handled weapons like spears or staffs. The longer the weapon, the more powerful it is, and only then should he consider swords or daggers. I'll give it a try tomorrow. You quickly made up his mind and decided to start with archery. There weren't many iron items in the earthen fortress to begin with, and iron bows were especially scarce. In his father's hunting party, only 2 or 3 people were equipped with longbows. The rest used close combat weapons like spears and shields. As for firearms, those were rare items. Hunting low-level ferocious beasts with them was a breeze, but they were outrageously expensive. But that was okay. He could start by using wood, paired with a broken bowstring or beast tendons, to make a makeshift wooden bow. Gathering these materials shouldn't be too difficult. Even if archery wasn't considered a particularly advanced martial art, it would serve well for self-defense or for future hunting trips with the hunting party. After all, relying on others wasn't a long-term solution. He had to rely on himself. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't survive in this cruel world. As you thought about all this, drowsiness gradually crept over him, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. He didn't wake up until early the next morning, startled by a shriek coming from outside. Chapter 3, Testing the Bow and Arrow. You hurried in the direction of the shriek and saw that a dilapidated cottage was already surrounded by a dense crowd, with the clamor of chatter rising constantly from within. How could Aunt Lee be so desperate as to drink poison and take her own life? Sigh, her husband didn't come home yesterday, and she lost her child a few years ago. She was all alone. She probably felt there was no hope left in life, so she chose this path. Why go to such lengths? True. Living like this, never knowing if there'll be food for the next meal, maybe death, would actually be a relief. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the crowd fell silent. It's true, rather than living such a difficult life, death really does seem like a way to put an end to it all. But when it comes down to it, how hard is it to actually make the decision to die? Make way, everyone. Make way. As the voice echoed, 2 burly adult men emerged, carrying the corpse of a pale, emaciated woman on a makeshift wooden stretcher. Traces of medicine still clung to the corners of her mouth, making her appearance truly pitiful. The moment you laid eyes on her, his heart began to race wildly, and he felt a chill run down his spine. However, the people around him seemed to have grown accustomed to such sights. Even children under 10 could stare at the scene without flinching. Waha was the last to emerge from the house, his expression filled with deep remorse. After all, if nothing had happened to Xiaoliang yesterday, this woman might not have taken her own life. His voice was slightly hoarse as he first reassured the crowd, then turned to several adult men in the group and said, "Everyone, get ready. We're going out hunting in half an hour." The men exchanged glances and nodded silently. The dead are gone, but the living must carry on. When did you get here? As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wahao walked up to you and asked. Not long ago. You was still shaken, recalling the gruesome corpse from earlier. Wahao nodded and turned to leave. Dad, you suddenly called out to him. Do we have any extra bows and arrows at home? I want to learn archery. Wahao turned back, his face full of surprise. In his memory, this son had always been introverted and timid. Sending him to fight ferocious beasts would be tantamount to asking him to give up his life. What was going on today? I want to get stronger, you said firmly. I don't want to starve to death, and I don't want anything to happen to the people around me again. A flicker of relief passed through Guahao's eyes, fleeting, but you caught it nonetheless. We do have bows and arrows. Go to the warehouse and find Wang. Tell him I sent you. There are a few bows in there. Pick the smallest one and give it a try. Several bows? Yu was taken aback. He'd assumed the village had very few iron bows. After all, only a handful of people in the hunting party were equipped with them. But judging by his father's tone, it seemed there were actually quite a few. Guahao sensed his confusion and explained gruffly, mastering archery isn't as easy as you think. In fact, it's quite difficult. If you master it, you can kill a ferocious beast with a single arrow from dozens of meters away. If you don't, it's no better than a short knife. With that, he turned and walked away. A sense of unease welled up inside you. He felt as though he'd been thinking too simplistically. But the words were already out, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and give it a try. The warehouse was located to the northwest of the village. The path was deserted, with hardly a soul in sight. Clearly, everyone was staying indoors to conserve their energy. When you arrived, he was surprised to find several young men about his age practicing spear techniques in the open area in front of the warehouse. Though they called it practicing spear techniques, it was really just mechanically thrusting their 2-meter-long spears forward over and over again. Behind the young men stood a middle-aged man in tattered clothes. He hobbled back and forth, correcting the young men's form while repeatedly shouting, "Draw back, and thrust." Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this must be the Wang his father had mentioned. He took a deep breath and walked forward. Before he could get close, the limping man turned sharply, his piercing gaze scanning you from head to toe. The young men behind him also paused their movements and looked at you with curiosity. Wang, my dad is. I know who you are, the limping man said with a meaningful smile. You're Guahao's son, the one who ate a poisonous berry in the wild a few days ago and nearly lost his life, right? You smiled awkwardly. Are you here to practice shooting too? I'd like to try archery first, you said. The young men exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing some unspoken understanding. Here comes another one. The limping man's lips curled upward, and he continued, "Follow me." With that, he spun around abruptly and barked at the young men, still slacking off. Sweat a little more now, and you'll bleed a little less later, got it? The young men shuddered in fear and hurriedly resumed their spear practice. You followed the limping man into the warehouse and was immediately stunned by the dazzling array of weapons before him. The spacious room was crammed with all manner of bladed weapons: swords, spears, halberds, shields, iron axes, and more, and even a few rusty homemade cannons. The limping man noticed Yu's gaze, the corner of his mouth curving slightly as he said, "Without gunpowder, these cannons are just a pile of scrap metal. Here, those are the bows you're looking for. Pick one out for yourself." You looked to his left and saw several longbows hanging on the wall, arranged from left to right in ascending order of size. The smallest was only 1 meter long, while the largest was nearly 2 meters, almost as tall as a person. He swallowed hard, looked at the lame man, and said meekly, "Wang, should I start with the one on the far left?" "I'll give you credit for having a bit of self-awareness, kid." The lame man chuckled softly, took down the bow, and pulled it back with a slight effort. A hum sounded as the bowstring vibrated violently, leaving no doubt that if it were to strike someone's face, it would tear the skin open. To draw this bow, you'll need at least 30 gene of strength. Within 20 steps, it can easily kill a low-level ferocious beast. Give it a try. With that, he tossed the bow to you. You quickly caught it, gripping the bow with his left hand while taking an arrow with his right. He aimed at the target not far away and slowly drew the bowstring. Instantly, his arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. It took every ounce of strength he had just to pull the bowstring back to full draw, and then he let go with a sudden jerk. Snap! A soft pop sounded as the arrow flew out. You felt his whole body wobble, and his right arm ached so badly he could barely lift it. But just then, the status panel in his mind underwent a subtle change. Skill, Basic Archery, LV0. You almost let out a cry, but managed to hold it back just in time. He hadn't expected that simply picking up a bow and firing a single arrow would unlock a skill Basic Archery. Although the level was 0, the progress bar had already reached 1%. This meant there was hope. Reasoning from this, if he got his hands on a sword or a knife, could he unlock basic swordplay or basic knife play? Even if he just threw together a haphazard, self-taught boxing routine, maybe he could unlock basic boxing? In that moment, you felt his whole body brimming with strength and motivation. The limping man looked at you wide, excited eyes and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Have young people these days set their standards so low? Just because he drew the string of the most ordinary bow, is that really cause for such excitement? The thing is, you only fired one arrow. Chapter 4, The Martial Artist. Cough, cough. A cough broke the silence, snapping you out of his excited reverie and back to reality. Wang looked at you and said casually, "Kid, that bow you're holding is just the most basic thing. Beyond 30 meters, it's practically useless against low-level beasts. Besides, you've only drawn it once." He nodded toward the outside. "See those guys with spears?" You glanced outside and nodded. They started out practicing archery too. Some even began with a level 2 bow 1 with a draw weight of 60 Gene right from the start. But so what? They gave up after barely 2 or 3 days. As Wang spoke, he glanced at the bow in US hands. "Let me give you some advice. You'd be better off practicing spearmanship like they did. That way, when you encounter ferocious beasts out in the wild, you'll still have the ability to fight back." You looked at the progress bar next to Basic Archery in his mind, his heart brimming with the urge to level up. Suit yourself. Wang wasn't surprised by this. Young people are like that, they won't change their minds until they experience it firsthand. Once he has drawn the bow a few more times and his arms are so sore he can't lift them, he'll realize just how tough it is. "Wang, can I try out some of the other bows?" You asked with a smile. He had a question in mind: would the progress in basic archery increase faster the more powerful the bow he used? Sure. Wang agreed without a moment's hesitation. The second bow has a draw weight of 60 Gene, the third 80 Gene, the fourth 100 Gene, the fifth 200 Gene, and the sixth 300 Gene. Which one do you want to try? 300 Gene? US gaze fell on the black longbow on the far right, which was about as tall as he was. A draw weight of 300 Gene, did that mean he'd need at least 300 Gene of strength and a single arm just to draw the bowstring? Is that enough to scare you off? Wang's lips curled slightly. Never mind 300 Gene, there are even people who can draw a 500 Gene warbow and kill an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus with a single arrow from 1,000 meters away. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. You muttered under his breath. In his memory, this was an exceptionally formidable creature among intermediate-level ferocious beasts, its entire body seemingly covered in a layer of hard armor rumored to be able to withstand even small-caliber bullets. Wang, someone who can draw a 500 Gene warbow must be an awakened, right? He asked instinctively. After all, in this world, the awakened stood at the pinnacle of power. No. To US surprise, Wang shook his head. It's a martial artist. A martial artist? US eyes widened in astonishment. Only 1 in 10,000 can become an awakened. It's very difficult for ordinary people to fight ferocious beasts without the aid of firearms. Fortunately, with the changes in the heavens and earth, the physical limits of humans seem to have been broken through. Wang spoke slowly. These people have gained strength far surpassing that of ordinary people by tempering their bodies and strengthening their muscles and bones. They are martial artists. In Sun Family Village, just a few kilometers from our village, there is a martial artist who can draw this 300 Jin warbao. Yu took a deep breath, feeling as if a whole new world was slowly opening up before him. He asked excitedly, "Are there any martial artists in our village?" "None as formidable as the one from Li village. But there are some who are slightly weaker people who can draw 100 Jin hardbow like the Liu brothers. They're both skilled archers and the backbone of our village's hunting party. But I don't think they'll be staying here much longer." Wang sighed, his face full of worry. "So, who is more powerful, a martial artist or an awakened?" Yu asked next. "There is a huge difference." Wang looked at him. An awakened who has just awakened their powers might be easily defeated by a martial artist. But once they've mastered their powers, killing a martial artist is practically a piece of cake. Take that martial artist from Li Family Village, for example. Could he stop a bullet? An awakened can. Some powerful awakened aren't even afraid of weapons of mass destruction. With a single wave of their hand, they can destroy an entire town. They're simply not on the same level. Yu's mouth dropped open, his face filled with shock. Were the awakened really that terrifying? He had a vague feeling that his system might be related to martial arts. According to Wang, pursuing the martial arts path was a choice ordinary people made out of desperation, and one with very low potential. But was that really the case? "Alright, why do you have so many questions, kid?" Wang shot Yu a slightly annoyed glance, then took the 60 Jin bow off the wall and tossed it to him. "Try this one." Yu snapped back to his senses, set down the 40 Jin bow he was holding, and reached for the 60 Jin hard bow. As soon as he drew it halfway, his face flushed crimson, and his right arm began to tremble uncontrollably. By the time he'd drawn it more than halfway, he was completely out of strength and had no choice but to give up. This body was still too weak. Wang smiled meaningfully and asked, "Want to try the 80 Jin bow?" "No, that's okay." Yu shook his head with a wry smile, but his gaze fell on the remaining bows. Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he never would. Once he'd saved up enough potential points in a few days, he'd definitely be able to draw this 60 Jin bow and the ones after that, too. Next, Wang had Yu grab a quiver of arrows and step outside. Once they reached the open area by the entrance, Wang drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target 20 meters away. He briefly explained the basic stance, then added, "When drawing and shooting, remember the 3 levels. The wrist of your front hand must be level, the elbow of your back hand must be level, and the wrists and elbows of both hands must be level with your shoulders. This is the most fundamental technique." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh, and the arrow embedded itself steadily in the earthen wall nearby. Wang looked at Yu as if nothing had happened and said, "You can practice here today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." "Okay, Wang." Yu glanced at the arrow on the wall and nodded. Wang turned away, a faint blush spreading across his face. To be honest, he wasn't very skilled at archery, otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to guard the warehouse. Yu took the bow and arrow, stood with his feet shoulder width apart, held the bow in his left hand, and nocked an arrow with his right. This was his first time practicing archery so seriously, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He took a deep breath, slowly drew the bowstring back, and at the same time narrowed one eye to align his line of sight with the sight and the target's center. Gradually, the bowstring was pulled to its limit, emitting a creak, and he felt a tremendous pull on his right shoulder. Just then, the 3 fingers of his right hand that were holding the string quickly released it, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew out. As expected, it missed the target. However, Yu was mentally prepared for this. After all, only a genius could hit the bullseye right after starting archery. He had enough self-awareness to realize that. Besides, what he really cared about wasn't whether he hit the target or not. The next moment, with a thought, the status panel appeared in his mind. After reading the information on it, a smile spread across his face. Basic Archery, LV03%. In other words, even though that arrow had missed, it had instantly increased the progress bar by 2%. With just 48 more shots, he could level up basic archery to level 1. Chapter 5, Finding Joy in the Process. How long do you guys think he'll last? During a break, a few young men huddled together and began whispering among themselves. 2 days at most. 2 days? I'd say even 1 day is a stretch. Haven T, you noticed? It's been less than an hour, and he can barely lift his right hand. I bet he'll give up by this afternoon. Now that you mention it, I remember when I practiced archery for a day, I couldn't even hold a bull steady when I got home that night, and my fingers were peeling. Heh, you're absolutely right. Compared to that, practicing with a gun is a breeze. If only we had a handgun, that would be the best thing ever, one young man said with a goofy grin. You're dreaming. Those unscrupulous merchants have driven gun prices through the roof. Just a tiny little bullet costs several Gene of grain, they're so greedy. As the group chatted back and forth, the conversation gradually shifted away from you. In fact, you was indeed feeling a bit overwhelmed at that moment. His body was already weaker than that of an average person. Every time he drew the bow to full tension, it nearly drained all his strength. After doing it more than 10 times in a row, his entire right arm trembled uncontrollably, as if it weren't even his own anymore. However, there was one upside: his mastery in basic archery had increased significantly. Basic Archery, LV0. One of the arrows had missed the bullseye by just a hair's breadth, instantly increasing the progress bar by 5%. You took a deep breath and laboriously raised his slightly numb right arm once more, trying to draw the bowstring. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the bowstring all the way back. Immediately, the arrow flew off at a crooked angle and landed just 3 or 4 meters away. Are you out of your mind, kid? Can't you take a break when you're out of energy? Wang's voice drifted over. You turned around, gave an awkward smile, and said, Wang, you're right. I'll rest for a bit. As he spoke, he sighed to himself, thinking that haste makes waste. Although he was eager to max out his mastery, his body just wasn't cooperating. Come here. Let me massage your arms. Just then, Wang spoke again. At that, not only you but also the few young men sitting nearby to rest were taken aback. Their expressions seemed to say, we never got this kind of treatment when we were practicing archery. Poof. Wang shot them a dismissive glance and said, You call that archery practice? You're all so limp. Those in the know realize you're practicing archery, but anyone else would think you're just flailing around aimlessly. The group's faces instantly flushed red. Although they had indeed slacked off a few times during practice, it was only because their arms were so sore they simply didn't have the strength left. Well, you said, somewhat embarrassed. Wang, do we really need to go to all this trouble? If you don't want to end up unable to even pull up your pants later, I've got no objection. Wang shrugged. You sucked in a sharp breath. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and said, Well, then I'll have to trouble you, Wang. Why didn't you just say so earlier? You're such a pain. Wang muttered as he hobbled over. His words were rough around the edges, but with a little thought, one could hear the concern behind them. You extended his right arm, and before long, a wave of comfort and relaxation washed over him. His previous fatigue seemed to vanish instantly, and he could once again control his right arm with ease. The massage lasted about 20 minutes. Several times during that time, you tried to pull his arm back, but Wang stopped him with a glance each time. When the massage ended, you felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly said, Wang, thank you for your trouble. Wang waved his hand and said, Compared to what your father has done for the village, this is nothing. You paused for a moment, then realized what Wang meant. Wang must have been referring to how his father had always done his utmost to ensure the livelihood of everyone in the village, men, women, and children alike, so that they could all survive. Kid, take my advice, archery isn't something you can master easily. Even if you can hit the target every time now, out in the wild, you'll be facing moving targets. It'll be much harder to hit them. He glanced at the longbow and said earnestly, Wang, I understand, but if I give up now, won't all my hard work go to waste? You looked Wang straight in the eye and said earnestly, The progress bar for basic archery had finally reached 30%.
If he gave up now, wouldn't he have to start all over again? Wouldn't all the stamina he expended so far be for nothing?
You're right. Wang nodded, said, keep practicing, and turned to leave. Of course, the other young people over there didn't get this special treatment. They had no choice but to continue their arduous practice. You watched Wang's retreating figure and thought to himself, Wang might seem carefree and always throw in a catchphrase or two, but he is actually very thoughtful. If it weren't for his lame leg, he'd definitely be his father's right-hand man. He sighed quietly to himself, picked up his bow and arrow again, and walked toward the target. To outsiders, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow time and time again seemed both tedious and fruitless. But for you, every shot taken with perfect form increased his mastery, and the closer he got to the bullseye, the more his mastery grew. This gave him a huge boost of energy, and as he continuously corrected his form with each shot, the physical exhaustion seemed more bearable.
It seems I underestimated this kid. Wang glanced back and nodded slightly.
With that determination to do his best every single time, there really wasn't a second person like him in the village.
Who knows, maybe he really could stick with it.
Time slowly passed, and around noon, you went back for lunch. This so-called lunch was no different from last night's dinner, still just a bowl of thin porridge. However, upon learning that you had been practicing archery, his mother made a point of adding an extra spoonful to his bowl.
Xiao Yang, if it's too hard, you don't have to practice. His mother looked at Yu's bright red hands and felt a pang of heartache.
Although she was pleased that Yu was so considerate and wanted to help ease his father's burden, she was even more worried that if something were to happen while the two of them were out hunting together, how would she, a woman alone with a child, manage to survive? Yu, however, smiled and shook his head.
Was it hard?
He didn't think so. On the contrary, he was enjoying it. He quickly finished the thin porridge and hurried back to practice archery, leaving behind his mother, her face full of concern, and his younger brother, looking completely bewildered.
Sigh, there's no choice. Time is of the essence. I have to make every second count. Yu sighed to himself. The camp was already in a precarious state. If it suffered another blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. His experiences from his past life had taught him that misfortunes often come in rapid succession. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. As he quickened his pace, he checked his status panel. After a morning of practice, his mastery in basic archery had reached 52%. Barring any surprises, he'd be able to raise this skill to level 1 before nightfall. By then, there were sure to be some unexpected changes. Chapter 6, and 90% hit rate. When you hurried to the open area in front of the warehouse, there was no one there except Wang. Here so early?
A hint of surprise flashed in Wang's eyes.
Yu smiled back. Wang nodded without saying anything else.
Yu picked up his bow and arrows, walked to the spot where he practiced yesterday, and began shooting. For the first few arrows, he could easily draw the bow to full tension, but the more he shot, the harder it became. When he could barely draw the bowstring even with all his strength, he reluctantly set down his bow and arrow to rest for a moment. Seeing this, Wang came over to massage his right arm, just as he had the day before.
Wang.
You looked at Wang, his eyes filled with gratitude and a touch of embarrassment. To be honest, if it hadn't been for Wang's help yesterday with the massage to stimulate his qi and blood flow, his progress in basic archery definitely wouldn't have been this fast. He wanted to say thank you, but as the words reached his lips, he felt they were too light and insubstantial to convey his true feelings.
Wang shook his head gently and said, "It's no big deal.
I can tell you're really putting your heart into this, kid."
Yu forced a smile. When it came to his own survival and that of his family, how could he not be serious?
After the massage, Wang patted him on the shoulder, hobbled over to the group of young people who had just arrived, and raised his voice to urge them on.
"I'd better get back to practice too," Yu muttered to himself as he stood up from the ground and resumed his archery practice. Time slipped by unnoticed.
Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a clamor of voices drifted in from the direction of the village entrance.
Yu looked on in puzzlement from afar.
"The hunting party is back," shouted a young man who had been practicing with his spear, his voice filled with excitement.
"That's right. Looks like they've brought back quite a haul." Game. The others instinctively licked their lips. What did this mean? It meant every household would get a share. They have meat to eat tonight. Wang watched the scene, sighed softly, and waved his hand. Go if you want to, but come back right after you've collected your share. Though he said this, he knew full well that by the time they waited in line to collect their meat, it would be nearly dark. Got it. A few young men tossed aside their weapons and dashed off in a flash. That bunch of little rascals. Wang muttered from behind. He suspected they'd been faking their exhaustion earlier. So that's how it is. After piecing together the whole story, Yu wasn't as excited as the others. He understood that relying on others was no substitute for relying on oneself. Only by becoming strong on his own could he truly escape the threat of hunger. Of course, the fact that his father and the others had returned from the hunt with a bountiful catch was indeed good news for the entire village. Aren't you going? Wang asked as he hobbled over. Wang, I probably don't need to go, do I? Yu flexed his right arm and said with a smile, but what about you? Why aren't you going? Wang gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. Someone like me is just barely scraping by. I wouldn't last a day in any other village. He paused, glancing in the direction where the young men had run off, then continued, if I go too early, I'm afraid I'll just get on people's nerves. It's not too late to go a little later. Yu was taken aback for a moment, then said softly, if you go too late, the meat you get might not be very good. Wang shot him a disapproving glare. You kid, you always have to bring up the worst case scenario. If you say something like that again, I won't give you an arm massage. Yu chuckled. He thought this Wang guy was actually quite interesting. Another hour passed, and suddenly there was a whoosh. An arrow struck the bullseye with precision. At the same moment, Yu felt a warm current spread throughout his body. His previous fatigue eased considerably, especially in his right arm, where the sensation was particularly noticeable. 2 or 3 seconds later, the warmth vanished, as if it had never been there. My strength seems to have increased a bit? Yu clenched his right fist and muttered under his breath he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Wait, I can check the status panel. It suddenly dawned on him, and with a thought, he accessed it. Realm, none. Level, 2. Constitution, 9.8. Strength, 8.7. Agility, 7.7. Spirit, 5.5. Skills. Basic Archery, LV1, Traits, Physique 1, Arm Strength Mastery 1, Steady Shot 1. Potential points, 0. Yu was utterly stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. He hadn't expected the status panel to change so drastically, especially the skills section, which looked completely transformed. He suppressed his excitement and carefully scanned the panel from top to bottom. His constitution had increased by 1 point. His strength had also increased by 1 point. It really wasn't a hallucination just now. He couldn't help but exclaim. He remembered that his constitution had been 8.8 and his strength 7.7 before. Now, constitution was 9.8 and strength was 8.7. No wonder he felt less tired than before. The question was, how had these two stats increased? His level was still level 2. Nothing had changed there. It must be the effect of basic archery leveling up. His gaze swept over the unchanged stats below, finally settling on basic archery. After a full day of effort, basic archery had risen from level 0 to level 1, and now it had additional traits. What were these traits? Were they the effects of leveling up? He focused his attention on physical training, and a line of small text immediately popped into his mind. Physical training, each level increase in this skill boosts the constitution attribute by 1 point. He then looked at mastery of the strong arm. Mastery of the strong arm, each level of this skill increases the strength attribute by 1 point. Whoa! Yu sucked in a sharp breath. Now it all made sense. Level 1 of mastery of the strong arm had given him 1 point of strength. If he reached level 2, he gained 2 points, and so on. The same applied to the physical training trait. Then what about steady shot? He muttered under his breath, as he didn't seem to see any other attribute increases. Steady shot, for every level this skill increases, your archery hit rate increases by 30%. So that's how it is. You trembled slightly with excitement. He finally understood these traits were like buffs, some boosted constitution, some boosted strength, and others enhanced skill effects. There would surely be traits in the future that boosted agility and spirit as well. Most importantly, these traits could be upgraded. Just as basic archery was currently at level 1, if he raised it to level 2, all 3 traits would also level up. That would mean another point in constitution and another in strength. Even without leveling up his character, most of his stats would be on par with those of a grown man. Plus, his hit rate would reach 60%. You took a deep breath, suppressing the wild excitement surging within him, and set himself a small goal: to raise basic archery to level 3. A 90% hit rate, nearly a perfect shot every time. With that as his foundation, it should be enough for him to venture out of the village and explore the world. Chapter 7, Farewell. Just as Wang had anticipated, it was already pitch black outside, yet there was still no sign of those young men. Not long ago, the village was still filled with a sense of oppression and despair, but now it was brimming with laughter and joy, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat, that enticing scent that comes from meat as it cooks. Gurgle. Yu's stomach growled at the worst possible moment. In truth, he'd been hungry for quite some time. What had kept him drawing his bow time and time again was the sense of accomplishment he felt as he watched the basic archery progress bar climb bit by bit. After reaching level 1 in basic archery, you noticed that drawing the bow to full tension was no longer as strenuous. He could fire 10 arrows in a row before his arms began to ache, and he still had enough energy to keep going. But the bad news was that each arrow he shot increased his mastery by less than 0.5%. Even hitting the bullseye only added a little over 1%. In other words, he'd have to hit the bullseye at least 100 times to raise basic archery from level 1 to level 2, a challenge 2 or 3 times as difficult as before, if not more. It's okay, I'll take it slow. Yu encouraged himself silently. This would only take a day or two, but what if he counted the nights as well? You're such a kid, you're so absorbed in your archery practice that you've forgotten to eat or sleep. You didn't even notice it had gotten dark, Wang's voice called out. Wang! Yu snapped out of his trance, turned around, and scratched his head sheepishly. Wang looked at Yu with a gentle gaze. He'd been watching Yu practice archery all afternoon out of boredom, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. He discovered that this boy's archery skills were improving at an astonishing rate. That morning, Yu had clearly been a novice, struggling for ages just to adjust his stance, but by the afternoon, not only was his form perfect, but 1 out of every 3 or 4 arrows he shot hit the bullseye. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed a beginner could achieve this. Some of the young people who started practicing archery earlier had trained for 2 days before accidentally hitting the bullseye just once and never managed to do so again. Wang tried to keep his composure as he said, "It's getting late. I should go check on the meat distribution at the gate. You should head back too, and come back tomorrow morning." The aroma of meat in the air was making his mouth water. Even if he went now and only got some offal or the like, it was better than nothing. All right, Wang, go ahead. Yu nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, "Wang, can I light a torch here and practice a little longer?" Wang's eyes widened as if he'd heard something unbelievable. You're going to keep practicing at night? He was genuinely stunned. He'd seen hard-working people before, but never anyone this dedicated. Not to mention those young men, you couldn't find a single person in the whole village who worked harder than this boy. Yeah. You said with a smile, "I won't be able to sleep when I get back tonight anyway. I'd just be sitting around doing nothing, so I might as well keep practicing archery." Wang, is that a problem? If it is, never mind. He sighed inwardly. Wang waved his hand and said, "What's there to be inconvenient about? I'll light a torch for you in a bit. If you want to practice, just go ahead." Yu was overjoyed. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, his basic archery skill should reach level 2. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached, and the two of them looked up at the same time. They saw a middle-aged man walking toward them, carrying a piece of meat. "Father!" "Guahao!" They both called out at the same time. Guahao smiled and nodded. It was clear he was in an exceptionally good mood today. A rare smile had appeared on his usually stern face. "Ah, Leon, this is for you." With that, he handed Wang the piece of hind leg meat, which weighed nearly 2 jin. Wang's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Looking at the hind leg meat in Guahao's hand, he said emotionally, "Guahao, why did you come all the way here to deliver it yourself? And why are you giving me such high quality meat? It's no big deal." Guahao waved his hand dismissively. "All the young people in the village rely on your guidance. The future depends on them. You work so hard, you deserve this piece of hind leg. Everyone knows that, and no one will have any objections." Wang slowly reached out to take the meat and asked, "Did you have a good hunt today?" "Yes." Guahao's smile grew even broader. "I had good luck today. I bagged 2 wilderness deer. The bigger one weighed nearly 150 jin. After butchering, it still came to over 100 jin. The smaller one was about 90 jin. Every household in the village will get 3 jin of meat, and there is still some left over. Those who worked the hardest will get a little extra." "That's wonderful." Wang smiled too, adding with a touch of emotion, "I really hope we have a catch like this every day from now on." "I do," Guahao nodded in agreement. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment, then Guahao turned his gaze to Yu and smiled. "Xiaoyu, come home with me. The meat is already cooked, we're just waiting for you." "Okay, Dad," Yu replied, his heart full of anticipation. After saying goodbye to Wang, father and son walked one behind the other along the bumpy dirt road. "Your mom told me you spent the whole day practicing archery today? Did you come over right after lunch?" Guahao asked as they walked. Yu replied briefly. He still felt a little uncomfortable spending time alone with his father. "How did it go?" "It felt okay, I guess," Yu replied tentatively. "As long as it's okay, that's good," Guahao nodded. "If you really want to keep practicing archery, I'll have Uncle Lu and the others give you some guidance when they're free. You owe today's progress entirely to them." "Okay," Yu nodded in agreement. He heard Wang mention that the Lu brothers could draw a bow with a draw weight of 150 jin. Their archery skills must be exceptional. Getting their guidance would surely be incredibly beneficial. Guahao said, and silence fell between them once more. Fortunately, they weren't far from home, just around the corner. Just then, Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that, in addition to his mother and younger brother, there were 3 or 4 middle-aged men standing in the main room, some standing, some sitting, clearly waiting for his father to return. Could they be here to celebrate? He wondered to himself. For some reason, a sense of unease welled up inside him. "Tianhong, Tianyao, what brings you here?" A hint of surprise flashed in Guahao's eyes as he hurried forward. "You're just in time. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Stay and eat with us." His mother, standing nearby, felt a jolt of alarm, but she smiled and agreed, "That's right, that's right. Dinner's ready. Please, have a seat." After all, today's catch was entirely thanks to the Lu brothers' superb archery skills. Otherwise, how could they possibly have caught up with the swift wilderness deer on foot? However, the group exchanged glances, and eventually, their eyes all settled on the tall, slightly balding middle-aged man leading the group, Lu Tianhong, the eldest of the Lu brothers. "Guahao." Lu Tianhong took a deep breath and looked at him. "We've come here tonight to say goodbye to you." Chapter 8, There's no future here. Goodbye? Guahao looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. His outstretched hand froze mid-air. He forced a faint smile and said, his voice trembling slightly, "Why leave out of the blue? Are you dissatisfied with how the game was divided up earlier? If you have any objections, we can discuss them calmly, can't we?" Anyone could hear the panic in his voice. The woman, holding the little boy, watched the scene in horror. Her mind went blank. She even forgot to say anything to try to keep them from leaving. Yu was equally startled. He recalled what Wang had said earlier, that the Lu brothers probably won't stay here long. He hadn't expected it to come true so soon. "Brother Guahao, it's not what you think." A man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Tianhong, though he was younger, stepped forward, though he seemed hesitant to meet Guahao's gaze. "We have no objections to the distribution of the prey,
nor do we have any objections to you, Brother Guahao. Back then, it was you who led everyone to reinforce our defenses and repel the ferocious beasts.
That's right, that's right.
The two men behind the brothers nodded eagerly.
Then why are you still leaving? Beads of sweat formed on Guahao's forehead.
There weren't many adult men in the village to begin with, and now 4 were leaving, including the Lu brothers. Their departure would undoubtedly make the village's already difficult situation even worse. Yu's heart was in his throat. Of course, he didn't want these men to leave either.
Lu Tianyao glanced at his older brother, Lu Tianhong, who gave a slight nod.
Brother Guahao, I'll be blunt, I hope you won't take offense.
Why would I?
Guahao forced a calm smile. What worried him most were decisions made after such careful consideration, because that meant they were almost impossible to reverse.
Lu Tianyao took a deep breath and looked Guahao straight in the eye.
Because there's no future if we stay here. The moment those words left his mouth, it felt as if something had shattered inside the room. Brother Guahao, there are barely 100 of us here, at most fewer than 20 adult men, plus a few teenagers, and the rest are the elderly, the infirm, women, and children. With so many mouths to feed, just the few of us simply can't support them all.
Yes, it's very difficult, Guahao said, opening and closing his mouth. But we've held on this long, haven't we? We can keep going. What about us? At that moment, Lu Tianhong spoke up.
His gaze was calm and resolute. The Li brothers from Lijia Fort a few years ago, they were just like us, able to draw only a 100 gene hunting bow. But over the past few years, thanks to an ample supply of beast meat, they've reached the late stage of the body-tempering realm in martial arts and can now draw a 300 gene hard bow.
If we had enough food, we could do the same.
Guahao was instantly speechless, his face flushed with shame. It was true on every hunt, the Lu brothers took the lioness share of the credit, yet whenever they returned, the food they received was pitifully meager.
Guahao. Realizing his words might have been a bit harsh, Lu Tianhong sighed and softened his tone.
Take my advice, there is no future in staying here.
You'd be better off coming with us to Li Family Fortress.
There, food is plentiful, living conditions are much better, and most importantly, you can learn martial arts to strengthen your body. In these times, only those with true strength can survive.
That's right, Brother Guahao, come with us. Lu Tianyao's eyes were filled with anticipation.
They, as brothers, had given so much to the village they had nothing to feel guilty about. Now, it was time for them to think of themselves to become stronger and ensure their families would no longer go hungry. Yu looked at his father. If his guess was correct. Sure enough, Guahao took a deep breath, his eyes reddening as he smiled through his tears. I understand, Tianhong.
Going to Li Jiabo is indeed the better choice. How could I possibly blame you?
All this time, if it weren't for your quiet dedication, the village wouldn't have made it this far.
Hearing this, Lu Tianhong and the others breathed a sigh of relief.
Yet, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt.
Brother Guahao, aren't you coming with us? Lu Tianyao realized what was happening and hurriedly asked. No, thank you.
Guahao smiled faintly, glanced at the houses in the distance, and said, before the village was established, I promised everyone that I would lead them to survival.
You could say this village is the result of everyone's joint efforts. We can't do without a single person.
Now, many of them are no longer with us, Xiaoliang, Afeng, Guden, and others, but their families are still here.
I can't abandon them.
As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell all around, and the men present all had tears welling up in their eyes. Lu Tianhong took a deep breath, his eyes reddening, and reached out to pat Guahao gently on the shoulder. Brother Guahao, take care of yourself. After saying this, he glanced at Yu and the others, then resolutely turned and walked away.
Brother Guahao, I'm sorry. Lu Tianyao bowed and quickly followed after him. Brother Guahao, we're leaving now. Take care. Take care.
The other two also cast a reluctant glance at Guahao before turning and walking away. As their figures vanished into the night, the sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. Yu looked at his father, who stood there like a statue, tears welling up in his eyes.
Sigh. Yu sighed inwardly. Although he couldn't fully empathize, he could still sense the complex emotions swirling within his father's heart. Of course, more importantly, the village's situation had become even more dire. He had to raise the level of basic archery as soon as possible. "Let us eat first, Guahao," the woman said, her face pale. Guahao, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her. It wasn't until quite a while later that he nodded. Although dinner was more lavish than usual, the atmosphere at the table was unusually quiet. The woman placed several pieces of rabbit meat into U.S. bowl and said with concern, "Xiao, you've been practicing archery all day today, eat a little more." "That's right." Guahao, who was usually taciturn, finally caught on and added a few more pieces of meat to U.S. bowl. The little boy watching nearby was practically drooling. There were only 2 pieces of meat in the little boy's bowl. It was very noticeable. "Dad, you should eat more." Yu was a bit flattered and quickly put the meat back into Guahao's bowl. After all, his father was the backbone of the family, and once the Lu brothers left tomorrow, hunting would surely become even more difficult. "You eat it. I'm not very hungry." Guahao gave a slight smile. Seeing this, Yu said nothing more. The aroma of the meat in the bowl was irresistible. He finally couldn't help himself, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth to chew. He could feel the rich flavor spreading across his lips and teeth. The meat had been simply boiled and sprinkled with a little salt, yet it was so delicious he almost wanted to swallow his own tongue. Just then, a message popped into his mind. Potential points plus 0.1. Yu froze. Chapter 9, Eating meat adds potential points. Eating meat can actually increase potential points? Yu was filled with confusion. He hurriedly looked at his status panel. Sure enough, his potential points, which had been 0, were now 0.1, and the notification that had popped up earlier was still flashing before his eyes. This world has undergone some unknown transformation. Since then, plants and animals have evolved and become extremely aggressive. Given that, it makes sense that eating their meat could make the human body stronger. Yu mused to himself. Combining this with what the Lu brothers had said earlier, the meat of ferocious beasts could indeed improve a person's physical constitution. So, after I ate the ferocious beast meat, the system directly converted it into potential points. Once I've accumulated enough, I can use them to strengthen my body. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was exactly how it worked. He couldn't wait to pick up another piece of meat and pop it into his mouth. He had to admit, his mother's knife skills were excellent. The slices were all cut to the same size. Potential points plus 0.1. The notification popped up in his mind again. As he devoured one piece after another, the potential points on his panel skyrocketed. Watching Yu wolf down his food, Guahao and his wife exchanged a glance and smiled at each other clearly. They thought the boy was truly starving. But Guahao's brow furrowed slightly. Without the Lu brothers, if they wanted to catch more wilderness deer, they'd likely have to rely on traps. But traps were entirely a matter of luck. Exactly 10 pieces of meat, no more, no less, earned you 1 potential point. Yu stared at the interface, his heart racing with excitement. He had originally expected it would take until 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow night to save up enough potential points for a level up, but thanks to this beast meat, he could strengthen his body to level 3 tonight. That meant not only would his strength increase, but practicing archery tomorrow would be much easier. No, it would be much easier tonight. "Xiao, aren't you full yet?" His wife's eyes were full of tenderness as she used her chopsticks to transfer 2 pieces of meat from her bowl to Yu. Yu quickly pushed the meat back into her bowl, deliberately letting out a belch, and said, "Mom, I'm full. You should keep it for yourself." Without waiting for his mother's reply, he stood up and said with a smile to Guahao, "Dad, I'm done eating. I want to go to Wang's place to practice archery for a bit. Please leave the door open for me tonight." "What?" Guahao looked completely taken aback. Not only him, but his wife was also stunned. Only the little boy still looked completely clueless. "Dad, now that the Lu brothers are gone, we're short on archers. Hunting will definitely get harder from now on. If I can learn to shoot a bow quickly, I'll be able to help you out sooner," Yu said earnestly. A warm feeling welled up inside Guahao, and he said, moved, It's just your thoughtfulness that matters. I'm off, you said, turning around and disappearing from his family's sight in just a few strides. That kid, it seems like he has grown up all of a sudden, Guahao said, glancing at his wife, as if muttering to himself. His wife's expression was complex. She was both relieved by U.S. maturity and sense of responsibility, yet worried that he might face danger while out with the hunting party. But deep down, she knew that sooner or later, you would have to set out on the path of hunting. I should have enough potential points in about an hour. You glanced at his interface. Thankfully, he wasn't in a rush. As he walked on, the glow of a fire appeared ahead. A campfire was burning on the ground, and the air was filled with a tempting aroma. Someone was roasting rabbit meat. You're here. Wang turned his head, gave him a calm glance, and asked, Want some? Wang, if that's a genuine invitation, I won't hold back. You looked at the venison, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, making no attempt to hide his craving. Never mind then. I was just being polite. Wang spoke honestly, turning sideways to block U.S. view before nodding toward the bow and arrows set out nearby. You resisted the urge to roll his eyes, walked over silently, and picked up the bow and arrow. Strangely enough, the moment his fingers touched them, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was as if he had instantly reached peak form. He felt a mysterious connection form between himself and the bow and arrow. He walked to the spot where he practiced earlier that day and began repeating the shooting motions. With every draw of the bow, he could feel the strength in his body gathering. With every release, he sent forth his hopes for the future. Before long, Wang had finished his meat and was lazily leaning against the side, watching you practice. He might as well kill some time. Time passed slowly. At first, you was full of energy. After all, he'd just eaten, but after shooting more than 10 arrows, the fatigue that had built up during the day began to set in. His arms ached terribly, and he had to rest for 3 or 4 minutes after every shot. Just like that, an hour went by, and you had shot a total of more than 20 arrows. Basic Archery, LV1, Traits, Physical Fitness LV1, Mastery of Strong Arms LV1, Steady Shot LV1. At this rate, I'll probably reach level 2 by noon tomorrow, assuming my arms can hold out, you thought to himself. Kid, why don't we call it a night? Wang's voice came from behind him. If you keep practicing like this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to lift a bow tomorrow. I'll practice a little longer, you replied with a smile. Suit yourself. Wang stood up and patted his butt. To be honest, watching this for too long was getting pretty boring. I'm heading out. If the fire dies down, throw a few more logs on it, they're all over there. Wang waved his hand, walked into a room, and closed the door. Phew. You exhaled slowly. He wanted nothing more than to rest, but time was tight, and he couldn't afford to slack off. A thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the status panel. His spirits immediately soared unnoticed. An hour had passed, and he accumulated 2 potential points. At the same time, a prominent plus sign had appeared next to the small text indicating his level. I can finally level up. Yu was overjoyed, recalling the feeling of growing stronger during his last level up. It was simply irresistible. With a thought, he allocated the 2 potential points. In an instant, that familiar sensation washed over him once more. A powerful surge of heat welled up from deep within his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His bones creaked softly, and his skin grew firmer. Soon, the heat dissipated, though you still felt as if he hadn't had enough. Realm, none. Level, 3. Constitution, 9.8 plus 0.98. Strength, 8.7 plus 0.87. Agility, 7.7 plus 0.77. Spirit, 5.5 plus 0.55. Potential points, 0. All my stats have increased by 10%. Now my physical condition is practically on par with that of a grown man. You nodded with satisfaction. What surprised him even more was that the physical fatigue accumulated from a day of practice, along with the soreness in his right arm, had now vanished without a trace, and he felt exceptionally refreshed mentally as well. I never expected that a single round of physical enhancement would bring such benefits. Realizing this, Yu was overjoyed. If he used it wisely, he could practice archery from morning till night like a tireless robot. Chapter 10: A Young Man's Boundless Energy.
Of course, there was one less than ideal situation. Upgrading his physical enhancement level from level 3 to level 4 would require 4 potential points. At his current rate of gaining 1 potential point per day, it would take 4 days to achieve. If I could eat more cooked venison, maybe 2 days would be enough. You muttered under his breath, a wry smile immediately spreading across his face. He knew full well that even if the hunting party had a bountiful haul today, his family's share of meat wouldn't be much. He'd be grateful if they got even 2 gene. Last night, he'd eaten nearly half of it by himself, while his father, the family's breadwinner, had eaten only a few meager pieces. That simply wouldn't do. I'd better focus on leveling up basic archery first and put physical enhancement on hold for now. After all, my father and the others aren't much stronger than average people. I can't keep putting them at risk. With that in mind, you took a deep breath and drew the bowstring, immediately feeling much lighter. No question about it, this was definitely a benefit of his physical enhancement. As he released his fingers, the arrow whizzed through the air and struck the bullseye with precision. He regulated his breathing and fired a second and third arrow. From the wilderness in the distance, the occasional roar of an unknown beast echoed. After the cries faded, the surroundings fell back into dead silence. He didn't know how much time had passed, but you felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his arms were aching badly. Looks like that's all I can practice for tonight, he yawned, glancing at his skill bar. Basic Archery LV1. Faster than I expected. A look of relief spread across his face. At this rate, if he practiced for another 2 or 3 hours tomorrow morning, basic archery would reach level 2. Combined with the time in the afternoon and evening, reaching level 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? If things went smoothly, he'd be able to join the hunting party the day after tomorrow. If he could bag some game, he wouldn't just survive, he'd get even stronger. The next day, the night gradually receded, and a hint of pale white began to appear on the distant horizon. Before long, dawn broke. The entrance to the village was crowded with people, mostly the elderly, the infirm, women, and children. They were gaunt and emaciated, gazing with mixed emotions at the dozen or so people outside. They knew these people were heading to Li Family Fortress. It was the strongest human settlement within 100 li of the area. Rumor had it that life there was free from want, and those who lived there were very happy. Of course, not everyone could enjoy such favorable treatment. Strong, able-bodied adult men could bring their families inside, as could women under 40, but others such as frail men, the elderly, and children could not even hope for it. Now, the Liu brothers and their families were heading there. Once they left, food in the village would become even scarcer. Guahao stood at the very front of the crowd, his eyes red-rimmed. Once they parted ways today, unless they happened to meet out in the wild, but by then, they would no longer be friends, but rivals. Take care. He patted Lu Tianhong's shoulder excitedly, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces behind them. Take care, Guahao, Lu Tianhong replied, patting Guahao's shoulder in return. Take care, Brother Guahao. Brother Guahao, if you ever come to Li Jabal, we'll introduce you to people. That's right, Brother Guahao, we'll be waiting for you. Guahao shook his head once he'd made his decision, he wouldn't change it. Take care, everyone. The family members standing behind them were also filled with reluctance, waving goodbye to familiar faces in the crowd. If it weren't absolutely necessary, they wouldn't want to leave either, but staying any longer offered not a shred of hope. For a moment, sobs rose and fell in waves. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lu Tianhong and his group gradually receded into the distance, shrinking into a dozen or so tiny black dots before finally vanishing from sight. Brother Lu and the others are gone, said a man with a crew cut, his face full of disappointment, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety about the future. Guahao turned around, looked at the group, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, go home. The rest of you, get ready, we'll go hunting in a little while. Although Tianhong and the others have left, I believe that with our own strength, we can still make a good life for ourselves." The group hung their heads in dejection and dispersed in small clusters. Could they really manage to survive? Once the elderly, the weak, and the women and children had left, the group, which had originally numbered over a dozen, suddenly shrank by nearly half. Including Guahao, only 8 people remained. Ha ha ha.
A burly, bald man laughed. Not bad, we've still got 8 of us left.
Hearing this, the others all shook their heads with wry smiles. Some of them could have gone to Li Family Fortress, but out of loyalty to Guahao, they were unwilling to leave at this time.
Baldy, that's easy for you to say, a round-faced man said irritably. Now that the Liu brothers are gone, we don't even have a single archer left in the group. It's going to be really hard to catch any game. The bald man's smile froze for a moment, then he broke into a laugh again. What's the rush? We'll just use traps.
The group fell silent.
When we get back from the hunt, we'll practice our archery.
It really won't work without a ranged attack, Guahao sighed, his gaze sweeping over the group.
Shall we set out, then?
Wang limped back from the village gate and spotted a figure practicing archery from a distance. Young people sure have boundless energy already here practicing archery so early, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow.
Something wasn't right. He didn't seem to have seen this kid in the crowd earlier, he really hadn't. He walked over slowly and couldn't help but ask, just now, you didn't go over to the village gate, did you?
Yu turned his head and smiled.
No, I came straight here after breakfast. Wang's eyes widened. Wang, you're talking about the Liu brothers leaving, right?
Yu fired another arrow and said during a brief pause, they went to see my dad last night.
I was there at the time.
This morning, my dad went to see them off. It doesn't really matter whether I go or not.
That's true, Wang nodded.
The Liu brothers were determined to leave. No one could talk them out of it, and saying too much would only make things awkward for both sides. He then looked at Yu again, thinking to himself that this kid really seemed a bit different. And seeing how fascinated he was with archery and how much he enjoyed it, maybe he really could take the Liu brothers' places on the village hunting team?
That's a nice thought, he shook his head.
It was too difficult. This wasn't something that could be explained in just a few words.
You lot, pull yourselves together. He walked over to the other side and began scolding the young men. Yu couldn't help but smile, then refocused his attention on the target. One arrow, another, and yet another. Chapter 11, Come Take My Place.
It was nearing 9 in the morning, and the scorching sun was gradually becoming unbearable. Yu was deeply immersed in his archery practice when, suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind.
Immediately afterward, a gentle, warm current spread throughout his entire body.
Though this warm current wasn't as surging and overwhelming as during physical enhancement, it swept away all the fatigue that had built up. You could tangibly feel that his stamina and strength had been further enhanced. Every inch of his muscles was infused with new vitality, and his breathing became deeper and more powerful.
I've finally broken through to level 2. Yu let out a long sigh, his heart brimming with anticipation, and eagerly checked the skill panel in his mind. Realm, none. Level, 304. Constitution, 11.78. Strength, 10.57.
Basic Archery, LV, 20%, Traits, Physique Level 2, Strong Arm Mastery Level 2, Steady Shot Level 2. Looking at the clear data on the panel, a sense of accomplishment welled up within Yu. His constitution and strength attributes had each increased by 1 point. Constitution, in particular, was now just 1 point away from the crucial 12 mark. And the level 2 steady shot trait had sent his hit rate soaring to 60% in one fell swoop, meaning his control over the arrows would take a quantum leap during his upcoming practice and actual combat.
I wonder how much my mastery will increase if I shoot an arrow right now. Driven by curiosity, Yu immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow.
At this point, drawing the bowstring to full was much easier for him. The muscles in his arms seemed to have memorized the essentials of every movement, and his use of strength was smoother and more natural, as if he and the bow had become one.
Whoosh!
The arrow shot through the air like a black meteor, instantly piercing the air and striking the bullseye with precision, its tail still trembling slightly.
Level 2 Basic Archery, it's truly formidable.
Yu recalled the state of mind he'd been in while shooting. That feeling of single-minded focus and complete concentration left him utterly captivated. Once he began drawing the bow, it was as if he were cut off from the world around him. His eyes saw nothing but the target and the arrow in his hand. However, when he checked his mastery, the smile on his face faltered slightly.
Basic Archery LV 20.4%.
At level 1, hitting the bullseye would increase mastery by about 1.2%, but now it was only 1/3 of that. To raise basic archery to level 3, I'll need to hit the bullseye 250 times.
But with my current physical condition, shooting one arrow every 2 minutes shouldn't be a problem.
That means 30 shots per hour, so 10 hours should be plenty of time. You quickly ran the numbers in his head, a smile returning to his face as his inner fighting spirit was reignited. Before he knew it, it was noon. You returned home to find his mother had already prepared lunch. Seeing how hard he'd been practicing archery, she felt deeply moved and made sure to put a few extra pieces of meat in his bowl. You felt a warm glow in his heart. Although his potential points had only risen to 0.3, still a long way from the 4 potential points needed to reach the next level, his mother's love filled him with gratitude. After hurriedly finishing lunch, you wasted no time and immediately returned to the open area in front of the warehouse to continue his archery practice. Perhaps his persistence and hard work had inspired those around him, for the young men gradually gathered there as well, their gazes toward you now tinged with admiration. They had once doubted Wang's words, finding it hard to believe that anyone could be so obsessed with archery, even practicing tirelessly into the night. But after observing him all morning and throughout the previous day, they had to admit that Yu's dedication and focus far exceeded those of ordinary people. Coupled with the departure of the Liu brothers, which had cast uncertainty over the village's future, they realized that if they didn't step up their own efforts, they would not only let everyone down but also fail to face their own consciences. An hour later, Wang walked over, sat down on the ground to massage Yu's arms, and remarked with admiration, "You're a talented kid. Now you can hit at least 6 or 7 out of 10 arrows. No one would believe you've only been practicing for such a short time." Yu smiled sheepishly. He knew full well that while the system was certainly a major help, his own hard work was equally indispensable. Over this period, he had poured countless hours of sweat and effort into his training. Every time he drew the bow, every time he took aim, it was a challenge to push himself beyond his limits. He had continuously honed his willpower and technique, gradually mastering the essence of archery, which had led to his current achievements. However, if you keep practicing like this, the results might not be very noticeable anymore. Wang changed the subject, his expression turning serious. Yu's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang looked up at him and said earnestly, "Your accuracy is indeed very high right now, but you've been practicing on stationary targets. Wild beasts out in the wilderness won't just stand there and let you shoot them. They're fast and quick to react unless you can approach them without making a sound. It'll be very hard to hit them." Yu was startled. Only then did he realize that he'd been so focused on improving his mastery that he'd neglected the demands of real combat, falling into a state of complacency. He had only seen the progress right in front of him, without considering the future. "Wang, are you saying I should practice shooting at moving targets?" Yu asked, as if a light bulb had gone off. "Exactly," Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Although my archery skills are nothing special, this principle is something everyone understands. You're improving quickly, and that is commendable, but it's still far from enough to truly become an outstanding archer." "I understand," Yu took a deep breath and then asked, "But, Wang, how can I get a moving target?" Wang was taken slightly aback. He hadn't expected you to ask that, but after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll help you." And so, a peculiar scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Wang stood to one side and threw the target forcefully into the air, where it traced an arc through the sky. Yu quickly took aim, drew his bow, and released the arrow, a fluid, seamless motion that showcased his excellent reaction time and coordination. Unfortunately, the first arrow missed the mark. "Don't worry, take your time. I'll toss it a little slower this time, just focus." Wang encouraged him as he tossed the target again. Yu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the target's trajectory, his mind racing to calculate its landing point and speed. Just as the target reached its optimal position, he decisively released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the edge of the target, causing it to shake violently before slowly falling to the ground. Yu nervously checked the status panel. Basic Archery LV 225%. Yu was both surprised and delighted. His progress had only been at 23% before, and this single shot had actually boosted it by 2%. If he could hit the bullseye, wouldn't that mean a gain of over 4%? Even just hitting the edge yielded a 2% boost that is 5 times more efficient than shooting at a stationary target.
It's such a great deal. What are you thinking about? Focus and keep going. Wang's voice snapped you out of his thoughts. Okay, Wang. You shot Wang a grateful glance. To be fair, Wang really was a great guy. At this rate, not only would he quickly reach level 3, but with a little more effort, level 4 wouldn't be out of reach either. An hour later, Wang's right arm felt incredibly sore, as heavy as if it were filled with lead every time he raised his hand. It was an immense struggle. He had intended to ask for a break, but seeing the fighting spirit in Yu's eyes, he changed his mind. I'm going to toss with my left hand next. It might be hard to control the force, so be ready, Wang said through gritted teeth. Yu also calmed down from his excitement and said with concern, Wang, why don't we take a break first? We can practice again once you've recovered. Just practice when I tell you to stop talking so much. Wang glared at him, feigning anger, but inwardly thought, I'm a grown man, I can't lose to this kid. So, toss the target, shoot an arrow, toss the target, shoot an arrow. Another hour passed, and Wang finally couldn't hold on any longer. Wang, let us take a break, Yu suggested, feeling guilty as he watched Wang's exhausted expression. Over the past 2 hours or so, Yu had hit the target about 12 times. Although he hadn't hit the bullseye even once, his progress bar had already surpassed 50%. Moreover, he hadn't expended much energy after all, his body had been enhanced, and both his stamina and recovery had improved significantly. Wang seemed to have noticed this and asked, can you keep going? Yu hesitated slightly. You come here. Wang called out to a young man resting nearby. I see you've been resting for quite a while, staring right at this spot the whole time. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Come take my place. The young man looked exasperated, inwardly groaning, I just sat down and took a couple of glances. Why is it my turn already? Chapter 12, Bullseye Every Time. After Wang promised to let him rest for an extra 2 hours later, the young man with the crew cut named Li Yang ran over, his face full of anticipation. Hey, brother Yu. Li Yang's face beamed with a warm smile. His manner was friendly yet slightly ingratiating as he scratched his head and laughed. Yu felt a little uncomfortable with his over-the-top enthusiasm. Since they were about the same age, he quickly waved his hand and said, Don't be so formal, just call me Yu. By the way, what is your name? My name is Li Yang, the Li from Musi and the Yang from Sunshine, Li Yang replied with a chuckle. Stop dawdling, let us get started, Wang urged from the side, a hint of impatience on his face. You saw how I did it just now, just follow my lead. Got it, Wang, don't worry, I'll get the job done. Li Yang patted his chest in assurance, then turned to Yu and said, Bro Yu, leave this little task to me. Thanks for your help, Yu said sincerely, his heart full of gratitude. After all, he was taking up the other person's time and energy, but if he didn't do this, his mastery in basic archery would improve much more slowly. At a critical moment like this, every minute and every second was incredibly important. He silently vowed to himself that once his archery skills were up to par and he went out hunting and bagged some game, he would definitely thank Li Yang properly. No problem, brother Yu. You're Uncle Guahao's son. If Uncle Guahao hadn't taken us in back then, my parents and I would been killed by the wild beasts out there long ago. We wouldn't have survived to this day. This little favor is nothing at all. As Li Yang spoke, he seemed to realize he said a bit too much, so he quickly stopped, bent down to pick up the target, and stood in the spot where Wang had been standing. Brother Yu, I'm going to start now. Yu took a deep breath, nodded, and quickly entered a state of concentration. At first, their coordination was a bit awkward. Sometimes Li Yang's angle or speed when tossing the target was off, and other times Yu didn't time his shot quite right. But with each attempt, their teamwork gradually improved, and their basic archery mastery steadily increased. Over an hour had passed. Li Yang, thanks for your hard work. Seeing that Li Yang was clearly struggling to toss the targets, Yu slowly lowered his bow and arrow and said gratefully, Brother Yu, I'm really sorry. I just can't keep going anymore, these arms feel like they're not even mine, Li Yang replied with a wry smile, his face worn with exhaustion. Wang saw this and prepared to take over for Li Yang. Although some strength had returned to his arms,
he wasn't sure if he could hold out for another hour.
"I'll take over."
Just then, the young man who had been sitting nearby resting stood up. He was tall at least 1.85 meters but very slender, looking as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Everyone paused for a moment, somewhat surprised. Wang also looked at the tall young man and said, "Lu Kai, your shooting form is the most precise among us.
Since our time and energy are limited, you should go back to practicing your shooting."
Li Yang felt a pang of frustration.
So, was he called in to help just because his shooting wasn't good enough? "Wang, it's fine.
I'll just treat this as a chance to clear my head and take a break."
Lu Kai wore a gentle smile as he turned to you. Li Yang is right.
If it weren't for Uncle Guahao, my mom and I wouldn't be able to live here in peace.
Hearing this, Wang didn't object any further and gave a slight nod.
And so, another 2 or 3 hours passed. During that time, in addition to Wang, Li Yang, and Lu Kai, 1 or 2 other young people came over to help on their own initiative. On the one hand, they wanted to repay Guahao for his long-standing care. On the other hand, they could see that you truly possessed an extraordinary talent for archery. After the Lu brothers left, the village's combat strength had been greatly diminished, and they urgently needed to train an outstanding archer. In comparison, they had no shortage of spearmen. During the practice, you also figured out some patterns. When aiming at a moving target, the faster the target moved, the more mastery he gained upon hitting it up to a maximum of 3%. Of course, if the speed was too high, it was difficult for him to hit the target. Conversely, if the speed was too slow, it was almost like shooting at a stationary target, and the mastery gained from a hit was negligible. Whoosh! An arrow shot out at lightning speed, slicing through the air and hitting the target once again. In that instant, you felt a warm current well up from the depths of his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body, and most of his accumulated fatigue vanished in an instant.
Could it be that basic archery has leveled up?
You thought with delight, and at the same time, a strange sensation welled up within him.
"Here it comes!" Wang shouted, tossing the target once more.
You narrowed his eyes. This time, the target, tracing a parabolic arc not far away, seemed to be moving in slow motion as if in a movie at least half the speed it usually traveled.
What is going on?
You was filled with confusion, but his hands didn't hesitate for a moment. He drew the bowstring back fully and released the arrow in one fluid motion, driven entirely by muscle memory.
Thwack!
A crisp sound rang out as the arrow struck the bullseye with precision.
That was beautiful. Even Wang couldn't help but praise such a clean, crisp shot.
But the next second, he seemed to realize he'd gotten a little carried away. He immediately wiped the smile off his face, put on a stern expression, and snorted coldly, "This time, you might just gotten lucky, kid.
You probably hit it by chance. You just smiled and didn't argue."
By then, he had already seen that basic archery had indeed leveled up, and he'd even unlocked a 4th trait.
Level 3. Constitution 12.78. Strength 11.57.
Basic Archery, LV3, Traits, Physique LV3, Strong Arm LV3, Steady Shot LV3, Rapid Fire LV1. Rapid Fire, for each level gained, firing speed increases by 30%, and the drop in accuracy during continuous firing is reduced by 10%.
I see, you realized with a sudden understanding.
No wonder ED felt the target moving more slowly just now. It turned out the rapid fire trait was taking effect. Not only that, but the first 3 traits had also, as ED expected, all been upgraded to level 3. Especially the steady shot trait. When aiming at stationary targets, the hit rate was as high as 90%, making it almost a sure thing.
With my current skill level, I should be ready to go out hunting, right? You wondered to himself.
Of course, if he could raise basic archery to level 5, the rapid fire trait would reach level 3, and the hit rate would also rise to 90%, giving him an even greater chance of success. But he also noticed that although the arrow he just fired had hit the bullseye, it had only increased his mastery by 1%. To reach level 4, he'd have to hit the target 100 times while moving, and advancing from level 4 to level 5 would certainly be even harder. He estimated it would take at least 2 days. There was no time to wait any longer. You recalled the tragic scene from the second day after he'd been transported here, when 3 people in the village had died all at once. The image was still vivid in his mind. If he delayed even one more day, the hunting party might lose another member, and he dared not imagine whether that person might be his own father. Moreover, he urgently needed enough beast meat to convert into potential points to strengthen his body. Although going out to hunt carried risks, how could he avoid taking risks if he wanted to survive? Just like the adult men in the village, their physical condition wasn't much better than his, yet didn't they go out hunting every day? Of course, if he could raise his basic archery from level 3 to level 4 between the afternoon and evening, both his personal safety and his chances of bagging game would improve significantly.
What are you thinking about, kid? Just then, Wang's displeased voice rang out. You're daydreaming at a time like this?
Wang, I was wondering if I should switch to a more powerful bow, Yu grinned, voicing his thoughts.
Chapter 13, Way Too Brutal.
Upon hearing Yu's words, Wang's expression froze for a moment, then his gaze locked onto Yu with a scrutinizing intensity. He then asked slowly, Are you sure you want to use that bow with a 60 gene draw weight? As the words left his mouth, a hint of astonishment quietly crept onto his face. He clearly remembered yesterday when this kid had tried to draw that bow. He de-strained himself immensely, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato, yet the bowstring had only moved a tiny bit, almost negligible. Yu nodded vigorously, his expression serious and determined, and said firmly, Wang, after 2 days of relentless, round-the-clock practice, I feel I now have enough strength to draw that bow. 2 days ago, his strength attribute was still less than 8 points, and at that time, he could barely draw a bow with a draw weight of 30 gene. But now, through continuous improvement, his strength attribute had nearly reached 12 points. With his current strength, even drawing a bow with an 80 gene draw weight would likely be no problem. However, a bow with an 80 gene draw weight was truly extraordinary. Even if he could draw it, he would likely be completely exhausted after just a few consecutive shots. In comparison, a bow with a draw weight of 60 gene is undoubtedly a more suitable choice. Hearing Yu's words, Wang couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. However, seeing the unwavering determination in Yu's eyes, he finally nodded slowly and said, Then come with me. Seeing this, a smile immediately spread across Yu's face, and he hurried to follow closely behind Wang. He actually wants to switch to a bow with a 60 gene draw weight? The two men's conversation reached Li Yang and the others' ears loud and clear. 60 gene, that practically doubles the difficulty. Can you really pull it off? A worried voice asked. Lu Kai, didn't you shoot a 60 gene bow before? How did it feel? Everyone's gaze turned in unison to the tall, burly figure. Lu Kai wore a grim expression as he shook his head helplessly. It was okay the first few times I drew it, but later on, I had to rest for over 10 minutes after each shot just to catch my breath before I could draw it again. By the end, I had to rest for more than half an hour. It was really, really hard. Since Brother Lu says so, he must be absolutely confident, right? Li Yang said, full of anticipation. I suppose so, someone chimed in. I really hope he succeeds. I've heard that with a 60 gene bow, you can even take down ordinary intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The two entered the warehouse. You walked straight to the 60 gene bow and reached out to take it steadily from the rack. The moment he gripped the bow, he clearly felt its heavy weight. Compared to the bow he'd used before, this one's string was much thicker. Just one glance was enough to tell that drawing it would be no easy task. Give it a try, Wang said, casting a sidelong glance at him. Deep down, he didn't have high hopes. He felt the kid was somewhat overestimating his abilities, and perhaps only reality could make him realize his true capabilities. You replied. At that moment, his heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to try out this bow. He picked up an arrow, knocked it firmly onto the string, gripped the bow steady with his left hand, raised it in front of him, and slowly pinched the string with his right hand, beginning to draw it back gradually. Wang, who had been somewhat distracted, suddenly widened his eyes the moment he saw Yu's movements, his face filled with unmistakable astonishment. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He'd actually drawn it? Had that kid really drawn the bow? Was he dreaming? Feels pretty good, Yu said with a satisfied smile. He gently released his grip, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot out like a meteor.
Wang, I'm going to use this bow. You looked up at Wang.
Ahem, Wang cleared his throat, looking slightly awkward, and said, "It's great that you can draw it, of course. This bow's lethality at around 50 meters is roughly equivalent to that of the previous one at 30 meters.
At 30 meters, its power would be even greater, more than enough to take down ordinary low-level beasts. 50 meters, huh?"
You nodded, though in his mind, that distance was still a bit too far to guarantee the most ideal results. He looked up at the few remaining bows in the warehouse, his gaze lingering particularly on the last one, the one with a draw weight of 300 Gene, for quite some time. He wondered to himself, when would he ever be strong enough to draw it? That kid, Wang, standing nearby, took an US expression and mused to himself, he has got quite the ambition. But judging by his performance these past 2 days, maybe he really does have a chance of pulling it off? With that thought, Wang hung the 40 Gene bow back on the wall, then walked out of the warehouse with you, one in front and one behind.
Ready?
Wang stood at their usual practice spot, his gaze fixed on you. You nodded, unconsciously licking his lips. He was filled with anticipation. Would his mastery skill improve now that he switched to this longbow, which demanded such great strength? Just then, Wang tossed the target high into the air, and that familiar sensation instantly welled up in Yu's heart. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the arrow shot through the air like a bolt of black lightning, plunging straight and forcefully into the bullseye. The immense impact sent the target flying backwards several meters before it finally came to a slow stop on the ground. Wow, Wang thought to himself, secretly impressed by the sight. If that arrow had struck a person, it would surely have been fatal. Even a mid-tier ferocious beast partially clad in armor would have been cut open by it. You hurriedly glanced at the system panel, and upon seeing it, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Basic Archery, LV 34%. In other words, that single arrow had directly increased his mastery by 3%. With that, the likelihood of raising Basic Archery from level 3 to level 4 before setting out tomorrow had increased yet again. For a split second, he even considered trying out that longbow with an 80 Gene draw weight, but upon second thought, realizing he needed to conserve his stamina to ensure he could keep practicing, he firmly suppressed the urge. For the rest of the time, they went through the same repetitive practice cycle over and over. When Wang grew tired, Li Yang took over. When Li Yang was completely exhausted, Lu Kai stepped in. By the time Lu Kai was also panting heavily, the sky had already begun to grow dark. A commotion could be heard from the entrance of the camp not far away, but it quickly subsided. People could be seen in small groups, all walking back with their heads hung low. It was obvious that today's hunting party had returned empty-handed, with nothing to show for their efforts. Out in the clearing, the mood among the group instantly grew somber. One day without a catch was one thing, but if they couldn't find any game for the next few days, the entire camp's food supply would inevitably become extremely tight. Li Yang and the others exchanged glances, none daring to dwell on the thought, but they knew deep down that this was a very real possibility. "All right, it's getting late. You guys should head back," Wang said helplessly, looking at the group. After speaking, he turned to you. "Will we keep practicing tonight?" "Yes," you replied, nodding without hesitation. Hitting moving targets at night was far more difficult than during the day, but he knew he had no choice. He had to seize every minute and every second to improve himself. Wang nodded, showing he understood US thinking. Xiao Li and the others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with determination. "Should we come help tonight, too?" Lu Kai was the first to break the silence. "Yeah, we'll come practice shooting tonight as well and give you a hand while we're at it," the others chimed in one after another. Yu was deeply moved. Without hesitation, he gratefully said, "I'd really appreciate your help." The group exchanged faint smiles. Some of them were already considering whether to join the hunting party on their next outing to do their part for the village. After a brief farewell, Yu turned and walked toward his home. Before he even reached the front door, he caught the scent of roasting meat from a distance, and at the same time, he heard his mother's slightly angry grumbling. "Those people from Wangjia village are just unreasonable. The game clearly fell into our trap. What right do they have to just take it all and leave us not even a single piece of meat?" His mother's voice was filled with indignation. "They're so high-handed. How could anyone act like that?" another voice chimed in.
They're just taking advantage of the fact that our village is small and easy to bully. Back when the Lu brothers were here, would they have dared to act so brazenly? Someone else said indignantly. Alright, since it's already happened, there is no point in talking about it now. Hua Hao's deep voice rang out, his tone full of resignation. Chapter 14, They're Nothing But Bandits. Inside the house, their mother's face was etched with indignation, while Hua Hao sat to one side, his brow furrowed and his expression full of worry. His younger brother watched the scene, at a loss for what to do. Just then, you appeared in the doorway. The younger brother's eyes lit up instantly. He ran over excitedly and threw his arms around Yu's leg. Brother, you're finally back. You smiled and ruffled his younger brother's hair, then turned to his parents inside the room and asked, full of confusion, Dad, Mom, what is going on? I heard you mentioning Wangjia village from outside. Did people from our village get into a fight with them? Was anyone hurt? Don't worry, no one was hurt. Hua Hao shook his head. How could it be nothing? His mother couldn't help but say. They stole our game. Those people are nothing but bandits. Alright, let us not bring up the past. Hua Hao frowned and gave his wife a meaningful look. His younger brother was still young and didn't understand, but Yu was different. Hearing this would only cause him unnecessary worry. His mother opened her mouth, then finally said, Let us eat first. Yu furrowed his brow. Who could stand to hear only half the story? Besides, this sounded pretty serious. Dad, Mom, what exactly happened? I'm a member of the village too. Besides, Mom, if you already know about it, then surely plenty of others do as well. If I go ask around later, won't I find out anyway? His mother looked at Hua Hao with a hint of resignation. Hua Hao hesitated for a few seconds before finally sighing, Alright, I'll tell you. Just don't act impulsively after you hear this. After listening to Hua Hao's account, you finally understood the whole story. It turned out that after Hua Hao left the village with the hunting party, they first checked the traps in various locations but came up empty-handed. Just as they were checking the last trap, a giant horned rhinoceros seemingly startled charged toward them at full speed. This giant horned rhinoceros was enormous, standing about 2.5 meters tall. It got its name from the massive single horn on its head and was considered one of the largest creatures among low-level ferocious beasts. At first, the group was thrilled, but their excitement quickly faded, as they had no means of attacking a giant horned rhinoceros at full strength from a distance. Upon seeing them, the giant horned rhinoceros was equally terrified. It turned and fled in another direction, only to fall into the trap they had set. This was truly a stroke of luck, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. However, Hua Hao had a vague sense of foreboding. This giant horned rhinoceros was clearly being chased. Those pursuing it might be right behind them, having been temporarily left behind simply because they were slower. They had to get the prey out of the trap and take it away as quickly as possible, otherwise, they would likely run into trouble. Unfortunately, just as they were halfway through their work, the people from Wangjia village showed up, and a dispute immediately broke out between the two sides. The people from Wangjia village insisted that they had spotted the giant horned rhinoceros first and demanded an equal split. The villagers, of course, refused. The people from Wangjia village gradually realized that the other side was outnumbered, and that the Lu brothers seemed to be absent. There were 16 of them, while the other side had only 8. They outnumbered them nearly 2-1. So the people from Wangjia village decided to take the entire kill, leaving nothing behind. In the past, when the two sides were evenly matched and neither would back down, they might have split this giant horned rhinoceros evenly. But now that the Lu brothers were absent and their own numbers were low, if a fight broke out, especially since the other side had archers, their village would certainly come out worse. Not only would they walk away empty-handed, but people would also get hurt. In these times, everyone knew full well what getting injured meant. As a result, the villagers could only stand by and watch as the other side destroyed their traps and carried off the game. Before leaving, they were even subjected to a barrage of scornful remarks. That's how it went. It's my fault, Hua Hao sighed. He hadn't intended to bring this up upon his return, fearing it would dampen everyone's morale. As it turned out, on the way back, someone in the group couldn't hold their anger in and spoke up, so many others found out. He understood that everyone needed an outlet for their frustration. Dad, I think you did the right thing, you nodded.
If we declashed with them back then, the best case scenario would have been a stalemate and it could easily have ended with our entire group wiped out. If you guys weren't here, the rest of us in the village wouldn't be able to survive.
You sighed inwardly.
In this world, one must not only battle ferocious beasts but also contend with other people, and sometimes, people are even more terrifying than beasts.
Guahao glanced at him in surprise. He expected you to be worked up, shouting that he wanted to go after those people for revenge.
His mother, sitting nearby, also fell silent. She understood this truth all too well. She was just venting her frustration by cursing, even though it served no purpose.
All right, let us sit down and eat first.
You must be tired after training all day.
You nodded and led his younger brother to sit down at the dinner table. Dinner was the same as yesterday, a bowl of thin porridge and a plate of sliced meat. Xiaoyu, eat a little more.
Guahao picked up a few pieces of meat with his chopsticks, intending to place them in Yu's bowl, but you blocked him with his own chopsticks.
Dad, you eat. 1 or 2 pieces are enough for me. Also, there is something I want to tell you.
Guahao was taken aback. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a serious expression on his son's face.
He instinctively withdrew his chopsticks. What is it? I want to go hunting with the hunting party tomorrow. What? Guahao and his mother gasped in unison.
Then, his mother said firmly, no way.
How old are you, anyway? Do you know how dangerous it is? What if something happens? Guahao glanced at his mother and nodded.
Xiaoyu, I know you want to do your part for the village. You've been practicing archery day and night these past few days.
But it's only been a few days. Here's what we'll do, practice for another month or 2, then you can come out with us.
His mother moved her lips, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue.
Brother, please don't go, okay? It's really dangerous out there.
His younger brother looked at you with concern. Even a child this young knew what going out to hunt meant.
You, however, shook his head firmly. Dad, I'm saying this because I'm confident. After we finish eating, come with me to the warehouse. You'll understand then. Wait another month or 2?
He was truly worried the village wouldn't last that long.
Guahao and his mother exchanged glances. Where did you get the confidence to say something like that? Could he have mastered archery in just 2 or 3 days? Even if he had, wouldn't he still be just a beginner? In the end, Guahao nodded.
After all, it wasn't too late to decide whether to agree or not until they'd seen for themselves.
After the family finished dinner, you led Guahao toward the warehouse.
His mother, feeling uneasy, brought his younger brother along as well. All 4 family members set out together.
Uncle Wang watched the scene, stunned into silence. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be archery practice? Why bring so many people along?
You gave him a faint smile and picked up a 60-gene longbow lying nearby.
At that moment,
Guahao narrowed his eyes slightly, a solemn expression crossing his face.
He remembered clearly that you had been practicing with a 30-gene bow just yesterday. When had he switched to a 60-gene one?
While hunting low-level ferocious beasts with a 30-gene bow was still a bit of a stretch, a 60-gene bow was more than enough to take down the vast majority of them. Even some mid-level beasts could be worn down and killed over time. He admitted that you had surprised him a bit, but that wasn't enough.
Chapter 15, Hunting Together in the Wild.
At that moment, you had already taken his stance 70 meters away from the target.
The cool night breeze gently swept past, ruffling his hair.
With his right hand reaching behind him, he steadily drew an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it onto the string. His movements fluid and steady.
What?
Guahao's heart gave a sudden jolt. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief.
Could his son possibly intend to hit the target from such a distance?
Before he could even process it, there was a sharp whoosh. The pitch-black arrowhead cut through the moonlight, casting a cold, piercing glint as it flashed by. Immediately afterward, the target in the distance shook violently as the arrow plunged straight into the bullseye.
A dull thud echoed from afar, sounding particularly clear in the stillness of the night. Guahao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hitting the bullseye from over 70 meters away?
He felt as if he were dreaming. His mother, standing beside him, was equally stunned, her eyes brimming with disbelief.
Her mouth hung slightly open, and she was speechless for a long moment.
Yu, however, remained calm, as if that astonishing shot had been nothing out of the ordinary. Without haste, he reached out with his right hand once more, drew a second arrow from his quiver, and knocked it onto the string. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound cut through the air once more, shattering the stillness of the night.
Thud! The second arrow struck the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy, landing right next to the first.
Its tail still trembled slightly, as if testifying to its master's extraordinary archery skills. Guahao was completely stunned, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Hitting the bullseye once might be called luck, but hitting it twice, and judging by Yu's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of stopping.
Yu remained silent, his expression as steady as a calm lake.
He drew a third arrow, pulled the bowstring taut a single fluid motion, and the arrow shot from the bow in an instant.
Thud!
The third arrow struck the bullseye once again immediately after, the fourth, the fifth, one arrow after another struck the bullseye with precision, until the target was densely packed with arrows. Guahao and his wife had gone from initial shock to utter astonishment, but now they were gradually becoming numb, as if the scene before them had surpassed the limits of their comprehension.
At some point, Li Yang and his group had also arrived.
Upon seeing this breathtaking scene, they all stood frozen in place, their mouths agape, unable to speak. Although they had guessed that Yu was a skilled archer, they never imagined he would be this good. It was practically a perfect score. Wang stood to the side, his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, so this kid brought his family here just to show off. Damn it, he actually managed to pull one over on me. Just then, Yu slowly turned around, a faint smile on his face, and said to Guahao, "Dad, can I go hunting with you guys tomorrow?" The moment his words fell, the area fell instantly silent, and everyone including Wang looked stunned. Guahao gave a wry smile. At this point, what else could he say? Yu's archery skills might still fall a bit short of the Liu brothers, but considering he'd only been practicing for 2 or 3 days, it was already truly remarkable. His mother, standing nearby, opened her mouth as if to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. "I think we need to consider this carefully," Wang's voice broke the silence as he looked at Yu with a grave expression. "The wilderness is very different from the village. It's full of dangers, and wild beasts aren't stationary targets. It would be best to hone your archery skills for a few more days before heading out."
Yes, his mother hurriedly agreed.
She was completely caught off guard by Yu's sudden proposal to go hunting and was filled with worry.
Guahao's eyes flickered. He clearly agreed with Wang's view.
Yu, however, shook his head firmly and said, "Wang, I appreciate your concern.
But I can hone my archery skills out in the wild, can't I?"
Wang was taken aback and found himself at a loss for words. Yu was right, real-world experience is often the best way to improve one's skills, whether in archery or spearmanship. It's a simple truth.
As for danger, where in this world is absolutely safe? Yu looked intently at Guahao, her gaze seeming to say, "Dad, now you have no reason to refuse me, do you?" "All right."
Guahao seemed to have made a great effort to say that one word.
"Tomorrow morning, you'll go out with us."
"Guahao," her mother cried out in alarm, her face full of worry. Guahao shook his head at her, then turned to Yu and said, "We're going out tomorrow, so don't practice too late tonight.
Go home early and get some rest."
"Okay." Yu smiled, his heart filled with anticipation.
On the way back, his mother complained, "Why did you agree to this? He's not even an adult yet. What if something happens to him out there?" Guahao sighed.
"He's going to go out sooner or later. You've seen Yu's archery skills. If he can take down a beast or two out in the wild, it'll ease the burden on the village considerably." His mother fell silent, then said after a long pause, "Then you must ensure his safety."
"Don't worry.
Unless I'm no longer here," Guahao said firmly.
Though he said this, he wasn't entirely confident.
As Wang had said, wild beasts weren't stationary targets. They flee at the first sign of danger, and they were fast, far too fast for an ordinary person to catch up to. Of course, there were also some beasts that not only wouldn't flee but were extremely aggressive. Those were the real danger. You could hit the bullseye from 70 meters away, but out in the wild, facing a charging beast, would he still be able to hit his mark?
But in any case, you joining the hunting party would give everyone a big boost of confidence. Even if he missed, no one would blame him. Out in the open, Wang looked at him with a complex expression. "Hey, kid, you're going out hunting. Why didn't you even discuss it with me?" Yu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Wang, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I mentioned it to my dad over dinner, but I hadn't had a chance to tell you yet." "You're still too impulsive," Wang shook his head. "Wouldn't it be better to practice a few more days and get more skilled?" "Wang, there's no time left," you said helplessly. Wang's eyes immediately dimmed. He knew all too well the village's current predicament, but faced with all this, there was nothing he could do. You didn't want to see Wang looking so worried, so he smiled and said, "Wang, I'll still need your help with my training from now on." "It's no big deal," Wang said, then limped off into the distance. Over the next 4 or 5 hours, everyone including Wang was utterly exhausted, but not a single person complained of fatigue as they took turns helping you practice archery. Some of them wanted to go out with you, but in the end, none of them could muster the courage. Suddenly, accompanied by a dull thud, a warm sensation spread throughout U.S. body. Basic Archery had successfully leveled up. U.S. heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly checked his stats. Basic Archery, LV4, Traits, Physical Fitness LV4, Arm Strength Mastery LV4, Steady Shot LV4, Rapid Fire LV2. Level 2 Rapid Fire meant he could shoot faster in rapid succession with a smaller drop in accuracy. This undoubtedly greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness in real battles. However, Steady Shot reaching level 4 left him somewhat puzzled. According to the stats panel, when aiming at a stationary target, his accuracy reached 120%. What was the point of the percentage exceeding 100%? Could it be that this was just a theoretical value, and the actual accuracy when aiming at prey wasn't like this? Chapter 16, Is this forced on you? Even when aiming at the same target 70 meters away, the difficulty of shooting varies significantly depending on whether the conditions are clear and windless or with a gentle breeze. If faced with howling winds, or severe weather such as torrential rain or swirling snow, the difficulty increases exponentially. This is likely the key to why the Steady Shot trait can achieve a hit rate exceeding 100% and continue to improve. Although the Rapid Fire trait is currently only at level 2, it's not hard to imagine that as the Basic Archery level continues to rise, its hit rate could reach or even exceed 100%, and perhaps climb to 200% or 300% in the future. Its significance is primarily reflected when aiming at moving targets, as the relative speed of the target varies. Relative to the archer, the slower the target moves, the easier it is to hit. When the speed difference reaches a certain point, the difficulty of shooting becomes nearly identical to aiming at a stationary target. Conversely, the faster the target's relative speed, the more difficult it is to hit. Therefore, the portion of the Rapid Fire trait that exceeds 100% is likely intended to compensate for this gap. In short, the higher the hit rate, the better. There is no doubt about that. You glanced again at the first two attributes, physical fitness and arm strength mastery. Needless to say, the higher the level, the greater the benefit to himself. Realm, none. Level, 3. Constitution, 13.78. Strength, 12.57. Agility, 8.47. Spirit, 6.05. Potential points, 0. The rate at which potential points increase is still just 1 point a day, Yu sighed to himself, pondering how he could speed up the growth. Fortunately, he knew that eating ferocious beast meat could yield potential points. Let us call it a day for today. Thanks for your hard work, Yu said with a smile, looking at Lu Kai, who was standing nearby. It's fine, I can keep going, Lu Kai shook his head. Really, you don't have to. Yu's heart was filled with gratitude as his gaze swept over each of them. Thanks to everyone's help tonight, go home and get some rest. He didn't dare to promise that he'd definitely bring back good news tomorrow. After all, hunting was full of uncertainties. If he returned empty-handed, wouldn't he have given everyone false hope? Fortunately, the others didn't dwell on this. Instead, their faces were filled with concern. Brother Yu, if you don't feel confident, just wait another couple of days before heading out, Li Yang said softly. Yeah, the others chimed in. Yu smiled but didn't respond. His meaning, however, was clear. Well, if you really do go out, please be very careful. Brother, you have to come back safe and sound, an undersized young man said excitedly. Before he could finish, Li Yang gave him a light tap on the shoulder. What kind of way is that to talk? Of course you'll come back unscathed. Right. I didn't phrase that well. Brother, you will not only return safely tomorrow, but he'll also come back triumphant with his catch. The undersized young man quickly corrected himself, and everyone burst into laughter. You couldn't help but chuckle as well. One by one, the others left, leaving only you and Wang in the clearing. When you go out tomorrow, remember to stay right behind your dad and the others. Don't act on impulse just because you know how to shoot a bow, Wang urged repeatedly. With your talent, it would have been great if you'd waited a few more days to go out and practiced some more. Yeah, Wang, I've got it all down. Yu waved his hand, feigning impatience. All right, Wang, I'm heading back now. You should get some rest too. That kid, Wang said, watching Yu's retreating figure with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Finally, he sighed helplessly, silently praying that the boy would return safely tomorrow. As for whether he'd actually catch any game, Wang didn't hold out much hope. Early the next morning, the sky was thick with dark clouds, hanging heavily overhead as if a downpour were about to break out at any moment, yet it held back, leaving everyone with a sense of unease. However, the villagers' attention was now captured by a rare occurrence, temporarily distracting them from the oppressive weather. At the entrance to the village, the crowd looked at Yu, who held a bow in his left hand and carried a quiver on his back, then glanced at Guahao standing beside him, his expression calm. Guahao, are you planning to take him out hunting with you? A burly man scratched his head and asked, his face full of confusion. That's right. Guahao nodded, his expression serious. He didn't seem to be joking. The crowd instantly erupted in commotion. What? Guahao actually wants to take his son out? That's way too risky. There's no need for that. How old is this kid? The outside world isn't a place for him. Guahao, please let the boy stay. How can we let you go this far? An elderly man's eyes welled up with tears, his voice trembling. The other members of the hunting party also tried to dissuade him. Guahao, they say brothers in arms against tigers, father and son on the battlefield, but this is too sudden, isn't it? And the speaker glanced at the longbow in Yu's hands. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 60-gene longbow from the village, right? Aren't you being a bit too demanding? Yeah, we struggle to draw that bow ourselves. How can you expect a kid to use it? Why not switch to the 30-gene one instead? Exactly, this is completely unreasonable. Guahao's face flushed crimson as he listened, unable to defend himself. Ahem. Yu quickly cleared his throat twice and explained, Uncles, you've misunderstood. I asked to go hunting with you all this morning on my own. It has nothing to do with my dad. The crowd fell silent instantly. Guahao breathed a silent sigh of relief. Xiao Yu, did your dad force you to say that? Zhao Shan stepped forward, pointing at Guahao as he spoke to Yu. Don't be afraid, Uncle Zhao is here for you. Guahao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at the burly man. Uncle Zhao, it really isn't true. I truly did this of my own free will. Yu looked utterly exasperated. You really did it of your own free will? Zhao Shan's mouth dropped open in surprise. That's enough. Guahao shot the burly man a glance, signaling him to stop talking, then turned to the crowd. Xiao Yu has been practicing his archery these past few days. I thought I'd take him out to see what it's like. Don't read too much into it. He didn't mention Yu's stunning performance last night, not because he wanted to keep it a surprise for the hunting party, but because he wasn't entirely sure himself after all. As he said, they were simply taking Yu out to gain some experience and get him accustomed to the wilderness ahead of time. I see. Seeing this, the others dropped the subject and, as usual, urged them to be careful on the way and return safely. Wang, Li Yang, and the others were also in the crowd, waving vigorously at Yu. Amid the worried and expectant gazes of the villagers, the 9 members of the hunting party slowly set off, their figures gradually fading from view. The atmosphere in the village grew heavy and oppressive once more,
while within the hunting party, the mood was light and lively.
Zhao Shan slapped you on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Way to go, kid. You've got some guts, asking to come out with us on your own. Do you even know how dangerous it is out there?
With all of you here, I'm not afraid, you replied with a smile.
Ha ha ha.
The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhao Shan smacked his lips and said, "You're quite the smooth talker, kid." "Don't worry," he said, raising the circular shield in his hand a meter in diameter. "If we run into any ferocious beasts, just hide behind Uncle Zhou."
"Got it, Uncle Zhou. If we really run into danger, I'll definitely hide behind you right away." Chapter 17, The Real Hunt. A gentle morning breeze blew by, carrying a hint of moisture. You took a deep breath. The scent of earth mixed with fresh grass in the air felt both unfamiliar and familiar to him. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were a vast wasteland. Lush wild grasses grew unchecked, reaching knee-high, dotted here and there with wildflowers. Unidentified wild fruits hung from the branches, their vibrant colors evoking some less pleasant memories deep within your mind. Across the wasteland, in addition to the wild grasses, there were vast stretches of interconnected shrubbery, resembling a green ocean. Not far away, a few trees stood sparsely scattered, alongside some tree stumps, obviously the remnants of recent felling. Presumably, these were felled to meet the needs of nearby human settlements for construction or fuel. Looking further into the distance, the outlines of the mountains were faintly visible through the mist. "That's the direction of Yong'an City," said Zhao Shan, a burly man standing beside him. "Yong'an City?" You asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity.
"It's a small city built against the mountains, with strong defenses. They say there are awakened stationed there. It's a place many people long to visit," Zhao Shan said, a hint of longing in his eyes. "Awakened," Yu muttered to himself, nodding. He could imagine that such a city must be heavily guarded, and getting in would be no easy feat.
If you ever awaken your powers, you'll be able to go in and you can even bring your dad and the others along. How impressive that would be,"
Zhao Shan said, half-jokingly.
Yu rolled his eyes at him.
Although he hadn't been here long, he knew a thing or two. The earlier one awakens their powers, the better. The older you get, the smaller the chance of awakening.
Moreover, awakened individuals typically have very high mental attributes.
He glanced at his own mental attribute stats and knew his own limits. The group moved forward cautiously while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The initially light-hearted and lively atmosphere gradually grew tense as time passed and their stamina waned.
Just then, a massive figure appeared in the distance, radiating a chilling aura.
Guahao, who was leading the way, turned pale and immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to stop.
"Is that an iron-backed black ox?" someone in the group couldn't help but exclaim.
You took a closer look and was deeply shaken. The iron-backed black ox was enormous, almost as big as a small truck, and its black fur shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight.
"Go around it.
Try not to disturb it," Guahao said in a low voice, glancing at you as he patiently explained. "This iron-backed black ox is covered in a layer of hard keratin, giving it astonishing defensive capabilities. Even among intermediate-level ferocious beasts, it's a particularly difficult opponent.
Since we run into it, it's best to avoid it."
You nodded, glancing at the bow and arrow in his hand. He knew full well that with just this bow, breaking through the iron-backed black ox's defenses would be nearly impossible. If this massive beast were to attack, its sheer momentum would make being struck by it feel like being hit by a truck. The consequences would be unimaginable. The group cautiously made a wide detour, and only when the iron-backed black ox was completely out of sight did they breathe a sigh of relief. "It's not just the iron-backed black ox," Guahao continued. "From now on, whenever you encounter an intermediate-level ferocious beast, don't provoke it if you can help it. Just take a detour.
Otherwise, even if we manage to kill them, we'll pay a heavy price."
You replied. He understood that intermediate-level ferocious beasts referred to powerful creatures that required the combined efforts of several adult men to bring down. Killing them wasn't impossible, but emerging unscathed was absolutely out of the question. Take this iron-backed black ox, for example. Someone always had to charge forward to draw its attention so the others could attack, but the person leading the charge, even with a shield for protection, was highly likely to lose their life. Low-level ferocious beasts, on the other hand, typically referred to beasts that a single adult man armed with a weapon could defeat. Their strength varied widely. Some were barely aggressive and would flee at the first sign of danger, while others were extremely aggressive and would even take their enemies down with them. You'll get used to it. Once you've seen enough of them, it won't seem so strange anymore, Zhao Shan said with a smile, trying to reassure you. The others all looked as though they were used to it as well. You returned the smile. To be honest, when he'd seen the iron-backed black ox just now, he'd been incredibly nervous. Let us go. Let us check out the first trap first. Hopefully, we'll find something, Hua Hao said, leading the way forward. The group followed one after another, with Yu shielded in the middle of the formation. After walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, Hua Hao suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. The group looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a wild rabbit leisurely munching on grass seeds in the thick undergrowth, seemingly completely unaware that anyone was approaching. That's a wild hare, Zhao Shan explained in a low voice. This creature doesn't have very good eyesight. It can only see clearly within 10 to 20 meters. Anything farther away is blurry. However, its hearing is excellent. Even sounds from 30 to 40 meters away can put it on alert. As if to confirm his words, the wild hare suddenly stood up, its ears twitching constantly, as if it had sensed something unusual in the air. That rabbit is huge. You couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The rabbit was actually about the size of a medium-sized dog from his previous life, perhaps even a bit stockier, and its plump appearance made it hard not to chuckle. Give me the arrow, Zhao Shan said quietly. Ha! Yu was taken aback and asked in surprise, Uncle Zhao, do you know how to shoot a bow? No, I don't. But at this point, why not give it a try? What if I hit it? Otherwise, if we get any closer, this rabbit will take off and be gone in a flash, Zhao Shan said nonchalantly. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting story. Hua Hao also looked at you, his eyes full of anticipation, though he didn't dare to get his hopes up too high. Uncle Zhao, let me give it a try, you couldn't help but say. Sure, Zhao Shan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yu gripped the bow steadily with his left hand and quietly drew an arrow from his quiver. At that moment, his heart began to race uncontrollably. After all, this was his first time hunting in the wild, and the prey before him not only concerned the village's food supply but could also earn him potential points. But if he missed, he would squander this rare opportunity and disappoint his father. He tried his best to calm himself down, but all sorts of distracting thoughts kept popping into his head, and even his right arm, holding the arrow, trembled slightly with nervousness. The others noticed this and all shook their heads silently. It was only natural. Who wouldn't be nervous on their first hunting trip in the wild? Hua Hao sighed inwardly. Well, he thought, let us just treat this as practice for Xiaoyu. He'll get the hang of it after a few more tries. However, the moment you knocked the arrow onto the bowstring, all the distracting thoughts vanished without a trace. He aimed the arrowhead at the prey and slowly drew the bowstring back. The sequence of movements was fluid and natural, as if he'd repeated it countless times, a purely instinctive, muscular reaction. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When the bowstring was pulled to its limit, emitting a faint tremor, the arrow shot out like lightning with a whoosh. The wild rabbit seemed to sense the deadly danger. Its ears twitched sharply, and it pushed off with its hind legs, trying to escape. The good news was that it leaped. The bad news was that the moment it took off, the arrow pierced straight through its head. The powerful impact sent its body flying 3 or 4 meters forward before it crashed heavily to the ground. The wild rabbit's hind legs twitched feebly twice, then it lay still. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place, the silence deafening. Their mouths hung wide open as if they'd been turned to stone, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 18, Slaying a Fierce Beast to Gain EXP. Zhao Shan's voice trembled slightly as he was the first to break the silence. I didn't see that wrong, did I? This isn't a dream, is it? It's definitely not a dream. That huge wild rabbit really was killed by a single arrow, someone nearby swallowed hard, their voice brimming with shock. The massive wild rabbit lay on the ground, a feathered arrow piercing right through its body. It was clearly dead. Hua Hao's face was equally etched with shock, but having witnessed US archery skills last night, he was the first among them to snap out of it.
Soon, the shock gave way to pride and admiration, and he looked at you with deep satisfaction. Someone couldn't wait to run over, struggled to carry the wild rabbit back, and said, panting, "Wow, this one's almost as big as the last one, at least 40 gene." Everyone turned their gaze to you, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Xiao Yu, how on earth did you do that?" Zhao Shan couldn't help but ask. In his experience, only the Liu brothers were capable of such pinpoint archery. You felt a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze. Scratching his head, he said, "Uncle Zhao, I didn't expect to hit it on the first try either. Maybe I just got lucky?" Lucky? The crowd looked at the arrow, which had pierced the rabbit's neck, striking the vital spot right on target. How could that possibly be just luck? "You're not being honest, kid." "You're definitely not telling the truth," Zhao Shan said suspiciously. "Have you been practicing in secret for a long time?" "I did practice, but I didn't do it in secret," you explained helplessly. "You really practiced?" The crowd was even more shocked now, and they all started asking questions at once. "When did you start practicing archery? How come none of us knew anything about it?" "Yeah, Xiao Yu, with archery like that, you must have been practicing for at least 2 or 3 years, right? A one-shot kill from such a distance, that's incredible. You've been keeping that a secret pretty well, kid. If you hadn't shown us this today, we'd still be in the dark." Old Zhao even wanted to try shooting himself earlier. "Good thing we didn't listen to him, otherwise, that rabbit would been long gone." Zhao Shan's face flushed all the way to his ears, and he awkwardly scratched his bald head. He had no idea US archery was this good now that he thought about it. His earlier comments were truly embarrassing. You glanced at Guahao, who was standing a short distance away. Guahao shook his head slightly, so you replied vaguely, "I've been practicing for a while, actually." "I knew it. Xiao Yu, you're really something. Back at the village entrance, we really underestimated you." The group chatted and laughed. It was clear they were genuinely happy for you. Even Guahao, who was usually a man of few words, now wore a rare smile. His earlier shake of the head toward you had been a signal not to reveal the truth. If everyone knew that you had achieved this level of skill after practicing archery for only 2 or 3 days, who knows what kind of sensation it would cause. As for himself, aside from shock, he also felt a bit of curiosity. After all, this world was never short of geniuses. Perhaps his own son was a genius at archery? Just like those awakened, who were no different from ordinary people before their awakening. Once they awaken, their strength skyrockets, and they may even possess abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Thinking of it that way, US talent didn't seem so hard to accept. "All right, let us keep moving forward," Guahao said. Right. The group finally snapped back to reality. Hunting down a single prey was certainly cause for celebration, but just one wasn't enough to share among the entire village. Still, it was a good start. More importantly, having witnessed US archery skills, if they encountered a few more wild rabbits along the way, their haul would be substantial. The atmosphere within the group visibly grew more enthusiastic. You remained surrounded by the others, protected even more closely, just like how players shield their key marksman in a game. Taking advantage of the moment, you glanced at a piece of information that had popped into his mind earlier. EXP +3. He stared at the line of text, feeling puzzled. EXP? What was that? Could it be a reward from the system for killing the wild rabbit? It was very likely, but what was the point of this EXP? He looked at his status panel, and his eyes widened instantly. Below potential points, a new line of small text had appeared, EXP 3. At the same time, a plus sign had appeared next to Basic Archery. It hadn't been there before. A sudden realization struck him. Was this EXP used to increase skill mastery? Wait a minute, why has the mastery for Basic Archery gone up too? He wondered, a bit dazed. He remembered that he hadn't practiced Basic Archery at all after reaching level 4, so its mastery should have been 0%, but now it had suddenly jumped to 3%. After all, when Basic Archery was at level 3, hitting a stationary target added less than 1% to mastery. Now it was 3%. That was a lot to take in. He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts,
and came to the following conclusions: skill mastery increases more in actual combat than during regular practice. Killing beasts grants EXP. EXP cannot be used in place of potential points to enhance the body, but it seems to boost skill mastery. The first two conclusions had already been verified. As for the third, a test would reveal the answer. An idea struck him, and he tried clicking the plus sign. Instantly, his EXP dropped from 3 to 2, while his mastery rose from 3% to 4%. Just as I thought. US breathing quickened. This meant there was now another way to increase skill mastery, by gaining EXP from killing beasts. Judging from what had just happened, the effect of EXP on boosting mastery was somewhat low, far less than the boost gained from landing a single arrow on basic archery. Presumably, this was because the level of basic archery was already quite high. If he used these few EXP points on other skills he'd learn later, he might save a lot of time. Human stamina is limited, and there is ultimately a ceiling to how much mastery one can improve through daily practice. The higher you go, the harder it gets. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as a bottleneck. But as long as you have EXP, none of this is a problem. With enough EXP, you can learn as many skills as you want. Besides, the wild rabbit isn't much of a threat among low-level beasts. If I were to take down a more ferocious one or even a mid-level beast, I'd probably get a lot more EXP, he thought to himself, unable to help but recall the iron-backed black bull he'd encountered earlier. If he could take down a beast of that caliber, the EXP he'd earn would certainly be substantial. Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu? Just then, a soft voice called out in his ear. Yu snapped back to attention and was about to speak when Zhao Shan made a shushing gesture and motioned for him to look toward the southeast. Yu peered closely and saw a rat entirely black and about the size of a washbasin with its upper body poking out of a hole, seemingly scanning its surroundings warily. This was a low-level ferocious beast called a black spiny rat. It wasn't particularly aggressive but loved to burrow, making it very difficult for humans to catch. Are you confident? Zhao Shan asked softly. It wasn't just him, the other's eyes were also fixed on you, filled with anticipation. Chapter 19, A Big Haul. The giant horned rhinoceros. I'll give it a try. Yu took a deep breath and pulled an arrow from his quiver. This was a golden opportunity to test the EXP acquisition mechanism, one he absolutely couldn't miss. Of course, that was assuming he hit the target. With the EXP he gained from last time, US movements were much steadier this time. The moment the arrow touched the bowstring, he instantly entered a state of complete focus. The world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the target before him and the bow and arrow in his hands. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing whistle, the arrow shot out like lightning. Before the blackthorn rat could even react, the sharp arrow pierced its skull, pinning it to the ground. Its limbs twitched futilely a few times before it went still. Another one-shot kill, clean and decisive. That's amazing, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the same time, a message popped into US mind, EXP +1. Yu silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his earlier guess had been correct. Killing beasts did indeed grant EXP, though the amount was small. He glanced again at his basic archery mastery, which had risen from 4% to 6%, an increase of 2%. Not bad, he nodded to himself silently. This hunting trip had been quite fruitful. Not only had he bagged his prey, but his mastery had also increased much faster. Someone ran over quickly, lugged the blackthorn rat back, and said with a smile, "Look at that fur, so glossy and smooth. It's bound to taste delicious. Xiao Yu, your archery is simply divine." That is for sure. Another headshot. Even the Liu brothers can't match Xiao Yu's archery skills. Yeah, the others chimed in. Yu smiled, knowing they were complimenting him, but he didn't take it too seriously. Alright, let us keep moving. Huahao's voice rang out again, his gaze toward Yu filled with satisfaction and relief. Thank goodness they brought Xiao Yu along today. In less than an hour, they already bagged 2 prey, something they likely have struggled to achieve on their own. The hunting party pressed on, encountering several more low-level ferocious beasts along the way. Some of the beasts were highly alert and fled the moment they heard a sound. Others were slow to react and were first spotted by members of the party, who then alerted Yu. Yu was a master archer, his shots were almost never missed.
In less than an hour, they had bagged 3 more animals, 2 black-spined rats and a wilderness hare. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. That adds up to nearly 200 gene, doesn't it? I can't even remember the last time we had such a bountiful haul. I think it was when we caught that giant horned rhinoceros last time. It weighed nearly 300 gene, and the whole village feasted on it for days. If the people from Wangja village hadn't stolen our game yesterday, we could brought that giant horned rhino back with us yesterday, too. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly grew somewhat heavy. All right, Zhao Shan glanced at the speaker. Let us not bring up the past. Besides, today's haul isn't any worse than yesterday's. Yeah, it really isn't. That's all thanks to Xiao Yu. Everyone tacitly skipped over this unpleasant topic. Yu, however, could see the worry etched on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but wonder, if they happened to run into the people from Wangja village again right now, would they try to steal their prey once more? Most likely, they would. We really need to get stronger. Yu's earlier joy gradually faded. To be honest, if they really did run into them, he couldn't think of any other solution besides handing over the game or fighting to the bitter end. Alright, let us call it a day. We got more than enough game. If the bloodlust attracts those wasteland wolves, we'll be in trouble, Guahao said. Right. Those guys are tough to deal with and there are so many of them. They're the biggest headache. Let us head back, then. Honestly, I never expected we'd be able to return this quickly. It feels like a dream. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter once more. Although Yu was still a bit reluctant to leave, he nodded in agreement. His physical constitution was slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, but it still had its limits. The prerequisite for improving his strength was staying alive. Besides, bringing back this much beast meat would earn them plenty of potential points. Once he de-strengthened his body, his next hunting trip would surely yield even greater rewards. Let us go. With their prey strapped to their backs, the group set off on the return journey. Xiao Yu, great job, Zhao Shan said, giving you a thumbs up. We owe it all to you today. Without you, we'd probably have come back empty-handed again. Uncle Zhao, you're too kind, Yu waved his hand. If everyone hadn't helped spot the prey, I wouldn't have been able to shoot them. He wasn't just being modest. Those ferocious beasts were hidden so cleverly that only an experienced veteran with plenty of EXP would have been able to spot them. You're a smooth talker, kid, Zhao Shan laughed heartily. The people around him laughed along. They'd been a bit worried that you might become arrogant because of his archery skills, but now it seemed they'd overthought it. The group walked along, chatting and laughing. After about half an hour, a figure appeared in the distance. It's a giant horned rhinoceros, someone with sharp eyes shouted. Is that a giant horned rhinoceros? You looked over and saw, some 30 meters away, a massive, single-horned rhinoceros raising its head and staring right at them. It's spotted us, someone said. That's obvious, can't you see it's staring right at us? That beast is really bold. It knows we can't catch up to it, so it doesn't even run when it sees us. Just wait until we get closer. At bolt the moment we do. The group chatted back and forth, their voices full of resignation. Why don't we try shooting an arrow at it? You couldn't contain his excitement any longer and said eagerly. He didn't have high hopes after all. There was nothing to lose if he missed, but if he hit it, that would be a huge win. Let us give it a try. Xiao Yu, it's up to you. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. You took a deep breath, drew an arrow, nocked it, aimed at the giant horned rhinoceros's head, and released the string. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, flying at breakneck speed. Just as it was about to hit, the giant horned rhinoceros suddenly spun around and deftly dodged it. So close. That beast reacts way too fast. No wonder it's the fastest among the low-level ferocious beasts. Even Guahao couldn't help but sigh at the sight. They could all tell that if the giant horned rhinoceros had reacted just a split second later, it would have been brought down by the arrow, but it was just that close. Now that the giant horned rhinoceros had regained its composure, it turned and accelerated. It would likely leave them far behind in the blink of an eye.
However, just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air once more, and a black shadow flashed by. The giant horned rhinoceros, which had been sprinting at full speed, suddenly stumbled. It took one step forward before crashing to the ground with a thud, letting out an agonized cry. "What?" Zhao Shan had barely shouted a single word when the third arrow flew in, piercing the giant horned rhinoceros's abdomen and pinning it firmly to the ground. At that moment, the giant horned rhinoceros finally fell silent. Huff huff, Yu gasped for breath, his heart pounding violently in his chest. In just a few short seconds, he had fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, which had taken a massive toll on both his mental and physical stamina. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Chapter 20, Lacking Combat Experience? Gazing at the giant horned rhinoceros lying motionless in the distance, Yu let out a long sigh of relief, his heart filled with gratitude. He truly hadn't expected the giant horned rhino's reaction speed to be so astonishing. It had actually dodged the first arrow with such agility. Looking back on the situation, it made perfect sense after all. From the very beginning, the massive beast had been keeping a close watch on their group. Especially the moment Yu aimed his arrow at it, he could clearly feel that the giant horned rhino's entire focus was fixed on him. Fortunately, he had previously upgraded Basic Archery to level 4 and the Rapid Fire trait to level 2. Otherwise, with only a 30% hit rate, hitting the target with the second arrow would have been quite difficult. As for the third arrow, although it served to finish it off, it was actually a bit unnecessary. Plus 9 EXP. This message popped into his mind just in time. A hint of surprise flashed across Yu's face. He hadn't expected the EXP from killing this giant horned rhinoceros to be so generous. Recalling the EXP he'd earned from killing black-spined rats and wilderness rabbits earlier, he estimated that the EXP range for killing low-level ferocious beasts was roughly between 1 and 9. Even if there were slight variations, it didn't matter much. His gaze immediately fell on Basic Archery, and upon seeing it, he was instantly startled. The mastery bar had actually risen to 30%. In other words, those 3 arrows had increased his mastery by 15%. As expected, whether aiming at stationary or moving targets, mastery increases the fastest in actual combat, he mused to himself. At that moment, the crowd around him gradually came to their senses. I am not seeing things, am I? That giant horned rhinoceros was actually hit? You're not mistaken. That arrow in its neck took its life right then and there. So, did Xiaoyu take down the giant horned rhinoceros before it even had a chance to accelerate? With archery skills like that, even the Liu brothers wouldn't be any better, would they? The crowd turned to look at Yu, their eyes brimming with admiration. That's right, they truly admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Guahao was stunned by Yu's performance. He originally thought Yu was only accurate when aiming at stationary targets, but he never expected him to be so skilled against a moving target. It seemed Yu had been holding back last night? Yu smiled sheepishly. Why is everyone staring at me like that? I was just lucky it was a fluke. If I had to do it again, I'm not sure I could pull it off. However, everyone wore expressions that clearly said, we don't believe you for a second. Xiaoyu, you used that excuse last time too, don't you remember? Zhao Shan patted Yu on the shoulder. You'll have to come up with something fresher next time. Exactly, Xiaoyu. What's there to be modest about? Your archery is so impressive, we're all happy for you. That's right. Today is the day our village has brought in the most game ever. When the villagers see us bringing back this much, won't they be over the moon? That's nothing. With a sharpshooter like Xiaoyu around, we'll have this much game every day from now on. Exactly. We owe it all to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. The group chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm evident. Yesterday, when the Liu brothers left, the hunting party returned empty-handed. This morning, everyone was worried they'd suffer the same fate, but who would have thought the heavens would deliver such a huge surprise? How could anyone not be thrilled? Yu smiled as he looked at everyone. No matter what, he had already proven that in this world where ordinary people struggle to survive like ants, he had the ability to lead the people of the village to a better life. Although it was only temporary, hope was like a spark. One day, it would surely spread like wildfire. So, moving forward, he not only intended to continue improving his basic archery but also hoped to learn some martial arts to strengthen his body and make himself even stronger. Just as his mind wandered, a broad, calloused hand rested on his shoulder. He turned to see Guo smiling at him. The village was as quiet as ever. In the open space in front of the warehouse, Li Yang and the others were practicing their spear techniques as usual, while Wang stood to the side, clearly distracted.
Wang, are you worried about brother you and the others? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. Wang glanced at him.
You're such a chatterbox.
Looks like when everyone else takes a break later, you won't be getting one.
No, please don't do that, Li Yang said, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. He regretted speaking out of turn, but he simply couldn't help himself.
Just then, Lu Kai spoke up. Wang, with US archery skills, can he hit the game? It'll be tough, Wang replied without a moment's hesitation. Ha? No way. Li Yang was dumbfounded.
Brother Yu is so skilled he hit every target last time.
How could he possibly miss the game?
Yeah, the others chimed in. Wang looked straight at Li Yang and asked, Kid, do you know why, before the world changed, our traditional martial arts couldn't hold a candle to foreign combat sports?
Li Yang was taken aback. The topic seemed to come out of nowhere, but he answered honestly, I don't know.
Because of a lack of real-world combat experience.
Wang wore an expression that said, I knew you wouldn't know.
Whether it's Tai Chi, Xingyi, or Bagua, there is too little real-world combat experience. How could we possibly be a match for them?
The same goes for US archery.
It may look impressive, but once you're out in the wild, it's hard to say how much of that skill you'll actually be able to put to use.
You're all the same.
Right now, you're holding your guns like you know what you're doing, but if you were out in the wild facing a ferocious beast, I'm afraid your legs would go weak with fear, let alone hold onto your guns.
Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads.
Though they were reluctant to admit it, if they were asked to go hunting tomorrow, they truly didn't have the guts. However, just as Wang was about to offer a few words of encouragement, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance to the village, a noise so loud it was unlike anything they'd ever heard before. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances.
What's going on? Li Yang looked in that direction, a puzzled expression on his face. With all that noise, could the hunting party be back?
No, that can't be.
How could they possibly be back this early? The young man beside him instinctively objected.
That is how it used to be when the hunting party returned with game, but didn't Uncle Guo and the others just leave?
How could they be back so soon and with game, too? Wang was also filled with doubts. In the past, hadn't the hunting party always returned around dusk?
If they hadn't returned by the usual time, it surely meant something had gone wrong. But this time, they returned early. Could it be?
Let us go take a look, Wang said, limping toward the entrance, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Could they have bagged some game?
Before they even got close, they heard people rushing about, spreading the news that this had been a bountiful haul, not only several wild rabbits, but also a giant horned rhinoceros weighing 200 or 300 gene. By the time they finally squeezed their way to the entrance, they saw a crowd gathered in a circle ahead, all excitedly discussing the catch. As the group pushed their way in to take a look, the sight of the prey lying flat on the ground made their pupils contract sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. Wang, however, noticed a detail: arrows were lodged in the bodies of all the prey, and without exception, every single one had struck a vital spot.
Could it be him?
Wang's face turned slightly pale as a familiar figure flashed through his mind.
Chapter 21, Martial Arts.
The Liu brothers had already left. Aside from him, who else in the hunting party could possess such masterful archery skills?
But how could that be possible?
Look at these prey on the ground, all killed with a single arrow, with no other wounds on their bodies. This meant that these animals were most likely all killed by arrows, and no one else had a chance to strike. Wang Bo's gaze swept over the members of the hunting party gathered in the center, but he did not see you among them. Li Yang and the others gradually noticed this as well, and a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts.
Yet Guo's expression was full of joy, which was strange.
More and more people were arriving from all around upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the game, everyone was overjoyed. Some were even so moved that tears welled up in their eyes.
Ahem, everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Seeing that nearly everyone had arrived, Zhao Shan motioned for the crowd to quiet down, then pointed at the game on the ground and said, "Does anyone know how we managed to bag so much game today?" Over 100 people exchanged puzzled glances. Someone spoke up, "We shot them with arrows." That's right. Zhao Shan nodded with satisfaction, his gaze immediately locking onto Li Yang in the crowd. In an instant, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of eyes turned toward Li Yang. Li Yang steeled himself and asked, "Uncle Zhao, was it brother you who did it?" "Yeah, was it you who did it?" Lu Kai and the others unconsciously grew tense.
Their intuition told them it must have been you, but without a definitive answer, they didn't dare jump to conclusions. After all, Uncle Wang had said earlier that it was highly unlikely you would hit any game on his very first outing. Zhao Shan beamed as he scanned the crowd. "That's right. You shot all these animals. We went out with him today, but aside from helping carry the game back, we hardly did anything to help." As soon as he said this, a chorus of gasps rang out from all around.
"You?"
Guahao's son, the teenager who had insisted on joining the hunting party that morning, bow and arrows slung over his back, was, of course, fresh in everyone's memory. It had even sparked quite a bit of discussion at the time. In everyone's view, it was far too dangerous for such a young child to go hunting. No one expected him to hit any game. They'd be grateful just to have him return safely.
But now, Zhao Shan was claiming he'd taken all these game pieces single-handedly? It sounded simply unbelievable. You don't believe it?
Ha, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed it either, a middle-aged man said with a loud laugh.
Didn't you see how cool Xiaoyu looked when he took down that giant horned rhinoceros? 3 arrows in quick succession, so fast we didn't even have time to react.
That's right. When the first arrow missed, I thought it was hopeless, but then whoosh.
In the blink of an eye, another arrow struck it in the throat and brought the giant horned rhino crashing to the ground. That archery is simply amazing.
With Xiaoyu around, I don't think our village will ever have to worry about going hungry again.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up.
In these hard times, simply not going hungry was the greatest blessing.
"Uncle Zhao, you've been talking for ages. Where's brother you?"
Li Yang couldn't help but ask, scanning the crowd around him but seeing no sign of you.
"Yeah, where is he? Why haven't we seen him?"
Ahem, Zhao Shan laughed heartily. "He's a bit shy. He's already gone home. But don't worry, everyone there'll be plenty of chances to see him in the future.
Come on, line up, it's time to hand out the meat."
In an instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. At that moment, Yu was at home, looking somewhat helplessly at his mother. "Mom, I'm really fine, not a single scratch," he said, spinning around a few times.
"Are you really okay?"
His mother still didn't quite believe him. His younger brother nodded from the side, a look of skepticism on his face as well.
"Yeah," Yu sighed, sitting down and taking a sip of water.
Although life was hard and they lacked food and clothing, water was plentiful in the village. When hungry, they could drink water to stave off hunger, and if they were worried, they could boil it before drinking.
"As long as you're okay." Only then did his mother fully relax.
"After you and your dad left, I was pacing back and forth at home, terrified that something might happen to either of you. Thank goodness you're both back safe and sound.
Oh, by the way."
She seemed to have just noticed something was off.
"Why did you guys come back so early today?"
"Yeah, big brother, it was really lively at the village entrance."
"Did you bag some game?"
His younger brother looked at Yu with eager eyes.
"That's right."
Yu ruffled his younger brother's hair and smiled. "Not only did we bag some game, but it was a bumper harvest."
"A bumper harvest?"
The younger brother's mouth watered with anticipation.
"A bumper harvest?"
Their mother was taken aback as well.
"That's right."
Yu smiled as he recounted what had happened, leaving both mother and son speechless. "So you're saying you killed all that game all by yourself with your bow and arrow?" their mother asked, staring at Yu in astonishment.
"Well, not exactly," Yu shook his head. Everyone pitched in.
The others kept watch and stayed alert, and carrying the game back was also crucial.
Their strength in numbers had helped avoid a lot of trouble without anyone even realizing it. If he'd gone out alone, there's no telling if he would ve made it back safely. But you still did the most work, his mother said, giving him a sidelong glance. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand. Back when the Liu brothers were here, they did the bulk of the work when hunting, and no one ever had any complaints about how the game was divided up. Now that it's your turn, I wouldn't say anything either. It's just a shame they didn't stay one more day. Yeah, you agreed, feeling a bit regretful himself. It was just one day too late. Around noon, Huahao returned home with nearly 30 jin of meat, and the house was instantly filled with laughter and cheer. I didn't really want to give out this much, but everyone insisted, Huahao said, not quite knowing whether to laugh or cry. This time, however, everyone else in the village got a fair share of meat as well, at least 5 or 6 jin per household. If they ate sparingly, it would last a week. I'll go boil the meat, said their mother, beaming with joy. She took a chunk of meat weighing at least 2 or 3 jin and walked into the kitchen, while the rest was carefully stored away. Fortunately, it was already autumn, so the meat could be stored for a while, though, of course, it would still spoil if not eaten soon, unless it was salt cured. In the village, salt was even more precious than grain. People usually dared to use only a tiny bit when cooking, so using it to cure game meat was a real luxury. Yu was full of anticipation. The last time he ate wild rabbit meat, 10 slices had given him 1 potential point. By his estimate, 10 slices weighed about 1 or 2 liang. For this meal, it shouldn't be too much for him to eat 1 jin by himself, right? That would net him at least 5 potential points, and if this were giant horned rhino meat, he'd get even more. That would definitely be enough for 1 physical enhancement. But there was still some time left. Seizing the opportunity, you looked at Guahao and asked, Dad, do you know anyone in the village who practices martial arts like Tai Chi? Chapter 22, Wang's background. You want to learn Tai Chi? Guahao had just sat down at the dinner table when he heard Yu's sudden question. His eyes instantly filled with astonishment. He furrowed his brow slightly, sizing Yu up from head to toe, as if trying to discern Yu's true intentions from his expression. Yes, Yu nodded, explaining earnestly, I've heard that practicing Tai Chi has miraculous health benefits. I'm thinking of using it to boost my strength so I can draw a heavier bow in the future. Although he put it that way, Yu was firmly convinced in his heart that Tai Chi would definitely improve his attributes. After all, even basic archery could boost constitution and strength attributes. As a renowned internal martial art from his past life, there was no reason Tai Chi wouldn't be effective. I see, Guahao said, a light bulb going off in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, searching his memory for relevant information. After a moment's thought, he said, come to think of it, I don't recall anyone in our village knowing this Tai Chi. None. Yu couldn't hide his disappointment. Guahao noticed his disappointment and hurried to reassure him, maybe there is someone, but we just haven't found them yet. Here's what we'll do, after lunch, I'll go ask around. Who knows, maybe there really is someone who knows it. Mid-sentence, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Come to think of it, maybe Liang knows it? Yu paused, thinking it over carefully. It did seem like a possibility. Since Wang was able to teach the village youth spear techniques, he must have a foundation in martial arts. And if he had that foundation, there was no reason he wouldn't be familiar with traditional martial arts like Tai Chi. I just remembered, Guahao added. Not long after Wang first arrived at the village, he wanted to teach us some ways to strengthen our bodies. But back then, we were all starving, our stomachs were practically touching our backs, and all we could think about was leaving the village to hunt for food. Who had the energy to practice standing postures or martial arts forms? Eventually, the whole thing just fizzled out. Oh, really? That's great. Yu was overjoyed. That's right. Back when the Liu brothers were here, they often visited Wang, probably to seek his guidance on martial arts. Oh, right, Guahao said, lost in thought. At first, the Liu brothers were just like you. They used a 60 jin bow. After about 2 or 3 years, they switched to an 80 jin bow, and eventually even used a 100 jin bow. I suppose that's the result of their martial arts training. I also heard that before the Liu brothers left, they asked Wang to come with them, but he refused. Yu took a deep breath. No wonder Wang had mentioned a few days ago that the Liu brothers probably wouldn't be staying much longer, so that's what it was all about. Now everything made sense. Judging by this, Wang was indeed no ordinary man. If his leg hadn't been crippled, he would certainly have been the backbone of the hunting party. Dad, who exactly is this Wang? How did you two meet? Yu pressed curiously. Well, Guahao looked a bit awkward. Actually, he is not from our village. Huh? It all started 3 years ago. Back then, on our way back from a hunt with your Uncle Zhao and the Liu brothers, we saw a man covered in blood lying face down in the grass. His blood had attracted 1 or 2 prairie wolves, which were lurking nearby, watching him intently. At first, I thought he was already dead, but your Uncle Zhao went over to check and found he was still breathing, so he carried him back. This man was exceptionally resilient. He actually survived such severe gunshot wounds. Gunshot wounds? You exclaimed in surprise. That's right, Guahao said, still shaken. I've never seen anyone survive with more than a dozen bullets lodged in their body. Because of this, opinions were divided. Some thought we shouldn't keep him. But in the end, you kept him, you interjected. Guahao gave a wry smile. Yeah, we already saved him. We couldn't just throw him out again. He was lying by the roadside, and no one had noticed him, so I took it upon myself to keep him. Luckily, he is a tough one. After he woke up, he stayed in the village, and he has been here ever since. At first, we were wary of him, but later it turned out he is someone we can trust. You nodded in agreement. Now he understood why the Liu brothers had wanted to take Wang with them, yet Wang had refused. With his father's management style and personality, he couldn't hold on to ambitious, exceptionally capable people, but the upside was that he could gather a group of loyal followers around him. What are you two talking about? You're so engrossed, his mother's voice rang out as she set a plate of cooked wild boar meat on the table. The preparation was simple, just a sprinkle of salt, but the aroma was so enticing it made one's mouth water. Let us eat first, Guahao said with a smile. Xiaoyu, thanks to you this time, help yourself. You grinned widely but didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he first placed several pieces of meat into his younger brother's bowl. The boy was so hungry his saliva was practically dripping onto the floor. Guahao and his mother exchanged a smile as they watched the scene. Only then did Chu pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Although he was eager to gain potential points by eating the beast's meat, savoring the experience was just as important. As soon as he swallowed the meat, a message popped into his mind: potential points plus 0.1. Time passed slowly, and you ate nearly 1 gene of meat, feeling about 60 or 70% full. Dad, Mom, I'm full, he said, putting down his chopsticks and rubbing his stomach contentedly. This was probably the fullest he'd ever felt since arriving in this world. The reason he wasn't completely full was that his parents hadn't eaten much themselves. Full already? His mother asked, her eyes crinkling with laughter. There's still half left. Eat a little more. That's right, his father chimed in. You don't want to run out of energy when you practice archery later. I'm really full, you said with a smile. I'm going to find Wang. With that, he dashed off in a flash. That kid seems to have matured quite a bit all of a sudden, his mother remarked with a sigh. He sure has, Guahao nodded, feeling pleased. You walked along the dirt path leading to the warehouse and opened his status panel to check his stats. Potential points, 5.6. With so many potential points, he had more than enough for another physical enhancement. But he won in a hurry. He just finished lunch and was full of energy. Enhancing himself now would be a waste of a chance for his body to recover. Waiting until he was completely exhausted from archery practice would definitely yield better results. Of course, it wasn't just about archery practice. As soon as he reached the clearing in front of the warehouse, he immediately caused a stir. Li Yang and the others excitedly surrounded him, chattering away all at once. Brother Yu, that's so awesome. I heard you shot all the prey this time. That's incredible. I knew it with Brother Yu's amazing archery skills. He definitely shine out in the wild and show those ferocious beasts just how tough we are. Brother Yu, you're my idol. Could you teach me sometime and help me improve too? Brother you, if I were a girl, I'd definitely have your baby. Alright. You nearly threw up the meal he'd just eaten and hurriedly asked, where is Wang? Chapter 23, The Power of Self-Defense. Wang? He is over there.
Li Yang and the others turned around in unison, pointing at the slightly stooped, limping man not far away, and said in unison.
Wang looked calm as he turned to you and said, you're here? You did well this time, but don't get cocky. The giant horned rhinoceros is just a low-level ferocious beast.
If you run into an intermediate level 1, you'll find out that your bow can't even scratch them.
Well,
upon hearing this, Li Yang and the others couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. In their hearts, they all grumbled to themselves, Wang really doesn't know how to speak to people. Brother Yu was undoubtedly the hunting party's greatest hero this time. Everyone in the village, from top to bottom, was praising him.
Couldn't Wang say a few kind words? Did he have to pour cold water on things like that?
Yu, however, didn't seem to mind at all.
He smiled and nodded. Wang is right. On our last outing, we actually came across an iron-backed black bull. An iron-backed black bull. Oh my god.
Li Yang and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. Wang's eyelid twitched violently a few times. We went around it, we didn't dare disturb it, Yu continued.
Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yu, you scared the life out of me.
That beast is no pushover, Li Yang said, patting his chest as the fear still lingered. Yeah, I heard that the people of a certain village provoked a few iron-backed black bulls. They were chased all the way back into the village, and the rampaging black bulls even smashed through the walls.
They didn't leave until they had their fill.
Yu nodded, his gaze fixed on Wang. So, Wang, I'd like to learn some martial arts techniques from you that can increase my inner strength. That way, if I ever run into an iron-backed black ox again or any other powerful, ferocious beast, I'll have a way to defend myself.
Techniques to increase inner strength?
Li Yang and the others were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths, glancing from Yu to Wang.
What was going on? Out of the blue, why was he suddenly bringing this up? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang's eyes, and he immediately asked, you already know all this?
Yu replied.
Uncle Lu and the others must have learned these techniques, right?
That is how they went from being able to draw a bow with a draw weight of 60 gene at first to 100 gene later on, isn't it? Li Yang and the others were stunned. Lu Kai's breathing grew rapid. He had a vague sense that he stumbled upon something extraordinary. That's right, Wang nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Yang and the others before settling on Yu.
You remember the martial artists I told you about, don't you?
Of course I do, Yu nodded eagerly. After the cataclysm, awakened individuals emerged among humans. Their combat prowess can rival that of hot weapons, and ordinary people aren't doomed to simply sit and wait for their doom either.
Even before the cataclysm, ordinary people could strengthen their physiques through training. After the cataclysm, the limits of the human body were shattered. Ordinary people can now temper their bodies to make their tendons and bones robust, greatly increasing their strength. This process is called body tempering. Body tempering. Body tempering. Everyone, including you, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. To Li Yang and the others, this concept was completely unheard of.
Yu, however, was mentally prepared for this. He thought of the realm section in the system, which currently displayed none. If it were to show anything, it would likely be what Wang was referring to as body tempering, wouldn't it? That's right, Wang said with a serious expression. Body tempering is divided into 3 levels based on muscular strength levels 1 through 3, and it's also accurate to categorize them as early, middle, and late stages. Generally speaking, the muscular strength of an ordinary person's punch doesn't exceed 50 kilograms. Most people in the village are at this level. If one can reach 100 kilograms, they've attained the first level of body tempering and can be called a martial artist. The Lu brothers who left were at this level. Their raw strength allowed them to draw a 200 gene bow, though doing so once would leave them completely exhausted. A 100 gene bow is just right for them.
You probably don't realize what that means.
He looked at you and explained, a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin can pierce leather armor from 200 meters away. It can even penetrate high-quality chain mail, and if it hits an iron-backed black ox, it can kill it. You gasped. He could currently only draw a 60 Jin bow, still a long way from 100 Jin. Once you reach 150 kilograms, that's the second level of body tempering. At the body tempering stage, your muscular strength can reach 200 kilograms, nearly matching that of a human boxing champion before mutation. With that kind of strength, you can draw a 200 Jin longbow and take down targets within 400 or 500 meters.
Everyone gasped again. Wang, you thought of the 300 Jin longbow in the warehouse and couldn't help but ask, is body tempering just the beginning? Ha! Li Yang's mouth dropped open in surprise, wide enough to fit several eggs. Someone this powerful is just getting started? Wang gave you an approving look. That's right. After body tempering comes flesh refining.
Martial artists who reach this realm have muscles as hard as steel throughout their bodies, possessing boundless strength. A single punch packs 1,000 Jin of force, and they can draw a 500 Jin warbow with one hand. In the face of such a martial artist, even an iron-backed black bull is nothing more than a sitting duck.
The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. What comes next? You couldn't help but ask.
The next level is entering the force, Wang said slowly, as if lost in thought.
Entering the force is divided into manifest force, hidden force, and transforming force.
Before the anomaly, I'd only heard of people reaching manifest force. A single punch, gathering all their strength, could make the air crackle. As for hidden force, I've heard of people claiming to have reached it, but most are merely seeking fame and glory. They shouldn't be trusted.
As for transforming force, I've never even heard of it.
But now that the anomaly has occurred, you began, then trailed off. Yes, now that the anomaly has occurred, in Yong'an City 100 kilometers from here there are people who have reached Hua Jin.
Their power is unfathomable. It's even
said that some have cultivated true qi, something that only appears in wuxia novels.
What? True qi? My God, is that true? Everyone was stunned but mostly thrilled. This martial artist's strength sounds way too powerful, doesn't it?
You couldn't help but recall what his father had said. Looking at Wang before him, he grew increasingly convinced that Wang might be from Yong'an City and wondered who he had offended to be hunted down like this.
Could it be that Wang was a martial artist who had reached the entry into Jin's stage?
Don't get too excited just yet, Wang snorted coldly, dousing their enthusiasm.
So what if he is an entry into Jin martial artist? That's nothing in the face of an awakened.
Even if an ordinary person shot him in the head with a gun, he'd still die for sure. Even those who cultivated true qi might not be able to stop a bullet. But it gives one the ability to defend oneself in this world, you said with a smile. Wang paused for a moment, then nodded.
That's true.
Even at the first level of body tempering, one is far stronger than an ordinary person.
So, are you sure you want to learn martial arts from me? Just as you was about to answer, Wang waved his hand. Let me finish what I'm saying first. Chapter 24, Time is of the essence. Give me a boost. No matter what style of boxing you choose, mastering it won't happen overnight.
Especially for you, aside from archery, you know practically nothing about martial arts right now.
Wang's expression was calm, but his gaze was fixed intently on you.
So, you'll have to start with the fundamentals.
Only once your foundation is solid can I teach you boxing techniques.
This process will be extremely tedious, far more monotonous than your archery practice. Moreover, to truly master it, it could take anywhere from a few years to a lifetime.
Are you mentally prepared for that?
You took a deep breath, his gaze firm, and replied without hesitation, I am.
Good.
I hope you'll truly live up to your word when the time comes. Wang's tone was neutral, but inwardly he thought to himself, this kid has both determination and talent, he might just surprise me.
Wang, Lu Kai, standing nearby, mustered his courage and said, I'd like to learn boxing from you, too. Me too. Wang, count me in.
The others chimed in one after another.
Who wouldn't want to possess great strength and improve their life? Wang wasn't surprised by this.
With an impassive expression, he said, teaching one is the same as teaching several.
My only concern is whether you'll be able to stick with it.
Hearing this, the crowd immediately grew excited, swearing oaths to the heavens to prove their resolve. In contrast, Lu Kai appeared much more composed, his eyes burning with fierce determination.
All right, Wang waved his hand. Since you all want to learn, let us get started. Gulp. You couldn't help but swallow hard. Was it really about to begin?
A mix of nervousness and excitement spread through his heart. No matter what martial art you practice, you must start with the most basic standing posture. Without it, your legs will be weak and feeble, your form will be distorted when you fight, and ultimately, you'll work twice as hard for half the result. Therefore, to strengthen your power and stabilize your lower body, standing postures are indispensable. Everyone nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at grain, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Stance training is the foundation, and what I'm about to teach you is the foundation of stance training. It's called the round stance. Only after you've achieved some proficiency in the round stance can you move on to the Tai Chi stance. Once you've mastered the Tai Chi stance, you can formally begin learning Tai Chi Chuan. If you're still not satisfied, you can continue on to the three-body stance, the starting point for all variations in stance training. As the saying goes, all variations stem from the three-body stance. Once you've mastered the three-body stance, you'll be ready to learn Xingyi Quan. Not only that, but you'll also be able to apply what you've learned to other disciplines, such as the 5 animals exercises and Bagua Zhang. Hearing this, the crowd's faces clouded with dismay. Their originally high spirits were instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. First, practice the round post. After mastering the round post, you must practice the Tai Chi post. Only then can you learn Tai Chi Chuan. And if you want to learn Xingyi Quan, you have to practice the three-body post after the Tai Chi post? How long will that take? What's the matter? Do you already find this difficult? Wang snorted coldly. This is internal cultivation, the absolute foundation. If you practice the forms without cultivating your internal energy, it'll all be for nothing in the end. Not to mention, that doesn't even include the basic hand techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. You'll have to learn all of those from scratch. It's not too late to back out now. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group. Those who still wished to continue, take a step forward. You smiled broadly and stepped forward without hesitation, with Lu Kai right behind him. Li Yang and the others exchanged glances, then followed suit.
Wang said with a meaningful smile. No one's backing out? Good. Then you'll all hold the round stance for an hour. Once you're done, I'll teach you the basic hand gestures.
The round pillar stance wasn't too complicated. The practitioner stood with feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and hands clasped in front of the chest, palms facing each other, as if holding an invisible sphere. Keep your head upright and your back straight, chin slightly tucked in, breathe naturally, and imagine yourself merging with the surrounding nature. You took advantage of a break in the stance to sneak a peek at the status panel. Sure enough, a line of small text had appeared in the skills section, round stance, LV0. He felt a surge of secret delight. He'd learned another new skill. He wondered what amazing abilities would be unlocked once he reached level 1. Stay calm and focused, don't let your mind wander. Just then, Wang walked past him and shot him a sharp glance. You felt a bit awkward. Wang's gaze was so piercing that even his little daydream had been seen right through. It was unusually quiet around them. Occasionally, someone would pass by and, upon seeing the group standing so straight, would look on with a puzzled expression, wondering what on earth they were up to. Time ticked by second by second. At first, the group had been muttering to themselves, this round post stance is just like standing at attention in the military, isn't it? Before long, their thoughts had shifted to my legs are so sore, and my head is itchy, is there a bug crawling on it, and by the end, it had devolved into help me, I really can't hold on anymore. How much longer until an hour is up? You can't hold out for even 10 minutes? Wang snorted derisively. If you can't handle it, just give up. Not everyone can become a martial artist, you have to learn to face reality. Hearing this, Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Wang not only had a piercing gaze but also a sharp tongue. However, he felt he could still handle it, perhaps because his constitution was slightly stronger than average, and even found it somewhat easy, though his arms were starting to ache slightly from holding the position for so long. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and stepped back, his face flushed with shame. "Go rest," Wang waved his hand, turning to the others. "One has already given up. If any of the rest of you feel you can't keep going, step out." No one responded. Everyone gritted their teeth and pushed on. A few more minutes passed, and one by one, others chose to give up. 10 minutes later, Li Yang also threw in the towel, retreating to the side with a red face. At this point, only Yu and Lu Kai were still holding on. Lu Kai clenched his jaw tightly, silently challenging himself. Losing to Yu at archery was one thing, but he absolutely couldn't lose again in martial arts training. He, Lu Kai, was in no way inferior to anyone. This mastery is rising way too slowly, isn't it? Yu looked straight ahead, but his full attention was fixed on the status panel. At least 40 minutes had passed, yet his mastery for the round stance was only around 4%. In other words, standing still for 10 minutes had only increased his mastery by 1%. To reach level 1, he'd have to stand still for at least 1,000 minutes, that's over 16 hours. At first glance, it seemed easier than practicing basic archery. All he had to do was stand still, so he could finish it in 2 days. But in reality, it was much more grueling. When practicing archery, he'd only feel soreness in his arms, and he could even get someone to massage them, even if it was a rough and tumble guy's massage. But now his whole body aches, every muscle is protesting, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. He couldn't help but wonder, after standing for this 1 hour, would he even be able to do it a second time? What about a third? He figured that would probably be his limit. By that calculation, just raising round form to level 1 would take 4 or 5 days? And that's just the beginning. Wang had said that one must achieve some proficiency in the round form before learning the Tai Chi form, and only after mastering the Tai Chi form can one learn authentic Tai Chi. Good heavens, how long would this take? Don't forget, standing postures are just the foundation. The basic hand movements, footwork, and leg techniques are also fundamental. If I really have to follow the steps one by one, it'll take years and years. At this rate, when will I ever actually start practicing Tai Chi? Time is of the essence. Yu was burning with impatience. Thinking of this, his attention turned to EXP. He accumulated a total of 17 EXP points from this morning's hunt. If he spent them on level 4 basic archery, it would only increase his mastery by 17%, but if he spent it on level 0 round form, wouldn't that yield unexpected results? Chapter 25, Acting and Martial Talent. Yu had made up his mind. With a quick change of thought, he allocated 1 EXP to Wuji form. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, and a memory both unfamiliar and strangely familiar flooded in. Wuji style, LV 050%. Just as I thought, Yu said, the corners of his mouth curving slightly into a smile so faint it was almost imperceptible to others. Just 1 EXP point could increase the progress by half. If he added another point, wouldn't that take it up to level 1? By then, he was sure to unlock an entirely new ability. With that in mind, he allocated another point of EXP instantly. A warm current flowed through his body, and the aches and pains throughout his body eased considerably. This strange sensation felt strangely familiar. Could this be the strengthened body effect? He wondered to himself, then glanced at his stats panel. Wuji style, LVU1, trait, physical fortification LVU1. Sure enough, the level 1 physical fortification trait had increased his constitution by 1 point. While it wasn't a huge surprise, it was still pretty good. It didn't compare to the boost he received when upgrading basic archery, but that was to be expected after all. There was a clear difference in difficulty between the two. I wonder if level 1 Wuji style meets Wang's requirements. You didn't allocate any more points. Instead, he slightly adjusted his stance and quietly observed Wang's reaction out of the corner of his eye. The next second, Wang the man with the limp fixed his gaze on you. His pupils contracted sharply, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This kid has truly astonishing talent, Wang marveled to himself. For most people, mastering the basics of the Wuji form takes at least a week, even those with exceptional talent need 2 or 3 days. But this kid on his very first attempt at the standing posture already looked the part, his form as precise as if he'd been practicing for ages. With just a few more sessions, Wang might be able to teach him the Tai Chi form without holding anything back. Filled with delight, Wang shifted his gaze to Lu Kai standing nearby. This kid's perseverance is commendable. You can tell he is secretly competing with you. It's a shame his natural talent falls a bit short, but hard work can make up for that as long as he keeps at it. He'll achieve something. Ha! You furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed level 1 wasn't enough. He had no choice. Glancing at the remaining 14 EXP points, he gritted his teeth and allocated another point to Wuji style. This time, 1 EXP point increased the progress by a third. Seizing the momentum, he invested 2 more points in quick succession. In an instant, a warm current swept through his entire body once more, and his fatigue vanished without a trace. Wuji style, LV2, trait, physical strength level 2. Not only had his physical constitution improved, but US understanding of the Wuji style had also reached a new level. Now, standing still was no longer a form of torture for him. On the contrary, it had become a unique way to relax, and his mind grew calm as a result. That kid. Wang's eyes widened instantly, his face etched with disbelief. If no one had been standing next to him, he would have rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. How on earth did this guy do that? Wang was deeply shaken. Just a moment ago, you had seemed like a complete beginner. How had he achieved such progress in the blink of an eye? It had taken him over a month to reach this level back in the day. Was this kid some kind of reincarnated martial arts prodigy? His aptitude was absurdly high. Wang Ping and the others were completely unaware of the storm raging inside Wang. They only saw him staring intently at you, which struck them as odd. Looks like I'm about done. Good thing I didn't act on impulse and keep leveling up. You snapped back to reality. Seeing Wang's stunned expression, he deliberately put on a puzzled look and asked, Wang, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Ahem. Wang cleared his throat twice, averted his gaze, and said, nothing. Just keep holding your stance. Oh. You gave him a puzzled look and continued to enjoy the sense of relaxation brought on by the Wuji stance. It suddenly occurred to him that in the future, when he got tired from archery practice, standing in the Wuji stance for an hour might be a great way to unwind. Finally, an hour had passed. Lu Kai collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, his whole body aching so much he couldn't move, but you looked as if nothing had happened, full of energy and in even better shape than before. Bro Fan, aren't you tired? Wang Ping couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Bro Fan, how come you seem even more energetic? The others also looked puzzled. Really? You scratched his head, looking puzzled. I'm not really sure. Anyway, it felt pretty comfortable while I was standing there. Are you serious? The group exchanged glances, thinking you was joking. They were all on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, and you actually said it felt comfortable? If they hadn't experienced the agony of standing in the stance themselves, they almost would have believed him. He is different from you guys, Wang's voice rang out. You haven't even begun yet, so of course you feel tired. This kid, Wang's mouth twitched slightly, is already qualified to learn the Tai Chi forms. What? Lu Kai and the others gaped in shock, completely frozen in place, as if they'd been hit by a spell. You also looked stunned. His voice trembled slightly with excitement and disbelief as he turned to Wang and asked, Wang, what did you say? I have already mastered the basics and can learn the Tai Chi forms? Wang nodded. Once I finish teaching you the basic hand movements and footwork, I'll teach you the Tai Chi forms one-on-one. Thank you, Wang, thank you, Wang. Yu was overjoyed partly because he was putting on a show, but mostly out of genuine delight. Wow, Fan has already mastered the basics so quickly? No way, didn't Wang say it usually takes people a week or 2 to get the hang of it? I'm so jealous. We can't even last half an hour, but US already learning the Tai Chi forms. I want to learn them too, the others said enviously. Hearing this, Wang really wanted to tell them that you had achieved a small level of mastery rather than just getting started, but he was worried that doing so might make you arrogant and complacent. After much hesitation, he decided to keep it to himself. Lu Kai looked at you with a complex expression, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had thought that sticking with it for an hour would be enough to catch up to you, but he hadn't expected the gap to still be so wide. However, he silently vowed to himself that he absolutely would not give up. Alright, next I'll teach you the basic hand forms: fists, palms, claws, and so on. Only after you're familiar with these will you have laid a solid foundation, and only then can you practice basic fist techniques, basic palm techniques, tai chi, and so on. After saying this, Wang cast a discreet glance at you, thinking to himself, this kid isn't going to remember everything after just one look, is he? The group lined up in a row. The explanation of the basic hand positions was just a tiny bit more interesting than standing in a stance, but only a tiny bit. Soon, the various tongue-twisting names had everyone completely confused. Who would have thought that a single palm could be divided into 5 different forms: yang palm, yin palm, upright palm, reverse palm, and horizontal palm? Even more absurdly, the upright palm was further subdivided into 2 types. US head was spinning just listening to it all. With so much material, it would take at least a week to master it through repeated practice. He glanced at the new line of small text in his skill bar. Basic gestures, LV0. Maybe he should just keep allocating skill points and see what happens. Chapter 26, Keep allocating skill points. After about an hour or two, you looked at his skill bar with a satisfied expression. Wuji style, LV2, trait, strengthen body LV2. Basic hand gestures, LV1. Basic leg techniques, LV1, trait, power LV1. Basic footwork, LV1, trait, agility LV1. The power trait is similar to the superior arm strength trait. Each level increase adds 1 point to the strength attribute. Meanwhile, each level increase in the agility trait adds 1 point to the agility attribute. After upgrading the basic hand gestures, no traits appeared instead. US mind was filled with many clear, related memories. Moreover, it required very little EXP to level up, just 1 EXP to advance 1 level. Basic leg techniques and basic footwork had the same EXP requirements as Wuji style. It took 2 EXP to advance from level 0 to level 1. By this calculation, you spent 10 EXP and not only gained a vast amount of memories but also increased his constitution by 2 points, strength by 1 point, and agility by 1 point. A very rewarding outcome. In fact, you had a bold hypothesis in mind. He suspected that these basic skills might have no level cap. As long as he had enough EXP, he could keep leveling them up indefinitely. By the same token, as skill levels rise, the resulting attribute bonuses might also be limitless. However, he also had reservations. Raising the levels of these basic skills might yield only limited practical benefits. Just like Wang mentioned regarding the standing postures from the Wuji stance to the Taiji stance and then to the San Ti stance, the difficulty increases gradually, and the resulting improvements should also become progressively greater. So, he simply raised each skill by 1 level, saving the remaining 7 EXP points to see what the results would be. All right. Just then, Wang's voice rang out. He glanced at the group's pained expressions and said, I didn't ask you to memorize everything today. From now on, I'll demonstrate each move once a day. Just follow along, and you'll get the hang of it sooner or later. Besides, these are the absolute basics. If you can't even get these right, you might as well give up on martial arts right now. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, everyone immediately perked up. Wang will definitely remember it. Exactly. It's just this much. How hard can it be? It's way more fun than studying before. Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself that Wang was really good at using reverse psychology. But judging by the looks on Li Yang and the others' faces, this approach actually worked on them. No wonder, after all, not everyone had the memories of 2 lifetimes like he did. Alright, that's it for today. You all go practice your spear techniques. You stay behind. Upon hearing this, the others left with envious expressions on their faces. Yu smiled shyly and asked, Wang, are you going to teach me the Tai Chi forms? Wang looked at Yu's expression and, for some reason, felt he looked a bit sly.
This made him feel a little annoyed, so he snorted coldly through his nose and said, how on earth did you manage to get the hang of it on your first try?
Ha?
Yu scratched his head. I'm not sure. It just felt effortless to stand like that, and it helped clear my mind. It was like that relaxed feeling you get when you're spacing out. Spacing out, Wang blinked unconsciously. Ahem, that's not the same thing. If you can't describe it properly, don't just make things up anyway, you've got natural talent. If you focus on learning the Tai Chi forms from now on, you'll be a beginner in a week. That's how we all got started back in the day. Okay. Yu nodded eagerly, his eager expression seeming to say, stop messing around, let us get started already. Listen carefully. Wang's expression turns serious again. Tai Chi arises from Wuji and is the mother of yin and yang. This means that Tai Chi evolved from Wuji and is the source of yin and yang. Everything in the world has both yin and yang aspects. When it comes to martial arts, you can't do without stance training, posture training. Posture training is divided into static and dynamic postures. Only after you've mastered the static postures can you begin practicing the dynamic ones, which is the Tai Chi stance I'm about to teach you. It didn't take long for you to realize that Wang was right. Tai Chi form, LV0. Unlock requirement, Wuji stance LV2, achieved. This led you to suspect that the subsequent 3 body form, and perhaps even Tai Chi Chuan itself, might have similar prerequisites. Ordinary people cannot begin training without meeting these requirements, and for him, his skill mastery cannot increase unless the conditions are met. Perhaps that was indeed the case. He began practicing. The initial movements were somewhat similar to the Wuji stance, but soon after, he had to slightly bend his knees and slowly raise both arms, forming a circle in front of his chest. After just a few minutes, you felt a tingling numbness in his arms and was struggling to hold the position. Remember the closing posture I taught you? For every 5 minutes you hold the stance, you can rest for 1 minute. Just make sure to stand for a full hour. Wang glanced at him and said in a flat tone. Yu breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his limbs after finishing the closing posture. He had to admit, this Tai Chi form was much more exhausting than the Wuji form. If he had to practice the later San Ti form, wouldn't it be even more exhausting? During the break, he glanced at his skill bar and, sure enough, a new line of small text had appeared. Tai Chi form, LVU 0.05%. Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Wow, only a 0.05% increase in mastery in 5 minutes? That means just 0.01% per minute? To level up once, he'd have to stand for a minute. That's 166 hours, a whole week of standing non-stop, without sleep or rest. He glanced at Wang and thought to himself, Wang really is a tough guy. Doesn't he ever need to rest, even while training? Take your time practicing. This Tai Chi form is the starting movement for all Tai Chi routines. Mastering it will make your training twice as effective with half the effort. Don't slack off. After saying this, Wang walked over to Li Yang and the others. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. Yu gritted his teeth as he watched Wang's retreating figure, temporarily putting aside the idea of spending EXP on skill points. After all, expecting to master the basics after just 5 minutes of practice was simply ridiculous. He'd add points when the time was right. Fortunately, his current physical constitution was already above average, and just 1 minute of rest could restore a significant amount of stamina. An hour had almost passed when Wang walked over. Seeing Yu's posture, he felt a slight sense of relief for some reason and nodded, saying, "All right, that's it for today's stance training practice. We'll continue tomorrow." Okay, Wang, Yu exhaled deeply. After an hour of practice, he was completely exhausted. Take a break for now. We'll continue with archery practice later. Archery is a unique skill. If you don't practice it for a day, you'll lose your touch. Yu nodded. His basic archery mastery was now approaching 60%. If he kept practicing this afternoon and tonight, he'd be able to reach level 5. By then, the level 3 mounted archery trait would provide a 90% hit rate. If he encountered a giant horned rhinoceros again, his first arrow wouldn't be so easy to dodge. As for practicing pole techniques and fist techniques,
those were meant to boost his overall strength so he could draw a heavier bow.
Just then, his gaze fell on a figure not far away, and he asked curiously, "Wang, is Lu Kai planning to practice archery too?"
He has probably been influenced by you," Wang said, looking over as well.
"But if he really masters it, it'll be a good thing for the village."
Yu wholeheartedly agreed. The stronger the people in the village were, the less pressure he'd feel on his shoulders though, of course, the most important thing was for him to be strong enough himself. Barring any surprises, we'll head out of the village again tomorrow morning to hunt. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally intended to proceed step by step, holding back some of his strength to avoid drawing too much attention. But every hunting trip felt like teetering on the edge of life and death. The slightest misstep could cost him his life. Under these circumstances, agonizing over whether to reveal his true strength would be sheer folly. So, Tai Chi style time to invest more EXP.
Chapter 27, If you don't give it your all now, when will you? You decisively spent 1 EXP point.
Instantly, the mastery of the Tai Chi style surged by a quarter.
You let out a long sigh.
Looking at the remaining 6 EXP points, he gritted his teeth and allocated another 3 points. In an instant, a flood of vivid memories surged into his mind, as if he had been practicing the Tai Chi style continuously for an entire month. At the same time, a warm current even more powerful than before surged through his body, immersing him in a warm, comforting sensation as if he were soaking in a hot spring, feeling both blissful and invigorated.
Tai Chi form, LV1, trait, robustness LV1. A new trait? Yu's eyes widened instantly. It was obvious at a glance that this trait enhanced his constitution. Could it be an advanced version of the robustness trait?
Robustness, for each level gained, constitution increases by 2 points.
It really is. Yu was overjoyed.
It seemed his guess was correct. The stat bonuses from advanced skills were even more substantial. But soon, his smile faded. The amount of EXP required to level up had increased significantly. If he invested the same amount of EXP into Wuji style, he'd actually gain slightly more stat bonuses in the end. Maybe there are some hidden benefits I haven't discovered yet, he mused to himself. That wasn't a bad plan either. Once he'd accumulated enough EXP, he'd level up both Wuji style and Taiji style at the same time. After all, the higher the constitution stat, the better. Only kids have to choose. Adults, of course, take it all. I've got 2 EXP left, not enough to do anything major. I'll check the status panel first, you said, full of anticipation. Realm, none. Level, 3. Constitution, 17.78. Strength, 13.57. Agility, 9.47. Spirit, 6.05. Potential points, 5. His constitution had increased by 4 points. The largest increase among all attributes. Strength and agility had each increased by 1 point. Spirit remained unchanged, as did his realm. You couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that his stats still didn't meet the requirements? According to Wang, the criteria for the body tempering stage stipulate that one must possess 100 kilograms of muscle strength to reach the first level of body tempering. By that standard, his strength stat would need to reach at least 20, and he was still far from that. Fortunately, he still had 5 unused potential points. I'll start by practicing archery and aim to raise Basic Archery to level 5 tonight. Yu gazed at the archery target in the distance, his eyes brimming with determination. Time slipped by unnoticed. Everyone knew that Yu was now the village's rising star, so they gave their all during sparring sessions. This time, they didn't hold back on the speed at which they threw the target. Instead, they gave it their all, hurling it high into the air, which greatly increased the difficulty of the shots. As a result, the mastery gain from each hit accelerated, but everyone's stamina drained away like water. Before long, they were all so exhausted they collapsed to the ground. Brother Yu, I'm really sorry. Let us catch our breath for a bit, then we'll keep practicing with you, Li Yang said, gasping for air. Almost everyone there had been training all day and was already starving, not to mention that tossing the target upward was a genuinely physically demanding task. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Yu said with a smile, waving his hand. Nearly 2 hours had passed,
and mastery had only increased by about 20%. Would they be able to complete the remaining 20% tonight? Once it reaches level 5, would manually tossing the targets still be feasible? It seemed he'd have to go out hunting after all. That was the fastest way to increase mastery. Kid, Wang, who was equally exhausted, spoke up, maybe you should try practicing rapid fire. Rapid fire? You looked puzzled. It means firing as many arrows as possible in a very short amount of time. Your hit rate on moving targets is already pretty high now, so if you keep practicing like this, there's limited room for improvement. If you can fire 2 or even 3 arrows in just a few seconds, your hit rate will increase significantly, Wang explained, looking at you. You had a sudden realization. He recalled how, earlier that morning, when he aimed at the giant horned rhinoceros and fired 3 arrows in a row, his mastery had increased by nearly 10%. If simply hitting a moving target increased mastery by at most 6%, then that extra 4% mastery. Wang, I get it. He perked up and looked toward the archery target not far away. You fired an arrow, hitting the bullseye dead center, yet his mastery increased only marginally, not even 1/1000%. What is he doing? Lu Kai asked, unable to resist, as he watched you standing motionless in the same spot again. Wang shook his head. He is probably just getting a feel for it. We'll see what happens next. No sooner had he finished speaking than a whoosh sounded. An arrow shot out like lightning, hitting the bullseye without a doubt. But in that very instant, a second whistling sound followed closely behind, and then a third arrow. Li Yang and the others watched in astonishment as you paid no attention to whether the previous arrows had hit their mark. The moment an arrow left the bowstring, his right hand darted to the quiver behind him, drawing a second arrow, then a third. And all 3 arrows hit their mark. Thump! 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 After firing the third arrow, you could clearly feel his heart pounding like a drum, a sensation similar to when he shot the giant horned rhinoceros, but he still had energy to spare. As he prepared to fire the 4th arrow, Yu's face flushed crimson and the veins on his forehead bulged. The moment he drew the bow to its fullest, it was as if he'd broken free from some constraint, and he released the bowstring. Thud! With a dull thud, the 4th arrow also struck the very center of the target. Li Yang and the others standing nearby were so stunned they could hardly believe their eyes and were completely speechless. They could barely make out Yu's movements. From the 1st arrow being released to the 4th hitting the mark, had it even been 10 seconds? It seemed like less than 10 seconds. Is this the limit of what this kid can do? Wang was equally speechless. In contrast, although the Lu brothers could draw a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin, they were unable to fire 4 arrows in succession in such a short time. They could barely manage even 3. In terms of archery skill alone, you had already left the Lu brothers far behind. This is the benefit of enhanced physical constitution. As expected, even just practicing some basic stances brings tremendous benefits. Yu's heart was pounding, and he was gasping for breath. He had indeed made progress, advancing from 3 consecutive shots to 4. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he hurriedly glanced at his skill bar. Basic Archery, LV 4. His mastery had jumped by 5%. At that moment, a beaming smile spread across Yu's face. If he were to use rapid fire while aiming at a moving target, his mastery would surely increase even more. Still, this was enough. He found a way to quickly boost his mastery. However, the cost was high. After a single use of rapid fire, not only was his entire right arm aching terribly, but his whole body felt like it was on fire, and his lungs burned with an excruciating pain. Can you still hold on? Wang walked over with a bowl of water and said helplessly, I let you try this, but I didn't mean for you to push yourself to the limit. You gave him a sheepish grin and took the bowl of water. Pushing himself to the limit? Actually, it wasn't so bad. He could still strengthen his body one more time. Once he'd done that, performing the 4-shot burst again shouldn't be nearly as painful. Chapter 28, Body Tempering, First Level. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was elsewhere, you quietly took a deep breath and tapped the plus sign next to his level. In an instant, a surge of scorching heat burst forth from his heart and rapidly spread throughout his body, as if he were enveloped in a warm hot spring.
The fatigue accumulated from his earlier archery practice vanished without a trace. In just a few seconds, the heat quietly subsided.
You couldn't wait to check the status panel. Realm, none. Level, 4. Constitution, 19.55. Strength, 14.92. Agility, 10.41. Mental, 6.65. Potential points, 1.
All attributes had increased by 10%. His constitution alone was already nearly double that of an average person. However, his strength was still less than 15 points, so using a bow with a 100 gene draw weight was clearly unrealistic. He'd likely struggle even with an 80 gene bow. His agility was average, while his mental attribute left much to be desired. It's a shame that, aside from strengthening my body, I haven't found any other way to boost my spirit attribute yet, he mused to himself, his gaze falling on his level. To raise his physical enhancement level to 5, he needed 8 potential points. If he ate as much beast meat as he could, he might be able to gather enough in a single meal. Barring any surprises, he should be able to achieve this goal today. In any case, he had to keep pushing forward. For the rest of the time, you focused solely on practicing his archery. After strengthening his body, his combat prowess had indeed improved significantly. When he performed the 4-shot combo for the second time, he no longer felt as drained as before, though he still needed about a quarter of an hour to recover. After the third 4-shot combo, his rest time extended to half an hour, and his right arm was so sore and numb that he could barely lift it. Fortunately, as evening approached and the sky grew dark, Basic Archery finally leveled up. He was reveling in the exhilaration brought by the increases in his constitution and strength attributes and was about to check his status panel when a message suddenly popped into his mind: Constitution has reached 20 points.
Do you wish to break through? Breakthrough probability, 100%.
What? You nearly cried out, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the message. He had a vague hunch, since the breakthrough probability was 100%, he might as well give it a try. You decisively selected yes. In that instant, a crisp sound rang out from within his body, as if an invisible shackle had been shattered, and the familiar surge of heat welled up once more. Wherever the heat flowed, a slight tingling sensation followed, giving him a strange illusion that his body was being repaired and reshaped by a mysterious force. After a few breaths, the heat slowly receded, and you hurriedly looked at his status panel.
Realm, Body Tempering, 1st Tier. Level, 4. Constitution, 22.6. Strength, 17.51. Agility, 11.45. Spirit, 7.32. Potential points, 1.
Phew, just as I expected, you exhaled slowly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had successfully broken through, transforming from an ordinary teenager into a martial artist at the first level of body tempering. Although his strength hadn't yet reached 20 points, drawing a bow with an 80 gene draw weight was now a breeze, and he could barely manage a 100 gene bow as well. The benefits of the breakthrough were obvious. Judging by the increase in his spirit attribute, all his attributes had risen by another 10%, equivalent to a free physical enhancement. Moreover, it didn't require spending any potential points. A breakthrough could be achieved simply by reaching a specific threshold in any single attribute. To break through to the second level of body tempering, I'd probably need my constitution attribute to reach 30 points. For the third level, maybe 40 points? You mused to himself. The required values didn't seem too outrageous. With some effort, he should be able to achieve them quickly. However, once he reached the body tempering stage, advancing to the flesh refining stage would likely not be so easy. It might even require both attributes to meet the thresholds simultaneously.
Never mind, it's too early to worry about that.
I'll just take it one step at a time, you said, brimming with confidence after his breakthrough. The entire night flew by in the blink of an eye. You continued practicing rapid fire shots with his 60 gene draw weight bow. At level 4 of Basic Archery, a 4-shot burst used to increase mastery by 5%, but now he could barely manage even 3%. During his practice, he attempted a 5-shot burst once. The results were promising. His mastery increased by nearly 4%, but the cost was exhaustion that nearly left him collapsed on the ground. Before wrapping up his practice and heading back, you made a point of bringing along the 80 gene draw weight bow. Wang was only slightly surprised when he saw it in his view. Given US current skill level, using an 80 gene draw weight bow shouldn't be a problem. Compared to a 60 gene bow, this one had a maximum range exceeding 200 meters and an effective range of around 80 meters. Should they encounter a formidable beast, it would certainly come in very handy. When Lu Kai saw you bring the new bow, he felt the pressure weighing on him like a mountain. The next morning, the members of the hunting party gathered once again at the entrance to the village. Since yesterday's hunt had been so fruitful, Guahao had allowed everyone to rest for an extra 2 hours. Everyone looked radiant and full of energy, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Yu was among them. As he listened to the praise from those around him, he felt a bit embarrassed, but more than that, he felt uneasy. After all, he was currently only a martial artist at the first level of the body tempering realm. While he was considered somewhat capable within his own village, compared to members of other major factions, he was insignificant. He still had to keep working incredibly hard. The group filed out of the camp one after another, and the drawbridge behind them slowly rose. Smack! Just then, the burly Zhao Shan slapped you on the shoulder and asked in confusion, "What's on your mind, kid? Why do you look so distracted?" This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. Yeah, Xiao Yu, you aren't feeling well, are you? If you're not up for it, just stay at the camp today to rest. We got enough game from yesterday to last us several days. That's right, it's not too late to turn back now, several others chimed in with concern. Guahao also gave him a worried look. Not at all. I was just wondering, if we come across game later, would it be better to use this bow in my hand, or the new one on my back? Yu snapped out of his reverie and explained with a smile. Whoa, you can already draw an 80 gene bow? Zhao Shan looked at the longbow on Yu's back, his face full of astonishment. That bow had quite a draw weight, even he had to give it his all to draw it back. Actually, I haven't tried it yet, but carrying it might come in handy at a critical moment, Yu explained patiently. That's true, the longer the bow, the more powerful it is. Back when the Lu brothers were around, they could hit game from 150 meters away, Zhao Shan remarked with admiration. They used bows with a draw weight of 100 gene. Most people couldn't even draw them. I'm sure Xiao Yu will be able to draw one someday too. That is for sure. Xiao Yu is our village's sharpshooter, never misses a shot, haha. The group chatted and laughed, but none of them expected that less than 10 minutes into their walk, a group of people would appear diagonally across from them. This group was laden with their haul, carrying items in their hands, shouldering others, and even dragging 2 large game animals weighing 200 to 300 gene, and they, too, were filled with constant laughter and cheer. The atmosphere among the hunting party froze instantly. Yu's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively gripped his longbow tighter, thinking, could these people be from the neighboring Wang family village? Chapter 29, Don't Know the Rules? Yu's heart had initially tightened, but after a moment's thought, he realized he'd overreacted. First, their group had only just left the village and was coming back empty-handed. Even if the people across the way were indeed from Wangjia village, there was nothing to worry about. Besides, the other group was clearly returning with a bountiful haul. It was unlikely they'd attack them. Second, the numbers didn't add up. This group numbered nearly 30, while Wangjia village had only 13 or 14 people in total. The scale was completely different. Most importantly, he had spotted the Lu brothers in the crowd. From the looks of it, this hunting party was most likely from the powerful Lijia fort. They're from Lijia fort, someone in the group muttered under their breath. Look, Tianhong and Tianyao are over there. Judging by the size of their party, they must have made quite a haul this time. It's Li family fortress, after all, a large settlement with 1,000 people. It's nothing like our little village here. The men chatted among themselves, their voices filled with envy and resignation. Let us let them pass for now, Guahao said in a low voice, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Zhao Shan patted him lightly on the shoulder and sighed silently. The people from Li Jiabao had also noticed Guahao and his group 100 meters away. They were whispering among themselves, but the distance was too great to make out what they were saying. The Lu were mingled in the crowd as well.
Just then, Lu Tianyao suddenly sprinted to the front of the group, exchanged a few words with someone nearby, and then did something that left Guahao and the others speechless. He came running toward them at full speed, his right hand clutching a plump wild rabbit weighing a good 20 or 30 gene. Yu was equally stunned, his jaw dropping as a thought flashed through his mind: could he be? In less than half a minute, Lu Tianyao reached the group, panting heavily as he said, "Brother Hao, this is for you guys." With that, he held out the wild rabbit to Guahao. Guahao instinctively reached out to take it, but immediately recoiled as if he'd been electrocuted, hurriedly pushing the wild rabbit back and saying, "Lu Tianyao, what are you doing? Take it back right away, I can't accept this wild rabbit." "That's right, Lu Tianyao. Do you know what you're doing?" If they see this, they jump to conclusions? Zhao Shan, who was usually all smiles, now wore a serious expression. In the distance, the people from Li Jiabo had all stopped in their tracks, peering this way with curiosity. "Don't worry." Lu Tianyao waved his hand nonchalantly, "I just asked Brother Li, he has no objections. Brother Hao, just take it. I don't have much time to waste." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yu, who stood nearby with a longbow slung over his shoulder and a quiver bulging with arrows. A pang of sadness welled up inside him, and he nearly shed a tear. This boy wasn't even an adult yet, and already he was venturing out on adventures with the people of the village. What if he encountered danger? He dared not think about it. Tianyao Guahao was just about to speak when Lu Tianyao cut him off. "All right, let us leave it at that. I have to head back, I can't keep my brother and the others waiting too long. Brother Hao, and everyone else, take care of yourselves." With that, he turned and walked away briskly. "Brother Li, thank you so much." Lu Tianyao made a point of running to the front of the group to offer his sincere thanks to a burly man. "What's there to thank me for?" the burly man snorted coldly. "Everything you send out will be deducted from your and your brother's rations back at the fort." "I know, big brother," Lu Tianyao replied with a forced smile, then returned to the back of the line. "Pfft," the burly man said with utter disdain, letting out a cold snort through his nose. The others watched the scene unfold, each reacting differently. Some chuckled to themselves, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Others wore scornful expressions, snickering repeatedly. Still others shook their heads in resignation, sighing inwardly. This newcomer really doesn't know the rules. Making such a request in front of so many people, how could Brother Li refuse? Otherwise, wouldn't he just look petty? As for claiming to be pitiful, that's simply absurd. There are plenty of pitiful people in this world, aren't those who are homeless or devoured by ferocious beasts pitiful? Are only the members of the Lu Guild so precious? Acting so high and mighty right after arriving at Li family fortress, he is really overestimating himself. Brother, Lu Tianyao returned to Lu Tianhong's side, offering a slightly sheepish smile. Lu Tianhong shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. His younger brother was still too impatient. He should have at least consulted him before doing something like this. But it had already happened, it was too late to say anything now. Besides, he spotted you in the crowd, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. That boy had actually started venturing out of the village to hunt. If the two brothers hadn't left, would this have happened? Never mind. Given their long-standing friendship, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As for the possible consequences, he'd have to deal with them one by one later. Watching the Li family fortress contingent march off in a grand procession, Guahao and his companions remained in a state of shock until the very last figure had vanished from sight. "So, Lu Tianyao came specifically to bring us game. He still cares about us," someone said, their voice choked with emotion. "Yes, he must have thought we were having a hard time. But this might not necessarily be a good thing," Guahao frowned, looking deeply concerned. The group fell silent at once. It was true, though, they didn't need this one wild rabbit, who would turn down a free gift. But putting themselves in Li Jiabo's shoes, if they were in that position, Lu Tianyao's actions would certainly leave a bad taste in their mouths. Even the most open-minded person would inevitably feel a pang of resentment. Yu also furrowed his brow. This would likely make it even harder for the Lu brothers to establish themselves in Li Jiabo. The stronger they became, the more suspicion they'd face. Uncle Tianyao really shouldn't have acted so impulsively.
It's my fault, Wahao sighed self-reproachfully, looking at the wild rabbit in his hand. I should have chased after him and returned the rabbit right then. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting story. It's no use, Zhao Shan shook his head. The moment he ran over here, the outcome was already set in stone. Even if we returned the prey, the result would have been the same. Let us just hope we're overthinking this. Oh. Just then, Zhao Shan suddenly slapped his forehead and turned to you, saying, we should have told them about Xiaoyu earlier. Life in the village isn't as hard as it used to be. Now everyone has enough to eat and drink. If they could come back. He trailed off mid-sentence. After all, what good would it do to tell the Liu brothers about the situation? Li Jiabo wasn't a place you could just come and go as you pleased. Alright, it's too late to discuss this now. Let us just hope today goes smoothly. If one day they really do want to come back, I'll be the first to welcome them, Guahao said helplessly. Me too. Me as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Because of this, the originally light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere turned somber. But the worst was yet to come. Whether it was because the people of Li Jiabo had already ransacked the area or simply due to terrible luck. The group had walked for over an hour without spotting a single trace of game, and the traps they set along the way were all empty. They were drenched in sweat and their throats were parched. We can't go any further. Zhao Shan suddenly stopped in his tracks, gazing at the wilderness ahead where the wild grass grew increasingly thick and the trees became more numerous. Every now and then, dark shadows circled overhead, watching them intently. We've already walked nearly 10 li. The danger zone is just ahead. Chapter 30, Testing the Leader. Danger zone? You looked puzzled. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a concept. Zhao Shan turned around and explained to you with a gentle gaze, do you remember that iron-backed black ox we encountered halfway along the path yesterday? Beasts of that caliber aren't uncommon up ahead. That area is mainly teeming with intermediate-level carnivorous beasts. There are a great many of them. If we're unlucky, we might even run into a high-level beast. High-level ferocious beasts, you sucked in a sharp breath. High-level ferocious beasts are typically 3 or 4 meters in size or larger. Some are even more massive. They possess terrifying power capable of easily destroying a small human settlement, and they're extremely aggressive. It was said that many small villages had been slaughtered overnight, all because they'd been targeted by high-level ferocious beasts, which took advantage of the cover of night to ram through the walls and storm inside. Let us turn back and try our luck somewhere else, Guahao said, glancing nervously ahead. These were lessons gained through EXP that had been paid for with countless lives and rivers of blood. The party then set off toward the southeast. Do you find this a bit tedious? Zhao Shan asked you with a smile. You nodded, raising his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He felt as though his entire back was soaked through. His clothes clung tightly to his body, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. This is just the norm when we're out hunting, Zhao Shan reassured him. Back in the day, we trek all day long without even catching a glimpse of prey. Sometimes, even if we did spot one, it'd take off running, and there was no way we could catch up. That's right. Yesterday was just pure luck. Of course, Xiaoyu, your archery skills are truly impressive. Otherwise, even if we'd seen the prey, it wouldn't have done us any good. A middle-aged man with a flat nose standing nearby added with a wry smile. So that's how it is, you couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed he'd set his expectations for hunting too high, putting the cart before the horse, and had mistakenly made improving his basic archery mastery the primary goal of the hunt. He silently prayed that he'd have a successful hunt today. You instinctively glanced back at the area everyone called the danger zone, thinking to himself that there must be plenty of prey there. Unfortunately, given his current skill level, venturing in recklessly would be far too dangerous. After that, the group chatted idly, picking up the conversation here and there. It was unclear how much time had passed when several small black dots appeared 200 or 300 meters ahead. Yu, with his keen eyesight, was the first to spot them. The group instantly perked up and hurried to close the distance. When they closed the distance to just over 100 meters, surprise spread across everyone's faces.
they saw two gray prairie wolves attacking a lone calf.
The calf appeared to be immature, not much larger than the wolves themselves, with a pair of horns as thick as a person's arm protruding from its head.
It was charging wildly from side to side, trying to gore one of the wolves.
Unfortunately, the two steppe wolves worked together seamlessly. One drew the calf's attention while the other seized the opportunity to strike, targeting the calf's soft underbelly. By the time you and the others arrived, the calf's intestines were spilling out, and blood had stained the ground red. It was clearly on its last legs.
Just then, the two attacking prairie wolves sensed the group's arrival.
They immediately leaped back warily, their eyes fixed intently on both their prey and the uninvited guests.
The calf, meanwhile, teetered precariously where it stood. The group exchanged glances, as if to say, could this really be happening? Are we dreaming? What should we do? Zhao Shan cleared his throat. Should we take this calf or should we take it? Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Do we even need to ask? Of course we're taking it, it's a gift from heaven. That's right.
I guess heaven took pity on us after seeing how far we'd come with nothing to show for it.
My goodness, this calf may not be fully grown, but it must weigh at least 200 gene, right? I haven't tasted beef in years. Ha ha, we've got to thank those two beasts for doing all the work for us. Guahao, however, wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed. Dad, what's wrong?
You, who had been quite happy, couldn't help but ask in confusion upon seeing his father's expression.
Nothing.
Guahao shook his head, glanced at the calf that was about to bleed to death, and said, "Shall you put it out of its misery?"
Okay. You nodded.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked 30 or 40 meters away, drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and fired. The calf hadn't noticed a thing going on around it. It stood as still as a target and collapsed instantly. You glanced at his basic archery mastery. The increase was less than 1%, which was indeed rather meager. The good news, however, was that he gained 5 EXP, bringing his total to 8 points. He looked up into the distance and saw that the two wilderness wolves were still staring intently in their direction, their eyes filled with resentment.
It's too far, over 150 meters away.
These two beasts are too cunning, you thought, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Even with this 80 gene draw weight bow on his back, it was difficult to hit a target from over 100 meters away, and even if he did hit it, the lethality would be limited. The others weren't idle either. They hurriedly began butchering the prey, preparing to haul it away.
Guahao's brow furrowed even deeper. He noticed that the two steppe wolves were still staring intently in their direction. Clearly, having had their prey snatched right from their jaws, they weren't going to let it go. Steppe wolves are ferocious beasts with a strong sense of vengeance. He feared there would be no end to the trouble ahead.
"Let us call it a day for the hunt," Guahao said. "I just don't feel quite at ease, and being able to drag this prey safely back to the settlement is already a pretty good haul."
The others agreed in unison. After all, this was a windfall. What more could they ask for?
Out on the wilderness, the group began their return journey. After walking 100 or 200 meters, two gray figures followed closely behind, like glue they couldn't shake off. You tried to take the initiative, but whenever he gave chase, the wilderness wolves would run back. Whenever he turned back, they'd follow again, mastering the tactic of advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances to perfection.
Damn it! You cursed silently to himself. How could these creatures be so cunning?
He even began to wonder if they developed some form of sentience. Ultimately, it all came down to his limited range. If only he had a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene, he could take them out with a single arrow from over 200 meters away.
Guahao, Zhao Shan's expression also grew grave as he looked at the two wilderness wolves. Do you think these beasts might be calling for reinforcements?
Very likely, Guahao nodded solemnly. That's exactly what I was worried about from the start. Wilderness wolves naturally prefer to travel in packs. It's highly unusual for these two to be alone. Judging by their behavior, they refuse to give up. It's almost certain they're waiting for the main pack to arrive.
What are we going to do?
The group panicked the moment they heard this. They weren't afraid of just 2 or 3 wilderness wolves with their weapons and numerical advantage. They'd suffer nothing more than a few injuries at most. But if a large pack arrived, a dozen or 20 of them, that would be dangerous. It clearly wasn't worth taking such a huge risk for a single prey. But that was easier said than done. Who would willingly give up a prize that was already within their grasp? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Guahao. The time had come to test their team leader. Chapter 31, Ambush on the Wilderness Wolves. Look! They're coming! Suddenly, a cry of alarm shattered the silence. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw several blurry black shadows slowly emerging in the distance, hundreds of meters away. The shadows drew closer step by step, becoming clearer and clearer, until they finally joined the two wilderness wolves they'd seen earlier. 1, 2, 3, Zhao Shan narrowed his eyes and counted carefully. 11. Add those two from before, and that makes 13 in total. Everyone's heart sank instantly. Even without Zhao Shan saying a word, they could see clearly that this number was indeed a bit of a headache. Damn it, so many. Someone spat on the ground and cursed, his face full of frustration. Yeah, if there were 7 or 8, we could still give it a shot, but 13 all at once? That's way too much trouble. If we'd known, we should taken care of those two earlier, then we wouldn't be in such a tight spot now. Xiao Yu wanted to make a move just now, you saw it yourself. Those two beasts are cunning as hell. So what the hell are we supposed to do now? One by one, anxious glances turned to Guahao. Everyone was hoping he'd come up with a plan. You felt a surge of nervousness. His palms were drenched in sweat as he gripped his longbow tightly. The dangers of the wilderness far exceeded anyone's imagination. If someone were to encounter this pack alone, they'd likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Forget it. Guahao let out a long sigh and said helplessly. Among the crowd, some breathed a sigh of relief, while others looked resentful and grew agitated. Guahao, they're just a dozen or so low-level ferocious beasts. What's there to be afraid of, said Sun Gang, who was holding a short spear, his voice ringing out loud and clear. If they dare charge at us, we can take down at least 2 or 3 with a single round of throws. That's right, Guahao. Look, they're clearly wary of us too. They don't dare make a move. Guahao, if we take this little calf back, it'll feed the whole village for several days. Old Sun, I get what you're saying. Guahao looked at Sun Gang, his expression serious. Even if we take out 2 or 3 with a single round of throws, there are still about 10 left. In a one-on-one fight, can you guarantee no one will get hurt? Sun Gang froze for a moment, unable to speak. What if someone gets bitten and contracts the beast plague? Haven't you forgotten about the people who were injured before? Guahao trailed off, his face filled with grief. Old Sun, listen to Guahao. Zhao Shan patted Sun Gang on the shoulder and said earnestly, there aren't many of us left in the village. If we can avoid taking risks, we should. Although Sun Gang was deeply reluctant, he silently sheathed his short spear and accepted the decision. Everyone's spirits sank instantly. The prey they'd almost caught was gone just like that, and everyone felt frustrated. You gazed at the pack of wolves in the distance, and a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Reluctantly leaving behind the cut-up beef, the hunting party quickly withdrew. Of course, someone secretly took a piece of the best meat, and Guahao didn't say a word. As the figures gradually disappeared from view, a dozen or so wilderness wolves cautiously began to approach. 2 or 3 wolves were the first to pounce on the meat, gulping it down in large mouthfuls as flesh and blood mingled in their throats. Seeing this, the other wolves joined in, and for a moment, the sound of bones being crushed echoed all around. Some, eating with such relish, even threw back their heads and let out a series of howls. They were completely unaware that the group that had left earlier was now crouching low, creeping back toward them silently. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Xiao Yu, Zhao Shan, who was leading the way, couldn't help but speak up. Even if we go back now, it'll be too late. At the rate those beasts are eating, out of 200 gene of meat and bones, we'd be lucky if 100 gene are left by now. The others nodded in unison, their faces full of confusion, unsure what Yu was actually up to. Yu, however, gave a mysterious smile and said, Uncle Zhao, who said I'm going back for that piece of meat? Zhao Shan stopped abruptly, turned around, and stared at him with wide eyes. Are you saying you want to? That's right. Yu nodded firmly.
I want to see if there's a chance to ambush them. We can take the wolf meat back to eat, can't we? Whoa, everyone, including Wahao, sucked in a sharp breath. That idea was too risky, no, too ingenious. Not only would those beasts never suspect it, but even humans would find it hard to predict that they'd turn back. And you was right, wolf meat was delicious, somewhat similar to dog meat, and tasted absolutely fantastic.
Sun Gang, who had looked so resentful just moments ago, flushed bright red with excitement upon hearing US words.
That's more like it.
As humans, having our prey snatched away by a pack of beasts was nothing short of a tremendous disgrace. Of course, you wasn't taking a blind risk. Seeing that they were less than 200 meters away, he lowered his voice and said, "The wind is blowing from the wolf pack toward us right now, so it's highly unlikely they'll catch our scent. If we can get within 100 meters, I'm confident I can take down at least 4 wilderness wolves in no time.
As for the remaining 9, uncles, are you confident you can take them out without getting hurt?"
"Yes,"
Sun Gang replied loudly at once.
"As long as those 9 beasts dare to charge, within 20 meters, we can hit at least 2 or 3 with a single round of throws. We've dealt with them plenty before. They're fast, but not so fast that we can't see them clearly."
"That's right.
When the remaining wolves charge, they'll get a taste of the power of our spears.
Oomph, I guarantee they won't make it back."
Listening to this, Wahao felt a surge of excitement.
A single man wielding a 2 or 3 meter long spear against a single wilderness wolf had a very high chance of success.
First, the spear had the advantage of length. Second, these beasts were clumsy and would mistake the spear for an extension of the human body, attacking the shaft itself.
Not to mention that there were 7 or 8 of them charging together.
Still, he remained calm and asked, "Xiaoyu, are you really confident you can take down 4 of them?" Everyone's eyes turned to you at once. This was the crux of the entire plan.
One misstep could easily result in casualties. Leave it to me." You nodded firmly.
By now, they had closed the distance to within 150 meters. He quietly switched to the 80 gene draw bow on his back, drew an arrow with his right hand, and crouched low as he continued forward. The distance grew shorter and shorter. The sound of the wolves chewing could be heard clearly not far away. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This was their first time ambushing a wolf pack. They were so tense they could clearly hear their own heartbeats. The risk was real, but without taking risks, how could they ever reap any rewards? 130 meters, 110 meters, 100 meters. 1 or 2 wolves seemed to sense something was amiss. They raised their heads and sniffed the air warily.
Unfortunately, the scent of blood was too strong. After a moment's hesitation, they lowered their heads again and tore off a large chunk of meat. "Xiaoyu, we're at 100 meters now, right?" Zhao Shan asked nervously in a low voice.
"Uncle Zhao, let us get a little closer," Yu said through gritted teeth. 100 meters wasn't the optimal range, yet it would be best to get within 80 meters. Of course, if they were spotted early, he would immediately stand up, draw his bow, and knock an arrow. During those few short seconds, everyone was on edge. The distance of 10 or 20 meters felt interminably long at that moment.
Until Yu's voice rang out again. "All right, Uncle Zhao, this is the spot." Chapter 32, Well Done.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yu shot up from the grass with a whoosh, his left hand steady on the bow, his right hand swiftly knocking an arrow, and in an instant, he drew the bowstring to a full moon. He executed this series of movements in one fluid motion, smooth and natural, as if he'd been practicing it over and over again for countless days and nights. Before anyone could react, a piercing whistle cut through the air as the arrow shot forth like lightning. 80 meters away, a wilderness wolf with its back to the group was engrossed in its meal, completely unaware of the impending danger. In the blink of an eye, the arrow spun at high speed, piercing the wolf's lower back, the tip emerging through its soft belly and embedding itself deeply into the grass, pinning the entire wolf firmly to the ground. A heart-wrenching howl startled the other wilderness wolves, causing them to look up in alarm. Several of them reacted extremely quickly, becoming alert the moment Yu's head appeared, but it was already too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
3 whistling sounds cut through the air in quick succession. Thud!
Accompanied by a crisp sound, 3 more wilderness wolves instantly collapsed in pools of blood. At such close range, even ordinary armor was as fragile as paper, let alone these wolves. Holy shit! Sun Gang was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. The others stood frozen in place, completely unable to process what had just happened. The pack of wilderness wolves also seemed stunned by the sudden attack, staring at the corpses of their companions. They let out low, mournful woofs. Yu was panting heavily now, beads of sweat the size of soybeans pouring down like rain. His left hand, holding the bow, trembled uncontrollably, as if the arm no longer belonged to him. Firing 4 consecutive shots with an 80 gene bow was indeed too much for him. But he had no choice after all. He devised the battle plan himself, and he absolutely couldn't falter at this critical moment. Of course, this was far from enough. Looking at the 40 EXP he just earned, Yu had a sudden thought. Allocate points. 8 EXP were instantly spent. In an instant, a warm current surged through his entire body. The fatigue he'd been feeling was immediately reduced by about half. Sensation gradually returned to his arms, and his heartbeat slowly steadied. His physical constitution had been further enhanced. Onward! Another 16 EXP vanished, and an even more powerful wave of warmth swept through him. His fatigue vanished almost entirely, and not only that, but every muscle in his body grew firmer. At that moment, Yu had not only strengthened his constitution but also significantly boosted his strength. Yu had no time to consider the specific changes to Tai Chi style after 2 consecutive upgrades, nor did he have time to check the mastery growth of basic archery after his 4-shot burst. He quickly nocked another arrow, aiming once more at a wilderness wolf. The wolf seemed to sense mortal danger and instinctively tried to back away. Yes, it was afraid. However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced its skull, with most of the shaft sinking deep into its brain. Awah! Awah! The pack of wolves finally snapped to attention, their eyes flashing with ferocity as they fixed their gaze on Yu, the lone human wielding a bow and arrow. Watch out! They're charging! Wahao shouted nervously, the second to jump to his feet. In an instant, swish, 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 7 or 8 burly men burst from the grass, their spears standing tall and glinting coldly in the sunlight. Seeing this, the remaining wilderness wolves all took a step back in unison. If they could speak, they would surely be asking themselves the ultimate question: when exactly did this group of people arrive right under their noses? However, the nightmare was far from over. Whoosh! Almost as soon as the whistling sound cut through the air, another wilderness wolf collapsed in a pool of blood. The pack, which had originally numbered 13, was now reduced to less than half. The remaining 5 wilderness wolves exchanged a glance, understood each other without words, tucked their tails between their legs, and turned to flee in disarray. The expressions on the faces of the group, who had been bracing for battle, were a mix of shock and disbelief. They had expected the pack to charge at them with reckless abandon, their short spears gripped tightly in hand, but instead, the wolves had simply slunk away? Phew! Yu felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. His right arm hung limply at his side. He had truly reached his limit this time, but even if those few wilderness wolves had charged at him, he wouldn't have flinched. Counting the 2 he'd just shot, his EXP had already reached 36 points, more than enough to upgrade Tai Chi style once more, with plenty of EXP to spare. However, although these wilderness wolves lacked sentience, they still possessed the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. In any case, Yu was extremely satisfied with the results of the battle before him. Whoa! Zhao Shan sucked in a sharp breath, turning his head mechanically like a puppet as he looked at Yu and said, "Xiaoyu, is this what you meant by at most 4? Even though your uncle's son isn't very educated, he can still tell the difference between 4 and 6, Sun Gang said wistfully. He felt he'd fretted for nothing. It hadn't even been their turn to step in. Xiaoyu, you're just too amazing. You took down half the wilderness wolves all by yourself. If we'd known you were this capable, why did we go through all that trouble to leave Shanyo behind and come back around just now? Yeah, wasn't that a bit of a waste of effort? You explained with a wry smile, it wasn't exactly a waste of effort. If we hadn't done that and actually engaged them head on, I could taken down at most 2 within 100 meters. After that, we'd have had to fight them at close range. The risk was just too great.
That's true. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Guahao, looks like you've got a worthy successor. Zhao Shan glanced at Yu's father, a hint of envy in his voice.
This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Guahao didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with pride. Yu was a master archer, strategic, and able to stay calm under pressure. He just lacked a bit of EXP. Given time, he might even be a better fit for the role of hunting party leader. Moreover, he noticed that the team members' trust in Yu was steadily growing.
All right, everyone, stop standing there. Save your conversations for later. Hurry up and clean up these wolves and that calf. I wonder how much meat is left. We can cook it up and eat it when we get back.
In these tough times, just having meat to eat was a blessing. Who would care if it had been gnawed on by wolves?
Everyone immediately sprang into action.
After all, no one knew if the wolves that had escaped would gather more companions and return to attack.
Although that was unlikely, the strong smell of blood at the scene would likely attract other carnivorous beasts before long. Yu, meanwhile, stood where he was, gasping for breath. Xiaoyu, can you still hold on? Should I carry you back later? Guahao asked with concern.
You didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Dad, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit.
A hint of embarrassment flashed across Guahao's face. He took a couple of steps toward the crowd, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and said with a smile, "You did well." With that, he walked briskly forward. Yu smiled. It was truly rare to receive a personal compliment from his father, who was usually not one for words. By the way, just how much has the Tai Chi style improved now? He couldn't wait to check the skill bar on his status panel. Chapter 33, a bit too enthusiastic. Tai Chi style, LV3, traits, robustness LV3, power LV1. After 2 upgrades, Tai Chi style had reached level 3. This was the key reason Yu was able to fire 2 more arrows even after reaching exhaustion. No wonder I felt a bit stronger. It turns out I gained the power trait. Yu realized with a sudden flash of insight. The only slight disappointment was that the powerful trait seemed to add only 1 point of strength per level, while the robust trait added 2 points of constitution per level. Though Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, he quickly turned his attention back to the status panel. Realm, Body Tempering, First Tier. Level, 4. Constitution, 26.6. Strength, 18.51. Agility, 11.45. Spirit, 7.32. Potential points, 6. His constitution had increased by 4 points, strength by 1, and his potential points had accumulated to 6. Ever since breaking through to the first level of body tempering, the rate at which his potential points were increasing had noticeably accelerated. Moreover, it hadn't even been 24 hours since he last gained potential points. In fact, he wouldn't have to wait until evening after returning for a hearty lunch. He'd be able to level up again. With my current strength attribute, using a bow with a 100 gene draw weight shouldn't be a problem, Yu said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he went hunting later and carried a 100 gene bow, he could shoot down even slightly tougher beasts from a distance of 150 meters, and if he encountered weaker, low-level beasts like prairie rats, he could kill them with a single shot from 200 meters away without worrying about startling them and ruining his efforts at the last moment. Of course, if he could use a bow with a draw weight of 200 gene, or even 300 gene, the possibilities were almost too incredible to imagine. Just thinking about it filled you with excitement. Oh, right, how is Basic Archery coming along? You suddenly remembered and hurriedly checked. Basic Archery, LV5. Wow! Yu's eyes widened, and he was secretly amazed. Before setting out, his mastery was less than 10%. Now it had jumped by nearly 16% in one go. Even after subtracting the 1% gained from the arrow that killed the calf, there was still a 15% increase. If he could have a few more battles like that. At that thought, Yu quickly stopped himself. A few more like that and he'd be completely exhausted. It's actually for the best, to be honest.
Although real combat can boost mastery quickly, it's just too dangerous.
If he didn't have his companions in the village to back him up, facing a pack of wolves alone, he'd definitely run as fast as he possibly could. Practicing in the village, on the other hand, meant mastery grew more slowly but was completely safe. You couldn't help but reflect that, as expected, nothing in this world is perfect. In the village, people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, basking in the sun and chatting about everyday life as they leisurely passed the time. Not far away, children had gathered in several groups, playing hopscotch with great enthusiasm. Sister G, a little girl with pigtails about 6 or 7 years old ran up to a young woman standing alone, gently tugged at the hem of her robe, and said in a babyish voice, "Come play with us." The woman looked to be around 20 years old, with delicate features and a head of silky long hair. She had been gazing absently toward the village gate, but upon hearing the voice, she looked down and said gently to the little girl, "Kiki, you guys go ahead and play." "No, please," the little girl pleaded, tugging at her sleeve. "Sister G, play with us, play with us." The other children ran over as well, all chiming in. The woman sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, all right. I'll play with you for a little while, just a little while, okay?" "Yay!" The children immediately cheered and jumped for joy. Jade shook her head slightly. Yesterday's hunting party had returned with a great victory, and the atmosphere throughout the village had become much more cheerful. The elders were no longer cooped up at home all day, and the children had rediscovered the liveliness typical of their age. However, if her hunch was correct, today's hunting party wouldn't return until dusk with much of a catch, probably just a large piece of beef and a prairie hare. With so many people in the village, such a small amount of game wouldn't be enough to go around. Everyone was celebrating too soon, they should try to conserve their energy as much as possible. But just then, a man came running breathlessly from the distance, shouting excitedly as he ran, "The hunting party is back! Wow, and the others are back! So much game! So much game!" In an instant, everyone present was taken aback, and immediately afterward, both children and elders rushed toward the village entrance. Jade froze in place, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Before long, the entrance to the village was packed with people. As soon as Li Yang and the others heard the news, they immediately sprinted over. Surprisingly, Wang also made his way over. Even before he got close, he could hear waves of gasps rising from the crowd. "Oh my God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 whole wilderness wolves. The hunting team is incredible. Yeah, these are wilderness wolves. A single bite from them would be disastrous, and these wolves always travel in packs. How on earth did Guahao and the others manage to kill so many? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Jiaoshan burst out laughing and said, "Of course they were killed by arrows. To make transport easier, the arrows had been pulled out of the wilderness wolves' bodies, which is why no one had noticed at first." Sure enough, another wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. "What? They were killed by arrows? It really looks that way. Look at these wounds, they're very small. They don't look like they were killed by spears. Arrows? Arrows? Wait a minute, could it be that Xiaoyu killed all these wolves with arrows?" Li Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. The others also snapped out of their daze and turned to look at you, their eyes filled with shock. In their eyes, the fact that you had managed to shoot down such a large prey as the giant horned rhinoceros yesterday was already incredibly impressive. And yet today, she had actually killed 6 wilderness wolves, beasts far more ferocious than the giant horned rhinoceros. How could she be this amazing? Feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, you cleared her throat twice and said, "This is all thanks to everyone. I couldn't have done any of this on my own." "Come on, Xiaoyu," someone from the hunting party said with a laugh, "all we did was stand by and watch, we didn't help at all." Exactly. If it weren't for your courage, your excellent archery, and your idea to take the detour, how could we have had such a bountiful haul today? At this point, there's no need to be modest. As they chatted back and forth, the group gradually pieced together the full story, and the look in their eyes toward you shifted from initial admiration to genuine respect. Li Yang and the others, in particular, were utterly awestruck. What kind of courage does it take to dare to circle back right under the wolves' noses and to do so with such composure? One slight misstep. You was so overwhelmed by everyone's praise that he wished the ground would swallow him up. He expected to be commended upon his return, but he still underestimated their enthusiasm. That kid really has some skills. This tactic might work against low-level ferocious beasts, but if he ran into intermediate or high-level ones, it wouldn't be nearly so easy to pull off. Wang, standing at the edge of the crowd, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, muttered a few words under his breath, then turned and walked away. It's Wang. You recognized that familiar silhouette and was just about to chase after him when he suddenly sensed something. He turned to his left, and his gaze locked with that of a long-haired woman. Chapter 34, A Glitch in the Dream. The long-haired woman's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly lowered her head. However, a woman dressed in purple standing not far from her looked at you with poise, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That's a bit strange, you thought as he averted his gaze. Being stared at wasn't unusual after all, everyone's attention was focused on him at that moment. But for some reason, a peculiar feeling welled up inside him. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was off, but he sensed that her gaze was entirely different from everyone else's. Could it be my imagination, he muttered to himself? Overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm, you exchanged a quick greeting with Guahao and hurried off in the direction Wang had gone. Ha! Why did brother you leave? Li Yang asked, looking puzzled. He is probably just shy, feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Kai said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. If only he could be like you and become a hero of the village. Of course, just daydreaming wouldn't do it, he'd have to work hard for it himself. He must be going after Wang. I saw he was heading in the same direction Wang left. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry up and catch up to him. But, someone looked at the game on the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. Come on, let us go, a companion beside him said, grabbing his arm and muttering, you'll get your share, and it won't take that long to process this game. It's not too late to come back later. Did he notice me? Jade's heart was pounding, and the blush on her face lingered for a long time. No. She shook her head, as if trying to shake off those thoughts, then immediately furrowed her brow. According to the scene in her dream, the hunting party was supposed to return only at dusk today, and with very little game. But in reality, they actually brought back so many wilderness wolf carcasses. What on earth was going on? If she remembered correctly, this was the first time in 7 or 8 years that her dream had deviated from reality. But her sister had once said that their dreams were never wrong. No, something wasn't right. Suddenly, her eyes widened as the image of Lu Yu flashed through her mind. She knew he was Guahao's son. But in the dream she had a month ago, you wasn't even part of today's hunting party. That's right, in the dream, there were 8 people, and only 8 not 9. At this thought, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. So did that mean you was the one who had altered their predetermined fate? But her sister had never mentioned anything like this happening. What on earth was going on? Wang was limping along when suddenly his ears twitched. He stopped in his tracks and said, "Why did you follow me here? Don't you like being the center of attention?" Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He found Wang's remarks sometimes both infuriating and amusing. Take this moment, for example, since he knew you was here, wouldn't it have been better to just turn around and speak to him? Although he grumbled inwardly, on the surface he replied respectfully, "Yeah, I'm not really used to it." Ha. Wang turned around and chuckled softly. What's so bad about that? A lot of people would kill for that kind of treatment. Just then, a clatter of footsteps echoed in the distance as Li Yang and the others caught up, all chattering away with praise, nothing more than phrases like, "Brother, you're so awesome," and "You're my idol." All right. Yu, torn between laughter and exasperation, looked at Wang and said, "Wang, I'm talking to him right now." Ahem. The group quickly cleared their throats a few times. Some looked up at the sky, while others stared at their shoes, pretending nothing had happened. Wang was already used to this sort of thing. He looked at Yu and said, "I just said that many people would love to be treated like this but don't get the chance, and that many people includes them." Ha!
What kind of opportunity? Li Yang perked up the moment he heard this, craning his neck to ask. Yu was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, you really thought that was a compliment? Seeing this, Lu Kai quietly tugged at Li Yang's sleeve, and Li Yang finally pulled his neck back in. It's a good thing you have that kind of mindset. Wang's tone turned serious. On the path of martial arts, there is no room for arrogance or complacency. Once pride sets in, it's easy to become lax, causing your cultivation to stagnate. By the time you realize the problem, it's often already too late. Wang is right, you said, taking a deep breath. Although Wang's words weren't exactly pleasant to hear, they were certainly heartfelt. In fact, he himself had never dared to slack off, but the saying correct your faults if you have them, strive to improve if you don't was certainly true. And then there is what happened today, Wang said, looking at him. You really did well. If it had been me, I might have chosen to give up right then, rather than think of a flanking ambush. From this perspective, you've already surpassed me. Li Yang and the others listening behind him began to breathe heavily. Did they hear that right? Wang was actually praising someone? Yu's pupils dilated slightly, but he knew there was bound to be a catch. However, Wang's expression turned serious. If you encounter a similar situation next time, I hope you try to prove yourself. Better safe than sorry. If you fail to shoot enough wasteland wolves in a short amount of time, the consequences would be unimaginable. You nodded earnestly and said, Wang, I'll be more cautious next time. As long as you remember that, Wang nodded. At all times, staying alive is the most important thing. As for the prey, if it's gone, it's gone. As long as you're alive, you'll always have a chance to hunt again. Yu listened, sighing silently to himself. He wasn't taking risks just for the prey without hunting ferocious beasts. He couldn't gain EXP. Without enough EXP, even though his skill levels rose faster than average, it still took days or even weeks to level up. And this wilderness camp, surrounded by 3 or 4 meter high earthen walls, didn't give him a sufficient sense of security. This kid still hasn't taken my words to heart. Wang sighed helplessly to himself. Then again, when he was the boy's age, he'd been even more rebellious. The moment he gained a little skill, he'd looked down on everyone. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have. Alright, enough of that, Wang said, growing impatient. We've still got some time before lunch. When we get to the warehouse later, demonstrate the Tai Chi form for me. Okay, Wang, Yu agreed, though his brow furrowed slightly. His Tai Chi form had already reached level 3. If he performed it to his full potential, it would surely astonish anyone. Besides, once you'd mastered the Tai Chi form, you could move on to learning Tai Chi Chuan, so there was no need to reveal his true skill level. It seemed he'd have to hold back a little. However, even though you held back, a look of astonishment still crossed Wang's face as you demonstrated the Tai Chi form on the open ground by the warehouse. Even with a master's guidance, martial artists typically need at least a month to master the basics of the Tai Chi form. Exceptionally talented individuals might manage it in half a month, but how could someone master it in just one day? Such speed was simply unheard of in the martial arts world more than a decade ago. Could it be that after the anomaly, not only had people's upper limits of strength increased, but their comprehension had improved as well? But that didn't add up. He glanced at Li Yang and the others not far away. They were still just as clumsy as ever. Wang, Yu asked, his tone tinged with unease, am I not doing something right? Chapter 35, A First Glimpse into the Art. Hearing this, Wang nearly choked on his breath, inwardly ranting, how much more good do you want? You've mastered the basics of Tai Chi in a single day, and you still think it's not enough? He couldn't shake the feeling that this kid was deliberately playing dumb, but he had no proof. Li Yang and the others, who were practicing their horse stances nearby, also cast curious glances their way. Wang furrowed his brow slightly and managed to squeeze out 2 words, not bad. So can I start learning Tai Chi now? Yu asked, voicing the question he'd been holding back. Instantly, the area fell silent. You're about ready. Wang nodded. What? As expected, the moment his words left his mouth, Li Yang and the others were beside themselves with excitement. Brother, you can learn Tai Chi now? That fast? Didn't T. Wang say it takes at least a month just to master the basics of Tai Chi stances?
Yeah, you have to master the basics of Tai Chi stances before you can learn Tai Chi, so that means brother you is already. The speaker's mouth was wide open, big enough fit a fist inside.
Is that true?
Yu's face was also filled with surprise and delight.
That's great, Wang. Thank you so much. Wang replied casually, though he felt inexplicably irritated inside.
If he didn't know you inside and out, he'd almost suspect the kid had become an awakened. Although martial arts and superpowers seem unrelated, the abilities of the awakened are as varied as can be. There's nothing you can't imagine that hasn't been awakened.
However, the awakening of supernatural abilities is like natural talent, it's innate. Either you have it or you don't. How could someone be just like an ordinary person for the first few years and then suddenly awaken later on?
Even if such a person really existed, he'd never heard of one.
Could this kid really be a martial arts prodigy that comes along once in a century? Whoa, brother, you really got started? That's so awesome. I'm so jealous.
Brother Yu has already started learning Tai Chi, while we're still practicing the basics.
Sigh. Shut up. Wang spun around abruptly.
Extend the horse stance by 10 minutes.
Anyone who talks back again gets it extended by half an hour.
The group immediately went as limp as wilted eggplants, behaving themselves and not daring to utter a word.
Looks like I really can't keep up with him, Lu Kai thought with a bitter smile. But for my own sake, I've got to keep going. An hour passed.
Yu finished his Tai Chi stance practice, winked at Li Yang and the others, then looked at Wang with a smile and asked, Wang, what's next? Wang closed his eyes first, as if to compose himself, then slowly opened them and said, I had you start with the Wuji stance because footwork is the foundation of Tai Chi. Tai Chi emphasizes that power originates from the heels, travels through the legs, is controlled by the waist, and then flows to the fingertips from the feet to the legs, then to the waist and hands with upper and lower body coordinating seamlessly in a single, continuous motion. The lower body determines the upper body. The footwork must be precise and steady so that the upper body does not waver.
You nodded repeatedly. To judge whether someone practices Tai Chi well, first look at their footwork, second, observe whether their punches are precise, and third, consider their basic breathing techniques.
These three elements together constitute a complete set of Tai Chi forms.
Footwork, punching techniques, and breathing techniques? Yu's eyes lit up. Breathing techniques? Could practicing to a high level actually cultivate true Qi?
Wang glanced at him, as if seeing right through his thoughts, and said, these breathing techniques aren't like the martial arts manuals and wuxia novels. They're not as magical as you imagine.
They're simply part of Tai Chi. Yu smiled sheepishly. I'll demonstrate the entire sequence for you first. Watch closely.
Ha! Li Yang, standing not far away, couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Wang's leg.
What's with the ha?
My leg's lame, not broken, Wang said irritably.
Once they're done, you'll have to stand for another half hour. Li Yang's face immediately fell with despair. Soon, Wang began performing his Tai Chi routine.
At first, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Any impatient young person would have lost interest long ago.
But as you watched, you found yourself unconsciously drawn into it.
His movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had become one with his surroundings. His steps were as light as a feather when he rose, yet as steady as Mount Tai when he landed, making it completely impossible to believe he was limping. A few minutes later, Wang slowly concluded his routine, a thin sheen of sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion visibly flushed. At the same time, you glanced at the skills tab on his status panel, where, sure enough, a line of small text appeared, Wang-style Tai Chi, first glimpse. Below that was another line of grayed-out text listing the prerequisites such as Tai Chi form LV1 and basic footwork LV1, but fortunately, he had already met all of them. He let out a long sigh of relief. After all that effort, he had finally mastered Tai Chi. It hadn't been easy at all. He wondered what powerful traits it might unlock. Surely it would offer a much greater boost than Tai Chi form. It was strange, though, that unlike basic archery or basic footwork, the mastery of this Tai Chi didn't seem to be measured by levels, but rather by evaluative terms like first glimpse. This is Wang-style Tai Chi, Wang began.
The true form of Tai Chi has long been lost. The various styles practiced today were all developed and refined by our predecessors based on the few moves preserved in ancient texts, combined with other martial arts, though the basic principles are largely the same. Before he could finish, the sound of light footsteps drifted closer from the distance. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll teach you the details after you finish lunch. Okay, you replied, feeling a bit puzzled. Big brother. A clear, childlike voice rang out. Jun came bounding over, grinning as he said, "Mom sent me to call you home for lunch, Wan Uncle Wang." He shrank his neck a little in his eyes. Wan looked like a strict, strange uncle. "Wang, I'm heading home now. See you all this afternoon." You smiled as he said goodbye to the group and led his little brother home. The others had also finished their practice and, seeing this, headed home after all. They were starving. Only Li Yang remained, standing alone on the empty lot, staring longingly at Wang. "Big brother, Mom made so many delicious things today, look at all this," Jun said, spreading arms wide. "Really?" You couldn't help but ruffle his hair. "Are you happy about that?" I'm happy." Jun nodded vigorously, then a hint of worry crossed his little face. "But Mom said it's all for you, big brother. You work so hard, so you should eat more." "It's okay. We'll all eat together later, and when we're done, Big Brother will bring back even more good food." Before they even reached the front door, the aroma of meat wafted toward them. A large bowl brimming with steaming meat sat on the table. "You're back?" Wahao smiled. "The meat just came off the stove. Come eat quickly, all you can eat today." "Really?" You smiled too. "Then I won't hold back." He was looking forward to feasting and gaining more potential points. Chapter 36, The Salt is Running Out. The family gathered around the table. You picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was firm and chewy. "Is this beef?" he couldn't help but ask. "Yes, it's beef," Wahao explained. "That calf from this morning, the wolves ate quite a bit of it, so there's less than 100 gene left. Our family got a larger share, about 4 or 5 gene, and it's all right here." As for the meat the wolves had devoured, they planned to make blood sausage with the wolves' innards later. It would have a unique flavor of its own. "We also got several dozen gene of wolf meat, and with the giant horned rhinoceros meat you brought back yesterday, the total must be over 100 gene," his mother said, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. In all the years since, their household had never had such a large food supply as they did today. With just this meat alone, the family could easily last a month. "I see," you breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about food for the time being. Still, the hunting couldn't stop. They couldn't just sit around and let their supplies run out. The moment he swallowed the beef, a prompt flashed in his mind: potential points plus 0.2. No wonder it's beef. 1 piece is worth 2 pieces of rabbit meat. He thought to himself, then picked up a second piece and savored it carefully. Wahao and his wife also began to eat. As they were eating, his mother suddenly said, "Wahao, we're almost out of rice, and the salt is running low too. What do you think? Should we take some of this meat to Zujiobeo to trade for some more?" Wahao paused with his chopsticks and nodded. "It's about time we went to trade." U.S. ears twitched, and related memories surfaced. Like Li's fort, Zhou's fort was a relatively large settlement, home to 1,000 or 2,000 people. The fort's leader was said to have connections with Qingping City, 100 kilometers away, and could procure precious daily necessities such as rice, flour, cooking oil, cigarettes, tea, and even medicine and weapons. Firearms and ammunition were also available, though they came at a high price. Smaller outposts in the surrounding area could trade gold and silver jewelry or the meat of ferocious beasts for the goods they needed. It was rumored that some outposts even traded women and children. Of course, outsiders were not allowed to enter freely. A designated trading area was set aside in front of the stronghold. Those setting up stalls had to pay a stall fee, and Zhoujia Fort would ensure the safety of the transactions. That's precisely why Zhoujia Fort is more famous in this area than Lijia Fort. "Dad, is Zhoujia Fort far away?" You asked curiously. "It's a bit far," Wahao said after a moment's thought. About 15 kilometers, a 30-li round trip. If you want to go, it's best to set out around 3 or 4 in the morning. If you get delayed along the way, it'll be dangerous if you don't make it back before dark. Hearing this, her mother fell silent. But there was nothing she could do. They could make do without rice by eating meat, but running out of salt would be a major problem. Isn't that very dangerous? You asked, a little worried. In these times, what isn't dangerous? Wahao said with a wry smile. Even if we had plenty of food, staying in the village wouldn't be safe, but it's not too bad. We've been there a few times before. Aside from a few accidents, as long as we don't stir up trouble, we're usually fine. I'll go with you guys then, you said after thinking it over. Well, I don't think that's necessary, Wahao said hesitantly. We're just going to trade for some supplies. It's not like we're hunting. It's not as dangerous as you think. Besides, we have EXP, nothing will go wrong. That's right, his mother chimed in. Dad, I mainly just want to see what it's like, you explained with a smile. He knew full well that people's intentions were hard to read, and no one could predict what might happen. In the past, the villagers traded gold and silver jewelry for good small amounts that were discreet and didn't attract much attention. This time was different. They'd be trading game. Dozens of gene of game meat. According to his father, 1 gene of ordinary game meat could be exchanged for 2 or 3 gene of rice. That meant over 100 gene of rice for 10 people, that was several hundred gene. It would be hard not to attract attention. Under these circumstances, if he was there, he could actually help out if danger arose. Furthermore, after the mutations, the rice and wheat could no longer produce ears. Although there were substitutes, the seeds were exorbitantly priced, and the small village couldn't afford them. Moreover, planting them outside the city was extremely difficult. It was fine during the day, but at night they would surely attract ferocious beasts. Rarity drives up prices, and with market manipulation to boot, that's why prices remain so high. He really did want to go out and see the world for himself. Well, all right. Let us wait a couple of days to gather more game, and then you can come with us. Wahao thought you had a point. He also understood that if you wanted to keep everyone alive, they'd have to deal with these matters sooner or later. Then you must be careful, his mother said, growing worried again. Don't worry, Mom. Dad said there wouldn't be any danger, you reassured her with a smile. That's right, don't worry, nothing will happen. It's not like it's our first time, Wahao chimed in reassuringly. For some reason, the thought of you going along made Wahao suddenly feel that this trip might not be as straightforward as they thought, but they had no choice but to go. In the blink of an eye, the family of 4 polished off the entire bowl of meat. You alone ate about 2 gene of meat, his belly round as a ball. In the few days he'd been here, this was finally a proper meal, a rare treat indeed. Not only that, but his potential points had risen from 6 to 28, which should be enough for 2 rounds of physical enhancement. I've got 2 or 3 days left. Ideally, I'd reach the body tempering stage, but if that's not possible, the second level of body tempering will do, he thought to himself. Reaching the body tempering stage would allow him to use a bow with a draw weight of 200 gene, with an effective range estimated at over 200 meters, nearly 300 meters. Whether encountering ferocious beasts or being followed by others, having such a powerful bow would greatly increase the party's chances of escaping unscathed. They might even venture into the danger zone Uncle Zhao and the others had mentioned. If he only reached the second level of body tempering, he'd be limited to a bow with a draw weight of 100 gene, but an effective range of 200 meters would still be decent, more than enough to handle ordinary people and some intermediate-level ferocious beasts. In addition, it would be best to raise the level of basic archery by 1 more level. At level 3 of the mounted archery trait, the hit rate isn't yet 100%. Upgrading to level 4 will ensure a 100% success rate. In any case, I hope everything goes smoothly, but we must also be prepared to handle any unexpected situations. Dad, I'm going to practice martial arts with Wang. Huh? Wahao was taken aback when he looked up again. You was already gone. That kid, he shook his head with a wry smile. He has been working so hard, his mother said, her face full of concern. Yes, Wahao sighed. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire village was relying on US archery skills to get by, and he himself was no exception.
You walked along the dirt road, glancing at his status panel. Strength was at 18.51, just a hair's breadth away from 20.
He originally planned to boost his stats only after his stamina was depleted, but given the situation, maybe he should do it now?
Once his strength reached 20, he'd be able to use a bow with a draw weight of 100 G normally. Practicing archery with that bow should help his mastery level rise even faster.
Chapter 37, 3 years to master the basics?
I'll boost my stats once then, you decided decisively, tapping the plus sign next to his level. In an instant, a familiar wave of heat surged from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. It took only a few breaths for the heat to gradually subside. You wiped the sweat from his forehead. Perhaps because he'd just eaten, this enhancement left him feeling unbearably hot, as if a blazing fire were burning inside him, and he felt exceptionally energetic.
View status panel. Level 5. Constitution 29.26. Strength 20.36. Agility 12.59. Mental 8.05. Potential points 20. EXP 36. Not bad.
Now using a bow with a 100 gene draw weight will definitely be a lot easier. US lips curled into a smile, but as he looked at the remaining 20 potential points, he began to hesitate. He could enhance his body one more time. He was torn, should he use it this afternoon while practicing archery, or save it for an emergency tomorrow when he is exhausted from hunting? After all, a boost not only increased his overall attributes by 10% but also served as a full stamina recovery. I'll save it for tomorrow, he decided after much deliberation. Another boost would only raise his strength to 22 points, whereas drawing a 200 gene bow required at least 40 points. The gap was too wide. Saving those potential points could save his life in a critical moment. When he arrived at the warehouse, most of the group had already gathered.
"You're here?" Wang turned around, his gaze settling on him.
"I'm here," you nodded.
"From here on out, I'll be counting on you, Wang."
Wang waved his hand, signaling there was no need to be so formal. "Although you've mastered the basics of the Tai Chi form, that is just the foundation of learning Tai Chi. The training ahead will be grueling. You need to be mentally prepared."
"I understand."
You couldn't help but feel a little nervous inside. But when he began to mimic Wang's every move, he found that his legs weren't as strained as he'd imagined. He even felt quite at ease. However, as his movements rose and fell, they appeared very stiff, completely lacking the fluid yet steady grace that Wang possessed. After finishing the Tai Chi routine, you eagerly checked his skill bar. Wang style Tai Chi, first glimpse, progress, 0.01%.
Ha!
His eyes widened instantly, thinking he must have misread it. He checked it over and over again.
1/10,000th of the way? At this rate, wouldn't he have to perform it 10,000 times?
Assuming each session takes 5 minutes, that's minutes, 833 hours, or 34.7 days.
Did that mean he'd have to practice for a whole month without eating or drinking just to get started? But it had only taken him 7 days to master the basic Tai Chi forms. Wasn't this taking way too long? How does it feel? Wang asked, turning around.
This set of Tai Chi placed extremely high demands on leg strength, requiring him to constantly lower and raise his center of gravity, a stark contrast to the Tai Chi practiced by the elderly in the park before the cataclysm. Even a young man would be panting heavily after performing a full set with proper form. For an elderly person, it would likely be a near fatal ordeal. Yet you had merely broken a sweat, which surprised him quite a bit. You quickly replied, "Wang, it feels okay, but my movements are still a bit awkward."
"It's like that at first. You'll get the hang of it with practice. Come on, show me a full set."
"Okay." So, one focused on practicing, while the other watched closely from the side, offering occasional guidance. After finishing the set, you felt exhaustion wash over him like a tide, his whole body soaked in sweat.
Juan nodded slightly. This kid truly lived up to his reputation as someone who could draw a bow of 80 gene. His physical constitution was indeed outstanding. "Rest for a bit first, then keep practicing."
"Okay," you replied, glancing at his skill bar again, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wang style Tai Chi, First glimpse, progress, 0.025%, up 0.015% from last time. A surge of excitement welled up inside him. It seemed the more precise his movements, the faster his mastery increased, though this was obvious. But he also knew that as his movements became more standardized, the rate of mastery increase would gradually level off to a fixed value, such as 2 10,000ths or 3 10,000ths. Even at 3 10,000ths, mastering the basics of Tai Chi would require 10 days of relentless training without food or water. My martial arts are improving way too slowly, he sighed to himself. With skills like basic archery, all he had to do was switch to a stronger bow or increase his rapid fire count, and his mastery would skyrocket and grow even faster in actual combat. But Tai Chi seemed to require slow, steady practice. Although it might improve quickly in actual combat, how exactly would one put it to the test? Spar with someone? Or take on a ferocious beast with bare hands using Tai Chi? Just thinking about it seemed unrealistic. So, in the end, he'd have to rely on skill points. Before long, Wang came over to continue coaching you in Tai Chi. As it turned out, US guess was correct. After a few practice sessions, the rate of mastery growth stabilized at 2 10,000ths upon completing a full set of Tai Chi. Based on this rate, it would take half a month of non-stop, relentless practice to reach the entry level. You're really getting the hang of it, Wang nodded in approval. If you keep practicing like this, you'll reach the entry level in 3 years. Put. Hearing this, Li Yang and the others nearby nearly dropped their jaws in shock and almost spat blood. 3 years to reach the entry level? Was he exaggerating that much? In comparison, reaching the entry level in 1 week with the Wuji form or in 1 month with the Taiji form seemed practically a breeze. Wang glanced at them and scoffed, 3 years to master the basics, and that's for those with decent talent. For those with less talent, it might not even be possible in 5 years. If you can't handle that, you can go learn something else. You'll master the basics in a year. What should we learn? The group immediately perked up. Wang was at a loss for words. In his view, the essence of learning any martial art was to cultivate inner strength or even to generate true qi. Those who take longer to get started may find it easier to progress later on. Those who get the hang of it quickly may actually face more difficulties down the road. But these principles were hard to explain to these young people in a short time, and even if he did, they might not be receptive or able to grasp them. After all, he'd been just like them when he was young. Xingyi Quan. If you want to get the hang of it quickly, go learn Xingyi Quan. But before you start, you'll need to practice the 3 body stance for about 3 months. Xingyi Quan, the group shouted excitedly. Was there even a choice? Of course they'd choose Xingyi Quan. They could master the basics in a year and a half at most, whereas it might take 3 years just to get the hang of Tai Chi. Alright, once you've mastered the Tai Chi stances, I'll teach you the 3 body stance, Wang said matter-of-factly. Wang, I also. Wang narrowed his eyes at you, his gaze seeming to say, are you kidding me? No, Wang, you misunderstood. You felt a chill run down his spine under Wang's stare. What I meant was, once I've mastered the basics of Tai Chi, I'd also like to learn Xingyi Quan from you. Judging by the EXP from stance training, although different stance training share similarities, their benefits can be stacked. The same must be true for fist technique. The more you learn, the stronger you become. Oh? Wang's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. You ought to learn a second style as soon as you've mastered the basics of Tai Chi. That's quite the ambition. Come back and talk to me about learning a second style once you've mastered Tai Chi. With that, he turned and walked away. You felt like he'd been thoroughly teased. Mastering Tai Chi? Is that really that hard? Chapter 38, A Sense of Loss. In Wang's eyes, the difficulty of cultivating Tai Chi was extremely high. Even in the martial arts circles of the past, it took a gifted practitioner at least 3 years just to get started in Tai Chi, and another 5 years to truly master the basics. As for advancing to the next level and reaching the pinnacle of mastery, it was simply unrealistic without a decade of arduous practice. By that calculation, 18 years would have slipped by unnoticed. In reality, this was already considered rapid progress. Anyone capable of refining their form to the great accomplishment level within 20 or 30 years was truly remarkable.
The realm beyond great accomplishment is reaching the pinnacle.
10 years ago, only a handful of martial arts masters had attained this level. Though their hair was snow white, they remained vigorous and alert, their voices resonant as great bells, a testament to the benefits of long-term Tai Chi practice. As for the realm of perfection, which lies even higher than reaching the summit, it may exist only in legend. Precisely for this reason, many people, after reaching the great perfection in one style of boxing and finding their progress slowing, will try to seek out other paths and practice a second style, such as Xingyi Quan or Bagui Zhang. On the one hand, integrating different martial arts styles may lead to a breakthrough in one's practice without even realizing it. On the other hand, those who can persevere in their training day in and day out for decades must harbor a genuine passion for martial arts.
Practicing other martial arts, experiencing the differences between them, and appreciating their unique charms is also a delightful experience.
Of course, with the current upheavals in the world, it remains to be seen whether the martial arts EXP earned in the past is still applicable today. But Yu Hen Ti even mastered the basics yet, and was already thinking about learning a second style. He was really oversimplifying things.
Wang shook his head slightly, walked over to Li Yang and the others, and began instructing them in spear techniques. Yu, meanwhile, stared at his skill bar, thought for a moment, and then allocated 1 EXP point.
In an instant, his Tai Chi mastery shot up by 5%. At the same time, his understanding of Tai Chi deepened. The movements he had previously believed to be flawless now appeared riddled with flaws.
Allocating EXP really is the fastest way, Yu couldn't help but remark, though he felt a twinge of regret. Doesn't Tai Chi consume way too much EXP? Does it really take 20 EXP just to get started?
Back when he first learned the Tai Chi form, it had only cost him 4 EXP. I'm afraid this is just the beginning.
Once I've mastered the basics, the amount of EXP required will only keep increasing.
Thinking of this, you felt both excited and worried. Sigh, I'll just have to take it slow. After all, where there's a will, there's a way. Although the initial learning curve is so steep, the resulting improvement is sure to be immense. His heart was filled with anticipation, but cultivation is, after all, a gradual process, even if that process is as rapid as a rocket launch. Yu took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and began practicing Tai Chi once more. After finishing this round, his mastery increased by 3/10,000ths. It seems it doesn't necessarily take 3 years to get started. The more proficient the movements, the more mastery increases. Still, I prefer allocating EXP points. Yu allocated another point of EXP, and his Tai Chi mastery soared by another 5%. And so, time slipped by unnoticed. Whoa! Wang, who had come to check on him, couldn't help but gasp. He watched you practice Tai Chi several times already. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but the more he watched, the more something seemed off. This kid's form was becoming more precise and polished with every session. It was no exaggeration to call his progress remarkable. At this rate, after just a dozen or so more sessions, he'd likely master the basics right then and there. But how could that be? It was absolutely impossible, mastering Tai Chi in a single day, no, in just a few hours? That was simply unheard of. Could it be Wang's heart skipped a beat, his pupils suddenly dilating, that he had truly encountered the legendary martial arts prodigy? The kind of genius who picks things up instantly? Seeing this, you felt a surge of quiet delight. That's right, this was exactly the reaction he'd been aiming for. If his goal were merely to improve his Tai Chi, he'd have no need to practice repeatedly here. He could simply go back and level up. But his goals went far beyond that. He planned to learn other martial arts styles in the future, and for that, he had to pass Wang's test. If he suddenly went up to Wang and claimed he'd mastered Tai Chi, no one would find it credible. So, he had no choice but to demonstrate his progress in front of Wang. Although his progress was nothing short of miraculous, his training speed had always been this astonishing. Thinking this to himself, he looked at Wang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong?" Wang coughed twice sharply and said, "No, keep going, keep going." With that, he turned and walked away, but he kept glancing back this way from time to time. Once, twice, 3 times.
Wang's heart gradually rose to his throat. That's right, this kid was still improving. Could he really master the basics in a single day? Just then, Yu finished his form and began pacing slowly across the open space. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't master it in a single day. Still, judging by the way he was moving, it would only be a matter of 2 or 3 days before he mastered the basics, and what difference is that really from mastering it in a single day? In an instant, Wang froze in place. Yeah, it really didn't seem to make much difference. This kid, he must be, or rather, he is probably, most likely, a martial arts prodigy, isn't he? I should be happy about this. The stronger he gets, the safer the village will be. But why, then, did I feel a sense of loss deep inside? Wang tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. A tear seemed to glide past the corner of his eye. It seems Wang was somewhat mentally prepared for this, Yu said with a sigh of relief, quietly averting his gaze. As for improving his Tai Chi skills, Yu had no intention of stopping there. They were leaving the village tomorrow, so naturally, the stronger he was, the better. With a thought, he allocated over 10 EXP points to it. Boom! His heart seemed to tremble violently, and the surroundings fell instantly silent. Immediately afterward, a surging wave of heat erupted from within him, several times more intense than when he upgraded his Tai Chi form, constantly coursing through his every bone and muscle. Every bone in his body creaked, and even his steps felt much lighter. At the same time, a new memory surfaced in his mind, as if he had practiced Tai Chi hundreds or even thousands of times, with the movements already deeply ingrained in his very bones. This process lasted a full 5 seconds. When the heat subsided, Yu was still immersed in the wondrous sensation he just experienced. It took a few more seconds before he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The feedback from his body told him that this improvement was anything but trivial. Tai Chi, first glimpse, traits, longevity level 1, strength level 1, agility level 1. 3 traits. Yu exclaimed in surprise. No wonder it cost so much EXP, and they were all brand new traits. He examined them one by one. Longevity, each level increase boosts constitution by 5 points. Strength, each level increase boosts strength by 3 points. Agility, each level increase boosts agility by 3 points. 5 points in constitution, 3 points in strength, 3 points in agility, so that means each mastery level up gives me 11 attribute points? Yu's lips trembled slightly. Compared to the Tai Chi form, this was like night and day. There was simply no comparison. Chapter 39, Breaking Through to the Second Level. A cost of 20 EXP was indeed substantial after all. The EXP requirements for beginners are several times higher than those for basic martial arts. However, from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, it was incredibly worthwhile. Take the Tai Chi form as an example. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 requires 16 EXP, yet it only increases constitution by 2 points and strength by 1 point, a total of just 3 attribute points. That works out to roughly 5 EXP per attribute point. In contrast, Tai Chi boxing grants 11 attribute points for just 20 EXP, an average of less than 2 EXP per attribute point. The difference in value for money is crystal clear. It seems the ceiling for basic martial arts is far lower than that of these advanced martial arts. Yu mused to himself, tentatively referring to this type of martial art as advanced martial arts, though he wasn't sure what martial artists outside his circle actually called them. Next, he glanced at his remaining 16 EXP points. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He really shouldn't have upgraded the Tai Chi form to level 3. If only he used that EXP on Tai Chi boxing instead, how much better off he'd be. Unfortunately, the circumstances at the time left him no choice. Yu shook his head helplessly and refocused his attention on Tai Chi. Although he knew full well that the remaining 16 EXP points were nowhere near enough to raise Tai Chi to the next level, he still couldn't resist the urge to give it a try. At the very least, he needed to figure out exactly how much EXP was required to advance to the next tier. So, he cautiously allocated 1 point of EXP. Sure enough, the Tai Chi mastery level reluctantly jumped up a notch, then remained completely still. 2%. Seeing that number, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Based on this calculation, 50 EXP points would be enough to break through, meaning he was still 34 points short.
Fortunately, 2 or 3 more hunting trips should be enough to make up the difference. With a bit of luck, he might even reach his goal in a single hunt. That's enough Tai Chi practice for today, you said, looking at his status panel with anticipation. If his guess was correct, his constitution had already surpassed 30 points, so it was highly likely that his realm would advance once again. Realm, Body Tempering, First Level. Level, 5016. Constitution, 34.26. Strength, 23.36. Agility, 15.59. Spirit, 8.05. Potential points, 23 points. Stay. EXP, 16. Sure enough, a plus sign appeared next to Body Tempering, Level 1. Do you wish to break through? Success rate, 100%. Still 100%. US breathing instantly quickened. In fact, he'd been a bit worried earlier, fearing that his other attributes might not keep up, preventing the breakthrough success rate from reaching 100%. He hadn't expected that as long as his constitution met the threshold, that would be enough. What was there to hesitate about? Break through first and worry about the rest later. You decisively tapped confirm. In an instant, a sound like shattering glass echoed in his mind once more. A surging wave of heat swept through his entire body like a raging tide, and his bones creaked faintly in response. Not only that, but his 5 senses also became increasingly sharp and clear. This must be the result of my mental attribute improving, you surmised to himself, clearly feeling his focus sharpen. After a few breaths, everything returned to calm. Realm, Body Tempering, Second Level. Level, 5016. Constitution, 37.68. Strength, 25.69. Agility, 17.14. Spirit, 8.85. Potential points, 25 points. Stay. EXP, 16. You looked at his status panel, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. His constitution attribute, in particular, was nearly 38 points, just 3 points shy of the threshold for his next breakthrough. However, his gaze fell on his strength stat, which, in comparison, seemed a bit low. How had the gap between his constitution and strength stats suddenly widened so much? Fortunately, his strength was still at 25 points. After all, 20 points of strength is enough to use a bow with a 100 gene draw weight, so with 25 points, wouldn't it be a breeze to handle? So, a few minutes later. What? Wang suddenly exclaimed in shock. Li Yang and the others, who had been concentrating on their spear training, flinched at the sudden shout and looked over in bewilderment. This has nothing to do with you guys. Just keep practicing your spears. The group exchanged glances and had no choice but to turn back and resume their practice. Kid, was what you just said true? Wang's voice trembled with excitement, and even his arms shook slightly. Are you sure you heard a sound like shattering glass in your head just now? You paused to recall the moment, then nodded firmly. Wang, I'm absolutely certain. Not only that, but I can clearly feel my body has grown much stronger. Wang, what on earth is going on? Upon hearing this, Wang's pupils gradually returned to normal. He let out a soft sigh and said, You kid, you've made a breakthrough. A breakthrough. US voice trembled as well. Wang, are you saying that I had become a martial artist? What? A martial artist? Brother Yu has become a martial artist? Is he a second-level body-tempering martial artist? Just like Uncle Zhao and the others? Li Yang, Lu Kai, and the others, upon hearing this conversation, could no longer remain calm. If he has reached the second level of body tempering, doesn't that mean he can draw a bow with a 100 gene draw weight? And it's only been a few days? From 40 gene to 60 gene, then 80 gene, and now he can actually draw a 100 gene bow? Little US progress is just too astonishing. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. That's right, Wang nodded, his eyes filled with a complex expression. Indeed, someone who could master the basics of Tai Chi in just 2 or 3 days provided they had ample food. How could their cultivation progress be anything but rapid?
Although this rate of improvement was almost absurdly fast, martial arts prodigies simply cannot be measured by ordinary standards.
Yu was also stunned, seemingly dazed by this sudden, earth-shattering piece of good news. After a long moment, he tentatively asked, "Wang, I'm now at the same level as Uncle Zhao and the other's a second-level body-tempering martial artist.
Does that mean I can also draw that 100 Jin Bao?"
Come with me, Wang said, turning and heading toward the warehouse. For some reason, he had a vague premonition that it wouldn't be long before you could draw those 200 Jin and 300 Jin bows as well.
If he really can draw them, that would be absolutely wonderful, Wang thought to himself.
In this world, danger lurks everywhere. The slightest misstep could cost one's life.
Every bit of increased strength brings one step closer to survival. Here you go.
You took the bow and felt it was considerably heavier than the 80 Jin one. The bowstring was taut. When he gently plucked it with his finger, it immediately emitted a sharp, vibrating sound. Wang then handed him the quiver.
Don't use the arrows you've been using. These arrows weigh 2 liang each. They're the perfect match for this bow.
2 liang. You looked closely and saw that the arrows in the quiver were about 90 centimeters long, with shafts roughly as thick as a little finger. The arrowheads were nearly 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, glinting coldly. One could only imagine how devastating the impact would be when such arrows were fired from a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin.
Wang, I'm going to try it out right away, you said eagerly.
Although you're a martial artist now, you've only recently broken through. Don't push yourself too hard, Wang cautioned, still a bit concerned.
Yeah, Wang, I know what I'm doing. Yu nodded with a smile. With this bow, he could take down ferocious beasts from over 200 meters away. Even if he encountered an intermediate-level beast like the iron-backed black ox, he'd have a fighting chance. Of course, this would also allow him to level up basic archery to level 6 faster. If he succeeded, who knows what new and fascinating traits he might unlock this time. Chapter 40, New Trait: Rapid Fire. The target was set 200 meters away. Yu took his stance, raised the bow steadily with his left hand, knocked an arrow with his right hand in one smooth motion, and slowly applied pressure with his thumb and index finger, pulling the bowstring back inch by inch. Squeak! The bow emitted a faint sound, and Wang, Li Yang, and the others standing nearby felt their hearts leap into their throats. Could you really draw this 100 Jin bow to its full limit? This wasn't just any ordinary bow. In the very next second, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they stared in awe at the powerful bow, now drawn into the shape of a full moon. Immediately afterward, a crisp crack rang out, like the explosion of firecrackers. With a whoosh, the arrow had already plunged deep into the bullseye before anyone could even catch a glimpse of it. The feathers on the arrow's tail quivered violently in the air, emitting a buzzing hum. That's incredible. Li Yang was so stunned he could barely speak. He actually drew it back, and that sound, that power. This is a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin. Even a ferocious beast, how many arrows could it possibly withstand? Lu Kai's astonishment had reached its peak. He shook his head with a wry smile. He'd always known it would be hard to keep up with you, but he never imagined the gap would be so vast that he could barely even see his back anymore. The difference between people was truly staggering. That kid Wang was equally stunned. The Wei brothers could also draw a 100 Jin bow, but their accuracy was far inferior. They'd be lucky if 2 out of 3 arrows hit the 5th ring, and hitting the 10th ring was practically unheard of. But Yu? Even though it was clearly his first time using a 100 Jin bow, he managed to hit the bullseye with precision. Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be if he had archery skills like that. Yu, of course, had no idea what others were thinking. He looked at his skill bar with eager anticipation. Basic Archery, LV5. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A 0.5% increase in mastery per arrow? To be honest, that was quite a good effect. 2 arrows would increase it by 1%. With his current mastery at 74%, that meant he'd only need 148 shots. It might seem like a lot, but compared to practicing Tai Chi, this progress was much faster. Of course, archery was also much more tiring, and with the 100 Jin draw weight requirement, you simply couldn't pull the bow if you didn't have enough strength. Tai Chi was different, it mainly focused on stance training and footwork.
If I used a 3-shot or 4-shot burst, my mastery would increase even faster.
Yu thought to himself as he drew a second arrow and knocked it onto the string. Snap, came another crisp sound. The sound was still echoing through the air when the arrow had already pierced the bullseye.
Immediately afterward, another crisp sound rang out as the second arrow flew through the air in an instant, followed by a third crisp sound.
A triple shot. 3 arrows landed one after another right in the bullseye.
Li Yang and the others watching nearby were completely speechless, their mouths agape but unable to utter a single sound.
No way. You can do a 3-arrow burst with a 100 Jin Bao?
The next moment, another arrow appeared in Yu's hand. Everyone was so shocked their jaws nearly hit the ground.
Is he going to do it again? Just how much stamina does this guy have?
However, to their relief, Yu put the arrow back in the quiver, turned to them with a smile, and said, "Looks like I've hit my limit."
Li Yang let out a long sigh. Brother Yu, you finally realized you've hit your limit.
To be able to draw the bow 3 times in a row, we can barely manage it once.
That's an understatement, we'd probably be stuck halfway through. Bro Yu, you're so strong, seriously. The group chimed in one after another, filled with genuine admiration for you. Alright, if you keep praising me like this, I'm going to get a big head.
Yu joked, though he actually still had energy to spare. However, there was no need to exhaust himself completely. The intensity of 3 consecutive shots was just right, and it yielded a significant boost in mastery, nearly 3%. In other words, doing 2 or 3 dozen sets of 3 consecutive shots would be enough to level up.
Yu. At that moment, Lu Kai said, his face flushed, could you teach me how to practice archery? In an instant, the area fell silent. Li Yang and the others standing nearby looked on in utter surprise.
Lu Kai was notorious for his strong sense of pride, so it was truly remarkable that he actually said that. Sure, Yu agreed without a moment's hesitation.
Why not? Anyone who wants to learn can join in.
After all, he had to rest for a bit after every rapid-fire session anyway. He might as well put that time to good use, and giving some guidance wouldn't take much time.
Really? We can too? Wow, I want to learn, count me in.
The group immediately got excited, but they still looked over at Wang.
Why are you looking at me? If you want to learn, just go ahead.
Wang felt a bit exasperated. It seemed as though he'd become the villain preventing them from learning archery, when in reality, they simply lacked the stamina to stick with it before. Of course, there were objective reasons for this as well. When Yu wasn't out hunting, food was scarce in the village, and archery practice was physically demanding. Now, at least for the short term, food was plentiful, creating the conditions to train archers. Still, it all came down to individual talent. So, during their break, Yu explained some of the basic principles of archery to the group. Lu Kai had a slightly better foundation, so Yu went into more depth with him. Wang sat to the side, watching Yu demonstrate the movements over and over, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. Come to think of it, could this kid be about to take away his bread and butter teaching martial arts? But it wouldn't be such a big deal if he did, and archery was indeed a good skill to have. After all, when opponents are evenly matched, ranged attacks hold a significant advantage.
Maybe I should learn archery too?
The thought suddenly popped into Wang's head.
But would it be a little embarrassing to have this kid teach me? What's there to be embarrassed about? Everyone has their own area of expertise.
Besides, once I learn, my bow will definitely be more powerful than this kid's.
No, it just feels weird.
2 little figures kept arguing back and forth in Wang's mind.
The afternoon passed quickly.
Yu went back and ate another 2 Jin of meat, bringing his total potential points to 42. He didn't rush to strengthen his body after all, he just finished eating and was still full of energy. Back at the open area by the warehouse, Yu continued practicing archery. With 3 arrow bursts one after another, his mastery soared rapidly. During this time, Yu also strengthened his body once to maintain his energy levels. Finally, around 10 o'clock at night, a wave of heat surged up and quickly spread throughout his body, slightly alleviating the fatigue in his arms. Of course, compared to the sensation of leveling up in Tai Chi, the sensation of leveling up in basic archery was much subtler. After all, it was just a basic martial art. The improvement was primarily reflected in archery skills rather than physical fitness. However, in addition to the changes brought by the physical enhancement, a completely new memory surfaced in Yu's mind. Yu closed his eyes to take it all in, then suddenly opened them wide. This memory was a new trait. He hurriedly looked at his skill bar. Basic Archery, LV6, Traits, Physical Fitness LV6, Arm Strength Mastery LV6, Steady Shot LV6, Rapid Fire LV4, Burst Fire LV1. Rapid Fire. Chapter 41, Playing Dumb? Rapid Fire. For each level increase, the maximum number of consecutive shots increases by 1. Upon seeing this trait, Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and his heart raced with excitement. In his view, the ability to fire rapidly was crucial and greatly influenced combat performance. This ability didn't come out of thin air. It was primarily influenced by several key factors: strength, agility, and mastery. Strength is the foundation. Only with sufficient strength can one effortlessly draw the heavy bowstring, imparting powerful initial momentum to the arrow. Agility, meanwhile, determines the fluidity of the actions involved in nocking and firing the arrow. Every subtle movement affects both shooting speed and accuracy. As for mastery, it's like an experienced mentor who makes the entire shooting process more efficient. From nocking the arrow to releasing it, every step becomes increasingly perfect under the refinement of mastery. The rapid fire trait directly increases the number of consecutive shots, which is like adding wings to a tiger for him. I just leveled up basic archery, and my stamina has recovered a bit. It's the perfect time to test out my upgraded rapid fire ability. Yu rubbed his hands together, eager to give it a try. He quickly drew an arrow and nocked it, took a deep breath, and pulled the bowstring back with a sudden jerk. With a whoosh, the first arrow flew from the string, followed by the second and third. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows had been fired in rapid succession toward the target. 3 arrows in one fluid motion. Yu exclaimed in delight. Previously, with a bow that drew 100 Jin, even firing 2 arrows in rapid succession was a struggle, but now he could easily fire 3. This improvement in rapid fire capability was of immense significance in actual combat. When facing an onslaught of ferocious beasts, one additional rapid fire shot meant an extra layer of safety and could even turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. And this is just level 1. What about levels 2 and 3? You couldn't help but imagine, wouldn't the number of consecutive shots reach 4, 5, or even more? That sounded exhilarating. Such powerful rapid fire capability was undoubtedly a trump card. With his goal achieved, drowsiness set in. It's getting late, I'll call it a day. Yu yawned and looked around. Wang had gone back to rest at some point, leaving him alone on the training ground. But before heading back, he glanced at the status panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Counting the attribute boosts from the basic archery upgrade, the average of his 3 main attributes, constitution, strength, and agility, was exactly 30 points. He was ready to break through again. Realm, Body Tempering, 2nd level. Level, 6. Constitution, 42.44. Strength, 29.25. Agility, 18.85. Spirit, 9.75. Potential points, 30. EXP, 16. He had strengthened his body once during this period, and his body tempering level had now reached level 6. His potential points were 2 points short of the EXP required for the next enhancement, but that wasn't a problem. A bowl of meat congee tomorrow morning would make up the difference. He planned to save this enhancement opportunity as a trump card, to be used at a critical moment to restore his condition. The key point is that a prominent plus sign had appeared next to his realm. Actually, this plus sign had appeared when his physical enhancement level rose from level 5 to level 6. At the time, he was thrilled, thinking he could break through to the body tempering stage. Breaking through twice in one day would be absolutely amazing. But the moment he clicked on it, his smile froze instantly, because the breakthrough probability wasn't 100%, it was 98%. Although it was nearly 100%, he didn't dare take the risk. According to the system instructions, a failed breakthrough would randomly deduct a few attribute points, which made perfect sense. To achieve a 100% breakthrough probability, the average of his constitution, strength, and agility attributes needed to reach 30 points. After his previous enhancement, the average was only a little over 29 points, but after upgrading Basic Archery, everything fell into place.
30.18 points, what a coincidence. Without hesitation, you chose to attempt the breakthrough. Crack.
A cracking sound louder than the previous 2 times echoed in his mind. A powerful wave of warmth instantly surged through his entire body, sweeping away all traces of fatigue and drowsiness, and an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him.
Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 6. Constitution, 46.68. Strength, 32.17. Agility, 20.73. Spirit, 10.72. Potential points, 30. EXP, 16. Few. You let out a long sigh. Breaking through twice in one day, he'd actually done it. With a constitution of 46, he should have no problem firing 5 arrows in a row with a strength of 32. He is only 8 points short of drawing a 200 gene bow, and drawing a 100 gene bow is a breeze. It's just that his agility and spirit stats are a bit low. I wonder what it takes to advance from the body tempering stage to the flesh refining stage. It probably won't be that easy to achieve, so I'll just take it slow. With such a big improvement today, it'll be much safer when I go to Zhou family fort to trade for supplies. You looked up at the full moon in the night sky, hoping for incredible luck tomorrow so he could bring back plenty of game. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten and a thin mist hung in the air, the faint roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. The people in the village were already rising one after another, preparing to go out hunting. The women were busy stoking the fires to cook, their eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. By the time the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds and fell upon the village walls, the hunting party was already assembled on the suspension bridge, ready to set out. The village entrance was packed with people. It had almost become a tradition. Be careful on the way. Stay safe. Come back soon. The well wishes rang out one after another. Wang was also in the crowd, silently watching you. Given US skills, as long as he didn't act recklessly, the chances of him encountering danger were slim. Of course, nothing is certain in this world. Sometimes, people can be more dangerous than wild beasts. Brother, you, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Li Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, prompting the others to join in. Lu Kai quietly took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from them. Got it. You couldn't help but smile. Riley. Li Yang's shout had successfully drawn everyone's attention, including his own. You glanced at the long-haired woman in the corner of the crowd. She instantly lowered her head. Was she looking at me? You wondered to himself. Could it be that she really had a thing for him? Never mind, now wasn't the time for romance. The body tempering stage wasn't weak, but it wasn't exactly strong either. Under everyone's gaze, the hunting party slowly made their way out of the village. Jade quietly lifted her head, thinking about how she'd nearly been discovered just now. A blush spread across her face. I hope you all come back safely today, she prayed silently to herself. Xiaoyu, come clean. Have you taken a liking to one of the girls in the village? Not long after they set off, Zhao Shan gave you a knowing look. Huh? You looked completely bewildered, having no idea what he was talking about. Don't play dumb with Uncle Zhao, I saw it all. Zhao Shan snorted smugly. It's that girl with long hair, right? Chapter 42, The Authentic Qin Family Village. This conversation came out of nowhere and instantly caught the others' attention. Brother Zhao, what did you just say? What girl with black hair? Exactly, I didn't catch that at all. It sounded to me like Brother Zhao asked Xiaoyu if he had a crush on anyone. Xiaoyu looked completely bewildered, so Brother Zhao said he'd seen it. It was the one with black hair. No way. Is that for real? As soon as those words were spoken, even Guahao, who was walking ahead, turned his head. Uncle Zhao, please don't make things up. You was both annoyed and amused. Still playing dumb? Keep it up, I saw everything, Zhao Shan said smugly. I noticed yesterday that you kept staring at that girl, and just now when we set off, you were looking at her again. You even made her blush. Whoa. Everyone was startled and turned to look at you, their smiles instantly turning meaningful. It really isn't what you're thinking. You shrugged helplessly. He knew explaining now would be useless, it might even make things worse. Right, it's not what we're thinking. What are we thinking, then? Exactly, Xiaoyu, we didn't say a thing. Don't worry, we'll definitely keep it a secret. Everyone looked as if they were in on the joke. Some even quietly nudged Zhao Shan with their elbows, whispering to ask what the girl looked like and whether she was pretty. Yu shook his head helplessly. People love to gossip anyway, and since they didn't have much else to do for entertainment, he figured he might as well let them have their fun. The commotion soon died down, and to conserve their energy, the group walked silently through the wilderness. 1 hour, then 2. Under the blazing sun, Yu's brow gradually furrowed. No way their luck couldn't be as bad today as it was yesterday, could it? They'd been walking for so long without even coming across a decent piece of game. Just then, a dark shadow appeared 300 or 400 meters away. Game! The others spotted it too, and, as if they'd found a water source in the desert, their spirits soared. Looks like a saber-toothed wild boar, Yu said, though a wry smile played on his lips. What? A saber-toothed wild boar? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, the group instantly deflated like a burst balloon. Still, they moved forward a short distance to confirm it was indeed a saber-toothed wild boar. As expected of our master archer, Xiaoyu, you really do have a keen eye. Zhao Shan gave him a thumbs up in praise. Yu smiled. After all, he was already at the body tempering stage, and with his physical condition greatly improved, his eyesight and hearing had naturally become sharper as well. Let us go around it, Guahao said with a hint of resignation. With such a ferocious creature, it was best to avoid it if possible. Yu gripped his longbow tightly, a surge of impulse welling up inside him to shoot an arrow at it. With his current strength, taking down this wild boar shouldn't be a problem. If he succeeded, not only would he gain a large amount of EXP, but such a massive prey would be enough to feed the village for several days. But he also had reservations. This saber-toothed wild boar was enormous and had a violent temper. Even if he hit it, it would be hard to kill it instantly. If it went berserk and chased after them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forget it. Let us look for other prey. Yu loosened his grip on the longbow. He'd wait until he reached the flesh refining stage, when he'd be fully confident of a one-shot kill. By the way, isn't this the same saber-toothed boar we ran into last time? Someone muttered under their breath. Who can tell them apart? These beasts all look pretty much the same, Sun Gang said with a scoff, his tone exasperated. Yeah, good thing we spotted it early this time. That was a close call. Let us keep going for another hour or so. If we still haven't found any prey, we'll take a break and have something to eat, Guahao arranged. Sounds good. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu, are you tired? If you can't keep going, take a break. Zhao Shan looked at you with concern. I'm fine, Uncle Zhao. Let us keep going, you replied with a smile. With a constitution stat as high as 46, this long trek was nothing to him. After walking for about another hour, they finally spotted their prey, 2 grass rabbits. You felt a bit helpless with such a meager catch. It would be far from enough to trade for supplies. 2 grass rabbits aren't bad, they'll feed the people in the village for a day or two. Guahao seemed to sense Yu's thoughts and offered some comfort, then said to everyone, let us have lunch right here. We'll need our strength after eating, and who knows, maybe we'll find more game this afternoon. Everyone sat down cross-legged, took some jerky out of their bags, and began eating slowly, washing it down with water. Since they had nothing better to do anyway, the group started chatting about the latest gossip. Brother Zhao, I just remembered that girl with the oval face and long hair you mentioned. I think her last name is Ji, and her name is Jade, Sun Gang said, recalling. Xiaoyu? Old Zhang, the tall guy next to him, immediately chimed in. I know her, you should have said so sooner. She really is a stunner. Xiaoyu has great taste. Upon hearing this, Yu nearly choked and rolled his eyes. Old Zhang, you know her? That's great. Find some time to introduce Xiaoyu to her.
He's a handsome guy, well-rounded in both academics and athletics. He is sure to make a good impression on her. Exactly, Zhao Shan chimed in from the sidelines, fanning the flames. He just loved a good spectacle. I remember this girl came to our village all by herself, old Zhang recalled.
All by herself? What about her family? Ah, old Zhang sighed.
I guess something happened to them along the way, and she's left all alone. The poor girl.
That's right, Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity, don't be shy, you're a grown man. Exactly, you've got to take the initiative to make something happen. Who knows, you might even end up with a happy family.
You was speechless. This group was getting more and more out of hand. Suddenly, you seemed to sense something and turned his head toward the northwest, where he saw a group of people walking toward them.
Someone's coming, he called out as a warning.
The group, which had been laughing and joking just moments ago, immediately grew serious. They grabbed their weapons from the ground and looked in the direction you was pointing. Once they got a clear look at the approaching figures, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
It's the people from Qin family village, Hua Hao explained as he watched. It's a small settlement, only about 30 or 40 people.
Their leader is Qin Lianju and he is a pretty down-to-earth guy. Just then, the people across the way also noticed the group resting. Both sides waved to each other in greeting, and then the people from Qin family village changed direction and continued on their way. They were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods out here in the wilderness. Both sides remained highly wary of one another.
Ha!
You noticed a young man carrying a bow and arrows on his back and couldn't help but feel surprised.
The young man looked to be about his own age.
The young man seemed to sense something. He exchanged a brief glance with you from a distance, then turned his head and continued on his way.
That kid's kind of interesting, you mused to himself. Chapter 43, Drawing Attention. The reason was simple, he was the only archer in the other group. It was highly likely that this young man possessed exceptional archery skills. The black striped rat held by the man behind him was the best proof of that. I wonder what the draw weight of his bow is, you thought, filled with curiosity.
Xiaoyu, did you notice that too? Zhao Shan smiled, casting a discreet glance at Yu and Guahao.
That's Qin Lianju and son, Qin Hai. Ha!
Yu's eyes widened in surprise.
What a coincidence!
Guahao cleared his throat lightly and said calmly, just as Uncle Zhao said, that Qin Hai, I've heard he is quite strong and can draw a bow with a draw weight of 80 jin. Recalling this, he felt a pang of envy. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone snorted in disdain.
What's so great about that?
Our Xiaoyu is using a bow with a draw weight of 100 jin right now.
Exactly. If we're really talking about archery, I think that kid is way behind.
Sun Gang and the others said with looks of defiance on their faces. Setting aside everything else, just take the fact that you single-handedly shot 6 gray wolves in a row. Could Qin Hai do that? You felt both annoyed and amused, but he was also quite touched. He could tell that everyone was genuinely standing up for him. He gazed in the direction the others had departed, and a sudden clarity dawned on him. No wonder just a handful of people could support an entire small village. That Qin Hai really did have some skill. If only his own village could produce a few such talented individuals in the future, he thought, as the faces of Lu Kai, Li Yang, and the others involuntarily floated into his mind. After lunch, the group rested briefly before setting out on another hunting expedition. Perhaps their luck had turned. After only half an hour, a herd of game came into view.
Looks like a herd of deer? You blurted out. He could now make out objects nearly 500 meters away.
Of course, that distance was too far for Guahao and the others. Their vision was limited to about 300 meters. Beyond that, they could only make out a blurry outline. There were about a dozen of these deer. They were roughly half larger than ordinary deer, with thick, heavily branched antlers. Their bodies were brownish yellow with white spots, and their limbs were long and agile. It was obvious at a glance that they could run extremely fast. At that moment, most of them were with their heads down, grazing, but one was warily scanning its surroundings. It appeared to have already spotted you and his group and was staring intently in their direction.
Deer? Are those spirit-antlered deer?
Zhao Shan muttered under his breath.
Looks like it.
This could be a bit tricky.
The smiles on everyone's faces vanished instantly.
Wahao explained, spirit horned deer are a type of low-level ferocious beast. They aren't very aggressive, but they're naturally very cautious. Even while they're eating, they assign one to stand guard. Once they sense danger, they sound the alarm, and when they run, not even a cheetah can catch up to them.
I see, you nodded. It was indeed just as his father had said. Plus, they have excellent eyesight. Just like now we've only just spotted their shadows, but the sentry has probably spotted us long ago. I'd guess they'll be alarmed once we're 300 or 400 meters away. Sigh, I thought we'd have a big haul, but it looks like we got our hopes up for nothing. Let us go.
Sun Gang had completely lost his enthusiasm. The others all looked resigned as well. They'd been burned by this many times before and had since learned their lesson. Rather than waste their energy, it was better to just pretend they hadn't seen anything. Hearing this, you felt a pang of reluctance. They'd finally come across a herd of prey. If only they could close the distance to 200 meters, or even 250 meters, he was confident he could take down at least two. But his father and the others were right that spirit horned deer was far too wary, and it had already spotted them. Once they entered its alert zone, these spirit horned deer would surely take off running.
Was there really no way out? It wasn't that there was no solution. If he had a bow with a 200 gene draw weight, this wouldn't be a problem at all. With a 300 gene bow, it would be even easier. But clearly, that wasn't a realistic option for now. Just then, an idea struck him. Why not try a diversionary tactic? There was nothing to lose if it failed, but if it worked, it would be a huge haul. Dad, uncles, what do you think of this? You shared his idea.
After hearing it, the group exchanged glances.
We'll distract that spirit-antlered deer, and you'll sneak around to the back while we're busy? Zhao Shan's eyes widened.
That sounds like a good idea, but will it really work?
Sun Gang asked, his face full of skepticism. Let us give it a shot. It might actually work. Don't forget, last time we dealt with that pack of wolves, it was Xiaoyu's idea.
At first, everyone thought it was impossible, but in the end, Xiaoyu pulled it off.
That's right. I think we should give it a try, too. After some discussion, everyone finally agreed. All right.
You took a deep breath and said, as Uncle Zhao mentioned, the moment people get within 300 or 400 meters of them, they'll run away. So, while you guys are trying to distract them, make sure not to get too close and scare them off. As long as I can get within 200 or 300 meters, I'll be able to shoot at least two of them.
2. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened.
Wow, even if each one weighed just 150 gene, that would be 300 gene in total.
All right, Xiaoyu, we'll do our best. You nodded.
He was feeling pretty nervous himself. This plan required close coordination between both sides, and if either party made even the slightest mistake, the whole thing would fall apart.
Fortunately, even if they failed, there wouldn't be any serious consequences.
So, as planned, the group gathered together to block the spirit-antlered deer's line of sight, then slowly approached the herd in an arc. Sure enough, the spirit-horned deer was immediately drawn to them, its eyes fixed firmly on the group as its body turned to follow their movements. You, meanwhile, crawled forward on the ground like a special forces soldier. After all, the spirit-horned deer stood nearly 2 meters tall and towered over them. If he crouched and advanced as he had when dealing with the gray wolf earlier, he would likely be spotted. Meanwhile, Wahao and the others were on the edge of their seats, moving with the utmost caution. They didn't even dare to turn their heads and make eye contact with the spirit-horned deer.
Why do I feel like we're acting like thieves? Sun Gang couldn't help but complain. Ha, what kind of thief goes about it so openly? Zhao Shan teased with a laugh. Where is Xiaoyu? Wahao asked. Someone at the back of the group discreetly glanced around and replied, about 400 meters away. Let us get a little closer. We have to make sure that spirit-horned deer keeps its attention on us the whole time, Wahao said. And so, time passed bit by bit, until both sides were about 300 meters apart. Just then, the spirit-horned deer let out a sudden cry. The other spirit-horned deer, which had been grazing, all raised their heads, their pairs of shiny black eyes fixed on them. Oh no! Zhao Shan cried out in alarm. Have we gotten too close? Are they going to run away?
In that instant, everyone felt as if a sharp blade were hanging over their heads. They didn't dare even breathe.
Chapter 44, Have they noticed? It doesn't matter. On the other side, you, crouched in the grass, also dared not make a move, not even daring to breathe. In this silent environment, even the slightest sound from the grass would be magnified immensely.
If one of the spirit horned deer sensed this and realized it was trapped between two enemies, it would surely bolt without hesitation. So, for now, they could only pin their hopes on how his father and the others were faring. Don't panic, Wahao said in a low voice, too preoccupied to wipe the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead.
Right now, we just raised their alertness.
We won't provoke their hostility until we get a few dozen meters closer.
Let us back up a bit.
The group behind him nodded in unison, trying to keep their footsteps as light as possible as they moved toward the outer perimeter. The herd of spirit horned deer kept their eyes fixed on the group's retreating backs. It took about a few minutes before they lowered their heads again to continue grazing for them. Finding a patch of fresh, tasty grass wasn't easy. The spirit horned deer on sentry duty still kept a close watch on the group. They seemed to have let their guard down, Sun Gang muttered under his breath, feeling as if he'd just walked through the gates of hell. Let us maintain this distance and move around them, Wahao said, letting out a sigh of relief. They'd done everything they could, the rest was up to Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, you didn't let anyone down. Taking advantage of this lull, he decisively closed the distance 300 meters, 280 meters, 260 meters, 240 meters, and had already entered striking range. A little closer, Yu thought to himself. The closer he got, the more time he'd have to strike. But just then, the spirit horned deer on sentry duties spun around 180 degrees and looked in U.S. direction. Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly ducked his head, not daring to move a muscle. Had he been spotted? That shouldn't be possible. Perhaps it had heard a faint sound, or maybe it had caught a whiff of his scent. What should he do? Should he stand up immediately and shoot, or pretend nothing happened and hope to slip by unnoticed? He held his breath, peering through the gaps in the grass and keeping a close watch on the herd of spirit horned deer. If these creatures tried to flee, he would act immediately. After all, only what you've actually caught counts as a real catch. Meanwhile, Wahao and the others were holding their breaths for you. Has Xiao Yu been spotted? Someone asked nervously in a whisper. Probably not. If it had been spotted, that deer would have alerted its companions by now. Right, it's probably just sensed something. Let us keep moving and try to draw its attention our way, Wahao said. At that moment, every second felt incredibly long for you, as if it were an hour. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Perhaps the spirit antler deer hadn't seen you, or perhaps it had but mistook him for a piece of dead wood in the grass. On top of that, Wahao and the others seemed to be creeping closer, so the deer's attention shifted back to them. You let out a long sigh of relief and continued to inch closer to the herd. 220 meters, 200 meters, all the way down to 180 meters. That spirit horned deer seemed to sense something was amiss. It pawed the ground restlessly with all four hooves and let out a low moan. A dozen or so other spirit horned deer that had been grazing all raised their heads, looking bewildered. Just then, a figure darted out of the grass like lightning, sprinting toward the herd while drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. Yu's speed was incredible. In just a second or two, he had closed the gap by another 10 meters. The dozen or so spirit horned deer seemed frozen in place, momentarily unable to grasp what was happening. In that split second, with a whoosh, the sound of a sharp arrow slicing through the air filled the sky, and the distance of over 100 meters was covered in an instant. The sentry deer closest to him collapsed with a thud. Its forehooves twitched a few times before it lay still. Its neck had been pierced straight through by a sharp arrow as thick as a little finger. Blood gushed out, and the arrow flew dozens of meters away, embedding itself deeply in the ground. However, you didn't pause for a moment. No sooner had he fired the first arrow than the second was already knocked on the string. He didn't draw the bow all the way back, allowing for a faster rate of fire. Whoosh! The second spirit horned deer fell to the ground. At this, the remaining dozen or so spirit horned deer finally reacted, letting out terrified cries as they all bolted in the same direction.
You didn't pause for a moment.
Thanks to his constitution stat of over 40 points and the bonus from his rapid fire trait, he could fire 4 arrows in a row within 5 seconds. Moreover, since he hadn't fully drawn the bowstring for the first 2 shots, his speed was even faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more sharp whistles rang out as arrows sliced through the air. The 2 spirit horned deer at the rear were both struck by arrows carried by their momentum. They rolled forward another 10 or so meters before coming to a stop. However, in less than 2 seconds, the herd had already covered nearly 100 meters. In his previous life, a cheetah needed more than 3 seconds to sprint 100 meters from a standing start. In the distance, Wahao and the others were so stunned they were speechless. At first, when they saw you dart out and bring down 2 spirit horned deer with 2 arrows, they all cheered loudly. Indeed, faced with such a bountiful haul, all their previous efforts had been well worth it. After all, their task was merely to attract the spirit horned deer's attention far better than fighting those ferocious beasts to the death. But no sooner had the word good left their lips than 2 more spirit horned deer were shot down. A full 4. Since the settlement was founded, there had never been a harvest as bountiful as today's. However, it wasn't over yet. The spirit horned deer fled frantically, kicking up a cloud of dust. You aimed his arrow at the one bringing up the rear and pulled the bowstring back with all his might. In that moment, he felt his chi and blood surging within him, and a wondrous sensation welled up in his heart. Whack! A thunderous crack. The arrow shot out like a meteor, tearing through the air with a whistling sound as it traveled nearly 300 meters, piercing right through the spirit horned deer's lower back. The deer let out an agonized scream, collapsed to the ground, and watched in despair as its companions ahead rapidly shrank into tiny black dots before finally vanishing from sight. Few after firing that arrow, you gasped for breath. Strangely, his arm felt fine, but a wave of exhaustion washed over his entire body, nearly causing him to lose his balance. What's going on, he wondered. Logically, his arm should have been the first to give out. Could it be? He recalled that shot it just didn't feel quite like his usual technique. At that moment, it seemed as though all the chi and blood in his body had been mobilized and channeled into his arm, allowing him to draw the bowstring fully without the slightest effort. Not only that, but everything around him seemed to be in slow motion, like in a movie so slow it was hard to believe. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall it now, he couldn't recapture that wondrous sensation. But regardless, the physical discomfort was very real. Fortunately, he was already used to this condition. Since there was no immediate danger, he saved that stat point for now. It might come in handy later. Just then, Wahao and the others rushed over from the distance. Seeing the several spirit horned deer scattered at varying distances, they all stood frozen in place, their mouths agape in astonishment. Xiao Yu, am I dreaming? Zhao Shan looked around in disbelief. F5 Prey? Chapter 45, Bad Luck at Wangjia Village. Zhao Shan's face was etched with disbelief. His eyes were wide as copper bells, and his mouth hung open, unable to close for a long moment. The others stood rooted to the spot as if under a petrification spell, completely dazed by this sudden, unexpected windfall. They originally thought they'd be grateful to the heavens if they could bag just 2 spirit antler deer. Who could have imagined that you would hit another one from 300 meters away? A total of 5. Although these spirit antler deer aren't particularly large and weigh much less than some large ferocious beasts, each one still weighs nearly 200 jin. 5 of them add up to 1,000 jin. If they took them back, it would be enough to feed the people in the village for over half a month. If converted to grain, it would be worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 jin, which would last even longer. If the villagers saw such a bountiful harvest, wouldn't they be over the moon? Ahem, Uncle Zhao, you're not dreaming, this is all real. US lips curled into a smile as he stretched his arms, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It's a shame they ran so fast, otherwise, I could shot one more. That's enough, that's enough. Zhao Shan waved his hands hurriedly. Even dragging these 5 spirit horned deer back would be no easy task for their group. One more, and they really wouldn't be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Zhao Shan found himself amused. When had he ever worried about having too much game? The others gradually came to their senses as well, their faces beaming with delight and surprise.
Wahao's eyes were filled with concern and worry as he asked, "Xiao Yu, is your arm okay?" This was a bow with a draw weight of 100 Jin. Drawing it 5 times in a row was a feat even the Wei brothers couldn't manage. While the haul was certainly cause for celebration, if you were to suffer lasting damage as a result, it simply wouldn't be worth the cost.
That's right, Xiao Yu. Actually, bagging 2 spirit horned deer is already quite an achievement.
Exactly, you don't need to push yourself so hard.
Sun Gang and the others spoke with genuine concern.
You was now the backbone of the team. They could accept if any of them ran into trouble, but you absolutely couldn't be harmed.
If the team ever faced a crisis, most of them would not hesitate to step in front of you to protect him.
I'm really fine.
Yu deliberately shook his arm, thinking to himself that now that they had plenty of food, perhaps it was time to talk about martial arts training. His gaze swept over the group as he said earnestly, "Dad, uncles, I'm actually already a second-level body-tempering martial artist and one of the stronger ones at this level. So using this 100 Jin draw weight bow repeatedly isn't a problem for me."
Second level of body tempering? Martial artist? What? Xiao Yu, you're already at the second level of body tempering? The crowd was taken aback at first, then exclaimed in unison.
They were no strangers to the term martial artist. The Wei brothers had mentioned it before. At the time, the Wei brothers had said their strength was close to the first level of body tempering, so they could use a bow with a 100 Jin draw weight, but usually had to rest for a while after 2 shots.
But you. You nodded with a smile. No wonder you weren't even out of breath, Xiao Yu.
So you've already become a martial artist at the second level of body tempering. Sun Gang realized with a start.
Old Zhao, didn't you hear what Xiao Yu said?
He is not just at the second level of body tempering, he is also among the strongest at this level.
Doesn't that mean he is almost at the body tempering stage?
Pretty much. Anyway, he is really powerful, way stronger than the Wei brothers. Whoa, the speaker sucked in a sharp breath, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes.
Xiao Yu, are you really that strong now that you've become a martial artist?
As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone else held their breath in anticipation. Even Guahao was no exception.
They used to spend their days scrambling just to survive, with no time or energy left for martial arts training.
But seeing Yu's outstanding performance and hearing what had just been said, their hearts began to stir with ambition. Yes, they really are that strong, and it doesn't stop there, Yu said solemnly, his expression serious. Wang mentioned that someone at Li Family Fortress can draw a bow with a pull of 300 Jin and shoot over 1,000 meters.
That person is also a martial artist, though they've likely already reached the flesh refining stage. Li Meng?
The smile on Zhao Shan's face gradually faded, and his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. I've heard he can single-handedly hunt down a mid-level ferocious beast without suffering a single scratch.
So, is this true?
Someone nearby looked utterly incredulous. He'd always assumed it was just bragging meant to lure people from other villages over.
If even Wang says so, it's probably true, Guahao said quietly. His intuition told him that Wan was no ordinary man.
Besides, everyone had witnessed Yu's strength firsthand. Uncles and elders, back when food was scarce in the village and survival was a struggle, just staying alive was an achievement. Now that game is plentiful, once we return to the village, let us all train in martial arts together. You encourage them. The process of training may be long, but as long as we persevere, our skills will definitely grow stronger and stronger, and in the future, we'll be able to make a good living on our own merits.
Really? If little Yu says so, how could it be a lie? Sun Gang said with absolute certainty. All right, I'll start training as soon as I get back today. Count me in. Let us do it, let us do it.
Ha ha ha, great. Let us all train together, Zhao Shan laughed heartily. They were deeply moved by Yu's words, not only by the formidable strength he had demonstrated, but more importantly, by the phrase on our own. That's right, in these times, one can only rely on oneself.
As elders, they couldn't possibly keep depending on Yu's archery skills to get by, could they?
Just like the Wei brothers before, while they were here, the village could barely hold on, But once they left, if UNT stepped up to shoulder the burden, it was unimaginable what state the village would be in now. You looked at the group, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Setting aside whether Uncle Zhao and the others could become martial artists, as long as their physical strength improved even slightly, carrying the game back would be much easier. Of course, it would be even better if they had a cart, he thought to himself. Wang, who was several thousand meters away, suddenly sneezed. He felt inexplicably uneasy, yet couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Perhaps he was just overthinking it. The group gathered the game, using their spears as poles and ropes to secure the carcasses. They formed pairs to carry them back, which made the journey much easier. As for the extra carcass, you volunteered to take it on after all. Dragging a 200 gene carcass back was no trouble for him. Seeing this, the others became even more determined to train in martial arts. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed even though the journey was long, it didn't feel tedious. But as they walked, more than 10 figures appeared ahead. In that instant, everyone's hearts including US sank. No way. How unlucky could they be, running into people from another village at a time like this? The figures in the distance seemed to have noticed them as well, and their gazes locked. Oh no! Zhao Shan shouted. They look like people from Wangjia village. Chapter 46, No Choice Strike First. Hearing this, the hearts of the others in the group instantly sank to the bottom, as if crushed by a massive boulder. How could they be so unlucky running into this gang of thugs just as they were returning with a bountiful haul? What are we going to do? Someone asked through gritted teeth, their voice full of anxiety. They definitely spotted us. We won't be able to slip away just like that. The others fell silent. It was true right now, carrying their prey in pairs, they were moving slowly, even a child could easily catch up to them. Damn it! If there is no other way, let us fight them. Sun Gang had a hot temper the last time they encountered a pack of wolves. He already advocated for a head-on confrontation. Exactly. A few days ago, that giant horned rhino we worked so hard to catch accidentally fell into a trap. It was clearly our prey, but those guys, relying on their numbers, snatched it right from under our noses in broad daylight and even slapped Guahao across the face. What? You looked at Guahao in utter shock and disbelief. That night, Guahao hadn't mentioned a word about it. Guahao remained calm, shook his head slightly, and said, "It's all in the past. Not worth mentioning." Then, looking at the group seething with anger, he advised, "A wise man doesn't take a loss when he can avoid it. Preserving our strength is key. If they really come to snatch, and we have to give some up, then so be it." Hearing this, the others looked deeply resentful. The odds were stacked against them. If it came to a firefight, they'd most likely be the ones to suffer. But if they set this precedent, would the village's future hunting spoils all have to be handed over to those people at Wangjia village? Why should they have to? Dad, you said calmly, don't be so quick to back down. I'm here this time. Even if they come, there is nothing to fear. That's right. The crowd's eyes lit up instantly, and their spirits soared. Last time, hadn't Wangjia village relied on their numbers and long-range attacks? But this time, Yu was here. His archery was masterful, far superior to those from Wangjia village. If they dared to come, he'd definitely make them pay dearly. Besides, things aren't as simple as we think, Yu continued. Ha? Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? The group asked, looking puzzled. Take a closer look. It looks like there are two groups, one from Wangjia village, and the other from Qingjia village, the people we ran into earlier when we were resting, Yu explained. The group walked a short distance forward, squinting and straining to see. They could vaguely make out several people whose path had been blocked by the Wangjia village folk. It really did seem to be two separate groups. If I had to guess, the Qin village folk were probably heading back to their village with their hunt when they ran into the Wangjia village folk by chance. The Wangjia village folk wanted to steal their game, and that's when we showed up. You analyzed. Otherwise, the people from Wangjia village would be charged at us the moment they saw us. They wouldn't still be standing there like fools. Whoa, the group sucked in a sharp breath. Xiaoyu makes a good point. The people from Wangjia village have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. They've bullied those small villages countless times in the past, some of them have even been completely abandoned, Zhao Shan agreed wholeheartedly.
They didn't just run away, they starved to death, didn't they? Exactly.
They stole other people's game, leaving those villages without food.
When winter came, many elderly people and children starved to death. Damn it, those bastards.
No wonder they didn't move when they saw us, they were too busy robbing others to pay us any mind, Sun Gang cursed under his breath.
Guahao, the way I see it, we should seize this opportunity to charge over there, join forces with the people from Qin family village, and drive them away.
Hearing this, Guahao felt a twinge of excitement. His restraint didn't mean he was cowardly, he simply feared that acting on impulse would come at a heavy cost. Now that the people of Qin family village were being bullied, if he stood idly by, what if his own village was targeted by Wang family village next time, and Qin family village happened to be passing by? Would they turn a blind eye as well?
If this continued, Wang family village would only grow more arrogant and extort other villages with increasing ferocity. However, a few people in the group looked hesitant.
Guahao, old Zhao, I think we should stay out of this. Zhang Feng, the middle-aged man who had earlier revealed Jade's identity, said with a frown, I know this sounds a bit selfish, but getting our prey safely back to the village is the top priority. Otherwise, once the people from Wangjia village catch up, it'll be too late.
Yeah, let us get out of here while we still can.
Guahao, even if we go over there, if it comes to a fight, the costs will outweigh the benefits.
Guahao furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Should they leave, or stay? Uncles, I think that from the moment they spotted us, there is no way we can just walk away.
Yu shook his head. The people from Wangjia village aren't moving right now because they're holding back, they're afraid we'll interfere. If we do, the numbers on both sides will be too close, and they'll have no choice but to back down. But if that happens, Wangjia village will definitely hold a grudge against us. Once we split up from Qinjia village, they'll surely strike hard, and stealing our game would be the least of our worries. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. That's right, the people of Wangjia village were bullies. Although they previously harmed many through indirect means, if they were truly provoked, it wasn't out of the question that they kill to vent their anger. Sun Gang and the others, who advocated helping Qinjia village, also broke out in a cold sweat. That's right, unless they join forces with Qinjia village right then and there to take on Wangjia village head on, they likely end up taking the fall for someone else. But setting aside whether Qin family village was willing to cooperate, even if they were, a full-scale fight would be a matter of life and death, and the situation would be nearly impossible to resolve.
Then should we leave right away? Zhang Feng asked urgently.
Right. Since helping them won't end well, let us not help them. Let us get out of here while we still can.
Yeah. Even Guahao was starting to waver, perhaps staying out of it was the best course of action after all?
Uncle Zhang, that is actually the worst possible option, you said, looking at him.
Why? Zhang Feng looked completely bewildered, and the others were just as confused.
You say stepping in to help one work because it'll invite hostility, and in the end, we'll be the ones who suffer. So why not just not help?
But then you say not helping isn't an option either?
You didn't beat around the bush and continued, if we don't help, Qin family village definitely won't hold out for long before they cave in, either handing over part of the game or all of it. If I were from Wang family village, I'd only ask for half, so as not to push them too far, and then they'll come after us. Zhao Shan was the first to catch on, his eyes filled with horror. By then, the people of Qin family village would surely stand idly by, just as their own group had intended to do moments ago. And since Wang family village hadn't taken all the game, they wouldn't have completely enraged the other side.
You nodded.
That brings us back to our earlier choice. We'll still get caught up with, then hand over most of the game, suffer their humiliation, and make them even stronger. As soon as you finished speaking, a chill ran down everyone's spine.
They finally understood the true meaning behind US earlier words. It's not that simple.
They seemed to have a choice, but in reality, they had none. Whether they stayed or fled, they would be caught unless they were willing to leave part of the game behind and take a gamble. If the game they left behind satisfied Wangjia village, they might escape this time, but only this time.
Human greed knows no bounds. Yielding time and time again would only embolden the other side. And if the prey they left behind wasn't enough, well, that goes without saying. The group exchanged glances, their faces grim. Knowing the people of Wangjia village as they did, they knew these people were truly capable of such a thing. Xiaoyu, what do you think we should do next? Guahao asked. Of course there's a way, and that is, to strike first. Chapter 47, Ridding the People of a Menace. The moment you spoke, everyone froze in place, staring at one another in shock. Strike first? Xiaoyu, are you saying we should take the initiative? Zhao Shan was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth, his eyes wide as copper bells. That's right. Yu's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on the people of Wangjia village in the distance, his expression stern. No matter what, the people of Wangjia village will come after us to cause trouble. The outcome will be the same, it's just a matter of how intense the conflict gets. Since that's the case, we might as well strike first. The reason the people from Wangjia village are holding back right now is that they can't be sure whether we'll go to help Qingjia village. Even if we get close, they'll most likely be guessing at our intentions. They never imagine we take the initiative to attack. So, we'll pretend to be just passing by, and once we're close enough, we'll launch a sudden attack. I'll take out their archers first to eliminate their long-range threat. At a distance of 200 meters, by the time they react and charge over, there won't be many of them left. Then, Uncle Zhao and the rest of you can rush in and wipe them out completely. After you finished speaking, he silently thanked his luck for still having one attribute. If our entire village were to relocate elsewhere, the dangers out there might not be any less than here. But isn't this a bit too harsh? One middle-aged man asked, his face betraying a look of reluctance as he furrowed his brow. They did steal our game, but it's not as if they're trying to take our lives. Why don't we just help Qin family village teach them a lesson and drive them away? What's the difference between stealing our game and taking our lives? As soon as Sun Gang heard this, he snorted coldly, his tone brimming with contempt. How many people have starved to death because of their wicked deeds? How is that any different from murder? Exactly. Those who starved to death were so innocent. The others chimed in agreement, leaving the middle-aged man at a loss for words. He fell silent. All eyes turned to Guahao, whose face was grave and his expression complex. He knew deep down that Yu's plan made perfect sense from the village's long-term perspective. This might indeed be the best choice. But the method was simply too ruthless. He couldn't bring himself to go through with it. Furthermore, he thought of the hundreds of people in Wangjia village, each with families of their own, including the elderly, wives, and children. If they were to die here, how would the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children of Wangjia village survive? Guahao, don't hesitate any longer. Sun Gang urged anxiously. If we drag this out any further and the people of Qingjia village back down, we'll miss our chance. That's right, Guahao. Have you forgotten how they humiliated us last time? Before they left, they even slapped you hard across the face. Have you forgotten all that humiliation? Guahao, if we keep backing down, it'll only make them even more arrogant. Guahao clenched his fists, his face filled with inner turmoil as he wrestled with his thoughts. Dad, you, sensing his father's inner turmoil, patiently tried to reason with him once more. I know you're worried about what will happen to the families of the people from Wangjia village. I've actually thought about that too. But at this critical juncture, a matter of life and death, we must first ensure the survival of our own village. If we bring back even a little less game, some of our villagers will go hungry. If we bring back half as much, half the people will go hungry. If we can't even protect those right beside us, what's the point of talking about benevolence and morality? Yu's words struck Guahao like a bolt of lightning, hitting him deep in his heart. He froze for a moment, as if suddenly awakened. That's right, hadn't his goal all along been to lead the people of the village to survival? If he couldn't even resolve the crisis right in front of him, how could he possibly protect everyone? All right. Guahao nodded firmly, a resolute gleam reigniting in his eyes. If he made up his mind. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Yu and Guahao father and son had been at odds, the rest of them would have been caught in the middle. Fortunately, the group had now reached a consensus.
Everyone was brimming with confidence that they could defeat Wang family village after all. US prowess was plain for all to see. However, just then, Zhao Shan suddenly seemed to think of something. He glanced at the few people from Qin family village standing nearby, a look of concern crossing his face, and asked, Xiaoyu, the people from Qin family village are mixed in with those from Wang family village. When you shoot your arrow, might you accidentally hit them by mistake? This question caught Yu off guard for a moment. Instinctively, he wanted to say it was unlikely, but the battlefield was ever changing. It's better to be safe than sorry. The bow in his hands had a draw weight of 100 gene. Piercing a ferocious beast was no problem, and piercing an unprotected person would be even easier. If he were to accidentally hit someone from Qin family village in the chaos, there would be no way to explain it away, no matter how reasonable his intentions. For a moment, silence fell over the group, and the hope that had just begun to flare up seemed to have hit another dead end. I've got it. Yu had a sudden flash of inspiration, and a new plan instantly formed in his mind. Let us scrap the surprise attack plan and use a strategy to lure the enemy deeper into our territory instead. Lure them in? How exactly do we do that? Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. They pricked up their ears and eagerly pressed for details. It's simple. Let us ignore Qin family village for now. As soon as you said this, Wahao was the only one in the crowd whose expression shifted slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Instead, he listened on. When the people from Wangjia village see us carrying so much game and moving so slowly, they'll definitely be unable to resist giving chase. We'll pretend to flee to lull them into a false sense of security. Once they're all within my range, I'll strike decisively. This way, we can eliminate the bullies from Wangjia village while ensuring we don't accidentally harm anyone from Qin family village. The only downside is that it might disappoint the people of Qin family village a bit, but once this is over, we'll return the game that was taken from them and explain the situation clearly. I'm sure they'll understand. Yu smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. That's a good plan. Wahao let out a long sigh of relief. A huge weight had finally been lifted from his heart. If they had completely disregarded Qin family village, he wouldn't have objected, but looking back on it later, he would inevitably feel a pang of guilt. I think this approach is feasible, too. Let us do it. Zhao Shan, Sun Gang, and several others nodded in agreement. Chapter 48, Who would turn down extra meat? A few minutes earlier, the moment their gazes met. Is that someone from the Lu Guild? Asked a burly man wielding a spear from the Wangjia village group, his voice brimming with surprise. Looks like it. The one leading the way judging by his clothes and appearance. Isn't that Guahao? Another large man holding a broadsword squinted, trying to make out the figure. Let me take a look. It really is him. That wimp. Ha 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 ha. A bald man with a rugged face roared with laughter. Last time we snatched their prey, he actually tried to argue with us. I walked right up and slapped him across the face. He went limp instantly and didn't dare say a word. Ha 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 ha. The people around him laughed until they were doubled over. Some were practically crying with laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the faces of the few from Qin family village looked absolutely grim. They were currently blocked by the people from Wang family village, and it looked as though they were about to be surrounded. They felt incredibly frustrated. It was truly bad luck. After running into Yu and his group earlier, the people from Qin family village had changed their route. Not long after, they came across a lone giant horned horse. It took them a tremendous amount of effort to hunt down that ferocious beast. The group was overjoyed at the time, thinking that bringing this prey back would feed the people of the village for several days. But who could have imagined that on the way back, they'd run into this group of uninvited guests from Wangjia village and that the other side didn't have any game of their own. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. As usual, the people from Wangjia village rudely blocked their path and snarled that they could go, but the game had to stay behind, warning them not to be ungrateful. The people from Qinjiazhai were naturally unwilling, but they didn't dare resist. They could only swallow their anger, meekly accept their fate, and humbly beg the others to take less. Just as they were sinking into despair, they suddenly saw someone approaching and their spirits soared instantly. It was the Lu Guild.
Although the two villages were merely casual acquaintances, surely the Lu Guild would step in to help now that they saw their fellow villagers being bullied? After all, they, too, had been bullied by Wangjia village in the past. The people of Qin family village watched with eager anticipation as Guahao and his group slowly approached. But the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. My goodness, the Lu Guild members were bringing back way too much game. How on earth did they manage that? A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Qin Lianjuan's heart. Wait! These guys at that moment, the bald man also sensed something was off. The smile on his face vanished instantly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. 1, 2, 5 game animals. A full 5 game animals. What? 5 game animals. My goodness, how did they manage to get so many? When we ran into the people from Sun Family Fortress last time, weren't the Wei brothers also in the Lu Guild group? Take a closer look, there are only 9 of them. The Wei brothers aren't there at all. Then what the hell is going on? How did they manage to get 5 prey? The others from Wangjia village also realized what was happening. One by one, they gritted their teeth in anger, consumed by maddening jealousy. How could this bunch from the Lu Guild pull off something they themselves couldn't manage? They must ve gotten incredibly lucky. Those 5 prey must ve accidentally fallen into the traps they set. Big brother, said a man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, his face full of flattery, we were just worried about wandering around for so long without catching anything, and now someone's come right to our doorstep. That's right, and there's quite a lot of goods here, big brother. It'd be foolish not to take advantage of this windfall. Exactly. Let us hurry over there. With so much game, they certainly won't be moving fast. The people of Wangjia village wore greedy grins on their faces, each of them rubbing their hands together in anticipation, eager to rush over and seize the spoils. In comparison, the giant horned horse at Qinjia village suddenly seemed far less appealing. Hearing this, the few people from Qinjia village instinctively felt a glimmer of hope. If everyone from Wangjia village headed straight for the Lu Guild, wouldn't that be a pretty good outcome for them? Although thinking this way felt a bit unfair to the Lu Guild members, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, they couldn't afford to be so considerate. However, a young man from Qin village had a look of resentment and bitterness in his eyes. Don't worry, the bald man said with a sinister smirk. They won't get away. With that, he turned and glared at Qin Lianjuan. Old Qin, give me a straight answer, are you handing over the prey or not? I don't have time to waste hanging around here with you. That's right, the bald man's plan was clear, he intended to snatch the Lu Guild's prey, and he wouldn't let the Qin family village's prey slip away either. Just like treasure, who would ever say they have too much of a good thing? The others from Wang family village exchanged knowing glances. Upon hearing this, they all understood their boss's intentions. Once something was in their hands, why on earth would they give it back? Brother Wang, Qin Lianjuan forced a fawning smile and pleaded, let us leave ourselves a way out so we can meet again in the future. We worked so hard to hunt this prey, the people back at the village have been starving for days. If we go back empty-handed this time, people will really die. That's right, brothers, at least leave us a little something. The others from Qin family village chimed in one after another, stealing glances at Guahao's group from the corners of their eyes, hoping they'd notice them and come over to lend a hand. After all, if the numbers were even, the people from Wangjia village certainly wouldn't dare to make a move. Wang Ba's face betrayed his impatience. He hated people who dithered and haggled the most. It felt just like shopping for vegetables at the market, and it annoyed him to no end. Just then, a man with slanted eyes leaned over and whispered a few words into Wang Ba's ear. Wang Ba's expression changed. He nodded repeatedly, then snorted coldly and said to Qin Lianjuan, all right, out of pity for you, I'll let you keep a quarter of it. What? Qin Lianjuan's mouth dropped open. He tried to plead further, Brother Wang, please give us a little more. Everyone in the village is counting on this food. That's right, Brother Wang, please, the others chimed in, continuing to plead in an attempt to buy time. Ha! Wang Ba's eyes narrowed as he said menacingly, Mr. Qin, I advise you not to push your luck. Leaving you a quarter is already giving you plenty of face. If you make me angry, I'll take it all. What are you going to do about it?
Xin Lianjuan, you aren't trying to stall on purpose, hoping Wahao will come to your rescue, are you? The man with the slanted eyes sneered.
If that's what you're thinking, you're in for a disappointment. Look, they've already left.
Hearing this, the men from the Qin family village hurriedly looked in that direction.
Sure enough, Wahao and his men were carrying their game, walking farther and farther away.
Xin Lianjuan slumped to the ground, his face full of self-mockery.
Sure enough, his worst fears had come true.
Although the two villages had some ties, their relationship wasn't close enough for them to go to the mat for each other. Moreover, with the Lu Guild having bagged so much game this time, they certainly didn't want to stir up trouble. It was the smart move to slip away while his group kept Wangjia village tied up.
Ha ha ha, that's exactly what they're planning. How naive. Do they really think they have the guts to go up against us? That's hilarious, ha 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 ha.
The mocking laughter of the Wang family village residents cut like sharp knives, piercing straight into the hearts of the few remaining members of the Qin family village.
Brother Wang, a quarter it is, then.
Xin Lianjuan lowered his head in humiliation, his voice filled with resignation and resentment. Xin Hai and the others also kept their heads down, their faces flushed crimson. They were seething with anger and hatred, yet felt utterly powerless.
Ha ha, if only you'd been this straightforward from the start. Wang Ba laughed smugly, his gaze fixed on the direction Wahao and the others were heading.
In his eyes, Lu Guild and his men were nothing more than lambs led to the slaughter. Did they really think they could slip through his grasp?
How naive. Chapter 49, Courting Their Own Doom.
Watching the figures from Wangjia village hurry away, some in the Qin family village group had tears welling up in their eyes as they gritted their teeth in fury. Those bastards, they're utterly heartless. We went to such great lengths to hunt down this giant horned horse, and now all we're left with is this measly bit. A man standing nearby looked at the small portion of the horse's carcass left on the ground, his voice breaking with emotion. This small portion was just the lower half of the horse, with pitifully little meat on it.
It's...
Xin Hai clenched his fists tightly, the hatred in his heart burning like a raging fire. Countless times he wanted to draw his bow and shoot Wang Ba dead with a single arrow, but he knew full well that the consequences of doing so would be unimaginable. Not only would they lose their lives here, but their loved ones back at the village would also suffer terrible retaliation.
Xin Lianjuan's gaze swept over the group.
He forced a faint smile and offered words of comfort. Everyone, try to look on the bright side.
At least we're not going back empty-handed, right? Worst case scenario, we'll just go hunting again tomorrow.
Lianjuan, that's all well and good, but it took us several days in a row just to get this meager haul.
Yeah, even if we're lucky, what if we run into those guys from Wang family village again?
The group's mood plummeted instantly, and morale hit rock bottom. Some silently wiped away tears. They say a man doesn't shed tears easily, but that is only until he is truly heartbroken. Just then, a man with a flat nose and thick lips let out two cold laughs. Gazing in the direction the Wang family village group had departed, he said, "Those Lu Guild guys stood by and watched us die.
Well, now they're in for some bad luck too."
As soon as he said this, several of them perked up immediately.
Right.
Those short-sighted fools thought they could use us to buy time. They were in for a surprise.
With all that game they're carrying, they can't possibly run fast.
It's only a matter of time before they're caught.
When that happens, their fate will be even worse than ours.
Exactly. It was as if these men had found an outlet for their frustration, and their moods lifted slightly. Xin Hai, however, remained silent. Although he harbored some resentment toward the Lu Guild's actions, he understood that while help was a matter of goodwill, refusal to help was also perfectly reasonable. Xin Lianjuan, however, suddenly stood up, gazed into the distance, and said, "Let us hurry up and follow them.
Maybe we can be of some help." What?
Xin Hai and the other four looked utterly stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost.
Lianjuan, do you even know what you're saying? The man with the flat nose was visibly agitated.
When the Lu Guild members passed by, they didn't even glance at us, they just walked right past. Where were they when we needed help?
Now that they're in trouble, we're supposed to go help them? You're not kidding, are you?
It wasn't just him. The others found it hard to accept as well,
and they began to protest loudly. Dad, they weren't willing to help us. Why should we help them? Qin Hai was full of resentment.
Sai, helping them is helping ourselves, Qin Lianjuan said with a deep sigh.
We're outnumbered. If we run into Wangjia village, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage.
But the Lu Guild is different. They're about the same size as Wangjia village, and with such a bountiful haul, they might not just hand it over willingly. If the two sides really do clash, we'll help the Lu Guild drive Wang Ba away and reclaim our prey.
Everyone's eyes lit up instantly.
But, what if they don't fight? Someone asked skeptically. Even if they don't fight, we can still stand by and bolster the Lu Guild's morale, making the people of Wangjia village think twice.
Who knows? The Lu Guild might even be grateful to us.
Otherwise, with so few of us in our village, we'll never escape the fate of being bullied.
Hearing this, several of them wavered slightly, but they still felt a sense of reluctance and unease. All right, everyone, get moving.
If we wait any longer, it'll be too late, Qin Lianjuan urged, grabbing his weapon and striding off in pursuit. The others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed suit.
Look, they're right up ahead.
The group from Wangjia village, hot on their heels, finally spotted several figures in the distance, about 500 or 600 meters away.
Damn it, are these guys rabbits or something? They're running pretty fast.
The man holding the bow and arrow cursed as he ran. The terrain of the wasteland was uneven, and one false step could easily send him tumbling.
What's the point? His companion beside him sneered. So what if they run fast? Unless they drop their prey. Drop their prey? Do you think they'd be willing to do that? Ha 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 ha.
Hearing this, the group burst into laughter, their eyes gleaming with greed. Big brother, how many of these 5 prey animals are we taking? Someone asked as they continued the chase.
What's there to ask?
We're taking them all, of course.
Wang Ba grinned savagely. Isn't that a bad idea? If we starve them all to death, who is going to hunt for us in the future? Yeah, brother Ba, thinking long term, let us leave them half ahead. You guys have a point.
Wang Ba thought for a moment. That Qin Lianjuan guy was right, always leave a little room for future encounters. So, let us leave them half ahead.
Brother Ba, you're truly magnanimous.
If Guahao knew about this, he'd surely be grateful beyond measure.
But what if they don't want to? Someone asked, and the area fell instantly silent. Everyone turned to look at the man who had spoken. He instinctively took 2 steps back and said grudgingly, Brother Ba, they didn't want to last time, and I bet they'll be even more reluctant this time. Unwilling? Wang Ba snorted coldly. Do they have a choice?
As he spoke, he turned to the 2 men holding bows and arrows.
You two listen up.
When we catch up to them, shoot them each twice. First give them a taste of our power so they won't bother me with nonsense.
No problem, big brother. Just shoot that kid.
One of them thought of you, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth.
That little brat thinking he can scare people with a bow that draws 100 Jin?
If I don't show him what I'm made of, he'll never know his place. After the group finished speaking, they picked up speed again. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 groups was less than 400 meters, and it was rapidly closing.
Xiao Yu, they're catching up. Sun Gang glanced back briefly and said urgently.
Running for so long while carrying heavy loads had left him gasping for breath, his speech slurred. The others weren't faring much better. Although they mentally prepared themselves, when the moment actually arrived, everyone was still incredibly nervous, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yu, should we stop?
Guahao asked. Don't stop, Yu said calmly.
Keep running forward. Better yet, pick up the pace a bit so they think we're scared.
The group exchanged glances and took off running again.
Yu, holding his bow in one hand and dragging the prey with the other, ran at the rear of the group. He glanced back briefly, then looked away, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, since you've chosen your own doom, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Chapter 50, Bao Range.
Seeing Guahao and the others ahead fleeing desperately like a herd of panicked deer, the group from Wangjia village laughed even more wildly and recklessly.
Aha, looks like they've spotted us too. So what? They don't really think they can slip through our fingers, do they? Said a spearman running at the front, his tone brimming with sarcasm. Ah, you've got to let them struggle a bit, don't you? It's like someone about to drown, even though they know the more they struggle, the faster they sink, they still instinctively thrash about in their final moments. Exactly. The group laughed heartily as they gave chase, looking as though they already had victory firmly in their grasp. The distance between the two sides had narrowed to 300 meters. Run! I'd like to see just how far they can get, Wang Ba said, listening to the chatter around him. He licked his lips, a twisted look of excitement spreading across his face. Many people had fled like this in front of him before, but unfortunately, without exception, none of them had managed to escape. The people from Wangjia village were certainly no exception unless they abandoned all their loot. Big brother! Someone's behind us! Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out from the rear of the group. What? Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look behind them, their faces immediately contorting with disbelief. Is that Qin Lianjuan's group? Damn it, they actually dare to follow us? Aren't they asking for trouble? The group was instantly livid. Even the slowest among them realized that having someone on their tail was no good, especially since they'd just stolen most of the other group's game. Brother Ba, things don't look good. San Jiao's expression was grave. Earlier, when Wang Ba had tried to seize all of Qin Lianjuan's game, it was San Jiao who warned him to leave some behind to avoid retaliation. In his view, since Guahao and his men had chosen to stand by and watch, Qin Lianjuan and his group must be seething with resentment. Forget about helping them, they might even be hoping to see them get robbed. But now it seemed something wasn't quite right. Forget about them. Wang Ba's expression darkened. Let us go after Guahao and his men up ahead first, they're our main targets. As for Qin Lianjuan and his crew, we'll have plenty of time to deal with them later. As he spoke, he looked at the two archers running ahead. Old Lu, Old Zhao, once we're within range, take out 2 or 3 of them first. Teach them a lesson so we don't have to deal with them later. No problem, big brother. 200 meters. The other archer flashed a victory sign. As long as we close the distance to about 200 meters, the lot from Wangjia village will all become sitting ducks, not a single one will get away. Good. Keep chasing. Wang Ba shot a fierce glare backward, then charged forward without looking back. That single glance made the men from Qingjia village freeze in their tracks, as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Dahai, they spotted us. That bastard Wang Ba is warning us. If we keep chasing them, I'm afraid, someone said, their voice trembling. Qin Lianjuan gritted his teeth and said, it was only a matter of time before they spotted us. Besides, do you really think Wang Ba will act like nothing happened if we retreat now? At this point, there's no turning back. Hearing this, the others finally made up their minds. Dad, Qinhai frowned, his face full of discontent, that bunch from the Lu Guild is still running away. Don't they realize they can't possibly escape? He seriously doubted whether such a cowardly group, once caught up with, would even have the courage to fight back, or worse, would grovel and hand themselves over like prey. If that happened, they'd be thoroughly screwed. Well. Qin Lianjuan's heart skipped a beat as well. It's probably just a knee-jerk reaction, he explained. Maybe they're trying to see if they can shake off the Wangjia village men. Once they come to their senses, they'll likely stop, pick up their weapons, and prepare to fight back. The others behind him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. Let us hope that's the case. Otherwise, the next time they run into the Wangjia village men, it probably won't be as simple as just handing over the game. 300 meters. You glanced back, then turned and continued to feign flight. He could already see that the two archers running at the front had drawn their arrows and were ready to knock them at any moment. Phew. Guahao and the others, running for their lives, felt as if their lungs were on fire. The pain was excruciating. But since you hadn't called for them to stop, they didn't dare to stop either, because their only hope of turning the tide rested entirely on US archery skills. Without you, they would never stand a chance against Wang Ba and his men. In the blink of an eye, the distance had closed by another 30 or 40 meters. The distance is just right, Old Lou said as he knocked an arrow onto the string and slowly raised his left hand, which held the longbow. Don't rush. Another man said with a smile, around 200 meters is the optimal range. If it's too far, the arrow's power will inevitably be reduced. Old Lou nodded and slowly lowered his left hand again. The smiles on the others' faces grew wider and wider as they began to imagine the scene of claiming their prey. This sight made Qin Lianjuan and the others at the rear as anxious as ants on a hot pan. We're almost within archery range. What on earth are those Lu Guild guys thinking? No matter how fast a person's legs are, can they really outrun a flying arrow? Hurry up and stop. Take cover behind the shields, or fight back. Yeah, isn't there an archer among them? Why aren't they fighting back yet? You mean that kid who's about the same age as Xiao Hai? If it's him, I'm afraid we must have misjudged him. He's probably just carrying that bow for show. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting story. Qin Lianjuan's lips twitched upon hearing this. He didn't know what to say for a moment. True, that kid looked too young. Not every young person could draw a hard bow like his own son could. Was he overthinking this? A flicker of despair crossed his eyes, as if he'd already seen the grim scene of the Wang family fortress men being struck down one by arrows. However, in the very next moment, something strange happened. The Lu Guild members, who had been fleeing all along, suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the rear. Wang Ba and his men, who had been chasing frantically, as well as Qin Lianjuan and his group, who had been following at a safe distance, all froze in unison. Ah, you can't run anymore, can you bunch of fools? The people of Wangjia village were instantly overjoyed and charged forward even more frantically, completely oblivious to the young man at the very back of the group, who, in the blink of an eye, had drawn his bow to its full extent, the bowstring emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. Immediately afterward, crack! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out across the silent wilderness, and an arrow nearly a meter long shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Shao! Slant Eyes shouted. The moment you turned to draw his bow and knock an arrow, he sensed something was terribly wrong. But it was already too late. He hadn't even had time to shout the word heart. Before the smiles could fade from the others' faces, they heard a piercing screech tearing through the air ahead, as if something were hurtling toward them at a terrifying speed. Old Lou up ahead stared wide-eyed as a tiny black dot grew larger and larger, and then... thud! With a crisp, muffled thud, the arrow pierced through his chest. The powerful impact made him feel as if he'd been struck head-on by a speeding car. His limbs shot forward, his body lurched backward, and he was flung backward through the air. Chapter 51, Pretending to be Timid and Cowardly. The people of Wangjia village were completely stunned by the scene before them, their faces etched with confusion. What's going on? How did old Lou suddenly get flung out there? They looked at one another, completely baffled by the situation. Just then, another piercing whistle tore through the sky. This time it was old Zhao's turn. Before he could even react, an excruciating pain struck him, and it felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Wang Ba shuddered violently. He looked up and instantly turned deathly pale, his mouth agape, the word no stuck in his throat. Thud! A sharp arrow pierced his chest, and a piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the area. Watch out! Finally, someone snapped out of it and shouted at the top of their lungs. Immediately afterward, two more screams rang out as two more men were struck by arrows and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the group of 13 had lost nearly half its members. Yet the remaining people at Wangjia village were still completely baffled, utterly clueless as to what had happened. As for Qin Lianjuan and the others, they had long since been frozen in shock. They watched as the young man at the rear of the group steadily approached Wangjia village while drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. The distance was too great to make out his exact movements, but the men of Wangjia village were being sent flying one after another, as if violently struck by an invisible force. While one was still in midair, the next would follow, then a third, then a fourth. The entire scene resembled slow motion in a movie, both eerie and breathtaking. Cold sweat poured down Qin Hai's forehead as he screamed inwardly, "How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible." He noticed you earlier and knew he was wielding a powerful bow with a draw weight of 100 Gene. The scene unfolding before him now only confirmed this. Otherwise, those two archers from Wangjia village Wun Ti have been completely helpless. No, even if they managed to react, they likely Wun Ti have had time to defend themselves. This guy's speed was beyond imagination. Firing multiple arrows in quick succession with such a powerful bow, Wun Ti his shoulder be ruined, but it seemed he had already stopped. It must be. How is this possible? The next second, Shin Hai couldn't help but cry out in shock. You began moving forward and firing arrows again. With every twang of the bowstring, a figure not far away was sent flying backward, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Even the guy hiding behind the large shield couldn't escape his fate. The arrow pierced right through the shield, driving straight into his heart, the tip dripping with blood. 1, 2, 3, 4 more and more people were falling, and U.S. firing rate gradually slowed down to 1 arrow at a time, firing one, taking a few steps forward, then firing the next. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Some, terrified out of their wits, dropped their weapons and fled for their lives while crying out in despair. Please, I have elderly parents and children at home, they all depend on me for their livelihood. Others, their legs giving way, fell to their knees, clasped their hands together, and pleaded desperately, tears and snot streaming down their faces. I'll fight you to the death. Others, their eyes red with fury, grabbed their spears and charged forward recklessly, determined to make a last-ditch stand. But they had all forgotten what they said earlier. How could human legs possibly outrun a speeding arrow? In the end, they all fell in pools of blood. This battle was nothing short of a one-sided, bloody massacre. As the final scream faded, the wilderness once again fell into deathly silence, broken only by a gentle breeze that stirred up a wisp of dust. I'm sorry, you murmured softly as he slowly lowered his bow. Having made his decision, he would show no mercy and let none of them escape, lest they become a source of endless trouble in the future. Up ahead, Guahao and the others watched the scene with mixed emotions. Life can sometimes be so fragile it crumbles at the slightest touch. Who could these people from Wangjia village blame? They had only themselves to blame for their countless misdeeds. Behind them, Qin Lianjuan and the others stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, their minds a blank. Is this a dream? Everyone from Wangjia village is dead. And they were all shot down by a single man. He wiped out the entire force all by himself. It's him, that young man with the bow, someone stammered, their voice trembling. Hearing this, the crowd mechanically turned their gaze toward you in the distance, their hearts churning with shock. It really was him. It was this young man they had underestimated, the one they assumed was just bluffing, the one who had been frantically fleeing just moments ago. Who could have imagined his strength was this terrifying? Wangjia village, which had filled them with such seething hatred yet left them utterly helpless, was as fragile as an ant in his presence. But if he was so powerful, why did he run away just now? And why did Guahao and the others go along with it? A gentle breeze blew, and Qin Lianjuan suddenly shuddered, realizing the truth in an instant. He understood everything. Guahao and his men had been putting on a show all along. They deliberately pretended to be timid and cowardly just to lull the people of Wangjia village into a false sense of security, luring them step by step into range. By then, even if the people of Wangjia village sensed the danger, it would be too late. They'd be unable to escape those fatal 100 meters. As for the game Guahao and his men had bagged earlier, it wasn't a matter of luck at all. It was this young man who had taken them down with his masterful archery. Qin Lianjuan could even picture the scene of those animals being hunted down. It was exactly the same as what was happening now. What an irony! Qin Lianjuan gave a self-deprecating chuckle. He had previously thought that he and his companions rushing to the scene would be of help, but in the end, the other side didn't need their intervention at all. They might even have considered them a burden. The most laughable of all were the people of Wangjia village. The other side had no intention of causing trouble and chose to step aside, yet they mistook this for weakness and pressed their advantage step by step. Even now, Guahao and his men were still backing down and continuing to flee. As a result, the people of Wangjia village let their success go to their heads and ultimately reaped what they had sown. This was probably what they called the cycle of justice. What goes around comes around. He turned around and said with a bitter smile, "Let us go. Let us head back."
Since the people of Wangjia village were all gone, there was no point in them staying here, or rather, they shouldn't have come in the first place.
Ha!
The man across from him widened his eyes, looking reluctant.
But our hunt. That Eschinjia village's prey, not ours, Qin Lianjuan interrupted him. Hearing this, everyone hung their heads in shame.
That's right, this was Qinjia village's spoils of war. Although it had originally been their prey, once Wangjia village had seized it, its nature had changed.
If they dared to go up and demand it back, weren't they afraid of suffering the same fate as Wangjia village being wiped out here? Even if, by some stretch of the imagination, the people of Qinjia village were willing to return it, would they dare to ask for it?
The group walked dejectedly back in the direction they had come.
It's not all bad, Qin Lianjuan consoled them.
With Wangjia village gone, we'll never have to worry about being robbed when we go hunting from now on.
That's right.
We really have Guahao and the others to thank for this, and that young man, too.
We don't even know his name.
If we ever run into him again, we'll have to thank him properly for helping us get our revenge.
Yes,
the adults agreed, their faces gradually breaking into smiles. But as the young man Qin Hai listened to these words, he felt a pang of unease. That person, roughly his own age, was so powerful, his archery was astonishingly fast, and his stamina was so abundant.
He must already be a martial artist at the second level of the body-tempering realm, or perhaps even stronger?
At this thought, Qin Hai felt a deep sense of resentment. If he had enough resources, he might not necessarily be outmatched by him.
Old Qin! Qin Lianjuan!
Just then, a shout rang out from behind him. Qin Lianjuan froze, thinking he must have misheard it.
Someone was calling his name? It must be a hallucination.
He shook his head and continued walking forward. But the voice behind him grew louder and louder.
You from Qin family village? Don't go. Come back. Hurry back. Aren't you going to take your prey? Each shout grew more urgent than the last. Chapter 52, Newcomers to the Village?
Qin Lianjuan froze in his tracks, his eyes wide as copper bells, his face etched with disbelief.
It's not just my imagination?
Lianjuan, the people from the Lu Guild, it sounds like they're calling us back, the man beside him whispered, his voice tinged with confusion and tension.
I heard it too. It sounded like they were saying they'd give the prey back to us? Could something this good really be happening? Doubt was written all over their faces, they couldn't believe their ears.
Qin Hai remained silent, his throat moving as he swallowed hard.
If it were really as they said, that would be absolutely perfect. Just then, the shouts from behind rang out again, this time with a distinct sense of urgency. This time, everyone heard it loud and clear.
They exchanged glances, then turned around with trepidation to look behind them. There, the members of the Lu Guild were standing where the Qin family fortress group had been moments ago, sifting through the spoils of war. Guahao, a smile lighting up his face, was waving warmly at them.
Lianjuan, why don't we go over and take a look? What if they're being sincere, someone couldn't help but suggest. Yeah, we got no beef with them.
If they really wanted to harm us, they would made their move by now.
Let us give it a try at one hurt to check. Well, let us go take a look, then. Qin Lianjuan was tempted.
He gritted his teeth and agreed. The group approached cautiously. When they were still 20 or 30 meters away, Qin Lianjuan asked with a forced smile, Brother Lu, were you calling us just now? As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell on Yu, who stood not far away with a calm expression. He clearly remembered that it was this young man who, single-handedly, had wiped out the entire hunting party from Wangjia village. His strength was terrifying.
Guahao smiled and nodded, pointing to the half-eaten giant horned horse on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your prey, right?
Right, it's ours, one of the men replied eagerly. Qin Lianjuan nodded in agreement, though inside he was a bundle of nerves, tense to the extreme. Then take it back, Guahao said without hesitation. The men from Qin family village instantly felt as if they'd been hit by a windfall from the sky. The good fortune came so suddenly that they were all momentarily at a loss.
Brother Lu, are you serious? You're not joking, are you?
Qin Lianjuan still found it hard to believe.
Even though Guahao had offered to split it 50-50, he felt it was acceptable after all. If it weren't for the Lu Guild, they wouldn't have been able to bring this prey back at all. Ha! Zhao Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Old Qin, you're something else. Do you really think we lie to you guys? Exactly. If you don't want it, we'll just keep it for ourselves. We want it. We want it. We want it.
Qin Lianjuan responded hurriedly, as if he'd been scalded.
Then why are you guys dithering? All right. Guahao smiled at Qin Lianjuan. Old Qin, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, there are no strings attached. The prey belongs to whoever it was meant for, and that's who should take it.
Hearing this, the men were so moved that their eyes welled up with tears. From Guahao's tone, they could truly sense that he was sincere in his intention to return the game.
Thank you all. If it weren't for your help, we'd be going back with just that little bit. We wouldn't even have the face to show up at the village. That's right. Now everything's settled, everyone will have something to eat.
As the men spoke, they raised their hands to wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. You watched the scene quietly, feeling both amused and deeply moved.
Adult life is always full of hardships, no one has it easy. Old Qin, don't say that. Guahao waved his hand and sighed softly. Come to think of it, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Ha!
The men, who had been looking down to wipe away their tears, all looked up in surprise, their faces full of confusion. Guahao explained, when we saw you being bullied by Wangjia village earlier, we didn't help right away, not because we were afraid of trouble, but because we were worried we might accidentally hurt you in the fight. That's why we pretended to run away, luring Wang Ba and his men to chase us. We knew this might disappoint you, and we didn't expect you to follow us.
You caught up anyway. Were you thinking of lending us a hand when the time came?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan and the others couldn't help but nod slightly. Even Yu was somewhat surprised at the time. He hadn't expected the people from Qin family fortress to have the courage to give chase.
For that alone, these people were worth befriending.
All the members of Qin family fortress, except for Qin Lianjuan, looked deeply ashamed.
So that was how it was.
No wonder they'd gone to such lengths to flee. Despite their formidable strength, they'd been afraid of accidentally harming you. And yet they, on the other hand, had not only harbored resentment but had also secretly hoped for the Lu Guild's misfortune. If it hadn't been for Qin Lianjuan's insistence, they never would have come after them. If that had been the case, they certainly wouldn't have been able to retrieve their prey. Every time they went out hunting in the future, they would have had to live in fear, and they would never have understood the well-intentioned efforts of Guahao and the others. Brother Lu, I'm truly ashamed, Qin Lianjuan said, his eyes welling up with tears.
Come to think of it, we didn't help at all. Why are you thanking us? That's right. We were so foolish we even misunderstood you earlier. Thinking about it now, sigh. It's okay, it's all in the past.
Guahao shook his head, looking at the group across from him. We're all just trying to make a living in these tough times. It's not easy for anyone, so it's only natural to help each other out when we cross paths.
Right. We really should help each other.
Qin Lianjuan and the others nodded eagerly.
All right, let us. Chapter 53, Hiding a Secret?
After saying this, Qin Lianjuan felt his face flush, his heart filled with anxiety. Everyone could see that although the Lu Guild wasn't large, its combat prowess was astonishing. Every time they went out hunting, they returned with a bountiful haul.
But what about their own Qin family village?
They finally managed to hunt down a giant horned horse, only to have it snatched away by one family village halfway through
the journey.
If it hadn't been for the stroke of luck in encountering the Lu Guild, they would have lost the prey entirely. When compared like this, the gap was painfully obvious. So, on the surface, bringing their village's people into the Lu Guild seemed like a mutually beneficial arrangement, but in reality, they were simply looking for a safety net.
But Qin Lianjuan had no other choice.
There were simply too few able-bodied young men in their village. People starved to death every winter, and this year would likely be no exception. If they could join the Lu Guild, even if they couldn't eat meat, just being able to have a sip of soup and avoid starvation would be enough. Most importantly, Guahao was an upright man who could be trusted. For a moment, the atmosphere grew so quiet it felt almost oppressive. The hearts of the few from Qin family village began to race again, though they couldn't hide the glimmer of hope in their eyes. They were, of course, all for Qin Lianjuan's proposal. If they could join the Lu Guild, it would truly be a blessing. But what if the other side refused? After all, they were responsible for dozens of elderly, women, and children. If they were in the Lu Guild's shoes, they'd have to think it over carefully too. In fact, that was exactly the case. Upon hearing this, Guahao felt a surge of delight. When the Wei brothers had left, they'd taken 2 or 3 people with them, and now the hunting party was short-handed. The addition of these people from Qin family village would be the perfect solution to their immediate need. Moreover, their character was well known to all and they were trustworthy. But when he thought of the dozens of people back at their own settlement who still needed to be fed, he hesitated. His own settlement already had over 100 people waiting to be fed. The 5 game animals they brought back this time would be enough to feed everyone for a while. But if there were dozens more mouths to feed, the pressure on their food supplies would suddenly become overwhelming. The atmosphere remained heavy, suffocating, to make one feel short of breath. The hearts of the people from Qin family settlements sank instantly. The smile on Qin Lianjuan's face gradually froze. He glanced at Qin Zhe beside him, torn inside about whether he should bring up that matter. After all, given their current strength, it was only natural that the Lu Guild wouldn't take them seriously. Just then, a young voice broke the silence. "Dad, I think we should accept." All eyes snapped toward you in an instant. It's him! The people of Qin family village were instantly filled with hope, overjoyed. They had a profound impression of you, far more so than of anyone else in the Lu Guild, and never in their wildest dreams had they expected him to support their application for membership. Immediately afterward, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. What had he just called Guahao? Dad? So he was Guahao's son. You calmly explained to everyone, what our village lacks most right now is young, able-bodied laborers, especially experienced hunters like Uncle Qin and his group. People like Li Yang and Lu Kai may be strong, but they haven't been tested in real combat yet, and it'll take a lot of time to train them. Uncle Qin and his group joining us will perfectly solve our current problem. Xiaoyu makes a good point. Zhao Shan nodded from the side. Everyone understood this already, but... Uncle Zhao, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid there won't be enough food if we have more people, right? You smiled slightly and continued, I don't think we need to worry too much about that. With more people on the hunting team, we'll likely bring back more game. After all, there is strength in numbers. Everyone nodded in agreement, not because US words were particularly groundbreaking, but because the person speaking had earned everyone's trust through his proven abilities. Guahao, since Xiaoyu has agreed, we have no objections. That's right. If Brother Qin and his group want to join, let us welcome them. Xiaoyu is right, someone stated decisively. Guahao nodded and looked at Qin Lianjuan with a smile. Brother Qin, have you all thought this through? If you've really made up your minds, we at the Lu Guild warmly welcome you. Wait, they've already agreed? The people from Qin family village were momentarily taken aback. They had originally assumed that even if the Lu Guild were to agree, it would require a heated discussion and ultimately be decided by a majority vote. As it turned out, just a few words from you were enough for the Lu Guild members to unanimously approve the decision. Lianjuan. A man standing nearby nudged Qin Lianjuan with his elbow, urging him, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and agree. Yeah, Lianjuan, if they change their minds, it'll be too late. Qin Lianjuan finally snapped out of it and hurriedly said, Brother Lu, we've made up our minds. We're determined to join your Lu Guild. Starting today, Qin family village no longer exists. Right. From now on, we're all part of the Lu Guild, several of them shouted excitedly, though only Qin Zhe, being shy, looked a bit embarrassed. Ha, all right. From now on, we're all family. Guahao was overjoyed as well. Zhao Shan and the others nodded with smiles. With more people coming out to hunt, the pressure would be much lighter if they ever faced real danger. Moreover, the village had been infused with fresh blood, which would surely make it more vibrant. Of course, they'd have to work even harder otherwise, they wouldn't be able to support so many people.
Brother Lu, is this young man your son? Qin Lianjuan asked you with a smile.
Yes, he is.
Heroes truly emerge in youth. Qin Lianjuan couldn't help but exclaim.
With all of us here, we could only swallow our pride in the face of Wangjia village, but this young man took them all down single-handedly. That's incredible. This short chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. That's right, he actually managed to draw a bow with a 100 gene pull. And not just that, he did it more than 10 times in a row.
How could an ordinary person do that?
The other men chimed in with praise. You smiled at them, but his smile faltered slightly when his gaze fell on Qin Zhe, standing at the very edge of the group.
Qin Zhe seemed a bit defiant.
You thought to himself, young people, it's only natural for them to have a bit of pride. That's right, Xiaoyu is the best around here. Hearing this, the members of the Lu Guild all beamed with pride. How couldn't he hide his smile either, but he said modestly, Brother Qin's son isn't half bad either. Judging by his age, he is about the same as Xiaoyu, and he can draw a bow with 80 gene of tension, can't he?
None of us can match that skill.
At these words, Zhao Shan and the others' eyes lit up. That's right, this young man was also quite outstanding. He had played an indispensable role in helping Qin family village survive this long. It was just that US fame had overshadowed him, so no one had noticed him at first. Now that the two villages had merged, the village's future was sure to get better and better.
Brother Qin, if we're not mistaken, your son is a martial artist too, isn't he?
Is he at the first level of body tempering? The group asked curiously. Well, Qin Lianjuan stammered, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhe lowered his head slightly, as if embarrassed by everyone's praise.
What's wrong? Guahao asked, puzzled. Did I say something wrong?
If I've offended you in any way, please don't take it personally.
No.
Qin Lianjuan hurriedly waved his hands. No, you didn't say anything wrong. Little Zhe can draw a bow with a draw weight of 80 gene, but there is actually another reason for that.
Another reason?
Hearing this, Guahao and the others exchanged puzzled glances.
What did that mean? Could this young man be hiding some secret? Chapter 54, Awakened?
Yu glanced at Qin Lianjuan and the others, then turned his gaze to Qin Hai. Being able to draw an 80 gene bow meant his strength attribute should, in theory, be close to the first level of body tempering. But judging by the expressions on Uncle Qin and the others' faces, that didn't seem to be the case.
Could it be? Brother Lu, I've actually been meaning to tell you this for a long time. Qin Lianjuan looked at you, his expression somewhat complex. Xiao Hai he is actually an awakened.
What? Upon hearing this, Guahao and the others' minds went blank instantly, their faces etched with utter shock.
An awakened? Qin Hai he is actually an awakened?
Qin Hai tilted his head back slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. That's right, though he wasn't a martial artist, he was a genuine awakened. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at you, only to see the latter looking calm and composed, as if he'd expected this all along.
This instantly made Qin Hai feel a surge of irritation. Had you known all along? Brother Qin, is this true?
Guahao's voice trembled as he stared intently at Qin Hai, still unable to believe this astonishing revelation.
An awakened. That was the prize every major faction was scrambling for. Once fully developed, they possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth.
Absolutely true, Qin Lianjuan said with a wry smile. He had anticipated this reaction from everyone. Earlier, when he looked at Qin Hai, he'd been hesitating whether to reveal this secret to gain leverage for joining the Lu Guild. He hadn't expected you to agree so readily at that moment, and precisely because of that, he was all the more willing to reveal this secret to everyone without reservation.
He is an enhancement type awakened.
By consuming mana, he can double his strength for a short period. That's why he is able to draw an 80 gene bow.
Double his strength. Even you couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
No wonder Qin Lianjuan and the others had been so evasive earlier. It turned out that under normal circumstances, Xinhai could only draw a bow with a 40 gene draw weight, but once he activated his ability, his strength would double, allowing him to draw an 80 gene bow. If he broke through to the first level of body tempering, wouldn't he be able to draw a 200 gene bow right away? A hint of envy welled up in U.S. heart. The abilities of an awakened were truly formidable. Zhao Shan and the others were grinning from ear to ear, silently giving you a thumbs up. Who would have thought that Qin Family Village was hiding an awakened? No, Qin Family Village had already agreed to join the Lu Guild, which meant that, starting today, the Lu Guild had an awakened among its ranks. In today's world, the status of an awakened is of paramount importance. With such a powerful figure stationed in the village, the level of security skyrockets. So, just as Qin Lianjuan and the others had praised you earlier, everyone began to shower Qinhai with praise. You watched from the sidelines, finding it both amusing and gratifying. Having an awakened join their ranks was undoubtedly a great blessing, both for himself and for the Lu Guild. This was, after all, the Lu Guild's very first awakened. This is just the beginning, Qinhai snorted lightly, a hint of arrogance in his voice. I've only just mastered how to control my abilities. Doubling my power is merely the start. Everyone was stunned once again. Young man, are you saying your power can be amplified 2 or even 3 times? Sun Gang's mouth was wide open, wide enough to fit a fist inside. A hint of surprise flashed across U.S. eyes as well. Of course, Qinhai replied without hesitation. Everyone gasped in awe once more. Was this the true potential of an awakened? It was simply astonishing. Ahem, ahem. Seeing his son getting a bit carried away, Qin Lianjuan quickly cleared his throat twice to smooth things over. Don't listen to his bragging, it's not that easy. It's only recently that Xiao Hai has been able to control his powers at will. Recently? You asked curiously. Can't awakened individuals use their abilities freely from the start? Wahao and the others also looked puzzled. They knew very little about the awakened, only that they were incredibly powerful, and nothing else. After all, the awakened and ordinary people seemed to live in 2 completely different worlds. Qin Lianjuan shook his head and explained slowly. At first, Xiao Hai didn't even realize he'd awakened a superpower. It was just that whenever he got emotionally worked up, his strength would suddenly surge. He didn't think much of it at first, but as it happened more often, he gradually became aware of it. When we found out, we didn't know how to help him. He had to figure it out on his own. It wasn't until 2 years ago that he finally learned to control his ability with ease, though he'd be completely exhausted every time he used it. Later, he became more and more proficient, and his strength boost increased from half his normal power at first to double his normal power now. To be honest, we couldn't help him much along the way. He did it all on his own. It really wasn't easy. The key point is, even though Xiao Hai isn't awakened, he has stayed in the village all this time for our sake. That's right. Xiao Hai could have left to pursue better opportunities elsewhere. The others chimed in, their voices filled with emotion. Hearing this, Wahao and the others couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect for this young man. You also nodded slightly. Although the kid seemed a bit arrogant, he was actually a decent person. Moreover, hearing Uncle Qin's words, it became clear that the path of growth for an awakened was not always smooth sailing. Even after awakening supernatural abilities, how much power one could actually unleash depended on personal talent and effort. Brother Qin, rest assured. The fact that Xiao Hai is an awakened is known only to those of us here. It will definitely not get out. Wahao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly made a solemn promise. Right, we'll definitely keep this under wraps. The others chimed in unison. You. Qinhai suddenly turned to look at you. You looked back at him, puzzled. I admit you're stronger than me right now, Qinhai said earnestly, but as long as I have enough resources, it won't be long before I leave you far behind. Wahao and the others exchanged glances. Was this the prelude to a challenge? You paused for a moment, then the corners of his mouth turned up into a hearty smile as he replied cheerfully, Sure, I'll be waiting for you to surpass me. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. As dusk fell, it was time to part ways. They agreed that the people of Qin Family Village would relocate next day, and the Lu Guild would make the necessary preparations. Then, they each set off on their respective journeys home.
Wahao and the others were in exceptionally high spirits.
They spent the entire trip discussing Qin Hai and envisioning a bright future for the Lu Guild.
By the way, Xiaoyu, take a look at this.
Suddenly, Sun Gang pulled a palm-sized booklet from his pocket, a broad smile on his face.
What's this?
Yu stopped in his tracks and looked closely. The booklet was very thin, with only a few pages, and on the cover were several large characters, Phantom Archery. His eyes widened in surprise.
He looked at the words, then at Sun Gang.
The name sounded just like a secret martial arts manual from a wuxia novel. Although martial arts like Tai Chi and Xingyi Quan were also forms of combat, this style seemed worlds apart.
Uncle Sun, where did you find this? Can I practice it?
I'm not sure. I found it on that guy with the bow and arrows, Sun Gang said, scratching his head sheepishly. I figured since it's called archery and you're good with a bow, I'd let you take a look.
It might come in handy. Chapter 55, is the manual a fake?
What the heck is this?
Phantom Archery?
People nearby were drawn over after taking a look. They looked completely puzzled.
That's strange. Why does this look so familiar to me?
Zhao Shan ran his hand through his crew cut, racking his brain. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember now.
Wasn't there someone selling this at the market in Zujiobeo? The market in Zujiobeo?
You looked completely surprised.
Wahao and the others all furrowed their brows. Someone was selling this stuff at the market? How come they didn't remember it at all?
That's right, I remember now too, Sun Gang nodded. It was an old man. He didn't look like a good person at all, with shifty eyes.
Right, that's him.
Zhao Shan's voice rose with excitement.
I've been keeping an eye on him for a long time.
Every time I go to the market, he sets up his stall neatly, with over a dozen of these books laid out in front of him.
No wonder they looked familiar to me. A dozen or so. You was genuinely taken aback.
That's right, a dozen or so. Things like the 9 Yang True Art, the Chaos Teleportation Technique, the Spirit Mind Sutra, the Miracle of Longevity, the 18 Sky-Splitting Strikes. There were so many, I can't even remember them all. As Zhao Shan spoke, you listened, wide-eyed.
The 9 Yang True Art? The Chaos Teleportation Technique? Didn't those sound like martial arts manuals straight out of fantasy stories? Were they really here?
Before he'd been transported to this world, you would have thought this utterly absurd, but in this world, leaving the awakened aside, according to Wang, there were indeed people who had cultivated true Qi.
Since true Qi existed, wouldn't the existence of the 9 Yang True Art make sense?
Now that you mention it, I remember, Qin Hai said, his eyes widening. That guy was a total con artist. The time before last when I went there, I even saw someone trying to get a refund from him. The old man refused flat out, and they ended up in a huge argument.
Right. I remember that too.
In the end, that old man just threw himself on the ground, throwing a tantrum and refusing to budge. He caused quite a commotion, and in the end, the whole thing just fizzled out.
So, did the people from Wanjiazhai buy this from that old man too?
The crowd's gaze toward the little booklet in Yu's hand instantly turned strange. You felt a bit awkward. It seemed it really was a fake after all.
Good thing he hadn't gotten his hopes up too high.
Sorry about that, Xiaoyu, Sun Gang said with an awkward smile. I thought it was a treasure.
It's okay, Uncle Sun, don't take it to heart.
Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As they walked on, Yu's curiosity got the better of him. He slung his bow over his shoulder, flipped open the cover with one hand, and decided to see what was actually written inside. After all, there was no harm in taking a look. But as soon as he saw the first page, his brows furrowed tightly into the shape of the Chinese character river. Who on earth wrote this? The handwriting was so hideous it was hard to look at, yet the writer seemed to think highly of it, deliberately emphasizing the sharp angles of every stroke, like a poor imitation of a beauty. Can this thing really be trusted? He couldn't help but wonder. Yu forced himself to endure the discomfort and finally finished reading the first page, but his furrowed brow slowly began to relax. This so-called phantom archery actually looked quite legitimate. Drawing the bow like a taut string, releasing arrows like phantoms. This archery technique revolves entirely around speed, using a unique method of generating power to increase shooting velocity. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can even stimulate the body's chi and blood to unleash a supreme technique known as the phantom chain arrow. The phantom chain arrows involve firing several arrows in rapid succession, each faster than the last to the point where the later arrows catch up to and strike the previous ones in mid-air. The higher one's mastery, the more arrows one can fire. The author of this manual, seemingly afraid readers might not understand, had thoughtfully included sketches that took up a full 2 pages. U.S. gaze fell on the 4 characters stimulate chi and blood. He recalled how, when hunting the spirit horned deer earlier, drawing the bow had required almost no effort, yet his body had felt completely drained. Could this be what they meant by stimulate chi and blood? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed he would have to ask Wang about it when he got back. He flipped back 2 more pages to the section on practice methods for this archery technique. The instructions were simple and easy to understand, and some of the content coincided perfectly with his own current insights. Could this archery technique actually be real? He felt a jolt of excitement, but as he turned another page, he suddenly realized there was nothing more. Apart from some basic practice methods, there was absolutely nothing about stimulating chi and blood, let alone any mention of the phantom chain arrows. He flipped back a few pages, and his gaze finally settled on those 2 pages of hand-drawn illustrations. He was speechless. Was this just a sham? With so little content, how could anyone actually buy this? Yu tucked the booklet into his pocket. He hadn't had high expectations to begin with, so he couldn't really say he was disappointed. Oh well. Since he still had a ways to go back to the village, he might as well take stock of what he gained this time. With a thought, his status panel appeared before his eyes. He enhanced it once before, and all his attributes had increased by another 10%. Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 7064. Constitution, 51.34. Strength, 35.38. Agility, 22.80. Spirit, 11.79. Potential points, 37 points day. EXP, 162. His EXP had skyrocketed, mostly thanks to the people of Wangjia village taking down one person yielded 710 EXP, whereas each spirit horned deer only provided 67 EXP. At the same time, a plus sign had appeared next to body tempering stage. I've actually reached the breakthrough threshold? Yu was overjoyed and quickly tapped on it, but the smile on his face froze instantly. Well, he had indeed reached the threshold. With Constitution exceeding 50 points, he had triggered the breakthrough conditions. Unfortunately, with his current stats, the success rate for the breakthrough was less than 30%. To guarantee 100% success, the average of his 3 attributes Constitution, Strength, and Agility must reach 45 points. But right now, aside from his Constitution meeting the requirement, his Strength was only 35 points, and his Agility was less than 23 points, a far cry from the average. Yu gave a wry smile. He knew breaking through to a major realm wouldn't be that easy. According to Wang, even in a large stronghold like Li Family Fortress, there were only 1 or 2 experts who had reached the flesh refining stage. But with a few more rounds of enhancement, I should be able to meet the standard, he thought to himself. Deep down, he had a hunch that while the breakthrough currently only required an average of the 3 attributes, the spirit attribute might be in later, and it might not be a simple average either. I need to not only strengthen my body but also raise my skill levels. He shifted his gaze downward, intending to check the mastery of basic archery. After all, he fired so many arrows just now, so the mastery should have increased significantly. But as he looked down, he froze in surprise. Something was wrong. In the skill bar, Wang's Tai Chi had always been at the very top. Now, how had a line of small text appeared above Tai Chi? Chapter 56, Completing the Martial Art. Phantom Archery incomplete, nothing known 0%. Seeing those words, Yu's head buzzed as if he'd been struck hard by a sledgehammer. What on earth was going on? He was 100% certain that line hadn't been there before. Could it be?
Yu's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with disbelief. That phantom archery, which had looked like a shoddy fake, was actually real. A surge of elation washed over him. That's right, it had to be. Otherwise, why would the system have included this archery technique, especially with the exact same name? Wait, there was one difference. Yu looked at the words incomplete. Indeed, this archery technique was incomplete. A significant portion of its content was likely missing. But he immediately looked at the second half of the small print, nothing known 0%, both the font and color were identical to the small print for Tai Chi. In other words, even though this archery technique was incomplete, he could still practice it, increase his mastery, and eventually unlock special effects? You thought that must be the case. Of course, since the technique was incomplete, the special effects he unlocked would likely be significantly diminished, and the ultimate techniques mentioned in the archery manual would certainly remain out of reach. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Should he spend EXP to level up this incomplete technique? It felt like something that was neither here nor there, too good to throw away, yet not worth the effort. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. The color of the two characters incomplete following phantom archery was noticeably different from the rest of the text. It looked like it might be clickable. Should I give it a try? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than 3 lines of text instantly appeared in his mind. Incomplete technique detected, 35% complete. Do you wish to restore it? Restoration requires meeting certain conditions. Restoration conditions: body tempering stage 2, basic archery LV6, time required, 1 day. Restoring the technique requires a certain amount of time. The higher the fulfillment of the conditions, the shorter the time required. You couldn't believe his eyes. Wow, he could actually restore a technique. There were 2 conditions for restoring this archery technique: body tempering stage level 2. He was already at the body tempering stage, exceeding the requirement in basic archery level 6, which he also happened to meet. So why hesitate? Of course he'd choose yes. Technique restoration in progress. Current progress, 0%. Estimated time, 12 hours. Seeing the information pop up in his mind, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy. Without a doubt, this phantom archery was definitely an advanced archery technique for him. It was a godsend. Although the technique was incomplete and even missing key parts, he had the system, which could restore it. Did this mean he wouldn't have to worry about encountering incomplete martial arts manuals in the future? Of course, the restoration came with conditions that seemed to be related to his cultivation realm and the level of his foundational martial arts. Who knows, there might be other requirements down the line. No matter what, this is fantastic news. Yu's lips curled into a smile. In 12 hours, he would have a brand new advanced archery technique. If only he could get his hands on a few more. At that thought, an idea suddenly struck him. That's right, Uncle Zhao and the others had mentioned before that there was an old man at Zhou Family Fortress who specialized in selling all kinds of martial arts manuals, just like the ones in fantasy novels. He originally thought the old man was a complete fraud, but now it seemed he actually sold genuine items like this archery manual, even if it had been heavily abridged. But that didn't matter to him. As long as it was genuine, even if it was an incomplete copy, the system could record and restore it. Uncle Zhou? Zhao Shan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at you with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yu, what's up? Here's the thing, you said with a smile. That old man you mentioned earlier who sells martial arts manuals in Zhoujia Fort, how does he sell them? Zhao Shan didn't catch on right away. I mean, what kind of exchange was required to get those manuals? You explained patiently. He wasn't sure if he'd only need to glance at a small section or study them in depth to register them in the system, so he was prepared to spend resources just in case. Zhao Shan scratched his head, trying to recall. I remember at first, it seemed like they wanted 100 gene of wheat for one book. 100 gene of wheat for one manual? Yu was taken aback. Were there really people willing to spend that much in supplies to buy martial arts manuals of unknown authenticity? Judging by this archery manual, even if the old man was selling the real thing, it was likely an abridged version. Zhao Shan roared with laughter. That old man claimed to be the 99th generation grandmaster of the Kunlun sect, the real deal, honest to a fault. He also said that in Anshan City, even learning a basic fist technique costs 300 or 400 jin of wheat for ordinary people. He claimed what he was selling were all peerless martial arts manuals, so his prices were actually quite cheap. What happened next? Well, of course no one bought anything, people aren't stupid. Later, when we went back, the price had dropped to 10 jin of wheat per book. That rip-off! You gasped. Going from 100 jin of wheat per book to 10 jin, that's a massive price drop, a world of difference. Yeah, later someone got talked into buying one. He claimed it was a martial art that could help cultivate inner energy, but when an expert checked it back home, it turned out to be a fake. That guy was furious and brought a bunch of people to cause a ruckus. I mentioned this before. In the end, the old man just acted like a spoiled child, and the whole thing just fizzled out. Zhao Shan suddenly realized what was going on and stared at you with wide eyes. Xiao Yu, you're not thinking of buying one, are you? As soon as he said it, everyone turned to look at him. I just want to take a look, you explained. There was some genuine content in that archery manual we saw earlier, it's just not very much. I see, Zhao Shan scratched his head. To be honest, I don't really know much about it either, but that old man is at the Zujiobeo market. If we go in a couple of days, you'll be able to meet him. Xiao Yu, you've got to be careful then, that old man is really cunning. That's right, he is full of tricks, Sun Gang and the others chimed in. Don't worry, I'll be careful. You nodded earnestly. To be honest, trading 10 jin of wheat for a book, even a damaged copy, wasn't a bad deal. But if she ended up with a fake, she'd be in for a world of trouble. Judging by all the signs, that old man was likely someone with no scruples whatsoever. She'd have to see if she could figure out a way to get one without spending any money. With that in mind, you felt a renewed sense of anticipation for their upcoming trip to Zujiobeo. Plus, with Qin Hai and the others joining the group, the journey would be much safer. After walking for a little over 2 hours, evening was approaching, and the sun was setting in the west. Looking at the village just ahead, Guahao turned around and instructed everyone, once we're back at the village, under no circumstances should you mention to anyone that Qin Hai is an awakened one. Everyone nodded in unison. At that moment, the entrance to the village was crowded with anxious villagers, their murmurs of concern filling the air. However, as the hunting party came into view, the commotion gradually subsided, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But as they drew closer, expressions of utter shock spread across everyone's faces. 5-5 Pray. Chapter 57, Eat Your Fill and Train. Someone no one knew who shouted at the top of their lungs. The crowd, which had been noisy and chaotic just moments ago, fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the triumphant hunting party, or, more precisely, toward the prey they were carrying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, no, plus the one you was dragging a full 5 pieces of game. My goodness, when has the village ever had such a bountiful haul? With a gulp, Li Yang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I'm not dreaming, am I? I don't think so, Lu Kai said, his expression blank as he shook his head mechanically. He knew deep down that everything before him was absolutely real, this was no dream. Wang, standing nearby, was also filled with astonishment. Could it be that you was responsible again? It had to be. He couldn't think of anyone else who could have pulled this off. The hunting party drew closer and closer, each member wearing a beaming smile. The group crossed the suspension bridge and entered the village. Under the astonished and delighted gazes of the villagers, they carefully set the game down on the ground. What a great haul today, all thanks to little you, Zhao Shan laughed heartily. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes swiveled toward you. Wow! Brother Yu, you're so amazing! More than a dozen children's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jade was mingling among the children at that moment, looking at you with deep reverence. Last time he brought back so much game, and this time it's even more, several times as much. He really is our village's savior, the elders said, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Deng Lian, standing in the crowd, was smiling just as brightly. Uncle Zhao, please don't say that, you said, torn between laughter and exasperation. Everyone played an indispensable role in today's bountiful harvest. Zhao Shan and the others were taken aback for a moment, then broke into laughter as well. They had indeed contributed to the hunt for the spirit horned deer, but later, when they encountered Wangjia village, if Yuan Ti stepped in, it was doubtful they would have made it back safely, let alone brought back any game. They would have been grateful if even half of it had survived. However, it was best not to let everyone know about the events that followed. There was no benefit in it. We plan to take this game to Zhou family fortress to trade for grain and salt. Once we get it back, we'll divide it among everyone, Guahao said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Naturally, no one objected. Some of them had already run out of salt several days ago. Also, I have something important to tell you all. Guahao explained the matter of Qin family village joining them in full detail. The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a boulder had been thrown into a once calm lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. What? The people from Qin family fort are moving here? Is that for real? This is way too sudden. It's a good thing they're moving here. There's strength in numbers. It'll be safer for the hunting party when we go out on hunts. That's right. It'll also strengthen our settlement's defenses against those with ulterior motives. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't just ferocious beasts that attack small settlements. Some brazen individuals would also resort to such acts. After all, there was no quicker way to loot supplies. Over the past few years, many settlements have been wiped out because of this. While such incidents have become less frequent in the last 2 or 3 years, they still happen, especially in winter, when game is scarce. However, some were deeply concerned. But isn't the Qin family settlement pretty big? I heard they have about the same number of people as our settlement. No, maybe a little fewer. But with so many people arriving all at once, will we have enough food? Li Yang and the others exchanged glances. Having newcomers join was certainly a good thing. There was a time when the village had 300 or 400 people, but unfortunately, over time, some left and others drifted away, leaving only the elderly, the infirm, women, and children. But could the village really afford to take in so many people all at once? Everyone, please quiet down. Guahao clapped his hands. Once the murmurs had gradually subsided, he said decisively, I've already agreed to take them in. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they'll all move in tomorrow. I hope everyone will cooperate. Starting tomorrow, we're all one family. The crowd stared wide-eyed. Some were beaming with excitement, while others fell silent, their faces clouded with worry. As for food, don't worry. Everyone has seen US archery skills for themselves. Over at Qin family village, there is someone whose skills are on par with US. He can draw a bow weighing 80 jin, and his archery is quite impressive. Guahao said, glancing at you. That's right, you nodded. His name is Qin Hai. He's about my age and very talented. Upon hearing this, the room instantly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Li Yang and the others didn't dare breathe a word, and even Wang looked stunned. They knew US talent better than anyone for him to speak so highly of someone. That Qin Hai must certainly be no ordinary person. That's right, everyone, don't worry. Once the people from Qin family village arrive, life in our village will only get better and better. That's right, everyone, rest assured, Zhao Shan and the others chimed in. They weren't just saying this to be polite, they truly believed it from the bottom of their hearts. After all, Qin Zhe was an awakened. Hearing this, even those who had been deeply worried began to relax. You said that person was about as powerful as he was. Didn't that mean the hunting party would bring back even more game in the future than they had today? What was there to worry about then? Guahao and the others exchanged smiles. The matter was settled now. They just had to wait for Qin Lianjuan and the others to arrive tomorrow. As for the houses in the village, there were more than enough. After all, at its peak, the village had once accommodated 300 or 400 people. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. But by now, with some having left and others having died, only about 100 people remained. Before long, night fell, and the village was filled with enticing aromas, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter.
Everyone was full of anticipation for the future. The thought of so many new faces arriving tomorrow had them all buzzing with excitement. Yu was already starving. He ate 3 or 4 gene of meat all by himself. After breaking through to the body tempering stage, he clearly felt his appetite had increased significantly. Still, this was a good thing. After all, there were currently only 2 ways to gain potential points. One was through the system's automatic accumulation, which added a fixed number of points each day and was somewhat effective in the early stages. For now, this was better than nothing. The other was through eating, specifically, consuming ferocious beast meat. The more he ate, the more potential points he gained, provided he didn't overeat to the point of making himself sick. Nearly 4 gene of ferocious beast meat earned him 40 potential points. "You're not full yet, are you?" Dung Lian said, unable to suppress a smile as she watched the scene. "If you're not full, I'll go cook some more." Although he devoured over 10 gene of meat for dinner alone, which made her wince a little. How could he have the strength to train or hunt if he wasn't full? "Mom, I'm full." Yu let out a loud belch. If he could have kept eating, he certainly wouldn't have refused. Dung Lian smiled and turned to June. "Dad, Mom, I'm full too." June rubbed his round belly, his little face full of contentment. "Dad, what about you?" Yu looked at Guahao. Guahao nodded. "Then let us rest for a bit, and then come practice martial arts with us," Yu said with a smile. "Practice martial arts?" Dung Lian looked at Yu in surprise, then at Guahao. Guahao was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaoyu, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Alright, I'll go with you to learn martial arts in a bit. By the way, I'll go get Uncle Zhao and the others." "Okay," Yu agreed happily. The hunting party went out hunting during the day. If they could return in the afternoon, that was fine, but if they were unlucky and didn't come back until nightfall, they'd have to practice martial arts at night. They'd start with the hunting party, then the children, and finally the women, taking it step by step. Ideally, the vast majority of the village would become martial artists. Although, that would mean a lot of hard work for one particular person. Chapter 58, The Power of Qi and Blood. Half an hour later, Wang looked at the crowd lined up before him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke slowly. "Guahao, have you all really made up your minds to learn martial arts?" "That's right." Sun Gang's face was beaming with excitement. Having just finished his meal, he was bursting with energy. "Old Wang, Xiaoyu told us that once we become martial artists, our strength will double. And if we reach the 2nd level of body tempering, our strength will even triple." Yeah. If we could all be as strong as Xiaoyu, we'd definitely bring back more game on our future hunts. "Old Wang, we didn't take you seriously when you offered to teach us before. We're really sorry about that. But this time, we're absolutely determined to learn. Please, just teach us." Their eyes were earnest, and their tone was sincere. Li Yang and the others standing nearby watched, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Uncle Guahao and the others suddenly show up, wanting to learn martial arts from Wang? Could it be that from now on, everyone would be doing stance training and practicing forms together? Just imagining that scene was amusing. Ahem. Wang discreetly glanced at Yu, thinking to himself, "I knew it. It's as if Guahao and the others had planned this. If Yu Wang pulling the strings behind the scenes, he wouldn't believe it for the life of him." Yu smiled at him, his eyes seeming to say, "Wang, good luck." Wang looked away and turned to Guahao and the others, his expression turning serious. "Guahao, if you want to learn martial arts, I'm more than happy to teach you. But let me be clear from the start, becoming a martial artist isn't as easy as you think. It takes unyielding perseverance. Besides, you're all getting on in years. Compared to Li Yang and the others, you'll have to put in far more effort than they did. Are you really mentally prepared for that?" As he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes, radiating an intangible aura of power. The group of middle-aged men instantly felt the pressure. However, first, they had already promised you, so backing out now would be a blow to their pride. Second, Li Yang and the others were watching from the sidelines. "Wang, I'm ready," Guahao said firmly after taking a deep breath. "Me too. I'm good. Let us go."
Zhao Shan and the others chimed in. Alright, let us start now. First, line up in a row, 1 meter apart. Wang cut to the chase and, just as he had when teaching you and the others, began with the most basic standing posture. Yu nodded, thinking to himself that once the people from Qin family village arrived, he would have them train together, especially Qin Hai. He had to admit that if that guy's supernatural ability were combined with martial arts, even he sensed a hint of threat. If he could train him properly, that would be nothing short of perfect. Bro Yu, that's awesome. Just then, Li Yang and the others gathered around, giving him thumbs up. You actually managed to convince Uncle Guahao and the others to learn martial arts. That's incredible. It's not just impressive, it's downright far-sighted. Just think about it, if our entire hunting team were martial artists, wouldn't hunting be a breeze from now on? Exactly. You couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It's not as simple as you think. Even if you become martial artists, hunting isn't going to be easy. Ha! The smiles on Li Yang and the others' faces vanished instantly. Even as martial artists, hunting wouldn't be easy? You'll find out soon enough. Yu shook his head, offering no further explanation. By the way, Yu, what about that Qin Hai? Lu Kai's expression was somewhat complicated. I heard you guys say before that Qin Hai is about your age and can draw a bow with 80 gene of tension? Is that true? In an instant, Li Yang and the others held their breath, staring intently at Yu. Yu nodded. Lu Kai and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Wang had said that Yu was a martial arts prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent, and comparing themselves to him was just asking for trouble. But this Qin Hai, he looked about the same age as them. How could he possibly draw such a heavy bow? Was he also a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? Were martial arts prodigies really that common these days? His situation is a bit special, Yu said, seeing their reaction. Don't compare yourselves to him, just focus on doing your best. Lu Kai and the others gave a wry, resigned smile. Sure enough, the guy was a martial arts prodigy. They began to understand why Uncle Guahao had agreed so readily to join Qin family village. Qin Hai alone was reason enough to be drawn in. By the way, Yu, I ran into some issues while practicing archery today. Could you give me some pointers? Lu Kai asked. Sure. Yu nodded, glanced at Wang, and led the group aside. He had originally wanted to ask Wang about how to channel the power of qi and blood. But seeing that Wang was busy teaching everyone the standing meditation posture, he figured Wang probably didn't have time, so he wait a little longer. According to his father's instructions, the hunting party wouldn't go out hunting tomorrow. Instead, they go to welcome the people from Qin family village, and the day after tomorrow, everyone would head to Zhou family fortress together to exchange supplies. That way, he have an extra day to accumulate potential points. Before setting out, it would be best to break through to the flesh refining stage. If that wasn't possible, he'd at least have to boost his strength enough to draw a bow with a 200 gene draw weight. Compared to a 100 gene bow, a 200 gene bow doubles the range and delivers greater lethality. Furthermore, he has already completed nearly a third of the Phantom Archery manual he has been compiling, and he expects to finish it by tomorrow morning. With a more powerful bow paired with more advanced archery skills, he'll feel even more confident on this trip to Zhou family fortress. After finishing his archery instruction for Lu Kai and the others, Yu plans to practice basic archery. Although he had plenty of EXP points, he didn't plan to spend them on these basic martial arts. For one thing, raising the mastery of basic martial arts consumes a lot of EXP but yields limited results. Moreover, since mastery increases rapidly, it's better suited for improvement through practice. On the other hand, advanced martial arts like Tai Chi have a set upper limit for improvement. Progress is slow but the gains are significant, so using EXP points to boost them is more cost-effective. Just as he was thinking this, a figure limped toward him. Good evening, Wang, Yu greeted him first. Wang looked at him silently. Yu smiled awkwardly. I'm really sorry, Wang. I should have discussed this with you beforehand. But I got back late today, so I'm not blaming you. Wang shook his head and turned to look at the group struggling to maintain their stances. It's a good thing you convinced them to learn martial arts. But I hope they're mentally prepared. Not everyone can become a martial artist as quickly as you did.
Take the Liu brothers, for example, it took them 2 or 3 years to get there. Of course, with food supplies better now than before, he wasn't sure exactly how much faster they might progress. Let us take it slow, you said, taking it in stride. Instead of envying others, we should just work hard ourselves. Slow progress is still better than doing nothing, right, Wang? Hee, Wang chuckled. By the way, Wang, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. What does unleashing the power of qi and blood mean? You asked. What? Wang whipped his head around, his face filled with shock. You can use the power of qi and blood already? Chapter 59, Learning Weapons. Wang's voice was so loud that everyone nearby, those doing standing postures and Li Yang, who was practicing archery, all turned to look. You was genuinely startled. Ahem, it's nothing. Keep practicing. Wang waved his hand slightly awkwardly, signaling everyone to ignore it. He then fixed his gaze firmly on you and pressed, you can really unleash the power of qi and blood now? Wait a minute, how do you even know about this? As far as he could recall, he never mentioned this to you. After all, the time wasn't right yet. It's because of this, you said, seeing no point in hiding it, and pulled out a thin booklet. Phantom Archery? Wang read the title aloud, taking it with a puzzled expression. He flipped open the cover, and just as you had expected, Wang's brow instantly furrowed. He read at lightning speed, practically skimming through the text, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned to the last page. Is this an incomplete copy? He immediately looked at you for confirmation. You nodded and recounted everything that had happened on their return journey in full detail. Wang's eyes widened. He never would have imagined such a harrowing ordeal could have occurred on the way back. Fortunately, you had remained calm and composed, ultimately managing to escape unscathed. Wang, don't tell anyone else in the village about this for now. You urged in a hushed voice. Wang replied, then looked at the small booklet in his hand and muttered to himself, this phantom archery must be a genuine martial art. It's a shame so much of it is missing. But come to think of it, that makes sense. How could a mere 10 gene of wheat possibly be enough to trade for a complete martial arts manual? You wholeheartedly agreed, nodding repeatedly. By the way, Wang turned his head, you learned about stimulating qi and blood from this manual, right? Yes. You wondered to himself whether he should mention the strange sensations he'd experienced earlier. Wang continued, the ability to stimulate qi and blood is something only martial artists at the flesh refining stage possess. Only at the flesh refining stage? Yu's eyes widened in surprise. That's right, Wang said, glancing at Guahao and the others as they stood in their stances with concentration. He explained, for martial artists at the body tempering stage, the qi and blood within their bodies are still relatively thin. Only after breaking through to the flesh refining stage, when the qi and blood become rich and concentrated, can one activate the power of qi and blood. What happens once it's unleashed? You couldn't help but ask. Naturally, all your abilities will see a significant boost, greater strength and faster speed. For example, when fighting barehanded, unleashing the power of qi and blood makes your punches faster and more destructive. If wielding a spear or a short sword, the speed and force of your swings will increase if using a bow and arrow. Wang paused and looked at you, you should be able to draw a heavier bow, and your arrow speed will also increase significantly. You suddenly understood, no wonder drawing the bow had felt so effortless earlier, so that was the reason. From the looks of it, unleashing the power of qi and blood has a similar effect to Qin Zai's special ability. It seems the path of martial arts holds great promise. Of course, it's not as if you have to reach the flesh refining stage to unleash the power of qi and blood, Wang added. Some exceptionally talented individuals can do so even at the body tempering stage. But if your qi and blood aren't dense enough and you unleash it too frequently, it will actually cause damage to your body. As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at you. Seeing Yu's bewildered expression, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he'd overthought it. After all, Yu was only at the body tempering stage. How could he possibly use the power of qi and blood? Even under passive circumstances, it wasn't very realistic. Wang, so does that mean martial artists at the flesh refining stage can activate their qi and blood without any problems? Yu asked curiously.
Not exactly, Wang shook his head. Even martial artists at the flesh refining stage Wen Ti use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Because once used, they enter a period of weakness. During this time, even a martial artist at the body tempering stage could defeat them. If used frequently, it will deplete their vital energy and blood. In the long run, it's tantamount to destroying one's own future. You sucked in a sharp breath. It seemed that using the power of qi and blood required caution and restraint. Although the power of qi and blood was formidable, it was ultimately unlike the abilities of an awakened. It wasn't something where more was always better. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, Wang, is the gene energy generated after entering the gene stage derived from the power of qi and blood? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang's eyes, then he nodded. That's correct. When one's physique reaches a certain level of strength, gene naturally generates within the body. The effect is similar to unleashing the power of qi and blood, but it's more potent and has no side effects. If one becomes a dark gene martial artist, they can even channel this internal gene into an opponent's body, causing unexpected damage that's impossible to guard against. As for transformed gene martial artists, he didn't continue, instead looking up at the night sky, his eyes filled with longing. You nodded, feeling as though he had grasped the key to advancing in the martial arts. If the power of qi and blood transforms into Jingli when it reaches a certain density, then wouldn't that Jingli, when it reaches a certain density, transform into true qi within the body? It's very likely. The path of martial arts has no end. In any case, keep working hard. Wang turned his gaze back to you. He had a premonition that the young man before him would achieve immeasurable greatness in the future. Perhaps he could truly become one of those legendary masters capable of cultivating true qi within their bodies. Of course, that might take a few years, or it might take more than a decade. You nodded, unable to help but wonder, what realm was Wang actually at? He must be at least at the entry into gene realm. Judging by his performance just now, he was very likely a dark gene master. By the way, there's another reason I came to see you. Wang, go ahead. You're heading to Zhou family fortress in a day or two, aren't you? You nodded. Zhou family fortress is a complex place with a diverse crowd and ever-changing circumstances. If a conflict were to break out and you're too close to the action, your archery skills might not be able to reach their full potential. What do you mean, Wang? You seem to grasp the implication. Wang nodded slightly. You'd better learn to wield another weapon. It could be a spear or a short sword. Both have their pros and cons. A spear, the longer it is, the more powerful it becomes. Once your spear technique reaches perfection, with a spear in hand, no one can stand against you. It's highly effective against both people and ferocious beasts. But it also has its drawbacks. It's too long to carry around at all times, and it's limited in combat in confined spaces. A short sword is different. As a close-quarters weapon, it's only about 1 meter long and can be carried at all times. In an emergency, even a branch or a wooden stick can be used as a sword. In actual combat, a short sword delivers fierce attacks and is highly intimidating, but its drawback is its short range. When facing ferocious beasts, the risk of injury is much greater than when using a spear. After speaking, Wang furrowed his brow slightly, clearly torn over which weapon you should choose or which one he should learn first. In his view, he naturally leaned toward having you learn the spear, since he himself was skilled in spearmanship. But Yu was proficient in archery, so learning a short weapon to compensate for his weakness in close combat seemed more appropriate. Besides, since he could attack ferocious beasts from a distance with arrows, why risk close combat with a spear? Wang, how about I learn both? Yu asked after a moment's thought. Chapter 60, Bagua Sword Technique. Looking into Yu's sincere and determined eyes, Wang snapped back to his senses. That's right. For most people, mastering either spearmanship or swordsmanship is already quite an achievement. Take himself, for example. He was quite confident in his spear technique, but when it came to swordsmanship, he could only offer simple guidance to beginners. He was still a far cry from a true master of the sword. But this young man standing before him was no ordinary person. In less than a day, he had already mastered Tai Chi moves that would take others a week or even several weeks just to get the hang of. At this rate, he'd likely have a solid grasp of Tai Chi in less than 3 days. With a talent like his, might he actually be able to master two completely different weapons at the same time? With that thought in mind, Wang cleared his throat and said, Are you really sure about this?
Let me be blunt, learning two weapons at the same time is much harder than learning two martial arts styles.
Yeah, Wang, I'll give it a try first.
If it really doesn't work out, I'll drop one of them, you replied with a smile.
Alright,
Wang said, furrowing his brow slightly. He couldn't help but feel that the phrase, I'll give it a try first, sounded strangely familiar.
He was feeling a little excited inside at that moment.
Others might worry that learning two weapons at the same time would cause confusion, but with his martial arts panel to guide him, he had absolutely no reason to worry about that.
Besides, the characteristics of different martial arts could stack. Who wouldn't want to have more skills? Wang, when learning spear and sword techniques, do we have to start from the very basics? Do we need to build a solid foundation before we can learn more advanced techniques?
You thought of that book, Phantom Archery, and looked at Wang with eyes full of anticipation. He was certain that Wang must have advanced martial arts techniques for basic spearmanship and perhaps for swordsmanship as well.
Wang glanced at him, his expression seeming to say, do I even need to ask?
Of course you have to start with the basics, he said, his expression immediately turning serious whenever the topic of martial arts came up. The basic spear techniques include blocking, seizing, thrusting, chopping, sweeping, and stabbing. The basic sword techniques include chopping, slashing, thrusting, sweeping, and sweeping downward. You have to master these basic techniques thoroughly before you can learn true spear and sword techniques.
Got it, Wang, you replied. I'm just a little curious. Once I've mastered these basic moves, what are the actual spear and sword techniques I'll be learning next called? You're asking for the names? Wang paused for a moment. You nodded eagerly. Wang gave him a deep look.
If Li Yang or the others had asked such a question, he would certainly have lectured them. How could they think of learning advanced techniques without even laying a solid foundation?
But you, well.
The sword technique is the Bagua sword technique, and the spear technique is the Baji spear skill, Wang said calmly.
Yu's eyes widened.
The Bagua sword style sounded fairly straightforward, but the Baji spear skill, that name was just too imposing.
Judging by the slightly reluctant look on Wang's face, this was most likely a secret technique he'd treasured for years. Follow me. Wang turned and walked forward, sighing silently to himself.
10 years ago, let alone the Baji spear skill, he wouldn't have easily passed on even Tai Chi to outsiders. But times had changed, and dwelling on such things no longer made much sense. Besides, Wahao had saved his life and looked after him all these years. As long as Yu was capable of learning it, he wouldn't regret passing on even more powerful techniques.
It just wasn't the right time yet.
The two returned to the warehouse, where Yu's gaze fell on the great bow with a draw weight of 200 jin. He had originally planned to strengthen his body first, boost his strength attribute, and then use this bow to practice basic archery, but it seemed he'd have to put that on hold for now.
Try this.
Wang tossed him a wooden spear, about 2 meters long, with a sharp tip and a red tassel tied to the back of the shaft.
Yu caught it, weighed it in his hands, and said, Wang, doesn't this seem a little too light? Light? Wang looked over at him.
Even though the shaft is made of wood, this spear still weighs 10 jin. Just because you can draw a bow with a 100 jin draw weight doesn't mean wielding a long weapon like this is easy. You'll see for yourself in a moment. Yu hesitated for a moment but persisted, Wang, since yesterday, I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. This spear feels light as a feather in my hands.
Why don't we switch to a heavier one?
He could, of course, do as Wang suggested, but that would slow down the leveling of his basic spearmanship skill too much.
How heavy do you want it? Wang asked, sounding a bit exasperated. Yu thought for a moment. 20 jin, I guess.
An average person could wield a 10 jin spear with ease after prolonged practice. But his strength attribute had already reached 35 points, roughly 3 times that of an average person, so practicing with a 20 jin spear first would be just right. Wang glanced at him, turned, pulled a spear from the rack, and tossed it over. Yu caught it with one hand and suddenly pressed his palm downward. The weight was twice that of the previous spear, at least 20 jin. The spear was nearly 3 meters long, its shaft jet black and radiating a chill, while the tip glinted coldly, sending a shiver down one's spine.
Let us start with spear techniques first, Wang said, glancing at the rack of swords and knives not far away.
He couldn't help but wonder if you would still be able to learn sword techniques after finishing his spear training tonight. When the two stepped outside and saw the iron spear in Yu's hand, Hua, Li Yang, and the others all looked surprised.
Xiao Yu, is he going to learn spear techniques at the same time?
Sun Gang was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. I'm afraid that's exactly the case.
But isn't Xiao Yu already a master archer? He never misses a shot. Is there really any need for him to learn spear techniques?
Sun Gang still couldn't wrap his head around it. If he were that accurate with a bow, he certainly wouldn't bother learning how to use a spear.
Old son, haven't you heard the saying, the more skills you have, the better?
Besides, what if he runs out of arrows one day? If that happens, he can still fight just fine with a spear.
Exactly. Didn't you know?
Archers in ancient times were also formidable in close combat. Ordinary people stood no chance against them.
Xiao Yu really thinks of everything, everyone marveled.
Over on Li Yang, Lu Kai, and the other side, they felt the pressure mounting like a mountain.
Oh my god, Brother Yu is actually going to learn spearmanship too. Is he trying to make our lives impossible?
Li Yang felt like crying but had no tears to shed. He'd been hoping to master the spear himself so he could assist Brother Yu in the future.
He probably just doesn't want any weaknesses, Lu Kai said slowly.
Yeah, that must be it. If you only know how to shoot arrows, the enemy won't give you time to aim once they're up close.
And if you don't know how to use a spear, you can't exactly go in bare-handed to fight them, can you?
Sai Brother Yu's archery is already so amazing, and he is still constantly learning new skills.
We've got to work even harder.
That's right. The people from Qin village are moving in tomorrow, and that guy named Qin Hai is probably a formidable opponent too.
We've got to give it our all.
As they spoke, they all unconsciously felt a tremendous sense of pressure.
Chapter 61, is he really pushing himself this hard?
On the open training ground, Yu held a long spear, and an inexplicable sense of boldness welled up within him, a feeling entirely different from when he drew his bow and shot arrows. Wang watched Yu's grip on the spear and furrowed his brow slightly. However, since Yu had never practiced spearmanship before, it was only natural that he didn't know the correct grip. Spearmanship, it seems easy to pick up, but it's actually extremely difficult to master. Wang said calmly, with his hands clasped behind his back, it's considered easy to pick up because even a novice, facing an enemy with a spear nearly 3 meters long, will feel a bit more confident and instinctively thrust the spear forward. But mastering it is very difficult. The reason lies in the spear's length, especially a long spear, which is at least twice a person's height and can even reach 4 or 5 meters.
Do you know what that means?
Yu shook his head instinctively. The principle of the lever, Wang said, uttering just 4 words. If you treat your left hand as the fulcrum, your right hand and the spearhead are the 2 ends of the lever. The spearhead end acts as a non-mechanical lever. The longer the spear, the more pronounced the lever effect becomes. In this situation, even if you're stronger than your opponent, if your spear technique is good, you'll still be overpowered by someone weaker than you. If you don't believe me, I'll spar with you using the strength of an ordinary person. Of course, if there's a difference of 2 minor realms or 1 major realm between us, that's a different story, he added.
I believe you.
Yu replied with a serious expression. He wasn't stupid. He hadn't even unlocked basic spearmanship yet, and he was already thinking about sparring with someone who was likely a spear master.
That would be asking for trouble.
Just as he was thinking this, Yu's whole body suddenly jolted.
Wait a minute.
It seemed he'd come up with a way to quickly improve his spear mastery.
That's right, sparring with Wang.
Wang didn't know archery,
and archery wasn't really suitable for sparring anyway. Even if they could spar, he'd have the advantage.
But spear techniques were different.
If they removed the spearheads, sparring between the 2 of them would be perfectly feasible.
Wang, of course, had no idea what Yu was thinking. Seeing Yu's humble attitude, he nodded slightly and continued, learning spear techniques requires not only physical fitness but also a keen grasp of the art.
I know you have a high aptitude for martial arts.
There's a saying, a month with the staff, a year with the sword, a lifetime with the spear. Some people can defeat someone who has trained for a year after just a month of staff training, or surpass someone who has trained for 10 years after just a year of sword training. Aside from differences in physical fitness, insight plays a major role. But this pattern doesn't apply to spear techniques. He fixed his gaze on you. These words were clearly meant as a reminder: no matter how gifted you are, it's impossible to master advanced spear techniques in a short time. As long as their method is correct, those who have practiced longer than you will be better than you. You nodded obediently. Perhaps that was true, but he had his own confidence. As long as he kept practicing, his mastery would rise rapidly, and mastering advanced spear techniques would be no difficult task for him. One last point, Wang emphasized: this is something you must pay special attention to from now on. Li Yang and the others still frequently make this mistake. With the way you're holding the spear right now, are you thinking of swinging it straight up and down, or swinging it horizontally in a straight line? These movements aren't unusable, but you must never rely on them too often. You was somewhat surprised. He recalled that among the basic spear techniques Wang had mentioned earlier, there were indeed movements like slashing and smashing. Because the spear is long and heavy, once it deviates from the center line, it's very difficult to quickly realign it using brute force alone. The key to spearmanship lies in maintaining the center line. It's manageable when facing ferocious beasts, but if your opponent is a human whose width is only about 20-odd centimeters. In other words, if the spearhead deviates from the center line by just 10 centimeters, it can't inflict any damage on the enemy even though your hand might have only strayed by 1 or 2 centimeters. You sucked in a sharp breath. This was what they meant by a hair's breadth of error leads to 1,000 li deviation, wasn't it? So, the trajectory of the spear tip on the coronal plane should be arc-shaped, what we call the spear circle. Just like keeping the base of the spear against your waist, this goes against intuition and requires a lot of practice to commit to memory. Do you understand? You nodded eagerly. It's not enough to just say it, you have to commit it to memory. Wang gave a soft hum. Now, let us officially begin the lesson. First came the most basic ready stance. You stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his body naturally upright, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, and his grip on the spear steady. Not bad. Wang nodded, walked in front of you, a spear now in his own hand, and began demonstrating the basic movements. Forward thrust, parry, deflect, slash, pierce, hook, and finally, the retraction. Not far away, Li Yang and the others watched with a sour taste in their mouths. When Wang had demonstrated for them, he hadn't shown nearly this many moves, just a simple forward thrust. After Wang completed the final retraction, a line of small text finally appeared on US skill bar. Basic spearmanship, LVU 0.1%. You let out a long sigh. Wielding this 20-gene spear was indeed exhausting. Just one set of movements had left him with a thin sheen of sweat, though he was still far from his limit. Besides, the weight of the spear itself must have played a role. His mastery had increased by 0.1% after just one set of movements. If he'd been using that 10-gene spear from before, the mastery gain might have been only half that. Looks like I'll need to practice 1,000 times to level up, he thought to himself, his heart brimming with determination. Continue. Just then, Wang's voice rang out again. Over and over, set after set. Wang sheathed his spear, turned to face you, and said, keep practicing like this thousands upon thousands of times until it becomes muscle memory. Then you'll have mastered the basics. This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. What about the Baji spear skill? You asked quietly. You're still a long way off from that, Wang said, glancing at him before looking off into the distance. You practice here for now, I'm going over there to take a look. Okay, Wang. You looked away and took a deep breath. It seemed the prerequisites for the Baji spear skill were quite high. Even so, he had no intention of using EXP to level up basic spearmanship. Wasn't it just a matter of practicing hundreds or thousands of times? Even if it meant tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of repetitions, he was confident he could stick with it. Ready, thrust forward, parry, thrust upward, retract the spear. You focused intently on every movement, striving for precision and perfect execution, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, because if his form was even slightly off, his mastery wouldn't increase.
Completing one set of movements took about half a minute. 10 minutes passed, and you began to feel the strain.
Half an hour later, sweat had soaked through his clothes.
An hour later, he was soaked through, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. Li Yang and the others had long since been watching in astonishment.
Although their own gun training sessions also lasted an hour, the movements weren't nearly as complex, and the guns they used weighed only 6 or 7 Jin. Guahao, Zhaoshan, and the others who had also just finished their stance training and started practicing with guns were so amazed they couldn't close their mouths. Sun Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at Yu, who was still repeating the drills, then looked at Wang and asked instinctively, "Has Xiaoyu always trained this hard?"
"He has been at it for over an hour now, hasn't he?"
Wang took a look and replied slowly, "That's right.
He has always been like this." Instantly, everyone fell silent.
The aching in their bodies seemed to vanish in that moment.
2 hours passed.
Yu was panting heavily, his arms feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Because his form had begun to falter, there were several instances where he failed to gain any mastery. However, the good news was that as he became more familiar with the movements, the mastery he gained each time had increased from the initial 0.1% to 0.15%, and now to 0.2%. He glanced at his skill bar, basic spearmanship, LVU 0.35.6%. Still more than half to go, Yu thought to himself. At his current rate of 0.2% mastery gain per attempt, he'd need to practice 322 more times, which would take roughly another 3 hours. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, he seemed to have hit a dead end. Surely there was a faster way. Chapter 62, Basic Spearmanship Traits. How exactly could he level up faster?
Yu pondered for a moment, then had a sudden realization. The answer was to directly allocate EXP.
Previously, he had subconsciously assumed that investing EXP in basic martial arts wasn't cost-effective. For the same amount of EXP, the attribute bonuses gained from advancing to higher-level martial arts were far greater than those from basic martial arts. But he overlooked one thing: this was only true when the basic martial arts were already at a high level. For example, when advancing from level 1 to level 2, or from level 2 to level 3, the higher the level, the lower the cost-effectiveness of using EXP to level up. However, advancing from level 0 to level 1 was a completely different story. Not only did it require far less EXP, but the difficulty of the leap was immense. Using EXP to level up at this stage yielded twice the results with half the effort.
Why didn't I think of this sooner?
You felt a bit frustrated, but it wasn't entirely without its benefits. At least it allowed Wang and the others to witness his hard work. It looks like today I'll not only master basic spearmanship but also learn basic swordsmanship at the same time. He curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. Immediately afterward, with a thought, he invested 1 point of EXP into basic spearmanship. In an instant, his mastery of basic spearmanship skyrocketed, reaching nearly 70% in one go. Just as I thought, Yu thought to himself with delight. Without his previous practice, it would have taken only 3 EXP points to raise basic spearmanship from 0 to level 1. I wonder what traits will unlock after leveling up, he thought, his eyes brimming with anticipation, and he invested another point of EXP. Instantly, a warm current spread throughout his body, dispelling some of his fatigue, though the change wasn't very noticeable. My constitution has definitely improved, and so has my strength. It feels like my body has become lighter and more agile too. Could I have unlocked 3 traits at once? He hurriedly checked his stats, and upon seeing them, his eyes widened in shock. Basic spearmanship, LV1 3.5%, traits, physical strength LV1, power LV1, agility LV1, weapon preservation LV1. 4 traits. Yu took a deep breath. He was already familiar with the first 3. They boosted the skill by 1 level and increased his constitution, strength, and agility by 1 point each. As a basic martial art, this was to be expected. But what was this weapon preservation trait? He hurriedly checked it out. Weapon preservation: for every level the skill increases, weapon durability loss is reduced by 20%, and attack power is further increased by 10% when using polearms. So that's how it is, you realized with a sudden epiphany.
When martial artists fought with bladed weapons, weapon durability and attack power were crucial. Once a weapon is damaged, a fighter is put on the defensive. This trait not only reduces weapon wear but also boosts attack power. It's incredibly practical. Judging by the description, it triggers with any polearm, not just spears, you thought to himself. This trait is incredibly powerful. As his level increases, weapon wear will drop significantly, attack power will keep rising, and his combat advantage will become increasingly evident. What are you thinking about? You look so focused, Wang asked as he walked over. You snapped back to reality and replied with a smile, Wang, I'm reviewing the EXP I earned from my practice just now. Oh? A hint of approval flashed in Wang's eyes. Then go ahead and demonstrate it, let me see the results. You was only too happy to oblige and, without hesitation, demonstrated the basic moves he'd just learned in their entirety. Although his movements weren't exactly fluid and natural, each move was executed by the book and looked quite proper. This kid has truly astonishing talent, Wang marveled to himself. He'd already anticipated US talent before coming, but the reality still exceeded his expectations. Wang, how did I do? You asked, lowering his spear and coming to a stop. Not bad, Wang replied calmly, his tone even. But you're still a long way from learning the Baji spear skill. Hearing this, you showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he smiled broadly and said, Wang, I've thought of a way to help me improve even faster. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then, as if he'd guessed something, a peculiar expression crossed his face. You're not thinking of sparring with me, are you? Yep. You nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is that okay, Wang? If he practiced alone, his mastery would likely increase at only half the rate or even less than when sparring. But he was reluctant to use EXP for leveling up. After all, each level granted 3 attribute points. While not a huge amount, it wasn't insignificant either, especially considering the immediate benefits of the weapon preservation trait. Hearing US request, a meaningful smile spread across Wang's face. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he'd sparred with anyone. Sure, Wang agreed readily. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded. On the training ground, Yu and Wang each held a spear with its tip removed, facing off 4 or 5 meters apart, while a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered around them. Brother Yu is so awesome! Li Chang exclaimed. He has only been learning spear techniques for a short while, and he is already sparring with Wang? Yeah, we haven't even mastered the basic thrusting moves yet. Bro, you probably isn't a match for Wang, right? Probably not. Guahao and the others, however, remained relatively quiet, all quietly watching the two men in the center of the arena. As long as you can touch me, you win, Wang said, looking at Yu. Come on. Yu took a deep breath, tensing every muscle in his body, then thrust his spear forward. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. Wang's spear shifted slightly, effortlessly blocking Yu's attack. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Kid, that's not nearly enough. Yu silently withdrew his spear. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but secretly, he was checking his skill bar. Basic spearmanship, LV 23.6%. It had increased by 0.1%. It didn't seem like much, but that was the mastery gained from just a single thrust. What if he thrust twice or 3 times in a row? Yu swallowed hard and began to move slowly. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang's eyes. He thought to himself, this kid's pretty agile, he doesn't just stand there like a beginner. He remained rooted to the spot even when Yu circled around to his side, he didn't even turn his head. Isn't Wang putting himself at a disadvantage like this? One young man, seeing this, couldn't help but worry for Wang. You're overthinking it, Lu Kai shook his head, watching the two men in the arena. It's clear Wang doesn't take brother Yu seriously. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Yu thrust his spear forward like a bolt of lightning. Clang! 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 3 crisp clashes rang out in quick succession. Yu swiftly withdrew his spear and checked his skill panel.
3 consecutive strikes had increased his mastery by nearly 0.5%.
Sure enough, real combat was the fastest way to boost mastery. Too many openings. Wang silently assessed in his mind. If he were the attacker, he could have hit you with a single thrust. Still, for a beginner who had just started learning the spear, this performance was already quite impressive. He was actually curious to see just how skilled this kid could become with the spear and whether he'd be able to give Wang a good, satisfying fight. And so, the crisp clangs continued to ring out across the open training ground. You started by attacking 3 times each round and gradually increased to 4, then 5. His mastery also rose rapidly from 4.5% to 5.1%, then 6%. Finally, after nearly an hour, his mastery reached 99.5% and immediately broke through to 100%. In an instant, a warm current spread throughout Yu's entire body. Basic Spearmanship, successfully upgraded. Chapter 63, Going All Out. Basic Spearmanship, LV20%, Traits, Strengthening LV2, Power LV2, Agility LV2, Weapon Preservation LV2. You took a deep breath and gripped the spear firmly with both hands. An indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within him, as if he had already honed these basic techniques countless times. Whoosh! In an instant, he thrust his spear forward, moving as fast as lightning far quicker than before. What? Wang, who had been momentarily distracted, flashed a look of surprise across his face and hurriedly pulled his spear back, barely blocking the fierce thrust. Clang! A crisp clang echoed across the training ground, louder than before. You seized the opportunity to close in, unleashing several more rapid thrusts in quick succession. This time, Wang was prepared and easily parried each attack one by one. Yet the look of shock on his face grew even more pronounced, and he thought to himself, something's not right. These thrusts are much faster than before. The spear has long been known as the thief of 100 weapons, precisely because of its extremely fast attack speed. Could this kid have made another quantum leap in just one short hour? Basic Spearmanship, LV2 0.3%. As you withdrew his spear, he stole a glance at his skill bar and noticed that the mastery increase had slowed down again. Still, he was more than satisfied to have leveled up once in just 1 hour. Wang. You sheathed his spear and looked at Wang gratefully. It's getting late. Why don't we call it a day with the spear training? Back when he was practicing archery, Wang had often served as his sparring partner, and now he was doing the same for spear training. With the system's assistance, you could clearly see his own progress, so he naturally trained with great enthusiasm, but for Wang, the process must have been incredibly tedious. Wang holstered his gun and asked, "Are you tired?" "A little," you replied with a smile. After all, he'd been practicing gunplay for nearly 3 hours straight. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired, and his stomach was starting to growl. A little? Wang furrowed his brow slightly. So you can keep practicing? Huh? You froze, looking at him in surprise. Don't worry about me, this is nothing. Wang waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Guahao and the others nearby. Let us call it a night. Everyone, go home and get some rest. Li Yang and the others immediately lit up with joy. Even middle-aged men like Zhao Shan and Sun Gang breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But when their eyes fell on you, their smiles gradually faded. Xiao Yu, Dad's heading home now. Don't train too late yourself, Guahao advised with concern. Don't worry, Dad. I've got it under control, you replied with a smile. As the group began to disperse, Wang beckoned to you. Those shots just now were full of power. Keep it up. Got it. Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Since Wang was still willing to spar with him, he was more than happy to oblige. However, his body was indeed nearing its limit. Even if he pushed through, his lack of strength would significantly reduce the mastery he gained. After a moment's thought, you said, Wang, I'm going to use the restroom. Go ahead, Wang replied resignedly. Yu chuckled to himself. He didn't actually need to use the restroom. He was afraid Wang might notice the unusual changes in his body while he was strengthening it, so finding a secluded spot was the safer bet.
After confirming no one was around, he focused his mind, and a surge of heat instantly welled up from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body.
In less than 2 seconds, he had returned to peak condition, even more energetic than before. Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 80100. Constitution, 58.67. Strength, 41.11. Agility, 27.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 38.7 points day. EXP, 160. Not bad. My strength attribute has finally reached 40 points.
I can now draw a bow with a 200 gene draw weight. You nodded with satisfaction. The average of his 3 attributes had also reached 4 points, just 3 points shy of the breakthrough threshold. He quickly scanned the rest of the data, then turned to head back.
All done?
Wang looked over, his gaze sharpening slightly.
His intuition told him that you was different now. He seemed to have more vitality and spirit. Yeah, Wang, I'm ready.
You rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Since he didn't have to go hunting tomorrow, it wouldn't matter if he trained until the early hours of the morning. Come on, let us see how long it takes you to hit me if I don't fight back, Wang said, the corners of his mouth curving upward in a faint smile.
Wang, if I manage to hit you, is there a reward? You asked curiously. You want a reward?
No, I was just asking.
I didn't mean anything by it.
You hurried to explain. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this.
Unfortunately, it was already too late.
Of course there's a reward. The reward is that I'll fight back, Wang said meaningfully.
You was speechless for a moment.
He was about to complain about what kind of reward that was, but swallowed his words.
Come to think of it, this was actually a good thing.
Once Wang fought back, his mastery would surely increase faster. However, given his current strength, if Wang were to go all out, he'd likely be completely overwhelmed. Alright, Wang, I'll give it my all and do my best to face you as soon as possible. You took a deep breath, silently pumping himself up. The crisp sound of impact rang out once more. This time, you managed to thrust his spear more than a dozen times in a row. After a brief pause, he continued his attack, his offensive surging like a relentless tide, unceasing. A look of excitement was clearly visible in Wang's eyes. Although you wasn't yet strong enough to warrant his full effort, he was very satisfied with this fearless, headlong momentum. A spearman should possess precisely this kind of fearless spirit. He looked forward to the day when he could have a thrilling, all-out battle with you, hoping that day wouldn't be too far off. You watched his mastery rise rapidly, feeling a rush of exhilaration. When basic spearmanship was at level 2, he had to thrust 6 times just to increase his mastery by 0.3%. Now, at the peak of his form, he unleashed more than 10 thrusts in a single breath, and his mastery soared by nearly 1%. After a brief pause to catch his breath, he thrust the spear more than 10 times again, and his mastery rose another 1%. Spurred on by these remarkable results, he was brimming with energy and, before he knew it, had entered a state of complete absorption. It wasn't until a warm current flowed through his body that he suddenly snapped back to reality. Basic spearmanship, LV 30%, traits, fortitude LV 3, power LV 3, agility LV 3, weapon preservation level 3. At that moment, he felt that the spear in his hand was no longer a weapon, but an extension of his body, handling it with effortless ease. With a whoosh, the spearhead sliced through the air like lightning, so fast it left only an afterimage. Nice work, kid. Wang praised silently to himself. Fortunately, he'd been on guard earlier, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to dodge that strike. However, US attacks grew increasingly fierce. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed more than 20 strikes, each one faster than the last. The sound of impacts rang out in rapid succession, like the roar of firecrackers. After 33 strikes, Yu was panting heavily, a look of resignation in his eyes. He had given it his all, but Wang had effortlessly parried every single strike. He had no doubt that even if he fired another 100 shots, the outcome would remain the same. Kid, Wang said, his gaze turning serious, I admit, as you are now, you've earned the right to make me draw my gun. Chapter 64, A Bright Future Ahead. Hearing this, Yu's heart gave a sudden jolt, and he blurted out, Wang,
Are you saying you're going to spar with me in earnest from now on? That's right. Wang nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Your progress is unbelievably fast. If you keep defending like this, it's only a matter of time before you manage to hit me with your gun. You smiled sheepishly. Was this a backhanded compliment? Don't get too cocky just yet. Wang saw right through his thoughts. The best defense is offense. When your attacks force your opponent into a purely defensive stance, that's when you can be proud, but you clearly aren't there yet. I understand, you shrugged helplessly. That was typical of Wang, always cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Take a short break first. Just a heads up, it won't be this easy from here on out. Wang's expression was calm, but his tone left no room for doubt. In reality, a storm was already raging inside him. Just what kind of prodigy was this kid? It had taken him at least 2 or 3 years to reach the level he was at now, but this kid? Just a few hours? If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed it. Given time, this kid's future is limitless, Wang marveled inwardly. After a brief rest, the two stood face to face once more. Before we begin, I'd like to ask you something. Sure, Wang, go ahead, you replied with a nod. Are you currently at the first level of body tempering? Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he silently thought, oh no. Earlier, he'd been too absorbed in the fight, he'd given his all with every strike, holding nothing back. Seeing his reaction, Wang understood immediately. If I'm not mistaken, your strength has now reached the body tempering stage. In that case, I'll spar with you using the power of the first level of the body tempering stage. As he spoke, his gaze grew calm yet resolute. Yu was taken aback. He had originally thought Wang would use body tempering stage strength, but he instantly realized that if Wang were to unleash his full body tempering stage power, combined with his abundant EXP, he would certainly be no match for him. First level of body tempering. Yu licked his lips, feeling inexplicably nervous. Here it comes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang flickered his spear, and his entire aura instantly became incredibly fierce. Whoosh! So fast. Yu's eyes widened as he hurriedly raised his spear to block. Crack! A crisp clang echoed throughout the area. Wang shook his head to himself. This kid still lacks too much real combat experience. Immediately afterward, he raised his front hand slightly and pressed down hard with his backhand. The spear tip, like an agile snake, lunged straight for Yu's chest. Thud! What? Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, Yu's previous movements had been riddled with flaws. He could have attacked anywhere he wanted, yet the strike had been blocked so cleanly. Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief. He thought he wouldn't be able to block it, but his body had reacted faster than his mind, instinctively executing a defensive move. Watch out! Wang's voice rang out again as the spear quivered once more, launching a fierce new wave of attacks. A series of rapid, intense clashes echoed continuously. Yu struggled to hold his ground. From the very beginning, he hadn't been able to find a single opening to counterattack. Wang had been keeping him on the defensive the entire time. Moreover, he could clearly feel that even though Wang was the one on the offensive, he was exhausting his stamina much faster than his opponent. However, the shock in Wang's heart was growing stronger by the moment. He had assumed Yu's spear technique was already quite polished. At the very least, his attacks were full of momentum. If it had been someone who trained with swords or blades for several years, they truly wouldn't have stood a chance against him. But he never expected this boy's defensive skills to be so astonishing. On several occasions, just as he was about to land a hit, Yu had blocked his attacks from all sorts of unexpected angles. Finally, after 2 more thrusts, Wang seized an opening and delivered a precise thrust straight to Yu's chest. Yu stumbled back several steps, feeling his chi and blood surge violently within him. Fortunately, he was a martial artist at the body tempering stage. Had he been an ordinary person, even with Wang holding back, he would have been sent flying. Wang, I lose, Yu admitted with a wry smile, though he had long anticipated this moment. Wang replied, though he felt a bit frustrated inside. He thought that using the strength of the first level of body tempering to face Yu would settle the match in just a few thrusts,
but he hadn't expected it to take so many rounds.
Do you want to keep going? Or should we take a break? It's fine, Wang, let us continue.
I can still hold on, Yu said firmly, his gaze radiating a refusal to admit defeat. He could clearly see that, after the real fight just now, his basic spearmanship mastery was skyrocketing. It was already nearing 3%. This was level 3 basic spearmanship. Earlier, even after firing 33 consecutive thrusts, his mastery had barely increased by 1%. At this rate, reaching level 4 in basic spearmanship tonight would be no problem. By then, he might even unlock new traits, just like with basic archery. Even if no new traits appeared, he'd be one step closer to meeting the requirements for learning Xingyi spear technique.
All right. Wan nodded. He refused to believe that, with his first level of body tempering, he'd have such a hard time dealing with this kid. Next time, he would end it quickly. This time, as soon as Wang shouted go, Yu struck first, thrusting his spear forward. Not bad, he knows how to seize the initiative, Wang nodded to himself. After easily parrying the attack, he immediately countered with a thrust of his own. Yu hurriedly raised his spear to block, but he quickly fell into the rhythm of Wang's attacks. On the 8th thrust, Yu was struck in the shoulder and staggered back a few steps. However, his mastery increased by only 1.5% this time, slightly less than last time. I need to hold out longer, Yu silently encouraged himself. The longer he lasted, the more his mastery would increase. The shorter he lasted, the less it would rise. Wang's brow relaxed slightly. Now that's more like it, but it was still far from enough. In their third exchange, after Yu struck decisively, he was just about to thrust a second time when Wang anticipated his move, and the tide of the battle once again turned decisively in Wang's favor. Fortunately, Yu held out much longer this time, not getting hit until the 11th strike. And so, the two traded blows back and forth on the training ground, locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle. About an hour and 20 minutes later, that familiar warm surge began to flow through Yu's body once more. So that's how it is. Yu knew exactly what was happening, but his expression remained impassive. By now, Wang had already thrust his spear 10 times. After dozens of exchanges, a smug smile spread across Wang's face. He thought to himself that the battle would be over in just 2 more moves. The 11th thrust. The 12th thrust. Wang's face was filled with astonishment. What was going on? It seemed like this kid's blocking speed had increased. Could it be his imagination? No, it definitely wasn't he. Now. A gleam flashed in Yu's eyes. His spear shot upward from below with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the water, striking Wang's chest with pinpoint accuracy as Wang watched in stunned silence. At that very moment, the mastery stat on his interface skyrocketed by nearly 2%. Chapter 65, Relief for Qin Family Fortress. The arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang, struck by the spear tip, stood frozen in place as if under a petrification spell, not moving a muscle. The smile on Yu's face gradually faded, and he began to wonder, could Wang have been shaken by that strike? Still, after being struck so many times by him, managing to land even a single successful counterattack was no small feat. If it weren't for the skill upgrade, he wouldn't have had this chance at all. He quickly glanced at his skill bar. Basic Spearmanship, LV4 1.8%, Traits, Fortitude LV4, Power LV4, Agility LV4, Weapon Preservation LV4, Sharp Strike LV1. Sharp Strike, for every level the skill is upgraded, the chance to break the target's defense during an attack increases by 20%. Effective when using polearms. That's right, after Basic Spearmanship reached level 4, it unlocked the new trait Sharp Strike, which was one of the key factors that allowed him to land a hit on Wang. Moreover, the level 4 Weapon Preservation trait reduced weapon durability loss by an additional 80% and increased attack power by 40%, allowing him to hold out for several more rounds under Wang's relentless assault. Well done. Just then, Wang's voice drifted over, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Yu was filled with complex emotions. Although I was a bit careless just now, you seized the moment and struck decisively. That was quite impressive. Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Earning praise from Wang was no small feat. Wang looked at Yu outwardly calm, but inside, his mind was in turmoil.
He never would have imagined that he had underestimated this kid's talent and aptitude in such a short time during their sparring session. His growth had been nothing short of astonishing. He even felt that if this continued, he might not be a match for you even with just his ordinary human strength.
Wang, shall we continue? You asked eagerly.
In just one night, his basic spearmanship had skyrocketed from level 1 to level 4. It was like riding a rocket. Moreover, that single thrust that struck Wang had boosted his mastery by nearly 2%, and this was at level 4 basic spearmanship. A quick calculation told him that if he hit Wang just 50 more times, his basic spearmanship would level up again. However, Wang's next words instantly doused the enthusiasm burning in his heart. It's getting late. Let us call it a day. Wang sheathed his spear and headed toward the warehouse.
Oh.
Yu replied obediently and followed behind him.
He wasn't too disappointed, after all people aren't made of iron. While he could restore his stamina by enhancing his body, Wang couldn't. Wang. Can I learn the Baji spear skill now? Yu asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. He'd already raised basic spearmanship to level 4. Surely he'd met the requirements to learn the Baji spear skill by now? You want to learn the Baji spear skill?
Wang turned around, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward.
Yeah, why? A sense of foreboding welled up inside you. It's still way too early. Wang turned back and limped forward as he spoke. We'll talk about it once your Tai Chi has reached the realm of mastery. Ha? Yu's mouth dropped open in surprise. What does learning the Baji spear skill have to do with reaching the state of perfection in Tai Chi?
The Baji spear skill has no direct connection to Tai Chi itself, but it's closely related to Baji Quan. In the internal arts, there is the saying that Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In the external arts, there is the saying that Baji Quan stabilizes the universe. Baji Quan emphasizes sincerity of heart and mind within, and physical form without. Its movements are concise, and its power is fierce. If you want to learn the Baji spear skill, you must at least reach the minor accomplishment level in Baji Quan. As I've said before, I won't teach you a second martial art until you've mastered Tai Chi to perfection. Do you understand now? I see. You scratched his head. So there were that many prerequisites for the Baji spear skill. First, he had to master Tai Chi to the point of Hua Jing, then reach the Shao Chung level in Baji Quan, and only then could he learn the Baji spear skill. The amount of EXP required during this process would certainly be substantial. Still, Baji Quan sounded pretty impressive. It would definitely be worth learning. Don't worry too much about it, Wang reassured him. For now, focus on solidifying your basic spearmanship. When you eventually learn the Baji spear skill, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort.
Okay, thanks, Wang. Yu quickly replied.
Indeed, thanks to Wang's sparring sessions, his mastery of basic spearmanship had improved remarkably fast, much faster than when he was practicing basic archery. Looking back on his journey from archery in the beginning, to boxing later on, and now spearmanship, Wang had taught him everything without holding anything back and had even willingly served as his sparring partner.
You would certainly remember this kindness. Wang gave a soft nod.
After the two put their spears back in their places, Yu suddenly felt a wave of intense hunger wash over him.
Glancing at the bonfire still burning outside, he said, Wang, are you hungry?
Just as he asked, Wang's stomach growled at the perfect moment.
Let us grill some meat, Yu suggested with a smile.
Previously, game had been scarce, so everyone had to ration their food, but these last 2 hunting trips had yielded a bountiful harvest, so naturally they could eat their fill. Otherwise, potential points would accumulate far too slowly. Yu ate nearly 3 jin of meat before leaving, fully satisfied. Not only had he filled his stomach, but his potential points had also increased by more than 20 points.
Watching Yu's retreating figure, Wang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Oh well, he thought. After all, he was the one who hunted all this game. With that in mind, he felt much better. Early the next morning, the village came alive with activity. Early risers began cleaning out the empty houses in preparation for the arrival of Qin Lianjuan and his group. Guahao, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, also left the village to meet them.
After all, the entire population of Qin family village was relocating, mostly the elderly, women, and children, and they were carrying a lot of luggage and belongings. If they encountered any danger, Qin Lianjuan and his small group alone certainly wouldn't be able to handle it all. When you woke up, he felt he'd never slept as soundly as he had the night before.
Oh, right.
He suddenly remembered something and eagerly looked at his status panel. It had been a full 12 hours since yesterday afternoon, which meant that Phantom Archery should have unlocked by now. Phantom Archery, 0 proficiency 0%.
Great. You couldn't help but pump his fist.
In addition to Wang family Tai Chi, he now had another advanced martial art, Phantom Archery. If he counted the Bajiquan and Baji spear skill he was about to learn, that would bring the total to 4. Once he mastered them all, he'd be able to take down enemies from 200 or 300 meters away without fear of close combat. Even unarmed, he could hold his own against opponents using his fist techniques. Of course, it would be best if that situation never arose. After all, a flesh and blood body was no match for swords and blades, at least not yet. However, he furrowed his brow slightly. While having more advanced martial arts was certainly a good thing, his EXP was starting to look a bit tight. Just for Wang-style Tai Chi alone, advancing from level 1 to level 2 would require 50 EXP points. If he were to advance to level 3, he'd likely use up every last bit of the EXP he'd saved up this time. Fortunately, he currently only had 2 advanced martial arts techniques. Just then, the sound of soft footsteps drifted closer from the distance. Chapter 66, An Extra Trait. Xiaoyu, are you awake?
Deng Lian tiptoed into the room.
Seeing you already sitting up, she paused for a moment, then smiled and teased, when your dad left, he specifically told me not to wake you up. He said you worked too hard practicing martial arts last night and that it's a rare chance for you to sleep in.
Have Dad and the others already left?
U.S. heart gave a sudden jolt, but he quickly reminded himself that they'd only gone to meet up with the people from Qin family village, not to go hunting, and he relaxed.
Yes, they should be back this afternoon. Not if you're still tired, sleep a little longer.
Deng Lian spoke softly. While everyone else was praising her son for how amazing he was, a great hero of the village, her heart and eyes were focused solely on whether you was tired.
No need. I'm well rested now.
Yu shook his head and glanced toward the bedside. Sure enough, even his younger brother, Lu Chen, had run off to play.
It seemed he'd practiced far too late last night.
Still, if given the chance to choose again, he'd do it all over, and not only that, he planned to keep practicing tonight as well. He just wondered if Wang would have enough time to practice with him.
Faint, boisterous voices drifted in from outside. Yu quickly got out of bed and smiled sheepishly. Mom, is there anything to eat?
I'm hungry. Yes, I prepared it for you a long time ago, Deng Lian replied hurriedly.
Breakfast consisted of congee and some freshly hunted game.
Under his mother's gentle gaze, Yu finished his breakfast. Glancing at the dozen or so potential points he'd gained, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and headed for the door, saying as he went, Mom, I'm going to find Wang.
Why don't you wait until after lunch? Deng Lian asked, clearly reluctant to let him go. It's still a while until noon. I can't waste any time.
Before she could finish her sentence, Yu had already disappeared through the doorway.
Deng Lian let out a soft sigh.
Today, I'll start with Tai Chi and aim to raise my mastery to the minor achievement level. Then I'll practice archery and phantom archery, and see if I can squeeze in some basic spearmanship tonight, Yu thought to himself as he walked. The importance of Tai Chi goes without saying. Not only does it provide a large number of attribute points, but it's also a key prerequisite for learning other martial arts. Oh, and now it's an essential requirement for learning spear techniques as well. Archery is equally a top priority, at least at this stage. Now that his strength has exceeded 40 points, he can already draw a bow with a 200 gene draw weight. When he goes hunting, his effective range should reach 400 or 500 meters, right? The significance of phantom archery goes without saying. As an advanced archery technique, it's said to have unique secret techniques. It's definitely no simple matter. He was filled with curiosity. Was this archery technique truly as miraculous as described in the manual? As for basic spearmanship, under Wang's guidance and sparring sessions, his progress was quite rapid. Although the attribute points awarded each time weren't many, little by little, they added up. More importantly, there was the weapon preservation trait, which not only reduced weapon durability loss but also boosted attack power. He had a bold hypothesis: perhaps the attack power boost from the weapon preservation trait would also apply when using other polearms. If he could master spearmanship to a high level, might he be able to unleash astonishing power even with an ordinary long staff? Before long, you arrived at the clearing. Li Chang and the others had been there for a while, and 2 or 3 adult men who hadn't gone to provide backup were also practicing spearmanship. Xiao Yu, you're here? Did you get some rest? I heard you didn't get back until after midnight last night? Everyone greeted him warmly with smiles on their faces. Yeah, Uncle Li, I'm well rested, you replied with a smile to the man leading the group. You're here? Wang walked over. Wang, sorry I'm late, you chuckled. I plan to practice Tai Chi for a bit first, then archery, and I'd like to practice shooting with you tonight. Wang nodded in agreement after hearing this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. With that, he turned and walked off into the distance. Yu regulated his breathing and looked at his skill bar. Wang style Tai Chi, first glimpse 1.2%, traits of physical conditioning LV1, power boost LV1, agility boost LV1. According to Wang, after the introduction stage comes minor proficiency, followed by mastery, and finally transcendence. He still had 3 levels to go. He checked his EXP, he had 160 points. That was definitely enough to reach minor proficiency, and he might even have a chance at mastery, but it was certainly nowhere near enough to reach transcendence. I'll aim for minor proficiency first, then. He made up his mind and began practicing Tai Chi from his very first move. He displayed the skill level of a beginner. Not far away, Wang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, just as I expected, this kid has already mastered the basics of Tai Chi. A tinge of emotion welled up in his heart. When he had practiced Tai Chi back in the day, he was only 6 or 7 years old, and it had taken him 2 or 3 years just to reach the beginner level. But getting from the basics to a minor achievement isn't that simple, he mused to himself. You had started practicing Tai Chi the moment he arrived today. He must be eager to learn Tai Chi quickly so he could eventually move on to Tai Chi spear techniques. However, it wouldn't be that easy. Just as he was thinking this, he witnessed a scene that was all too familiar. With each repetition of the Tai Chi form, you performed a little better than the last. Though the progress was only slight, after a dozen or so repetitions, the difference became very noticeable. How is this possible? Could it be that Wang's eyes widened in surprise? After completing another set of Tai Chi, you finished his routine and quietly added a bit of EXP, causing his mastery to instantly rise by 2%. Not bad, he nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, he'd likely reach the minor achievement level after about 50 repetitions. Moreover, adding just 1 point of EXP each time made everything seem perfectly logical and natural. The thought of new abilities potentially unlocking as his mastery increased filled him with anticipation. Time slowly passed. Wang let out a soft sigh. Yes, this kid's talent was simply out of this world. He just kept getting stronger the more he practiced. It was true for archery, for stance method, for fist technique, and for spear techniques as well. Perhaps he really is a martial arts prodigy, one that comes along once in a century. Sometime later, as the final bit of EXP was added to Wang family Tai Chi, you felt a warm current surging through his body. Crack, crack, crack. His entire skeleton crackled like popping beans, and his previous exhaustion vanished without a trace in an instant. Not only that, but he could clearly feel that his understanding of Tai Chi had reached an entirely new level. Although he still only had a superficial grasp of those profound realms, when the mind goes, the Chi follows. When the Chi follows, the power follows. The whole body moves in unison, fluid and continuous. He was beginning to get a faint sense of them. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger, he muttered to himself, glancing at his skill bar. Wang family Tai Chi, slight proficiency 0.2%, traits, physical conditioning LV2, power boost LV2, agility boost LV2, meridian unblocking LV1. Ha! An extra trait? Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Strange, an extra trait had appeared, yet he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this trait's effect wasn't very noticeable?
Chapter 67. From here on out, everyone belongs to the Lu Guild. Meridian Flow. For each level this skill increases, stamina recovery speed increases by 25%, and the resilience of the body's meridians is enhanced, reducing the risk of injury. Restores stamina and strengthens the meridians? A hint of surprise flashed in US eyes. He recalled what Wang had mentioned earlier: martial artists who had entered the inner strength realm could circulate true qi within their bodies, greatly enhancing their strength. However, the use of true qi was extremely taxing on stamina. Once stamina was depleted, the martial artist would fall into a state of extreme weakness. Judging by this, perhaps this meridian unblocking trait would come in handy at critical moments? It seemed quite useful. But after a moment's thought, he felt the matter wasn't quite that simple. Only martial artists at the inner power realm can freely channel true qi, whereas those like himself, still in the body tempering stage, rely primarily on sheer physical stamina. For example, when he practiced archery, he relied on muscle strength, expending both physical stamina and mental energy. From this perspective, although mental energy and true qi are different, they are both crucial forms of energy for sustaining a martial artist's high-intensity combat. Since the unblock meridians trait can accelerate the recovery of mental energy, there is no reason it wouldn't have any effect on physical stamina recovery. I'll find out how effective it is when I practice archery later. This advancement in his Tai Chi mastery not only unlocked a new trait but also brought a significant boost to his attributes. Combined with the attribute bonuses from several consecutive level ups of basic spearmanship, US overall strength had taken a remarkable leap forward. Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 80100. Constitution, 65.67. Strength, 46.11. Agility, 32.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 88.7 points day. EXP, 111. With his constitution already at 65 points, you surmised that even martial artists just entering the internal energy realm likely wouldn't have much higher constitution than this. His strength had reached 46.11 points, and his agility was nearly 33 points. The average of these three attributes is 47.6. That already exceeds the 45 points required for a realm breakthrough. US heartbeat quickened slightly as his finger gently touched the plus sign next to the realm. Sure enough, the success rate for the breakthrough had now reached 100%. In other words, as long as he clicked confirm one more time, he would become an inner force realm martial artist in the very next second. Yu licked his lips, feeling inexplicably parched. He had originally thought that reaching the 45-point breakthrough threshold would be a grueling process, requiring at least 2 or 3 physical enhancements. However, the actual process had gone far more smoothly than he imagined. He only enhanced his physique once all other attribute increases came from practicing martial arts. Should I break through now, or wait a little longer? The question kept circling in his mind. But soon, he made up his mind, he'd wait a little longer. He still had over 100 EXP points left, which was more than enough to raise the mastery level of his other martial arts by one more level. Moreover, basic spearmanship still had room for improvement. Even if raising it by one level only added 3 attribute points, under the 10% bonus to all attributes during a breakthrough, it would still yield an additional 0.3 points. It's time to delve into phantom archery, but before that, he glanced toward the room where the weapons were stored. I need to get a more powerful bow. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the settlement. It seemed even louder than usual when the hunting parties returned. Guahao and the others are back, a middle-aged man shouted. That's quite a bit sooner than expected, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite a distance from Qin family village to here, and they're bringing along quite a few elderly people and children. I didn't expect them to arrive by noon. Should we go take a look? As they spoke, they glanced in US direction. Just then, Yu was walking into the weapons storage room. Never mind. Guahao and the others are handling things over there. Nothing will go wrong. Yeah, let us keep practicing with the spear. At the entrance to the fort, the air was filled with the clamor of voices. The people from Qin family fort, accompanied by their families and carrying bundles of all sizes, looked around with slightly nervous expressions at the fort before them and the many unfamiliar faces. Is this the Lu Guild? There sure are a lot of people here. The members of the Lu Guild were also watching this group of newcomers with curiosity. The two sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward for a moment. Ahem, Guahao cleared his throat. After drawing everyone's attention, he spoke up, starting today, Qin family village no longer exists. We're all part of the same village now. Any objections? Zhao Shan and the others exchanged a smile and were the first to respond loudly, no objections. From now on, we're all part of the Lu Guild, no distinction between you and us. That's right. Seeing this, the rest of the Lu Guild members chimed in one after another. Qin Lianjuan quickly nodded and turned to his clan members behind him, saying, everyone heard that. From now on, we're all one family. Everyone including me must follow Brother Guahao's lead. Rest assured, our lives will only get better from here on out. We'll never have to worry about putting food on the table again. The moment they heard they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. They heard last night that the Lu Guild's hunting party had brought back 5 game animals in a single outing, so not only did they have no objections to the relocation, but they were actually looking forward to it. Now that Qin Lianjuan had spoken, the crowd's inner longing was fully ignited, and their emotions gradually settled. That's right. Our lives will only get better from here on out, Guahao said with conviction. He knew they couldn't rely on you forever, so they had been working hard training in martial arts, hoping that one day they could survive in this world on their own strength. Guided by the leaders, the people of Qin family village moved in an orderly fashion. There were plenty of empty houses in the settlement. It could easily accommodate twice the current population. Qin Hai mingled with the crowd, looking around, but he didn't spot that familiar figure. He glanced at Guahao, who was leading the way ahead of him, hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Uncle Lu, where's you? Guahao and the others were slightly taken aback. Little you? I guess he's over there practicing archery, Zhao Shan replied with a smile. He went to practice archery? Qin Hai nodded slightly. That was exactly what he expected. It would have been strange if you were sleeping in. No wonder US archery is so impressive. It must be the result of his daily hard training, Qin Lianjuan praised. That's right, Xiaoyu is so diligent, Sun Gang remarked with admiration. Not only does he practice archery every day, but he is also learning spear techniques. What? Qin Hai blurted out. Isn't he good with a bow and arrow? Why is he learning spear techniques too? Sun Gang gave him a look that said, you're just a kid, you won't understand. Xiaoyu isn't just learning spear techniques, he is also delving into boxing. That's right. While the rest of us are still grinding through the most basic standing postures, I hear Xiaoyu is already close to mastering the fundamentals of boxing. What? This time it was Qin Lianjuan's turn to be surprised. His gaze swept over Sun Gang and the others one by one. You're all practicing martial arts too? Yes, we're all working hard at it. We trained all night yesterday. Their tones were matter of fact, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world, though they were secretly proud inside. Sure enough, Qin Lianjuan and the others all gasped in astonishment. Look at them, every time they return from a hunt, they never forget to practice martial arts, constantly striving for improvement. Now look at us, as soon as we get back, all we want to do is lie down and rest. How could the gap between us not be huge? All right. Guahao was both annoyed and amused, not wanting to embarrass them by setting the record straight. He simply said, Brother Qin, since we're all family now, starting today, you should train in martial arts with us. Really? We can, too? The group looked utterly incredulous. It wasn't that they didn't know ordinary people could become martial artists, it was just that in the past, food was scarce, and they lacked the proper methods. Now that both of these problems had been solved, did that mean they, too, could become powerful martial artists like you? Of course. Guahao nodded with a smile. He thought to himself that it wouldn't just be them. Ideally, everyone in the village would one day devote themselves to martial arts and grow stronger together. Uncle Lu, can I go find him now? Qin Hai asked eagerly. Chapter 68, Fierce Beast Rankings. You stepped into the armory, his gaze landing directly on the second bow. This bow was nearly as tall as he was. Its body was a deep, mysterious iron color with a fine grain in the dim light. It faintly shimmered with a cold, piercing luster. The taut bowstring exuded an aura of pent-up power. It was obvious at a glance that drawing it would require immense strength. His gaze shifted to the right, settling on the last bow. This bow was nearly 2 meters long, jet black as ink. The bow body and string blended seamlessly, as if forged from endless darkness, exuding a chilling, menacing aura. "You can't use this bow just yet," a voice called out from the doorway. You turned around to see Wang limping in. "Given your current strength at the body tempering stage, it's still too early for you to draw this bow with a 300 gene draw weight. The one with a 200 gene draw weight, on the other hand, is just right for you." You replied, his mind brimming with curiosity. He pressed further, "Wang, just how powerful is this 200 gene bow, exactly?" Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and uttered 2 words succinctly and forcefully: "Astounding." "Astounding?" You repeated, thinking to himself, "Of course I know it's no ordinary bow, but just how powerful is it, exactly?" Wang seemed to read his mind and asked, "I recall that during your first hunting trip, you encountered an iron-backed black bull, didn't you?" You nodded eagerly. Recalling that moment, even from several hundred meters away, he had felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from that colossal beast, that aura capable of crushing everything in its path, which remained vivid in his memory to this day. They had encountered it once more later on. At that time, he was still wielding his old 100 gene bow, and the thought of giving it a try had briefly crossed his mind. If you'd been using this 200 gene bow back then and hit its vital spot from within 100 meters, you could have killed it on the spot. One arrow to kill it? U.S. eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. That iron-backed black ox was massive, like a small mountain, weighing at least several metric tons. Could it really be taken down so easily with a single arrow? That's right. Wang fixed his gaze on U.S. eyes and said earnestly, "The iron-backed black bull is considered one of the top-tier beasts among intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Its entire body is covered in hard scales, giving it defensive capabilities comparable to a light tank. Ordinary handguns can't even scratch it, and even an assault rifle would struggle to kill it. It might even end up enraging it completely. Do you know how fast it can sprint at full speed when it's enraged?" "How fast?" You asked instinctively, a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. 35 meters per second, Wang said slowly. 35 meters per second. You felt his head spin. What does that even mean? An average person takes about 13 to 15 seconds to sprint 100 meters, which works out to a speed of 6-7 meters per second, corresponding to an agility stat of 10. Yet his current agility stat was only 32, giving him a speed of roughly 20 meters per second. But that iron-backed black bull, which looked so clumsy, could actually sprint at 35 meters per second, so much faster than him. At this thought, a cold sweat instantly broke out on U.S. back. Thankfully, he acted on impulse back then. Otherwise, even with his speed, he wouldn't have been able to outrun this ferocious beast, let alone his father and the others. Now do you understand why your father and the others always go out of their way to avoid this thing? Wang continued. However, not all intermediate-level ferocious beasts have defenses as outrageous as the iron-backed black bull's. Generally speaking, in terms of firearms, an assault rifle is enough to take down most intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Only creatures like the iron-backed black bull require a sniper rifle or a large-caliber machine gun. Wang, are you saying that an arrow fired from this 200 gene draw weight bow packs the same punch as a sniper rifle? U.S. eyes lit up instantly. More or less. Wang explained slowly, a sniper rifle typically has a range of nearly 2 kilometers at over 1,000 meters, it can cut a person in half, and within 100 meters, a bullet can penetrate 3 centimeters of steel plate. Even a light tank couldn't withstand a shot like that. This 200 gene draw weight bow, however, can also pierce 3 centimeters of steel plate within 100 meters, and within 500 meters, its power rivals that of a military rifle. You looked at the 200 gene draw weight bow hanging on the wall and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Had his strength really grown to this level without him even realizing it? And this was just a 200 gene draw weight bow. If he were to switch to the 300 gene draw weight bow hanging behind it, wouldn't its power be even more astonishing? Don't get too excited just yet. Wang's tone shifted, turning serious.
I'm telling you this just so you understand the power of this bow. It is powerful, but to kill an iron-backed black bull with a single arrow, two conditions must be met. First, you must be within 100 meters, and second, you must hit a vital spot. Otherwise, you'll only wound it, causing it to go into a frenzied rage. At that point, it would take the bull only about 3 seconds to charge from 100 meters away and reach you.
Can you imagine what would happen if an impact force weighing several metric tons struck you?
You froze for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile.
An impact force of several metric tons, let alone a human body, would shatter even a large truck into pieces.
Of course, if you could fire another arrow within those 2 or 3 seconds, your chances of killing it would increase significantly.
But in a life or death situation like that, how many people could stay calm enough to draw their bow and shoot steadily? Wang, hearing you say that, wouldn't it be much easier with a sniper rifle or a large caliber machine gun? Just hold down the trigger and spray it with fire. You could turn it into a sieve, right?
That's easier said than done, Wang said calmly.
Have you ever considered that, let alone closing the distance to 100 meters? Even at 200 meters, would the iron-backed black bull just let you take aim?
Once you provoke its hostility, even we martial artists, if we don't have enough firearms and ammunition, might not be able to outrun it, let alone ordinary gun owners.
You nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this.
Modern firearms were indeed powerful enough to kill intermediate-level ferocious beasts, but putting that into practice was far more difficult than one might imagine.
And that's just an intermediate-level ferocious beast.
If we encounter a high-level one, it'll be even trickier.
Wang's eyes betrayed deep apprehension. Their defense is on par with a heavy tank.
Even large-caliber machine guns or grenades, it's hard to inflict substantial damage on them.
The most terrifying thing is their speed. Their speed? You pressed.
Close to 100 meters per second, Wang said slowly.
100 meters per second, you sucked in a sharp breath.
That speed was more than double that of an intermediate-level ferocious beast, and their defensive capabilities were several levels higher. Faced with such high-level ferocious beasts, not to mention their own village, even the nearby Li family fortress, the largest power in the area, would likely struggle to hold out. It might even be destroyed in an instant. Just then, a terrifying thought flashed through Yu's mind.
Wang, among ferocious beasts, aren't high-level ones the strongest?
Wang was silent for a moment, then nodded.
That's right.
Above high-level ferocious beasts, there are elite level, commander level, beast king level, and the strongest of all, beast emperor level.
Beast emperor level? Yes. Beast emperor level beings are the most terrifying among all ferocious beasts.
Even the weakest beast emperor level ferocious beast can, with a single casual strike, unleash a force equivalent to a medium-range missile carrying hundreds of kilograms of explosives, enough to easily level an entire street and wipe out tens of thousands of people. When unleashing their full power, the force is at least equivalent to 400,000 metric tons of explosives detonating simultaneously, comparable to a nuclear bomb. 10 years ago, most of our cities were destroyed by them. You listened in stunned silence, gaining a deeper understanding of the dangers of this world.
Chapter 69, Mobilizing the Nation's Full Strength.
In the original hostess memories, this period of the past was very hazy. It was unclear whether it was due to a lack of information or simply because so much time had passed.
Wang, what happened next? Yu asked urgently.
For a ferocious beast this powerful, it seemed that among humanity's existing weapons, only nuclear weapons could stand a chance against it. Later, after years of meticulous preparation, the leadership at the time ultimately deployed thousands of nuclear warheads, enough to wipe a sized country off the map.
That operation did indeed succeed in killing 2 beast emperor level beasts, Wang said, a hint of gravity in his voice. But immediately afterward, various regions were subjected to frenzied retaliation from other beast emperor level beasts.
It was difficult to repeat the same strategy, and the situation in our Yanxia nation instantly became precarious, nearly reaching the brink of collapse.
Did the Awakened step in?
Yu speculated.
Wang nodded, a hint of admiration in his expression. That's right.
The strongest group of Awakened stepped forward. Mobilizing the entire nation's resources, they finally cultivated 3 S-class Awakened, the Thunder Emperor, the Ice Sovereign, and the War God. The three of them joined forces and fought a fierce battle against the three beast emperor-level beasts that were within our Yinxia borders at the time for 10 full days and nights before they barely managed to drive them back. After the beast tide receded, each of the three S-rank awakened took up a post to defend a city, all of them megacities within our Yinxia borders with populations exceeding 10 million. You nodded. With populations exceeding 10 million, they were indeed megacities. That battle won a brief period of peace for our Yinxia kingdom. In addition to these three megacities, large, medium, and small cities have gradually sprung up across the land, each guarded by powerful awakened and attracting survivors from all over. Wang continued, however, only a tiny fraction of people are ultimately able to enter the cities. Most are forced to set up camp outside the walls, where their settlements stretch for several li. Every day, people stand at their doorsteps, gazing toward the city walls, hoping that one day they'll be granted entry. Is it like Yong'an City? You thought of the city they'd always longed to visit. Yes, just like Yong'an City, Wang confirmed. You fell silent. He could vividly picture the scene. Resources. Resources were limited, and demand far outstripped supply for ordinary people. Securing a spot to enter a city, even a small one, was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Night was extremely dangerous for ordinary people. If they were too far from the city to reach it in time, they had no choice but to gather in settlements to protect themselves. Perhaps only by becoming an awakened would one have a chance of being accepted by the city. Wang sighed. It's a necessary evil. It's not just our Yinxia kingdom, it's the same in other countries around the world. In fact, more than 9 out of 10 countries have already been destroyed. Now the entire human race is at a disadvantage, forced to defend itself passively. Even so, in recent years, quite a few small and medium-sized cities have been swallowed up by waves of beasts. It sounded disheartening, but that was the reality. Those large human settlements might seem safe, but they were also the most likely to attract attacks from powerful beasts. Those living outside the city walls, waiting to enter, might find their bodies reduced to bones by the next day. On the other hand, those scattered across the countryside, living in fortified settlements for self-defense, are relatively less likely to encounter high-level beasts as long as they don't provoke them. Of course, once targeted by a beast, it's not impossible for an entire settlement to vanish overnight. So, right now, we're maintaining a delicate balance with the beasts. If a fourth beast emperor emerges among the beasts, or if our Yinxia kingdom produces a fourth S-rank awakened, will that balance be shattered? Yu voiced his speculation. At least for now, that seems to be the case, Wang said, his tone full of resignation. Yu took a deep breath. The situation seemed calm now, but it was actually the calm before the storm. Perhaps an even greater crisis was quietly brewing. Don't overthink it, Wang reassured him. Just focus on the task at hand. After all, given his strength, he was powerless in the face of such a grand scheme. The only thing he could do was pray that an A-class awakened would break through soon to become the fourth S-class awakened. But he knew full well how difficult that would be. It had taken the combined efforts of the entire nation to produce the first three. You replied. There was no denying that the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. If he were just an ordinary person, hearing this might have left him with no choice but to resign himself to fate. But he wasn't. Beast Emperor level beasts were indeed formidable. A single casual strike could unleash the terrifying power of thousands of metric tons of explosives. Yet he firmly believed that one day, he too would possess such power. Wang took down his longbow and casually picked up the quiver beside it. The arrows in the quiver were larger than the previous ones. Judging by their weight, they were likely around 150 overcome. You reached out to take them, and just then, he saw Wang take down that bow with a draw weight of 300 kati. Wang? You looked at him in confusion. Oh, I'm planning to practice my archery as well. Wang explained calmly, there are more and more people in the village now, and the number of those who want to train in martial arts will increase as well. Not everyone is interested in spear techniques. You understood and let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. This was indeed a good thing. If Wang could master archery, given his level of martial arts cultivation, the arrows he shot would certainly be no less powerful than those of the internal energy realm martial artist from Li Jiawu. In fact, if he had a stronger bow, you had no doubt that, given Wang's abilities, he'd be able to draw it. The two walked out of the warehouse, one in front and one behind, when a series of hurried footsteps approached from the distance.
It was Qin Hai.
After asking Guahao where you was, he had rushed over eagerly. This short chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. The thought that you was still training hard while he was just wandering around with the others filled him with a wave of guilt. When he finally arrived, he scanned the training ground and spotted you at a glance. But the very next second, he froze in his tracks.
Ha? Qin Hai?
You saw him too, looking somewhat surprised, then warmly introduced him to the group. So he is the Qin Hai, Li Yang and the others thought to themselves, their eyes unconsciously falling on the bow in Qin Hai's hands.
Sure enough, it was an 80 gene draw weight bow.
It seemed that, just as brother you had said earlier, this guy was no ordinary person.
So it's Xiao Hai. Why did you come alone?
Yeah,
whereas your dad and the others? Didn't they come with you?
Qin Hai, however, acted as if he hadn't heard them. His voice trembled as he said, "Why your bow?" As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on the bow in U.S. hands. He remembered clearly that the bow you had used before wasn't this big.
At his outburst, everyone else's eyes turned toward them as well. Is that 200 gene bow? Li Yang's eyes widened, and he gasped with his mouth agape, "Bro, you can draw a 200 gene bow now? A 200 gene bow? 200 gene."
The others all gasped in unison.
200 gene? This is a bow with 200 gene of draw weight?
Qin Hai felt his mind go completely blank.
Are you kidding me? Didn't this guy use a 100 gene bow before? It's only been one night, and he has already doubled his strength? I'm the one who is supposed to be an awakened.
I just wanted to give it a try, you explained with a smile.
Give it a try, the crowd was speechless.
Knowing you as they did, when he said give it a try, there was an 80% chance he could actually do it. Suddenly, Li Yang let out another shriek, pointing at the bow in Wang's hand. "Look, everyone!
Isn't that bow in Wang's hand supposed to be a 300 gene bow?" The group looked over again.
Old Wang, a few men standing nearby were so excited they could barely get their words out. They knew Wang was skilled, but they never imagined he'd be this good. "I'll give it a try, too," Wang said with a dry chuckle. The group was completely speechless.
Qin Hai stood frozen in place, as if rooted to the spot, and couldn't help but wonder, is everyone in the Lu Guild this strong? Chapter 70, the 200 gene power bow.
A hard bow with a 200 gene draw weight packs astonishing power unless fired from several hundred meters away. The target simply couldn't withstand a single shot. But the village was only 200 or 300 meters long and wide, so you and Wang had no choice but to carry the target out of the village. Qin Hai hesitated for a moment, but followed them anyway. He had to witness it with his own eyes before he would believe what was happening. Once outside the village, they were met with a scene of overgrown weeds. The air seemed to have frozen solid, not a whisper of wind, and the silence was almost oppressive. You placed the target 500 or 600 meters away, then ran back. With his left foot forward and his right foot back, he steadied his longbow, aimed the arrow at the bullseye, and slowly drew the bowstring. Qin Hai looked at you, then glanced at the intently focused Wang, and finally turned his gaze toward the distance. How was this possible? To his eyes, the target was nothing more than a tiny black dot. Could he really aim and hit it from such a great distance? The bowstring was drawn inch by inch. The muscles in U.S. arms bulged, veins clearly visible, yet his arms did not tremble even slightly from start to finish. What seemed like an interminable draw actually lasted only a second or two, after which the bowstring was pulled taut into the shape of a full moon. Qin Hai instantly held his breath. His throat felt constricted, and he couldn't utter a single word. Immediately afterward, a sound louder than firecrackers rang out, and an arrow over a meter long and as thick as 2 fingers shot forth like lightning. In less than the time it takes to blink twice, a crisp thud sounded from the target 500 or 600 meters away. The arrow had pierced straight through the target and flown right on through.
That's fast. You couldn't help but exclaim.
When he had previously used that longbow with a draw weight of 100 gene, the arrow's flight speed was around 100 meters per second, and he could still barely make it out.
But with this longbow, which had a draw weight of 200 G, the arrows were traveling at speeds approaching the speed of sound. Even he could only make out a blurry afterimage. It's indeed fast, roughly equivalent to the speed of a standard handgun bullet, Wang remarked from the side. Xin Hai stared at the two of them in utter astonishment. He had heard that crisp sound clearly. It was indeed the sound of the target being pierced. Hitting the target from 500 or 600 meters away, just how terrifying must that archery skill be? Yet these two were casually discussing the arrow's speed, as if hitting the target were the most natural thing in the world. You glanced at his skill panel, Basic Archery, LV, 645.5%. The battle that had taken place earlier at Wangjia village had caused his, Basic Archery, mastery had risen by 45-point-something%. In other words, that single arrow just now had increased his mastery by 0.3%. To achieve such growth from just a single ordinary arrow was already quite impressive. To max out the remaining mastery would likely take just over 100 arrows. Of course, given his stamina, firing 20 arrows per minute was pretty much his limit. If he were to rapid fire, 3 consecutive shots would probably leave him exhausted. Wang, why don't you give it a try? You handed him the bow and arrow. I'll watch your form and correct you if I see anything wrong. Okay. Wang took the bow and arrow, recalling Yu's earlier stance as he drew the bowstring, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target. Wang, you're too tense, your body is too stiff, and your hands are shaking a bit. Yu said as he helped him adjust his form. Wang felt a bit embarrassed, but Yu's archery skills were undeniable. After adjusting his stance, Wang released the arrow, which flew through the air. Soon after, a crisp sound rang out from the distance. Clearly, he had hit the target. Wang took a deep breath and pulled a second arrow from his quiver. Xin Hai watched from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of shame. He had originally thought that while his archery wasn't top-notch, it was still decent. But according to Yu, he was making many of the mistakes common to beginners. If he didn't correct them in time and let them become habits, it would likely be difficult to improve his archery in the future. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Xin Hai's forehead. Was it still too late to make changes now? After Yu had been coaching him for about 10 minutes, Wang walked off to the side to practice on his own. After all, there is a huge gap between knowing something and actually doing it, a gap that can only be bridged through constant practice. Yu, Xin Hai seized the opportunity and stammered, could you give me some guidance, too? After saying this, he felt a bit nervous and didn't dare to look Yu in the eye, afraid of being turned down. After all, they'd known each other for less than 2 days. He previously boasted that he'd surpass Yu, yet now he was actively asking for guidance. No matter how he looked at it, it felt a bit embarrassing. Sure, Yu agreed without hesitation. You said yes? Xin Hai looked up, his face full of surprise and delight. Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. What, did you think I'd say no? Xin Hai didn't say anything, but the look on his face gave away his thoughts. Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, we're part of the same village now, aren't we? Xin Hai nodded vigorously. That was right. As of this morning, Xin family village no longer existed. Yu, thank you. I'll admit, you're much better at archery than I ever imagined. But one day, I'll surpass you. Xin Hai said with a determined look on his face. All right, I look forward to that day, Yu said with a smile. Having a goal is a good thing if it motivates Xin Hai to keep growing and becoming stronger. Much the better. However, Xin Hai's aptitude was considerably inferior to Wang's. Wang would learn from a mistake or two and never repeat it, but Xin Hai was always spreading himself too thin, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Yu had a positive outlook. He knew that archery, like marksmanship, was easy to learn but difficult to master. You might be able to hit the target from within 10 meters, but at 15 meters, it becomes impossible, not to mention the distances they were now facing, often well over 100 meters, or even 200 or 300 meters, where there were simply too many factors to consider. After coaching for about 20 minutes, Yu returned to his position, his gaze falling on Phantom Archery, whose mastery stood at 0. Although the arrow he just fired had slightly increased his mastery in Basic Archery, the mastery for Phantom Archery remained unchanged. It seems the only way to increase my mastery in Phantom Archery is through rapid fire,
he thought to himself as he raised his longbow and aimed at the target.
Bang! A loud crack rang out.
Qin Hai glanced over, feeling a twinge of envy.
But before he could dwell on it, a second and then a third crack echoed through the air. Qin Hai's eyes widened instantly. What was going on? How many shots had just been fired?
Huff, huff, Yu's chest heaved violently, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Sure enough, with a powerful bow requiring a draw weight of 200 jin, 3 consecutive shots were already pushing him close to his limit. 4 in a row would surely be too much for his body to handle unless he channeled the true qi within him. But first, there was no need for that, and second, he didn't even know how to do it. Just then, he seemed to hear the sound of liquid flowing inside him, like a babbling brook, gurgling and rushing. As this warm current flowed through his chest, his breathing steadied somewhat as it flowed through his arms, their trembling noticeably subsided.
It's meridian unblocking. Yu's eyes lit up. Chapter 71, Active Skill Eagle Eye.
You could clearly sense his body recovering rapidly, much faster than usual. Without a doubt, the meridian unblocking trait had taken effect. It seemed his guess was correct. Meridian unblocking not only restored energy but also accelerated physical recovery.
Great! Yu couldn't hide his excitement.
Enhanced recovery meant that what used to require over 10 minutes of rest after a 3-shot burst might now take only 10 minutes. And this was just a level 1 trait. If he upgraded it to level 2 or 3 and doubled his stamina recovery rate, just imagine how powerful that would be. For a martial artist, the importance of strong recovery abilities goes without saying. Thinking of this, he even felt the urge to invest all his future EXP into Tai Chi.
Don't rush it.
Let us see how Phantom Archery is progressing first. He looked at his skill panel, Phantom Archery, Complete Novice 0.1%.
Ha!
Yu rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd misread it.
A triple shot and mastery only increased by 0.1%?
Keep in mind that with level 6, Basic Archery, the same triple shot would increase mastery by a full 0.8%. If he performed a 4-shot burst just now, the increase would surely have exceeded 1%. Moreover, this was with a 200 jin draw weight bow. If he switched to a 100 jin one, wouldn't the increase be negligible? Yu took a deep breath. At this rate, it would take 1,000 3-shot bursts just to reach the beginner level in Phantom Archery. Given his current condition, he could perform 1 3-shot burst every 10 minutes 6 times an hour. Times would take 166 hours, roughly 7 days. And that's just the entry level. Reaching the minor proficiency stage would take even longer.
I'd better invest some EXP. That's too long to wait. Yu made up his mind and invested 1 point of EXP.
The mastery of Phantom Archery instantly increased by 5%. 20 points, not much, he mused briefly, then invested another 19 points of Express. His body showed no noticeable changes, but new information appeared in his mind. Phantom Archery, first glimpse 0%, trait, Eagle Eye level 1, Eagle Eye level 1, active skill.
Consumes a small amount of mana. When activated, significantly enhances dynamic and static vision. Lasts 1 minute.
Duration increases by 1 minute for each level gained.
It's actually an active skill. Yu was both surprised and delighted.
To have an active skill right from the start, advanced martial arts were truly extraordinary.
Consuming mana to enhance vision? Following the guidance in his mind, he focused his thoughts.
Instantly, a wave of fatigue washed over him. At the same time, a warm sensation surged into his eyes. He instinctively closed them, and when he opened them again, everything around him became incredibly clear. It was as if the image quality had jumped directly from standard definition to ultra-high definition, revealing every minute detail. Moreover, he could see much farther. Previously, he could only make out objects within 500 or 600 meters. Anything beyond that was just a blurry outline. Now, he could easily see 600 or 700 meters away. His vision had improved by 30%.
Not only has my static vision improved, but my dynamic vision has also been enhanced.
Yu muttered to himself. Watching the wild grass swaying in the wind, he could clearly track its movement frame by frame, something that had been unimaginable before. Before long, the warm sensation in his eyes subsided, and the scene before him returned to its usual clarity, though you still felt a bit reluctant to let it end. Although it didn't directly increase my attribute points, this trait indirectly boosts my combat effectiveness. Moreover, the better my natural vision, the more pronounced the improvement. Excellent vision is absolutely crucial for an archer. It's a shame that further upgrades only extend the duration.
He shook his head and checked his EXP. He had 91 points remaining.
Now he faced a decision: should he upgrade Phantom Archery or Wang's Tai Chi? Archery was his primary means of attack at the moment, and its importance was undeniable, but he wasn't sure if upgrading its mastery would unlock new traits. If not, it would merely be a one-level boost to Eagle Eye, resulting in a limited increase in combat power. On the other hand, upgrading Tai Chi would significantly boost his stats and increase his stamina regeneration rate. If it also unlocked new traits, it would be an even better deal.
Never mind, I'll upgrade archery first.
You weighed his options carefully before making a decision. Although he was eager to learn Tai Chi spearmanship, archery had the highest priority. It allowed for long-range attacks and made it difficult for enemies to close in, offering a clear advantage.
Next came fist and foot techniques.
He discovered that, compared to weapon-based martial arts, these focused more on improving physical fitness and raising the upper limit of one's physical potential. Otherwise, if his physical fitness wasn't up to par, even a powerful bow would be useless if he couldn't draw it. Lastly came spear techniques, to compensate for his combat weaknesses. If he ever encountered a powerful enemy, ran out of arrows, or was closed in on, he could still counterattack with a spear, so he wouldn't end up like archers in video games, completely helpless once a warrior closed in. As for sword techniques, he'd keep them as a backup option for now. He'd consider learning them later when he had plenty of EXP, just in case. Having made up his mind, you invested 1 EXP point into Phantom Archery and was pleasantly surprised to find that his mastery had increased by about 3.33%.
Looks like 30 EXP points will do it. 91 minus 30 leaves 61. I wonder if I can level up one more time.
US eyes were filled with anticipation. After investing another 29 EXP points, you felt a cool current wash over his entire body. His muscles tensed slightly before returning to normal a few
seconds later.
You clenched his fists and clearly felt his strength increase, and by quite a bit. Phantom Archery, slight proficiency 0%, traits, Eagle Eye level 2, Divine Power level 1. Divine Power, for every level the skill increases, the strength attribute permanently increases by 5 points. Just as I thought, you said with a smile. This trait clearly boosted strength, and the increase was staggering 5 times that of a standard boost. Phantom Archery relies on speed. With increased strength, he could draw the bowstring faster, which in turn boosted his arrow firing speed. I still have 61 EXP points left. I wonder if that's enough to level up again. With a "let's give it a try" attitude, he allocated 1 point. Mastery instantly jumped by 1% and finally settled at 2%. Phew, 50 points was enough. You let out a sigh of relief. I wonder if the next mastery level will unlock Phantom Rapid Fire. After a brief pause, he allocated the 50 EXP points. A warm sensation welled up in his eyes once more, and his strength continued to rise, but aside from that, there seemed to be no other changes. You checked carefully, but no new memories had appeared in his mind. No new traits unlocked this time? He smiled wryly. Once the physical changes had completely faded, he looked at his skill bar. Phantom Archery, Mastery 0%, traits, Eagle Eye LV3, Divine Power LV2. As it turned out, his hunch was correct. No new traits had appeared this time.
Actually, that's not bad. Eagle Eye now lasts 3 minutes, and I've gained an extra 10 points in strength.
You consoled himself. As for the legendary secret technique, Phantom Chain Arrow, it would most likely not unlock until the next mastery level.
Unfortunately, his EXP was already depleted.
Chapter 72, Basic Archery Upgrade. You let out a soft sigh as his gaze fell on the status panel.
Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 80100. Constitution, 65.67. Strength, 56.11.
Agility, 32.28.
Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 113 7 points day. EXP, 10. His strength attribute had skyrocketed from 46 to 56, a truly astonishing increase. You figured that with a little more effort, he might just be able to draw Wang's 300 gene bow. However, if he actually had to use it, it certainly wouldn't feel as comfortable as the 200 gene bow he currently held. In addition, his potential points had accumulated to 113, enough for one body enhancement. Don't forget, he still had one more chance to break through to the next realm. From the perspective of maximizing returns, the higher his attributes were, the greater the benefits he'd gain from a breakthrough, but he couldn't be too single-minded about it. You planned to wait until he'd at least maxed out the two advanced martial arts Wang family Tai Chi and Phantom Archery before attempting a breakthrough, provided he didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Although this approach might not yield the absolute maximum benefit, it would still be quite substantial after all. He couldn't put off the breakthrough indefinitely. For the rest of the time, Yu devoted himself entirely to practicing basic archery. He took his time, firing arrow after arrow at the target. He could shoot about 20 arrows per minute, increasing his mastery by 6%. Of course, after firing so many arrows, his body couldn't keep up, and he needed to rest for over 10 minutes. Fortunately, his level 1 meridian unblocking trait was in effect, reducing his rest time by 1/3, which also accelerated his mastery progression. After about 2 hours, you felt an extremely faint warm current coursing through his entire body. Clearly, given his current stats, the attribute point bonus from advancing basic archery by 1 level was now minimal. Basic archery, LV 70%, traits, physique 7, mastery of arm strength LV 7, steady shot LV 7, rapid fire LV 5, burst fire LV 2. US gaze focused on the last trait, burst fire. Yes, this was exactly what he valued. The level 2 burst fire trait increases firing speed by 60%. In other words, with this 200 gene draw weight bow, he could previously fire a maximum of 20 arrows per minute, but now he can fire 26 or 27. During a full power burst, a 3-arrow burst that previously took about 5 seconds could now be completed in just over 4 seconds. At first glance, this might seem like a step back from before, but in reality, this was a 200 gene draw weight bow. Its power far exceeded that of his previous one, by more than double. Keep going. Let us aim to level up one more time. It would be great if a new trait appeared. You took a brief rest, fired another arrow at the target, then checked his skill bar. Mastery had increased by less than 0.1%, which was exactly what he expected. Firing 1,000 arrows will raise basic archery to level 8. At a rate of 27 arrows per round per minute, and 6 rounds per hour, that is 162 arrows 6 hours should be about right. You calculated intently, factoring in the afternoon, it should be enough. He had his own reasons for being so determined to raise basic archery to level 8. Once basic archery reached level 8, he'd be able to complete a 3-arrow burst in about 3 seconds. By then, even if he encountered an intermediate-level ferocious beast like the iron-backed black bull, a distance of 100 meters would be enough for him to fire 3 arrows. And it would take the iron-backed black bull a little over 3 seconds to charge 100 meters. With a 200 gene draw weight bow, a single arrow hitting a vital spot would kill the iron-backed black bull instantly. If all 3 arrows missed the vital spots and failed to kill it, well, there wouldn't be much to say. He'd just have to accept his bad luck. Just then, Wahao's voice rang out from the village, "It's time for lunch." Wang put away his bow and arrows and said to Yu, "I'll call it a day for today." After all, there were still quite a few people in the village waiting for him to coach them in martial arts that afternoon. And with the newcomers to Qin family village, there would be even more people needing guidance. You said with a smile. "Wang, shall we practice spear techniques tonight, just like yesterday?" "Sure." Wang paused for a moment, seeming a bit surprised, but he agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Yu was willing to spend time on spear techniques made him feel quite gratified. "Qin Hai, this afternoon, why don't you go over to the warehouse with Uncle Qin and the others to learn martial arts?" Yu turned to Qin Hai standing nearby. "Martial arts training?" Qin Hai paused in surprise. If you practice boxing but not physical conditioning,
it'll all be for nothing in the end. The same goes for archery. Without improving your physical fitness, even the most skilled archery 1T help you against intermediate level ferocious beasts.
Okay, I understand.
Qin Hai looked at the bow and arrows in his hands, a hint of reluctance in his eyes.
But you was right.
Whether for ordinary people or martial artists, the stronger the body, the better, and this was especially true for him as an awakened, since he could double his strength. The three of them carried the archery targets back to the village. To U.S. surprise, his family ended up having dinner together with Qin Hai's family. At the dinner table, Wahao and Qin Lianjuan were chatting animatedly, their conversation filled with laughter.
Deng Lian was also chatting happily with Qin Lianjuan's wife.
Yu and Qin Hai, on the other hand, were relatively quiet. The former was thinking to himself that he absolutely had to raise his basic archery skill to level 8 this afternoon, while the latter had secretly resolved to train hard that afternoon in order to break through to the first level of body tempering as soon as possible. That way, with the boost from his supernatural ability, he would be able to use a longbow with a draw weight of 200 jin. Only Lu Chen was enjoying the meal with a clear mind, free of distractions. After lunch, Yu left the village alone to continue his archery practice. Wahao, meanwhile, took Qin Lianjuan and a few others to the front of the warehouse to practice standing postures. Although food supplies in the village were still relatively ample, they were still insufficient to meet the energy demands of everyone's martial arts training. Take Yu, for example, he now eats nearly 10 jin of meat a day. After training, if the others were to eat their fill, they'd easily consume 3 or 4 jin each. Therefore, priority had to be given to the young adult men. Time slipped by unnoticed. Before they knew it, the sun had set in the west, and night was about to fall.
Xiaoyu, come back quickly!
An anxious shout rang out from the watchtower. The faint roar of beasts could be heard in the distance. It was already the time when ferocious beasts were active.
If Yu was still out there, he would likely attract some powerful beasts.
Coming right up, Yu replied, glancing at his mastery bar, which was about to reach full capacity, and decisively unleashed a 3-arrow volley. The moment the third arrow left the string, that familiar faint warm current surged through him. Once more basic archery had successfully leveled up. Basic archery, LV 80%, traits, physique LV 8, arm strength LV 8, steady shot LV 8, rapid fire LV 6, burst fire LV 3.
Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He finally managed to do it before dark.
With rapid fire at level 3, as long as he wasn't unlucky enough to encounter a high-level ferocious beast, no intermediate-level ferocious beast within 100 meters could withstand the force equivalent to 3 sniper rifle rounds. On this trip to Zhou family fortress, he shouldn't have to worry about encountering ferocious beasts. However, he couldn't let his guard down. In this post-apocalyptic world, people were sometimes even more dangerous than those low to mid-level ferocious beasts.
Chapter 73, Psychic Ability Foreknowledge of the Future?
Yu carried the arrow target into the settlement and could clearly sense that it had become much livelier. Not far away, he heard the laughter and playful shouts of children, occasionally interspersed with the half-teasing, half-angry scoldings of their mothers. For a moment, he was overcome by the illusion that this wasn't a post-apocalyptic world teeming with danger, but rather a peaceful, ordinary day. Yu shook his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face, and walked toward his home. After dinner, he'd go find Wang to practice spear techniques with him.
You?
Just then, a voice as clear as a silver bell came from behind him.
Yu turned around.
In the dim nightlight, a woman with flowing long hair was looking at him with a hint of shyness.
Is it her?
Yu paused slightly, his pupils contracting involuntarily. The woman before him was none other than Jade, the one Uncle Zhao had mentioned before. He remembered that when they first met, she had given him a unique feeling, one that had even led to a series of misunderstandings among everyone at the time. But over the past few days, he'd been completely absorbed in his martial arts training and had almost forgotten all about it.
Are you looking for me?
Yu asked, puzzled. Jade bit her lower lip lightly, looking a bit embarrassed.
Are you free right now? There is something very important I want to tell you.
Something very important?
Yu paused for a moment.
Then wait here a moment. I'll go back and let my parents know I'm coming, or they'll worry about me.
Okay, Jade replied softly. Watching US hasty retreat, she unconsciously placed her hands over her heart and wondered to herself, by doing this, am I betraying my sister's trust? My sister said I absolutely must not reveal this to anyone, or else I'll suffer the same fate as her. But if I don't speak up, someone who has been so kind to me will come to harm. Just then, Yu quickly turned back. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said with a smile as he looked at Jade. Your name is Jade, right? Ha! Jade's eyes widened in surprise.
Uncle Zhao mentioned you, Yu explained, then changed the subject.
What was that important matter you mentioned earlier? Jade looked around warily, her expression tense just like a thief caught in the act, then whispered, Can we talk inside? It won't take up too much of your time.
A hint of surprise flashed in US' eyes, but he nodded anyway and followed her inside. A campfire burned inside. The furnishings were simple and unadorned, but thankfully, the place was clean and tidy.
No sooner had he sat down on a stool than he heard a creak as Jade closed the door. Ha!
You couldn't help but swallow hard, his mind racing with questions.
What was going on? Even if it was something urgent, was it really necessary to close the door?
Besides, it was already late. Everyone had turned in early, and no one would be wandering around aimlessly at this hour. Jade seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere as well and quickly waved her hand to explain, No, it's not what you think.
It's because this concerns my safety. I can't let anyone else hear it. It concerns your safety?
Jade nodded firmly, walked over to the table, and sat down. After hesitating for a long moment, she finally spoke slowly, Actually, I'm unawakened. US' eyes widened instantly, his face a picture of shock.
You're unawakened?
Jade met US' gaze, her expression calm and composed. You took a few deep breaths.
No wonder she'd been acting so cautiously. Still, he was a bit puzzled. Miss Jade, if you're unawakened, there's really no need to keep it a secret, is there? Other awakened might be able to, but I can't.
Jade caught the implication in US words and lowered her head to look at the table.
Because my ability is to foresee the future.
You froze instantly, as if struck by a spell of immobilization.
To foresee the future? Although there are many types of abilities, could such a mind-boggling ability really exist?
I know you might not believe me, but my sister and I both awakened to the ability to foresee the future. Jade's tone was slightly nervous, as if she were afraid you wouldn't believe her.
So what about your sister?
You instinctively glanced around the room. There were only the two of them inside. He suddenly remembered Uncle Zhao saying that Jade had come here alone. My sister, she's in Yong'an City. A flicker of sadness crossed Jade's eyes.
In Yong'an City? You instinctively thought to say, isn't that a good thing? It's a place so many people would kill to get into. But Jade's expression told him it wasn't that simple. What happened to your sister?
My sister is being held captive by them, Jade said, her eyes reddening and her voice catching slightly. Although we're both awakened and share the same ability, our control over it is worlds apart. My foresight of the future only manifests in dreams, and I don't have complete control over it, nor are my predictions 100% accurate. But my sister can use this ability at will, foreseeing everything she wants to know. Upon hearing this, you had a sudden realization. So, your sister is ostensibly being protected, but in reality, she is under house arrest, forced to constantly predict the future for others? Jade looked at you, a flicker of unease passing deep in her eyes. Before deciding to tell you her secret, she had feared countless times that she, too, would suffer the same fate as her sister. But over time, she gradually came to realize that Guahao treated everyone in the village equally, a stark contrast to the leaders of other villages. And you, as Guahao's son, was equally kind-hearted, which was the main reason she mustered the courage to speak up.
So, is she okay now?
A sense of foreboding welled up in US' heart. Sure enough, Jade shook her head and said through sobs, My sister has been draining her life force. I'm afraid she won't live much longer.
What? You was stunned, staring intently into Jade's eyes. Does using their abilities actually drain an awakened's life force?
Jade shook her head gently.
Generally speaking, no. It's just that our abilities are a bit special. Special? Ordinary people have limits, and so do the awakened. We can't do things that exceed our capabilities, no matter how much we want to. But we're a little different. In theory, we can foresee anything as long as our minds can handle it. So you're saying that when your spirit can't hold out, it comes at the cost of your life force? After you said this, he felt a chill run down his spine. A hint of surprise flashed in Jade's eyes, then she nodded, "That's right. Not everything can be predicted. The more people involved, and the more powerful they are, the greater the price we have to pay. My sister once told me that we all have a gut feeling about whether something can be predicted and what the consequences will be if we do." But even though she knew all this, she was forced by those people to keep using her psychic abilities to foresee the future. In just a few short years, she aged to look like a woman in her 70s or 80s. But. Jade sobbed uncontrollably, "She's my twin sister." Chapter 74, A World Where People Devour One Another. Jade recounted her sister's tragic ordeal between sobs, while you listened quietly. The more she heard, the angrier she became. She unconsciously clenched her fists as a blaze of rage flared up from deep within her heart. In the post-apocalyptic world, the ugliness of human nature had been magnified to the extreme. Ordinary people, in order to survive, would go so far as to kill one another. If this were due to an instinctive will to survive, it might still be somewhat understandable. But what about the awakened? They already possessed abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people, and their living conditions were far better than those of ordinary people, yet they were so ruthless toward their fellow awakened. At first, when those people discovered Jade's sister's special ability, they all greeted her with smiles and friendly attitudes. But as they repeatedly tasted the sweet rewards of foreseeing the future, their greed was fully unleashed, and they became increasingly brazen. There were some awakened who couldn't stand such behavior, but amid the silence and complicity of the majority, these righteous individuals were ultimately forced to leave. Those who remained exploited Jade's sister even more ruthlessly. The entire story is steeped in the concept of cannibalism. However, you had his own doubts. Even if those people didn't know that Jade possessed the same ability as her sister, letting her leave just like that simply didn't make sense. After all, for Jade's sister, Ji Wanqing, her younger sister was her Achilles heel. If she ever refused to cooperate, those people could easily use Jade to threaten her. In fact, that's exactly what they'd been doing all along. "You must be wondering how I managed to escape, right?" Jade asked suddenly, as if she read your mind. "Yeah." You hesitated for a moment, then spoke honestly. "Even though you're an awakened, you can't use your ability in combat, and your physical strength doesn't match theirs. They would definitely assign someone to watch you constantly. They wouldn't have given you a chance to escape." "I didn't escape, they let me go." Jade lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Once, they wanted to enter the territory of an elite-level ferocious beast to steal a spirit fruit that could drastically boost mana." "An elite-level ferocious beast?" You gasped. High-level ferocious beasts are terrifying enough. Their defense rivals that of a light armored vehicle, impervious to swords and spears. As for elite-level ferocious beasts, their defense is nearly on par with a heavy tank. Not only sniper rifles, but even some howitzers struggle to inflict substantial damage on them. Even more terrifying is their speed. They can generally reach 200 meters per second. Any single elite-level beast possesses the terrifying power to destroy a small city. They knew this mission was dangerous, so they wanted to take my sister along to have her predict dangers along the way. But this time, my sister was unusually firm. She told them that unless they let me go, she'd rather die than predict for them again. They agreed? You was completely taken aback. They did. Although I don't know the specifics of the negotiations, when I heard the news, I was completely stunned. I cried and screamed, refusing to leave. My sister practically begged me to go. Those words are still etched in my memory to this day. As Jade spoke, tears welled up in her eyes once more. She said I had to go. She didn't have long to live. While she was still alive, she'd use her ability to foresee the future to keep a constant watch on whether those people from Yong'an City were secretly investigating or following me. But she doesn't have many years left. From now on, I'll have to rely on myself. She also warned me time and again never, ever to reveal my ability to anyone, otherwise I'd end up following in her footsteps. You understood, in the face of the ability to foresee the future, even the slightest misstep would be exposed. The awakened in Young and City knew this too, which is why they didn't waste their energy tracking Jade. After all, to them, Jade was just an ordinary girl. But Ji Wanqing was right, all of this was contingent on her still being alive. Since Ji Wanqing possessed the ability to foresee the future, it was highly likely that Jade, as her twin sister, did as well. Given those people's greed and ruthlessness, once Ji Wanqing was dead, they would certainly scour the area for Jade's whereabouts. If they found her, it would be a windfall. If they didn't, they'd lose nothing. Your sister told you to keep it a secret, yet you still chose to tell me. Aren't you afraid I might be just like them? You asked earnestly. Jade shook her head. I believe you're different from them. You're a good person. Besides, the words are already out. If I've misjudged you, it's too late to regret it now. After saying this, her body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was far from as calm on the inside as she appeared on the outside. You felt a bit helpless. Well, he was indeed a good person, but this kind of trust always felt a little strange. Don't worry. I won't betray your trust, and I'll definitely never reveal your identity. Hearing U.S. assurance, Jade let out a sigh of relief, then added in a low voice, although I can also foresee the future, it's only through dreams, and the content of those dreams is random. I understand, you nodded with a wry smile. While foresight was certainly a powerful ability, over-reliance on it could easily cause one to lose their drive to improve, turning them into a useless person who'd be at a loss without it. In U.S. view, everything ultimately came down to one's own strength. Having foresight was a bonus, but not having it didn't matter as long as one's own strength kept improving. Even the greatest difficulties could be overcome. If a difficulty couldn't be overcome right away, then he'd just keep getting stronger until he overcame it. Seeing that you truly had no ill intentions, Jade finally let her guard down completely. Although the future was full of unknowns, at least for now, the person standing before her was trustworthy. I came to see you because last night I dreamed that something happened to you guys. U.S. eyes widened suddenly, but he didn't interrupt her. Jade continued, I dreamed that a group of people were lying in ambush about 2 kilometers outside the gates of Yong'an City. The leader was holding binoculars, and as soon as you stepped out, they immediately mounted the horned beasts standing nearby. Once you'd traveled a short distance, they charged toward you. On horned beasts? You was startled. How many of them were there? About 30, Jade recalled. They were all armed with bows and crossbows, and the leader was a burly man with a shaved head. When they were 700 or 800 meters away from you, I saw you spot them. While urging the others to run faster, you planted your spear into the ground and drew the bow and arrows from your back. You couldn't help but feel nervous. When a horned horse runs at full speed, it can reach 100 kilometers per hour, which works out to nearly 30 meters per second. At a distance of 600 or 700 meters, they'd be upon him in just 20 seconds. Could he really take down 30 people in those 20 seconds? Moreover, since they were all armed with bows and crossbows capable of firing from a range of nearly 200 meters, would he even come out of this unscathed? Chapter 75, In the Crosshairs. You're really impressive. Jade's eyes were filled with admiration. When they charged to within about 500 meters of you, you quickly drew your bow and knocked an arrow, firing one almost every second. Each shot was spot on. In just over 10 seconds, half of that group had fallen to your arrows, and you even pierced 2 enemies, one in front and one behind, with a single arrow. Hearing this, you nodded slightly. That was indeed in line with his skill level. Yet there wasn't much joy on his face, because Jade had mentioned that half of the enemy force was still at large. What happened next? Next, they entered your firing range. Under the command of that burly, bald man, everyone locked their sights on you. What about me? You asked instinctively. He knew he couldn't outrun a zebra beast. If he were truly in that perilous situation, he'd have only 2 choices. First, to keep shooting arrows, but in doing so, he'd become a target himself. Second, to grab a spear and try to fend off the hail of arrows. Jade's eyes sparkled with admiration.
I saw you hesitate for just a moment, then toss aside your bow and grab the spear nearby, deflecting every arrow that came your way. A flicker of delight crossed Yu's eyes. It seemed that basic spearmanship had played a crucial role when combined with the guardian trait. The block success rate was beyond imagination. But doing so left him in a passive defensive position. Even if he could temporarily protect himself, Wahao and the others would be in danger. After those men fired several more rounds of arrows at you, the bald leader realized he couldn't get the better of you. He jumped down from his zebra-like beast, brandished a giant axe, and charged at you, while ordering the others to chase after Uncle Lou and the rest. Jade paused for a moment, then continued, "That's where my dream ended." "That's enough," you said, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Setting aside his own fate for the moment, his father, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Qin, and the others were surely in grave danger. Pursued by the archers, they'd be virtually defenseless, left to be slaughtered at the enemy's mercy. As for Qin Hai, he might not even have a chance to fire an arrow before becoming the enemy's primary target. This was undoubtedly an extremely grim outcome. "From your description, is this something that will happen tomorrow?" Jade nodded, then added hesitantly, "I think if you don't go to Linjiang City tomorrow, you might be able to avoid this disaster." "I appreciate your concern, but I'm afraid it's not that simple." You took a deep breath and said, "You mentioned earlier that group has been waiting outside the city for us to show up, right?" "Right. I saw that bald guy keeping watch with binoculars," she replied quickly. "That means they've had their eyes on us for a long time, most likely from the moment we entered Zhou family fortress. So even if we don't go tomorrow, we'll still be discovered if we go the day after tomorrow." "Okay, that does seem to be the case." Jade pondered for a moment, then nodded, looking a bit dazed and adorable. "There must be their spies outside Zhou family fortress, specifically screening potential targets. If your dreams really do come true, then we have to go tomorrow." Yu's tone was firm, without a hint of hesitation. "Huh?" Jade looked completely puzzled, struggling to understand. She risked revealing her secret just to warn everyone not to go tomorrow, but hearing this, you had only become even more determined to go. A turn of events she found hard to accept. You glanced at her and explained patiently, "Thanks to your precognitive ability, I now understand their situation clearly. But if we don't go tomorrow, there is still a high probability we'll run into them the day after tomorrow, and the situation then might be even worse than it is today." You plan to take the initiative?" Jade asked in shock. A flash of resolve crossed Yu's eyes. "In the dream, even though I spotted them right away, I was still too late and ended up on the defensive. But if I strike first, the outcome will be completely different." Although his range was still around 500 meters, taking the initiative would not only catch the enemy off guard but also give him time to gain the upper hand, since the enemy would need time to accelerate on their mounts. Don't underestimate these two time differences at a critical moment. They could be enough to turn the tide of battle. Jade paused for a moment. Upon closer reflection, it seemed you really did have what it took. "Then," she stammered, "then you have to be careful of that bald leader. He is very powerful. He blocked both of your arrows with his axe." "What?" You asked in disbelief. "Are you sure he blocked my 2 arrows?" "Yes. As soon as he saw you aiming at him, he raised his long axe and deflected both arrows one by one," Jade confirmed in a low voice. Yu's expression grew grave. It seemed this was a master of long weapons. No wonder, at the end of the dream, the opponent had sent the others to chase after Guahao and the others while he stayed behind to face you one-on-one. "How far away was he when I aimed at him?" "About 400 or 500 meters, Jade recalled. "He was charging at the very front. The first few people weren't carrying bows or crossbows, they were holding shields. The first one you aimed at was the bald guy. After he blocked your shot, you aimed at the others, and those shield bearers were eventually hit by your arrows too." "I see," you said, now having a clear picture in his mind. Following the strategy of capture the king to subdue the bandits, it made perfect sense for him to aim at the bald man first. He just hadn't expected his opponent to be so formidable. He wasted 2 attack opportunities for nothing. If he had another chance, he'd either strike while the opponent was completely off guard and finish him off with the first arrow, or wait until the opponent closed in to a range of 1 or 200 meters, at which point a single arrow would be powerful enough to shatter the long axe in his hand, leaving him defenseless. Which strategy to adopt would depend on how the situation unfolded. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Jade and said, "Miss Jade, thank you so much for the warning. Without you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "It's nothing, really," Jade said, her cheeks flushing as she waved her hands hurriedly. "It was thanks to you all taking me in and giving me food back then that I'm still alive today. Besides, if anything happened to you, the people in the village wouldn't stand a chance either."
You nodded slightly.
That was true. If anything happened to them, the remaining members of the Lu Guild would have no choice but to sit and wait for their doom. He had thought he'd been careful enough, but the dangers of this post-apocalyptic world were still impossible to fully guard against. Of course, there was always the possibility that Jade was lying, and that nothing like this would happen in the future, but judging by Jade's behavior so far, she didn't seem to be making it up.
Let us leave it at that for now. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your secret.
You stood up, walked to the door, then turned back and said, "If your prophecy is true, I'll never force you to make any predictions in the future." You nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out. He still needed to verify this information further.
Chapter 76, The Ruthless Bandits. Riding unicorns, about 20 or 30 of them, and they use bows and crossbows?
At the dinner table, Wahao's expression suddenly changed.
"Xiao, you aren't talking about that gang of ruthless bandits, are you?"
Hearing those two words, Gung Lian, sitting nearby, was so startled that the chopsticks in her hand fell onto the table.
Bandits?
Yu's heart skipped a beat.
Was there really such a gang of ruthless villains?
Wahao's eyes were filled with apprehension. Those guys ride horned beasts, move quickly, and most of them are skilled with bows and crossbows. They specifically target the weak and vulnerable. Sometimes they even raid villages, plundering everything before setting them ablaze.
Yu's eyes widened.
They were nothing short of a band of inhuman demons.
In the past, many small settlements were destroyed by them.
Later, I heard that a group like this had appeared near Zhou Family Fortress. Their leader is a fierce-looking, bald man who, a few years ago, was already at the second level of the body tempering stage, and by now, he might have even broken through to the body tempering stage. Wahao's voice trailed off abruptly, and a look of terror spread across his face. "Xiao, are you saying that if we go to Zujiobeo tomorrow, there's a good chance these guys will have their sights set on us?" In an instant, the atmosphere at the dinner table became incredibly oppressive.
Gung Lian couldn't help but tremble. "Why don't we just skip going tomorrow? Those ruthless bandits kill without batting an eye."
"Dad, Mom, don't worry too much.
I was just asking."
You smiled slightly, trying to reassure them.
"It's not like that kind of coincidence would happen. Why would they single us out? Besides, Dad, you've been to Zujiobeo before, and you always came back safe and sound, didn't you?"
"True, nothing ever happened on our previous trips," Wahao said, though his brow remained furrowed with deep concern. In the past, when they went to Zujiobeo, they only traded a few worthless trinkets for a little grain, not enough to catch the bandits' attention. But this time was different. They brought so many supplies that even the people of Wangjiazhai would likely be tempted if they saw them. But if they didn't go, the grain at home would soon run out, and there was hardly any salt left either. What if they traded for less? But 1 gene of meat could be exchanged for 3 or 4 gene of rice, enough to feed the people in the village for several days. Winter was just around the corner, and hunting would become much harder. Then they simply couldn't afford not to trade for more grain.
Wahao found himself caught in a dilemma.
Yu ate her meal in silence. There were 20 or 30 of them, led by a bald man, which matched Jade's description perfectly. Either Jade had known all this along and was deliberately saying so, or she truly possessed the ability to foresee the future.
In any case, we'll know everything once we go there tomorrow.
There was no reason not to go. If Jade had been lying and nothing had happened, that would be the best case scenario, but if everything turned out as she said and he still couldn't defeat these people even with foreknowledge of the future, then he might as well find a place to hide. After finishing their meal and resting briefly, Yu and Wang headed to the warehouse to practice martial arts. The warehouse, which had been empty just a short while ago, was now packed with people. There were about 20 people practicing martial arts, surrounded by quite a crowd of onlookers. The scene was quite lively. Before they knew it, several hours had passed. The people in the open area gradually dispersed, and aside from Yu and Wang, only Qinze remained, still intently practicing archery.
Are we going to Zhou family fortress tomorrow? Wang asked.
Yu replied with a smile.
Besides exchanging supplies, I'd also like to see what Zhou family fortress is like inside. It's definitely different from our village.
There's a weapons shop there, you should check it out.
A weapons shop? Yu perked up. Do they have any good stuff in there? Wang glanced at him.
Half the bows and crossbows in our village were bought there, along with some swords and daggers forged from special metals. They're more than capable of handling intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Of course, you can find similar items at street stalls, but you've got to keep your wits about you so you don't get ripped off.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
You couldn't help but think of the old man who sold martial arts manuals.
Tomorrow, he'd have to have a proper talk with him. It's getting late. Go back and get some rest. Be extra careful tomorrow.
With that, Wang hobbled off toward the warehouse. You watched his back, then called out to Qinze, who was still practicing archery. Qinze, let us head back.
We got to get up early tomorrow. Are you heading back too?
Qinze called out from a distance. Yu felt a bit exasperated. It seemed this guy was really out to get him. No wonder everyone else had gone back to rest one by one, while he was still hanging in there. Back home, Yu ate another meal, gaining nearly 20 potential points. He let out a satisfied belch, sat on his bed, and looked at his skill panel. Basic Spearmanship, LV, 638.9%, Traits, Physique LV a 6, Power LV a 6, Swiftness LV a 6, Defense LV a 6, Finishing Move LV 3. Sure enough, after nearly a whole night of sparring, Basic Spearmanship had risen another 2 levels. Now he could go toe-to-toe with Wang, and precisely because of that, his mastery was increasing exceptionally fast. No wonder I was able to block several rounds of arrows in Jade's dream, Yu mused. At this rate, blocking bullets with a spear might actually become a reality. Let us take a look at my stats. His gaze shifted upward. Realm, Body Tempering Stage. Level, 80100. Constitution, 69.67. Strength, 60.11. Agility, 34.28. Spirit, 12.97. Potential points, 168 7 points day. EXP, 10. Compared to last time, since both Basic Archery and Basic Spearmanship had risen by 2 levels, his Constitution and Strength attributes had each increased by 4 points, and his Agility attribute had also increased by 2 points. 60 strength, that should be enough to draw that 300 Jinbao, Yu muttered to himself. However, doing so would significantly slow his firing rate. In comparison, the 200 Jinbao he was currently using offered both greater power and a faster firing rate, making it the best choice. Additionally, he still had 1 opportunity left to break through to the next realm and 1 chance to enhance his physique. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly, he sighed softly. Otherwise, he'd have to slaughter again. The night passed quickly. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten and many were still asleep, the hunting party was already ready to go. Unlike before, everyone had covered their mouths and noses with black cloth, a suggestion from Yu to prevent them from being recognized and attracting unnecessary trouble. A crowd had already gathered at the village entrance, and Jade was among them.
We're off.
Everyone, go back home and wait for our good news, Guahao said, waving goodbye to the crowd. A dozen or so people, paired up in twos, shouldered their game and headed out. Be careful. Stay safe. Make sure you come back safely. Concerned reminders kept coming from behind them. Yu's gaze shifted away from his mother and younger brother, meeting Jade's eyes. The next moment, he gave Jade a slight nod, slung his bow and arrows over his back, gripped his spear, and turned to walk forward. Please come back safely. Jade pressed her palms together in front of her and prayed silently. She had done everything she could. Now, it was all up to you. Chapter 77, Currency Units. Across the vast, boundless wilderness, the occasional roar of a beast echoed, sending a shiver down the spines of the group as they pressed on. "Those damned, vile beasts," someone muttered under their breath. 10 years ago, they had led peaceful lives. Though they toiled all day to make ends meet, after a hard day's work, they could still sit down to a warm meal and a sip of wine. But now, simply staying alive had become a luxury. No one knew whether tomorrow or danger would come first.
"Don't worry, it'll be dawn soon." Guahao smiled as he reassured everyone, "Once we reach Zhou family fort, we'll trade for some grain and salt and get some money in return. Then everyone can buy whatever they need." As soon as he said this, joy immediately lit up everyone's faces. The few from Qin family village exchanged glances, wondering, "Do we get a share too?" Old Lu Qin Lianjuan began, then trailed off. Guahao waved his hand, signaling that he needn't say more. "He mentioned this to you last night since you had no objections." His old comrades naturally wouldn't either. This was a benefit the hunting party deserved. Yu, walking at the back of the group, heard these words and asked Qin Hai curiously, "Over at Zujiobeo, aren't we supposed to use only gold and silver or barter? Can we still use money for transactions?" Qin Hai was taken aback at first, then replied with some confusion, "You've never been to Zujiobeo, have you? When trading there, besides gold, silver, and barter, you can also use currency. However, the currency from the old era is no longer valid. The current currency unit is the yuan, with denominations of 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, 100 yuan, 1,000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan, the highest denomination being 10,000 yuan." You listened, wide-eyed. Why did this sound so familiar? Yet it was indeed an entirely new monetary system. The currency units from before were nothing like this. To honor the contributions of the awakened over the past decade, the portraits of different awakened are printed on the backs of banknotes of various denominations. For example, the back of the highest denomination 10,000 yuan bill features the portrait of the Thunder Emperor, the 1,000 yuan bill features the God of War, and so on. If someone's contributions surpass those of the Thunder Emperor, they might even issue a 100,000 yuan bill bearing his portrait. I see. You nodded. The design was indeed quite interesting. He then asked, "How much can you buy with 1 yuan?" "You can buy 1 jin of the most ordinary rice." Qin Hai held up one finger. You got the picture. By that calculation, 1 jin of ordinary beast meat would cost about 3 yuan. How much does it cost to buy 1 gram of gold? It's not that expensive. Qin Hai shook his head. Generally, a gold ring is worth just a few jin of rice. A gold bracelet or necklace might fetch a bit more, around 10 to 20 jin. After all, these things can't be eaten. Unless it's absolutely necessary, no one would trade them for supplies. You thought to himself, that really is cheap. But in today's world, these items really didn't have much practical value. Just like in the desert, where water is the most valuable commodity, everything depends on supply and demand. By the way, once you have some money, what are you planning to buy? Qin Hai asked curiously. I'll see what good stuff is available when the time comes, you shrugged. Qin Hai let out an "oh." The group walked in silence for over half an hour, gradually falling quiet as they kept their heads down and pressed on. Another hour passed. "Everyone, give it one last push. We'll be there in an hour or so." Guahao turned around to encourage the group. Just then, a commotion came from behind them. You instinctively turned to look and froze on the spot. It was a vehicle, a large truck heading their way at a steady pace. It would likely catch up to them in a minute or two. It's the people from Li Jiajai. Zhao Shan recognized them at a glance. Those guys are really rich. They drive every time they go to Zhojiabo. Yeah, just this round trip alone must burn through a lot of gasoline. It takes several jin of rice to trade for just 1 liter of gasoline, Sun Gang said, his tone brimming with envy and jealousy. It took them half a day to walk these 30 li. They were exhausted and they had to stay on guard against encountering ferocious beasts at all times, even though the chances of that were slim. But the people from Li Jiajai could get there in just over 10 minutes after exchanging their goods. They could stroll back just as easily in another 10 minutes or so. Let us let them go first, Guahao said. Although the people from Li Jiajai usually treated them with nothing more than disdain, showing no obvious hostility, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if they saw all this game and got the wrong idea? It never hurt to be prepared in advance. The group set down their game and stepped aside, watching the large truck approach slowly. There were about 20 people in the back of the truck, all looking at them with varying degrees of surprise on their faces. Which village is that? They're carrying so much game? They're all masked, can't tell. Looks like Wangjia village? Or the Lu Guild? The Lu Guild doesn't have that many people, does it? They look like they're from Wangjia village. What kind of luck did these guys have? The people on the truck began to murmur among themselves. In the corner of the truck, Lu Tianhong and his companions exchanged glances. At first, they also thought they were from Wangjia village, but the more they looked, the more familiar they seemed, especially the eyes of the man at the very front. It was Guahao. So that meant these were members of the Lu Guild? Had they brought every young man from the village with them? That made sense, counting Li Ping, Lu Kai, and the others. The numbers added up perfectly. The Lu Tianhong brothers both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the village had been doing quite well since they left. They managed to accumulate this much game to trade for supplies. They were probably covering their faces to avoid being recognized. That's all well and good, but their time at Li family village was far from as comfortable as they imagined. Just then, a voice rang out that sent shivers down their spines. Should we rob them? The game these guys from Wang family village have probably was stolen from other villages anyway. There's no harm in us robbing them too, right? Yeah, they're only 13 or 14 people, and we got over 20. What's there to be afraid of? Third brother, what do you think? Everyone turned their gaze in unison toward the middle-aged man sitting at the front, his face grim, his eyes slanted like those of a phoenix. Li San's lips curled up slightly as he said, "It's not out of the question." No, that's not a good idea. No sooner had Li San finished speaking than a hurried voice cut in. The gazes of over a dozen people instantly turned toward him. Lu Tianhong lowered his head and stammered, "What if they're not from Wangjia village? Then we'd be robbing the wrong people." Yeah, they might be from some other village. Several others chimed in to smooth things over. The man who had stirred things up earlier frowned and said grumpily, "So what if they're not from Wangjia village? If they dare to resist, we'll just kill them all right here." Exactly. Who cares which village they're from? Let us just take them first and worry about it later, right, brother Li San? The others turned to look at Li San, each of them itching to get started. Normally, they didn't steal game from other villages not out of kindness, but because they looked down on them. But this situation was different. This game was tempting enough, and since it was on their way anyway, why not? Lu Tianhong and his group felt their hearts leap into their throats. What were they going to do? If a conflict broke out between Li San and Guahao's group, whose side should they take? Chapter 78, The Tyrannical Li Clan. Never mind. We'll let them off this time, Li San said, his gaze sweeping intentionally or not toward Lu Tianhong and his group. Ha! What a letdown. A sure thing just slipped through our fingers. The others looked utterly disgruntled, yet there was nothing they could do. Lu Tianhong and his group let out a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful. If it really came to a fight, they would most likely side with Guahao and his crew. But doing so would undoubtedly alienate the people of Li family village completely, and by then, it would be nearly impossible for their families in the village to leave unscathed. Just as I thought, Li San said, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He found it odd how strongly Lu Tianhong had reacted earlier. It seemed highly likely that this group belonged to the Lu Guild. Despite their own numerical superiority, if a fight actually broke out, the tide of battle could turn in an instant. Even if they weren't members of the Lu Guild, it was unrealistic to expect them to help in the scramble for the spoils. Li San's gaze turned icy. Since that was the case, what use was there in keeping them alive? Martial artists at the first level of the body tempering realm weren't exactly common in the village, but they weren't rare either. Still, it seemed a bit of a waste to kill these few. Oh well, once they got back, he'd have them do hard labor just like everyone else in the village. The truck roared past without incident. US taut nerves gradually relaxed.
He caught the gist of the conversation in the other truck. It seemed the people from Lee family village weren't exactly a friendly bunch.
Uncle Lou and his group had come to everyone's aid once again.
Watching the Lee family village group disappear from view, the others' eyes were filled with envy. If only they had a truck of their own, then they wouldn't have to work so hard, and if they were unlucky enough to encounter a ferocious beast, they could escape quickly.
Just then, U.S. voice rang out, "Dad, did you see Uncle Lou and the others?" Everyone froze for a moment.
"I did." Hua turned around, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. It wasn't just him. Zhao Shan and the others also seemed to have grown somber.
"Dad, I think it's time to bring Uncle Lou and the others back," you said earnestly.
Now that the village was thriving more and more, it simply didn't make sense that Uncle Lou and the others who had once been such key contributors to the village's success were no longer there. Unexpectedly, no one immediately agreed. The silence was almost eerie.
"Xiaoyu," Zhao Shan said with a wry smile, "we want Uncle Lou and the others to come back too, but this isn't as simple as you think."
"That's right," Sun Gang sighed from the side.
"It's easy to get into Lee family village, but getting out isn't going to be so simple."
Over the past few years, most of those who regretted joining and tried to leave ended up dying inside. The few who managed to escape were in such a sorry state that they passed away not long after.
"What?"
U.S. eyes widened.
"Does that mean once you join Lee family fortress, you can't back out or else you're doomed?"
"That's pretty much it," Zhao Shan nodded.
"I know a thing or two about Lee family fortress as well," Qin Dahai said, taking a deep breath.
"Don't be fooled by its outward splendor inside, it's utterly rotten to the core." The three Lee brothers, relying on their strength, run rampant and act with impunity within the settlement. Anyone who dares to resist them faces only one fate, death. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists who cross them can't expect to live a peaceful life.
You sucked in a sharp breath.
They were nothing short of local tyrants, or perhaps, in this post-apocalyptic world, such situations weren't all that uncommon.
What about Uncle Lou and the others? You couldn't help but worry for them.
It was easy to imagine what kind of people had managed to stay in Lee family village and survive this long. Given Uncle Lou and the others' personalities, it would likely be very difficult for them to fit in.
It wasn't hard to imagine what awaited them. Xiaoyu is right.
Huahao's voice was a bit hoarse.
When we run into them later, I'll ask Li San how we can get Lu Tianhong and the others released.
That's our only option.
Let us hope they let them go.
Although Zhao Shan and the others said this, they had absolutely no confidence in their hearts. The Li brothers were not to be messed with. Back then, Lu Tianhong and the others had hesitated precisely because of this concern.
In fact, aside from Li family fortress, Zhou family fortress was a better option.
However, Zhou family fortress's requirements were too stringent. Not only did one have to be a martial artist, but one also had to pay a hefty fee to become a member of the fortress. There was no way around it. Too many people were scrambling to get in. Even a martial artist at the first level of body tempering wasn't considered anything special there. In comparison, Li family village's requirements were much lower. Aside from the elderly, almost anyone could get in, and immediately at that. Martial artists were treated fairly well there. When going out on hunting expeditions, they joined the main group, which made it much safer, and upon returning, they received a generous share of the game. Yu clenched his fists. His intuition told him this matter would likely not be so easy to resolve. Because of this, the atmosphere within the group had noticeably grown somber. It wasn't until they were 2 or 3 li away from Zhou family fortress that the atmosphere eased slightly. Yu looked around. He could already see some houses here. They weren't clustered together like a village, but rather stood as isolated cottages, surrounded by low walls. Some didn't even have walls at all. The doors stood wide open, revealing pitch-black interiors. It was unclear whether anyone lived there. "These are people with nowhere else to go," Qin Dahai's voice rang out. "No settlement is willing to take them in, and Zujiobeo won't let them get too close, so they have no choice but to live here. They go to Zujiobeo to beg during the day and have to return before dark. You'll see them in a little while." This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows.
You nodded.
The walls were only a little over a meter high. They couldn't even stop an ordinary person, let alone a ferocious beast. If someone ventured out at night to use the restroom, one careless moment could mean being dragged off by a beast. The further they walked, the more people there were, and they even came across a few small settlements. The walls of these settlements were 2 or 3 meters high, and they had watchtowers with people peering out in this direction. That looks like the Chun family settlement, Shinhai said, following US gaze. It has more people than our settlement. I've heard it's not easy to get in. Is that because it's close to Zhou family fortress? You asked. Yeah, Zhou family fortress has a large population and quite a few martial artists. I've heard there are even a few cannons in the fortress that once repelled a high-level ferocious beast. So many people who can't get into Yong'an City settle for the next best option and try to enter Zhou family fortress. You thought for a moment and asked, living inside Zhou family fortress is definitely safe, but what about Luwei? You're absolutely right, Shinhai nodded. The more people there are, the stronger the scent they give off, and the more likely it is to attract ferocious beasts. Those beasts can't get into Zujiobeo, but it wouldn't be hard for them to launch a surprise attack on the people living in Luwei. If a high-level ferocious beast were to appear, it would most likely strike these areas first. High-level ferocious beasts. You took a deep breath and looked back at Chen family village. There was no doubt about it, if high-level ferocious beasts really did attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Actually, the same situation applies to those cities, including the Luwei districts of the 3 megacities. The stronger the defenses, the more people flock there. Shinhai continued, it's just that the vast majority of people can't get in, so they spend a fortune building houses nearby to live in, which counts as earning the qualification to enter the city. Qualification? So there are other conditions? What else did you expect? Take the nearest city, Yong'an, for example. If an ordinary person wants to get in, they have to first live in one of the settlements within its outer perimeter, work for free on the city's construction for a few years, and finally pay a fee before they can even get on the waiting list. As for when your turn will come, you'll just have to wait and see, Shinhai shrugged. Do people really go through all that? You frowned. There was far too much room for manipulation in this system. Besides, weren't the Awakened guarding Yong'an City the very ones who had placed Sister Jade under house arrest? Of course. Where else do you think I heard this information? I heard it all from the gossip on the streets and alleys of Zujiobeo. We're almost at Zujiobeo, someone shouted excitedly. You looked ahead and saw, 300 or 400 meters away, a city wall more than 10 times the size of their own village, towering like a colossus over the wilderness. Chapter 79, The Sarcastic One. We're finally almost there. Yeah, this whole trip has worn me out. I can barely lift my arms. Zujiobeo is huge. I heard there are 2,000 or 3,000 people living inside? What has that got to do with us? Let us just trade what we need and get out of here. True enough. The group chatted back and forth, their tones ranging from excitement to envy, from amazement to indifference. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let those people get anywhere near us. Guahao turned around and warned them with a grave expression. Soon, you spotted the people his father had mentioned. Starting about 200 or 300 meters from the gates of Zujiobeo, numerous people lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. They were emaciated and clad in rags, and a pungent stench could be smelled from a great distance. As you and his group approached, these people sat up one after another from the grass, staring intently at the game the group was carrying, their mouths watering with hunger. Please, give us something to eat. Sir, have mercy, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Guys, just give me a bite to eat, and I'll do anything you ask. The pleas rose and fell, ringing incessantly in their ears. U.S. heart gave a sudden jolt. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. But in an instant, he steeled his resolve. As things stood, he was already doing everything in his power just to keep the entire village alive. Some people nearby tried to pluck up the courage to approach, only to be forced back by men wielding spears in the group. The further they went, the more of these vagrants they encountered. Some didn't even have a single piece of clothing on. They lay stiffly on the ground, motionless. Others knelt on the ground, bowing their heads repeatedly. Still others exchanged glances, as if plotting something, and the crowd gradually began to stir. Everyone, stay put.
Don't move, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The group shouted angrily in unison.
To be honest, they were used to seeing such scenes on the road, but this was the first time they'd encountered such a large-scale disturbance. If they didn't handle it properly, they might all meet their end here today. Yu gripped his spear tightly, fully focused and ready for battle. He silently thanked himself for heeding Wang's advice and practicing his spear techniques diligently.
Perhaps sensing that this group was no pushover, the commotion among the crowd gradually subsided, and the pleas grew fainter.
Phew, that was a close call, Sun Gang said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken by the ordeal. Yeah, if we'd shown even a little less resolve just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We'll have to go through this again when we head out later, but they probably won't dare to target us again.
Everyone chatted back and forth.
At this point, they were less than 100 meters from Zujiobeo, and the surroundings were noticeably tidier. Occasionally, people approached from other directions, some with their faces covered, others without, but without exception, they were all very quiet. You kept a close watch on his surroundings and noticed that at least a dozen pairs of eyes had swept over them one after another. Sometimes their gazes met, and those people would immediately look away, pretending nothing had happened. There might even be spies from that gang of bandits among them, but let us not panic just yet. We'll deal with that after we've taken care of the main task. Yu withdrew his gaze and began to survey the magnificent fortress before him. The walls, built of blue stone, stood 4 or 5 meters high and stretched out on both sides, with a circumference of roughly 2 kilometers.
Numerous people stood on the ramparts, every one of them fully armed.
That SU's pupils suddenly contracted. At the gatehouse, several pitch-black cannon muzzles were trained directly toward them, a sight that sent a chill down his spine. These must be the cannons Chinze mentioned earlier, the ones that repelled high-level ferocious beasts. Yu swallowed hard and shifted her gaze downward. At the base of the walls were 3 gates, 1 large and 2 small, each guarded by fully armed sentries. The small gate on the left was crowded with people, forming a long line. They carried or shouldered their game, clearly here just like Yu and her group to exchange supplies. The gate on the right appeared to be an exit. As people left, they handed over a small slip of paper and were allowed to pass. The large central gate was as wide as 3 vehicles. Occasionally, vehicles drove in and out, but most of the time it stood empty. In fact, several vehicles were parked outside the city walls, including the large truck from Li Jiajai. This made it clear that the main gate was reserved for people of status and standing. Simply having a vehicle wasn't enough to gain entry.
Let us get in line too.
Keep it quiet, those city guards really will shoot if they have to, Guahao said, casting a deliberate glance at Yu. He was the only one in the group who'd never been here before. The group lined up at the back of the queue and waited patiently. From time to time, conversations like this drifted over from the front.
How many of you?
15. Entry fee, 15 yuan, or the equivalent in beast meat. You must leave the city with this slip by 5 p.m. otherwise, you'll face the consequences. And don't cause any trouble.
The group entered the city one by one.
Immediately afterward, similar exchanges began again. It seems you have to pay an entry fee to get into the city, and you must leave before dark. Yu thought to himself that, judging by the situation, they would likely check everyone's identity after dark to prevent anyone from sneaking into the city. Most likely, the residents here all had some form of ID, while they, as outsiders, did not. Still, this was truly a great way to make money, 1 yuan per person. With at least a few hundred people coming in each day, that meant several hundred yuan in revenue, and that was just for 1 day.
Soon it was Guahao and the others' turn.
Guahao took out the pre-weighed beast meat. One of the officials weighed it and nodded. This chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting story. The official in charge of registration handed over a stack of slips of paper with a blank expression and said, "Keep these safe. Hand them back when you leave the city. Get out before dark, and don't cause any trouble." Okay. Guahao hurriedly took them and distributed them to everyone. You also received a piece of paper the size of an ID card. At the very top were the 3 large characters pass, and below was the date, November 12th. Next, came the man's voice from behind them again. You followed the line into the city and, for a moment, felt a bit dazed. Before him lay a wide concrete road, lined with numerous shops on both sides. One shop in particular, a place that bought materials from ferocious beasts, stood out, its size several times that of an ordinary shop. In addition, there were inns, restaurants, and foot bath and massage parlors, all bustling with customers. In some areas, people had set up street stalls, hawking their wares loudly. The scene was as lively as a marketplace. It wasn't just you, everyone who had entered with him was captivated by the surrounding scene, their eyes brimming with longing. Ahem, Guahao cleared his throat softly. All right, let us go trade in our items first. That shop not only buys ferocious beast materials but also sells all kinds of weapons. Shall you see if there's anything you'd like to buy? Sure. U.S. heart skipped a beat. Wang had mentioned this place before they left, so it was the perfect opportunity to check it out. Then they'd go find that old man selling martial arts manuals, and finally take care of that gang of bandits if they were still at their usual spot. Just then, a group of people walked toward them, and one of them said in a sarcastic tone, "I was wondering why you look so familiar on the road. Aren't you from the Lu Guild? Why are you trying to hide? Are you ashamed to be seen?" In an instant, the gaze of everyone around them fell upon Guahao and his companions. Chapter 80, There are no shortcuts. Strength is the only truth. Who are they? Has anyone heard of the Lu Guild? Are they all from the Lu Guild? Where is the Lu Guild? The crowd buzzed with speculation, most of them looking completely bewildered. It's that little settlement east of Zhou Family Fortress. How strange! What kind of luck did they have to score so much game? For whole spirit horned deer that LL get them plenty of supplies. They're worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe, their eyes sparkling with envy. It's important to note that the spirit antlered deer is no ordinary prey. Its meat is tender and rich in nutrients. This group, laden with game, was already drawing attention, and this exchange made them the center of attention for everyone present. Amid the surrounding whispers, some were curious, some envious, and others harbored a hint of hostility. Zhao Shan and his companions wore grim expressions, their eyes brimming with rage. Yu glared intently at the man in gray who had spoken. He was eyeing the group sidelong, a defiant smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a smile as sharp as a dagger. Guahao, your village has been pretty lucky, huh? So much game, where do you pick that up? The man in gray said in a sarcastic tone, his voice brimming with mockery and disdain. That's right. We even sent them some meat a while back. Looks like that was a waste of time. Congratulations, congratulations. You'll make a pretty penny this time, won't you? Don't come begging for handouts next time. More taunts rang out one after another from the Li family fortress group. The scene was like a nouveau riche person bumping into a formerly poor neighbor who had suddenly started driving a luxury car, filled with bitter jealousy, unable to resist venting their inner resentment through words. Lu Tianhong and his companions instantly turned as pale as paper, their eyes filled with helplessness. They had just finished exchanging their supplies and were about to leave when, to their utter surprise, they ran into Guahao and his group right there, only to have their identities mercilessly exposed in front of everyone. They knew the people of Li Jiabao were notoriously arrogant and domineering, with ruthless methods. Guahao's expression shifted slightly. His gaze lingered briefly on Lu Tianhong and the others before turning to the burly man leading the group. He whispered, "Third brother Li, I'd like to discuss something with you." The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, and even Li Laosan looked taken aback. Oh? A mocking smile spread across his face. What do you want to discuss? Our settlement has been lucky lately. We've bagged quite a haul. I'd like to take Lu Tianhong, Lu Tianyao, and the others back with us. Would that be all right? Guahao's voice trembled slightly, though he tried to remain calm. His inner anxiety betrayed him. He knew full well that Lu Tianhong and the others' families were all in Li Jiabao. Without Li San's approval, it would be impossible to take them away. The Li family fortress contingent immediately erupted into an uproar, a cacophony of gasps and derisive snickers. Lu Tianhong's eyes welled up with tears, and Lu Tianyao clenched his fists, about to speak, but was firmly held back by his older brother. The Li brothers were ruthless, and the consequences of rash defiance would be unimaginable. You want to take them back? Back to your Lu Guild? Li Laosan deliberately drawled, enunciating each word as if savoring the absurdity of the request.
Yes, but I don't know. Guahao was just about to explain when Li Laosan rudely cut him off. You're quite the character.
Li San cut in, the mockery on his face growing ever more intense.
Why are you asking me if they're willing to go? Ask them. After a deathly silence, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha, Guahao, have you lost your mind? Of course you ask the people involved. Exactly. You've lived most of your life, and you don't even understand that much? Lu Tianhong, Lu Tianyao, he is asking you, do you want to go back? Zhao Shan and the others clenched their fists, rage churning in their chests.
This bunch from Li Jiafort was simply too arrogant.
How dare they so brazenly insult the entire village right in front of so many people? But the very next second, a sense of helplessness washed over them like a tidal wave. So what if they were arrogant?
Li Jiabo was, without a doubt, the strongest village in the area. Backed by their formidable strength, they dared to strut about so brazenly, completely unafraid of drawing anyone's ire. Compared to them, the Lu Guild was vastly outmatched and simply couldn't stand up to them. Yu took a deep breath and forced his anger down. He knew that acting impulsively now would only give the other side more cause for gloating, and Uncle Lu and the others, caught in the middle, would never agree to leave. Sure enough, Lu Tianhong forced a smile. Guahao, I appreciate your concern, but we're doing just fine here.
Don't worry about us. That's right.
Third brother Li has treated us well. He always shares plenty of meat with us after every hunt. Lu Tianyao agreed through gritted teeth, his smile looking more like a grimace than a smile. Lu Tianhong Guahao opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say a word.
See? It's them who don't want to leave, it's not that I'm holding them back. Li Laosan spread his hands. Anything else? If not, move aside. Don't block the way.
Guahao remained silent for a long time, then finally let out a deep sigh and led his men to clear the way.
Guahao, you guys got lucky this time. Next time, you won't get off so easy. Li Laosan hurled a threat over his shoulder as he led his group away. Guahao, Lu Tianhong, and the others had no choice.
Their families are all in Li Jiaba, they can't just ignore their loved ones' lives. If only they hadn't gone in the first place. The group chatted among themselves, their voices filled with resentment and helplessness.
Guahao's expression darkened.
He had thought there might still be room for negotiation, but instead, he'd been publicly humiliated, with not even a sliver of opportunity left.
Dad, Uncle Lu, and the others will come back. Yu's gaze was intense. Leave this to me.
Guahao looked up abruptly, hope lighting up in his eyes.
Xiao Yu, do you have a plan?
The others gathered around as well, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
Actually, there's no shortcut.
Yu stared at the receding figures of the Li family fortress group. They dare to act so arrogantly simply because they're relying on the fact that their stronghold is guarded by a flesh-refining stage expert. Once I break through to the flesh-refining stage or even reach the entry into the vital force stage, a single word from me will be enough to make them release them without a fight. The crowd was taken aback at first, then erupted into a passionate cheer.
That's right. Strength is the ultimate truth.
Once we're stronger than them, let us see if they still dare to act so arrogant.
Let us go back and train like crazy, one day we'll trample them underfoot.
Jinhai looked at the crowd, who had been dejected just moments ago but now had fighting spirit burning in their eyes, and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Was it really that simple? After all, Li Jiafort's strength was undeniable, surpassing them would be no easy feat. Yu silently averted his gaze. That was all well and good, but the man from Li family fortress was likely at least in the mid-stage of the flesh-refining realm, or even the late stage. Even now that he'd broken through, his chances of victory weren't great. One wrong move and he might end up losing his own life. But it didn't matter.
That day wouldn't be too far off.
He hoped that by then, Uncle Lu and the others would all be safe and sound. Otherwise, what good would reaching the late stage of the flesh-refining realm or even entering the chi-refining realm do?
Li Laosan and his men must die. I'm telling you. He vowed silently to himself. Chapter 81, Is robbing travelers a quick way to make money?
On a hilltop 2 kilometers southwest of Zhou family fortress, several burly men were peering through binoculars, staring intently at the direction of the fortress gate, their eyes brimming with greed. Behind them, more than 20 men held longbows, their backs laden with bulging quivers of arrows, while the cold gleam of long swords at their waists swayed slightly with each breath. Further in the distance, a herd of horned horses stood quietly, heads bowed as they nibbled at withered wild grass, their hooves restlessly scraping the ground. These agile antelope horses were the bandits' trusted companions on their daily raids. Wow! Look at this fat sheep. They've actually stockpiled so many supplies. What's in that crate, is it liquor? A man with a full beard licked his chapped lips, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. In this era of scarcity, liquor was an extremely precious commodity, rarely seen in everyday life. It really is liquor. Who would thought anyone could still afford to drink these days? A muffled gasp erupted from the crowd. Boss, let us make our move. Kill them, and everything's ours. Someone impatiently tightened the bowstring. You're asking for death. The bald, scar-faced giant slammed his fist into the tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Who are they? Li Lao San? Wait, they're from Li family fortress. The crowd looked closely, their faces instantly turning pale as they all swallowed hard in unison. Though they made their living by plundering, they understood the law of the jungle: the strong prey on the weak. Li Meng of Li family fortress was a master at the flesh refining stage, capable of drawing a powerful bow with a draw weight of 500 jin. If they provoked him, the entire gang would have no place to stand in this region. Move to a different territory? Every bandit gang had its own turf. Trespassing would only lead to a bloody battle. Keep an eye on that other group, a one-eyed man said with a sinister grin. We saw clearly that those 15 men carried 4 pieces of game inside, and only 2 of them know how to use a bow and arrow. With our numbers, taking them down will be a piece of cake. The bald giant nodded, his scar glinting menacingly in the setting sun. Wait until they leave the settlement. Let them walk at least 1 or 2 li before we make our move. Don't be too conspicuous, we don't want to attract trouble. Got it, big brother. It's not like this is our first time doing this kind of work. The group burst into laughter, their greedy eyes gleaming like hungry wolves. For spirit horned deer that LL fetch at least 3 or 4,000, right? Hunting is so dangerous, nothing makes money faster than highway robbery. Exactly. It's easy and highly profitable. Meanwhile, inside Zhou family fortress, beneath a sign with gold characters on a black background, the words Zhou family fortress weapons shop stood out in bold, vigorous strokes. The small print below the sign clearly outlined their business: buying and selling all types of weapons, high prices for ferocious beast materials, 30% premium on intermediate materials, prices for high-grade materials negotiable. You gazed at the plain, unadorned sign and thought to himself that the shop's name was just as straightforward as the fortress lord's style. Stepping inside, he found a spacious, well-lit area of nearly 100 square meters, filled with a dazzling array of swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons. Martial artists bustled about, some selecting weapons, others haggling with the shopkeeper. The place was bustling with activity. To U.S. surprise, there were no armed guards inside the shop, but upon further reflection, he understood: anyone daring to mess with the local big shot here must be tired of living. Are you here to sell ferocious beast materials? A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a form-fitting leather jacket, walked over with a sweet smile. That's right, Hua Hao nodded in response. The woman led the group through the bustling shop and turned into a spacious backyard. The courtyard was already packed with people, the sounds of haggling and the shouts of those weighing goods rising and falling in a constant chorus. Several burly men strode over. The leader, with a face full of rugged features, spoke in a voice like muffled thunder. Are you selling all these antlered deer? Yes, brother. What's the going rate these days? Hua Hao asked with a forced smile. Antlered deer, low-level beasts. The meat's nothing special. 3 yuan per jin. What? Wasn't he at 3 yuan 50 a while back? Li Yang's eyes widened in alarm. The big man rolled his eyes. That was a while back. The market's changed. Are you selling or not? If not, get out of here, don't hold us up. The group exchanged glances and nodded reluctantly. This was the only place in Zujiobeo that bought ferocious beast parts. They couldn't very well run off to other villages 10 li away.
We'll sell. We'll sell. 3 yuan it is. Wahao forced a smile.
Why didn't you just agree so readily from the start?
You lot, follow me to weigh it.
The burly man waved his hand, and several assistants hoisted the prey and walked off. He's really pushy, Jin Hai muttered under his breath as he watched their retreating figures.
You could only shake his head in resignation. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance.
4 burly men burst in, carrying a giant boar as large as a small truck. This iron bristle boar was as black as ink, its bristles standing on end like steel needles, and its 2 tusks each as long as an adult's arm glowed with a chilling light. 2 bullet holes the size of bowls on its forehead were deep enough to expose the bone, with dried black blood caked around the wounds. It had clearly been killed by a firearm.
You better all be careful.
If you chip those tusks, selling all of you won't even cover the damage. The young man holding the shotgun had a cigarette hanging from his mouth. His arms were bulging with muscles, and he exuded a commanding presence. With every step he took, the ground trembled slightly.
Young Master Zhao has arrived. Young Master Zhao is magnificent.
To have bagged such a massive iron-maned boar.
Please come in. We'll definitely give you the best price.
Several shopkeepers bowed and scraped, rushing forward with fawning expressions.
Who's that? Someone whispered. You don't even know him?
Have you ever heard of the Hailong Martial Arts Hall?
Of course I have.
The hall master is a master at the entry-level Qi realm. He can shatter boulders with a single punch. That's Zhao Chuan, the second disciple of the martial arts school. He broke through to the flesh-refining stage in his early 20s.
While we run for cover when we see an intermediate-level ferocious beast, he charges right at it with a rifle.
A wave of gasps immediately rippled through the crowd.
Jin Hai, however, snorted disdainfully. What's there to brag about hunting intermediate-level ferocious beasts with a rifle?
Yu, however, gazed intently at Zhao Chuan with keen interest. The explosive power of a martial artist combined with the lethality of firearms was indeed a superb combination. Unfortunately, for them, this path was closed off. Firearms were not only exorbitantly expensive but were also reserved exclusively for the core members of the fortress.
Outsiders like them didn't even have the right to touch one. This was, in fact, one of the ways Zujiobeo maintained its dominance.
Just as he was thinking this, Wahao walked over with the others, each of them wearing an unmistakable smile.
Xiao Yu.
He leaned close to Yu and lowered his voice. For spirit horned deer total 1,020 jin.
At 3 yuan per jin, that comes to 3,060 yuan. Here is 1,530 yuan. That's your share.
As he spoke, he pulled a stack of bills from his coat. The others instinctively closed in, forming a human wall to block prying eyes.
There were indeed many people here, but outside, the crowd was even more mixed.
You stared at the colorful bills in her hand, her fingertips growing slightly warm.
Chapter 82, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Is this the new world's new currency?
Most of the bills before him were purple, in denominations of 100 yuan, with 2 or 3 pale blue ones worth 10 yuan. Seeing you standing there dumbfounded, the others assumed he was too shy to accept it and urged him.
Xiao Yu, take it. You've earned every bit of it. That's right.
If it weren't for you, we'd probably have starved to death by now. Come to think of it, this money belongs to you in the first place. We're just riding on your coattails. In comparison, each of them could only get a little over 10 yuan, just a token of appreciation for their efforts. Even so, it was a huge improvement over before. Back then, they could only trade valuables for money and barely had enough to eat.
Jin Hai, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard.
1,500 yuan, he'd never seen that much money in his entire life.
All right, then I'll take it. Yu nodded and reached out to accept it.
It was what he deserved. There was no need to feel embarrassed. Besides, he was planning to stop by the weapons shop to see if there were any items he liked to buy, or perhaps pick up a few martial arts manuals to further improve his skills. Wahao scanned the group and instructed, I'll give you all an hour. If you want to buy something at the street stalls, go ahead, but be careful, there might be pickpockets in the crowd.
Meet back at the entrance of the grain store in an hour.
Got it, Sun Gang, Qin Lianjuan, and the others nodded in unison. They were all seasoned veterans, they were well aware of these precautions. Soon, only Yu and his son, Jia Shan, and the two Qins Qin Lianjuan and Qin Hai remained in the square. Knowing U.S. intentions, they set off together toward the weapons shop outside.
It was the same woman as before.
Upon seeing them approach, her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she asked warmly, "Gentlemen, what would you like to buy?" "I'd like to take a look at your bows," Yu replied. Upon hearing Yu's voice, the woman's gaze fell on the bow strapped to his back, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. From his voice, this masked man didn't seem very old, but the bow he was carrying.
"Sure thing, please follow me," the woman quickly regained her composure and said as they walked, "Gentlemen, my name is Lin Yan, you can just call me Shaolin, you want to see some bows?"
What a coincidence, just a few days ago, our shop received a shipment of bows and arrows from Ancheng.
Really?
That's quite a coincidence, Jia Shan said with a smile. Lin Yan led the group to the northeast corner, where the walls were lined with all kinds of longbows, some as short as an arm's length, others taller than a person, a sight so dazzling it was hard to take it all in. "Your arrows are way too expensive. Can you knock down the price a bit?" a man's voice piped up from nearby. "Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry," said a woman, also dressed in a suit, with an awkward yet polite smile.
"These are genuine armor-piercing arrows, we simply can't lower the price any further."
"But 200 yuan per arrow is just too much.
Can you give us a little discount?"
The man carrying the bow pleaded. "Yeah, sweetheart, this isn't our first time shopping here.
Couldn't you give us a discount for being regular customers?"
"We'll buy two, can you knock a little off the price?" the man's companions chimed in. The woman shook her head helplessly. After all, she was just an employee, she had no authority to set prices. Moreover, within dozens of li, Zujiobeo was the only place that sold armor-piercing arrows, nowhere else carried them.
To put it bluntly, it was take it or leave it.
The men exchanged glances, then finally gritted their teeth, picked up two arrows, and headed to the counter to pay. Yu turned her gaze away and asked Lin Yan, "I just heard them mention armor-piercing arrows. What kind of arrows are those?"
Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded.
"Yes, this way, please." She walked over to where the men had been standing and pulled an arrow over a meter long from a quiver hanging on the wall.
"Is this the armor-piercing arrow?"
Yu asked instinctively. The armor-piercing arrow was very slender, with a chisel-like arrowhead that radiated an intimidating chill. Guahao and the others seemed to be seeing it for the first time as well, their eyes widened in astonishment.
Lin Yan smiled slightly and said, "Gentlemen, don't underestimate this armor-piercing arrow. See the arrowhead? It's forged from a first-tier native alloy."
"A first-tier native alloy?" Qin Hai couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Yu, however, looked completely bewildered. "Native alloy? And what exactly is first-tier?" "It seems this brother here really knows his stuff." Lin Yan set down the quiver and picked up a steel plate from nearby. "This is a half-centimeter thick steel plate. If you gentlemen aren't convinced, feel free to inspect it." Zhao Shan glanced at the others, reached out to take the steel plate, examined it carefully, and then nodded.
"It's definitely steel."
Lin Yan picked up another armor-piercing arrow and ran it across the steel plate. Immediately, a deep scratch appeared on the surface.
Seeing this, the men's eyes widened in astonishment.
"If I can do this with my strength, I'm sure you guys could cut right through this steel plate."
"Then let me give it a try."
Yu took the steel plate, held the armor-piercing arrow, and thrust it with all his might. The arrowhead slowly sank into the plate, then with a thud pierced right through it.
"That's amazing."
Yu's eyes lit up. If he used this armor-piercing arrow against an intermediate-level ferocious beast, wouldn't its power be even greater? That's really impressive.
"Is this the armor-piercing arrow?"
"If the iron-backed black ox were hit by an arrow like this, I bet it wouldn't stand a chance." "That's right," Lin Yan nodded with a smile. "This armor-piercing arrow is actually a mid-level one, specifically designed to take down mid-level ferocious beasts. Even the iron-backed black ox, if you use this arrow with a powerful bow capable of 100 G of draw weight, you could take it down from within 100 meters.
The group couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
In their minds, the iron-backed black ox was practically invincible, something they normally avoid from a safe distance. I heard those people earlier say that these armor-piercing arrows are pretty expensive, you asked.
Right, 200 yuan each.
But they're definitely worth every penny, Lin Yan hurriedly added, her eyes brimming with anticipation.
200 yuan each, Wahao gasped.
If he remembered correctly, a bow with a 100 G draw weight sold for only about 100 yuan, which meant a single arrow cost as much as 2 bows?
I'll take 3, you decided after a moment's thought.
After all, money is meant to be spent. With these armor-piercing arrows, if he ever encountered an iron-backed black ox, he was confident he could take it down from within 200 meters. As for other intermediate-level ferocious beasts, he had even less to worry about.
Wahao and the others exchanged glances. None of them objected.
First, the money was US to spend as he pleased. Second, these armor-piercing arrows were indeed formidable, though expensive. They were well worth the purchase.
All right, thanks, boss, Lin Yan bowed repeatedly.
3 armor-piercing arrows for 600 yuan. She'd get a commission of several dozen yuan. With that in mind, she asked, Boss, we've just received a new shipment of heavy arrows.
Would you like to take a look? Heavy arrows?
US interest was piqued.
Let us see.
Chapter 83, That's way too expensive. Before long, you spotted the heavy arrows the woman had mentioned. These heavy arrows varied in length and thickness, but what they all had in common was that their arrowheads were large and heavy.
The most eye-catching one had an arrowhead nearly as big as 2 or 3 adult fists. Are the arrowheads of these heavy arrows also made from first-tier native alloy?
You asked.
Well, of course not.
Lin Yan smiled slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. They're just made of ordinary metal.
Boss, that SA-200 G draw bow you're carrying on your back, right?
Firing these heavy arrows with such a powerful bow delivers tremendous force and speed, making them quite effective against intermediate-level ferocious beasts, though their range is relatively short. You furrowed his brow slightly.
Those formidable mid-tier ferocious beasts have extremely high defense. Armor-piercing arrows are undoubtedly the best choice for dealing with them.
As for these heavy arrows, while they pack quite a punch, their armor-piercing ability leaves something to be desired.
Still, using them against people might be a good idea?
The image of that bald giant Jade had mentioned suddenly flashed through his mind. That guy's blocking ability was extraordinary. From 300 or 400 meters away, he actually managed to block 2 of US arrows in a row. As the saying goes, even the strongest crossbow's arrow loses its power by the time it reaches 300 or 400 meters, and an arrow's speed would inevitably slow down significantly over that distance. If the distance were reduced to within 200 meters, you didn't believe the opponent could still block one arrow after another. But what if he switched to heavy arrows? If he couldn't block them, he'd surely die. But even if he tried to block them, could he really? How much is one of these heavy arrows? He asked.
Lin Yan's face lit up with delight.
She immediately pointed to one in the center. This heavy arrow is cast entirely from steel, weighs over 400 grams, and is the perfect match for the bow on your back.
50 yuan each.
50.
Qi Lianjuan couldn't help but exclaim.
That's way too expensive. Zhao Shan and the others standing nearby nodded vigorously in agreement. This wasn't just a little expensive, it was outrageously expensive. Sir, heavy arrows have always been quite pricey. There are only a few shops in all of Yong'an City that sell them. We went to great lengths and paid a hefty price just to get our hands on this stock, Lin Yan said with a helpless look on her face.
Give me 3, you said, feeling a real twinge of pain in his wallet.
In the blink of an eye, half of his 1,500 yuan was gone, leaving him with only 700 or 800. But these 2 types of arrows, one he'd need right away, and the other he wouldn't be able to do without in the future. Never mind, he consoled himself. As long as I can hunt down a mid-level ferocious beast, I'll make that money back in no time.
Sure thing, boss, Lin Yan beamed from ear to ear. Boss, I remember you were looking at bows at first, right? What draw weight are you looking for? 300 gene, or 400 gene? We VE got even higher draw weights here, too. Oh. US interest was immediately piqued. What's the highest draw weight you have right now? We currently have bows with a 500 gene draw weight in stock. But boss, if you want an even higher draw weight, we can place a special order for you, though I can't say for sure exactly when it'll be ready. You furrowed his brow slightly. It's like this, boss, Lin Yan hurried to explain. For bows with a draw weight of 300 gene or higher, the price goes up significantly. That's because while the materials for the bow itself are relatively easy to find, the materials suitable for the bowstring are extremely scarce. They can basically only be obtained from intermediate and high-level ferocious beasts. Intermediate-level ferocious beasts are still somewhat manageable, but high-level ones, to be honest, even though I live in the fortress, whenever I hear that a high-level ferocious beast is roaming nearby, I get so nervous I can't sleep for days. So bows with a draw weight of 500 gene or higher are exorbitantly expensive. I see, you nodded. In other words, for bows with a draw weight between 300 and 500 gene, the bowstring material must come from intermediate-level ferocious beasts, while those with a draw weight of 500 gene or higher require materials from high-level ferocious beasts. So what are the specific prices like? Never mind the 200 gene bow he was currently carrying, even a 300 gene bow would eventually become obsolete for him. To stand a chance against Li family fortress, he'd need to be strong enough to draw a 500 gene bow, at the very least. A 100 gene bow sells for 100 yuan, a 200 gene bow for 200 yuan, a 300 gene bow for 300 yuan, a 400 gene bow for 800 yuan, and a 500 gene bow for 2000 yuan. Lin Yan glanced at you. As for bows with a draw weight of 500 gene or higher, the price starts at 5,000 yuan at the very least, and whether you can actually buy one depends on your luck. You was secretly astonished. High-level ferocious beasts were indeed worth their weight in gold. Just using its tendons to make a single bow could fetch several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. A beast that large could yield quite a few bows, couldn't it? And that's not even counting the other materials. Looking at the bows with a draw weight of 300 gene or less, while their prices weren't low on their own, they seemed practically a bargain compared to these. He couldn't help but think of the 300 gene bow back in the village. After Uncle Lu and the others left, if they really found themselves at their wits' end, perhaps they could sell that bow to make ends meet. Still, it certainly wouldn't fetch nearly this much money. Getting even 100 yuan for it would mean the people here were being incredibly generous. Lin Yan looked at you with eager eyes and asked, "Sir, what draw weight are you planning to buy?" Wahao and the others also turned their gaze toward you. Since the village already had a 300 gene bow, if you were to buy another one, he'd have to choose either a 400 gene or a 500 gene model. But the money he had on him didn't seem quite enough. With that in mind, Wahao gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaoyu, why don't we just buy the 400 gene one for now?" He figured that if he chipped in a little more of his own money, they should have enough. If they bought the 500 gene bow, they wouldn't have enough left for grain and salt. You glanced at his father, cleared his throat, and said, "Let us talk about it next time." Zhao Shan and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Sure thing, boss," Lin Yan said with an understanding smile, but she soon thought of something else. "Sir, since you bought armor-piercing arrows, I assume you're planning to hunt intermediate-level ferocious beasts? Would you like to pick up a dagger as well? Our daggers are also made from native alloy, which makes cutting through the flesh and hide of intermediate-level ferocious beasts a breeze. Otherwise, ordinary knives would become dull and break in no time." You thought that made sense, so he asked, "How much are they?" "The smallest one is 300 yuan. It's about 10 centimeters long, and the blade is made of first-tier native alloy. A better one costs 600 yuan. The blade is about the size of a palm, and 1/3 of it is crafted from first-tier native alloy. An even better one costs over 1,000 yuan. It's roughly the same size, but essentially the entire knife is made of native, making it extremely durable. I'll take the 600 yuan one." You let out a soft, resigned sigh. The man's point was indeed valid. Ordinary blades were simply no match for intermediate-level beasts, and this dagger could also serve as a self-defense weapon.
However, with this purchase, the 1,500 yuan he'd originally been carrying was now down to less than 200 yuan.
By the way, boss, you seem to know how to use a gun. Have you considered switching to an alloy bullet? No? Well, actually, we just got a new shipment of alloy combat knives. Oh? You don't need one? Okay. Boss, please come back again next time.
Lin Yan watched Yu and his group walk out of the shop with a look of reluctance on her face. On the street, pedestrians came and went, but the atmosphere among Yu and his group was unusually quiet. After quite a while, Zhao Shan couldn't help but grin and say, "Damn, that was way too expensive." "Yeah, it's practically faster than making money through robbery," Xin Lianjuan gasped. Xin Hai looked at Yu, thinking to himself that this guy's spending was just as fast as his earning. Yu smiled and said, "It was a bit pricey, but it was worth every penny." "That's true," the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Shan suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Xiaoyu, I remember you said last time that you were going to the street stalls to find that old man selling martial arts manuals, right?"
The old man selling martial arts manuals?
Xin Lianjuan and his son exchanged glances. They felt they had a vague memory of it, but it was a bit fuzzy. You replied with a smile.
"I was just about to head over there."
"Come on, I'll take you there," Zhao Shan said, striding forward.
Chapter 84, Young man, you have good taste.
The group walked down the road, and from a distance, they could see the street lined with stalls on both sides. The intermingling shouts of vendors created a lively, bustling atmosphere.
"Come take a look.
Old books and newspapers, they'll keep you entertained, and once you're done reading, they'll come in handy for other things.
It's a real bargain. Anyone need a mirror? Combs, toothbrushes, towels, all on sale at rock-bottom prices. Skincare products. Plus soap and shampoo. Come take a look. Anyone looking to buy Go sets or Chinese chess sets? We've got pocket knives, too."
However, most stalls were deserted. Occasionally, a passerby would stop, ask the price, and then shake their head before walking away. After all, even the cheapest of these small items cost at least 1 yuan. 1 yuan could buy 1 jin of ordinary rice, enough to feed a family of 3 for 2 days if they ate sparingly. In contrast, the stalls at the intersection were packed so tightly with people that not even a drop of water could pass through. You moved closer and saw that these people had all come to buy meat. Zhao Shan explained from the side, "These people are either from Zujiobeo or the nearby villages. They set up stalls here to sell meat, and the prices are much higher than what they get by selling directly to the buyers of beast materials. But we're short on time, we can't afford to linger here."
"That's right.
Otherwise, we could trade it for more grain."
Guahao's tone was full of regret.
"There are pros and cons to everything," you smiled. Just then, the sound of a vendor's cry reached his ears.
"Passers-by, don't miss out.
Top-tier martial arts manuals on deep discount. Manuals that originally cost hundreds or even thousands are now all just 10 yuan, all 10 yuan.
Pick and choose whatever you like. Everything is 10 yuan, whatever you buy is 10 yuan.
You can't go wrong for 10 yuan, and you won't be ripped off.
Real bargains, everything is cheap, nothing is expensive. It's all 10 yuan, come take a look."
A frail, elderly man could be seen shouting energetically at passers-by.
Unfortunately, passers-by didn't even bother to give him a second glance.
The old man muttered a few words under his breath, then sat back down where he was. "That's him," Zhao Shan said to you, pointing at the old man. You felt a surge of joy. In truth, even if Zhao Shan hadn't pointed him out, he'd already noticed the old man.
"Dad, Uncle Zhao, I'm going to check it out."
Upon hearing this, Xin Hai looked completely puzzled.
Wasn't that old man just a con artist? Why would you go over there to hand over his money and get scammed?
"We'll go with you," Guahao said, a bit worried. So the group walked toward the old man's stall. Sensing someone approaching, the old man looked up, his eyes lighting up instantly, and he said enthusiastically, "Gentlemen, what would you like? I've got every kind of martial art technique you could imagine, like the Tathagata Divine Palm, the 9 Yang Divine Art, the indestructible Vajra technique, the 72 grappling techniques."
Yu waved his hand, signaling him to pause, then asked, "How much do you sell these techniques for?" "Oh, so it's you, young man." The old man was instantly overjoyed. "They're all 10 yuan each, every single one. If you buy the whole lot at once, I'll give you a 20% discount." The people around them watched the scene and shook their heads silently. These guys must be newcomers. How could they actually believe this old con artist? A man standing nearby couldn't help but say, "Guys, you'd better go check out somewhere else." Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage, so furious he could have lunged at the man and bitten him a few times. "Thanks for the heads up, buddy. We'll just browse a bit," Guahao said with a smile, thanking the man. The man shook his head and walked away. Seeing this, the others said nothing more. After all, several groups who'd been scammed before had said exactly the same thing at first. "Guys, don't listen to his nonsense. He is slandering me. Everything I sell here is worth every penny. If you don't believe me, just buy a copy and take it home to see for yourselves." The old man's eyes widened, and he looked utterly wronged. Hearing this, Guahao and his friends couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Buy? If they bought one, wouldn't they just be getting ripped off? Yu, however, nodded slightly. To a certain extent, the old man's words weren't entirely wrong. Immediately, he asked tentatively, "Can I take a quick look at these martial arts manuals before buying them?" "Sure, of course," the old man replied without a moment's hesitation. "Feel free to look through these dozen or so manuals, but just a little, don't look too much." "All right." Yu agreed without hesitation. That was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. He crouched down and picked up the copy of the Tathagata Divine Palm closest to him. Before he even opened the cover, he heard the old man slap his thigh hard and exclaim excitedly, "Young man, you have excellent taste." The Tathagata Divine Palm is said to be a peerless martial art that the Buddha specifically passed down to mortals to save all beings in the world, avert calamities, and dispel misfortune. The complete set consists of 10 forms, each with its own unique effects. Not only is its power astonishing, but its applications are endless. "Is that so?" Yu replied, slowly turning the first page and beginning to read. His intuition told him that this martial arts manual in his hands and, for that matter, the other manuals on the stall were, at a conservative estimate, 8 or 9 out of 10 fakes. It wasn't even impossible that they were all counterfeits. "That's right," the old man said, his eyes narrowing into slits in a smile, though a barely perceptible flash of contempt flickered deep within them. "Humph, this greenhorn, never mind that this is a fake Tathagata Divine Palm. Even if I put the real thing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Still, if you want to look at it, go ahead." Just as the old man had suspected, you found that not only was the handwriting terrible, but the characters were all obscure and difficult to decipher. It didn't matter that he couldn't read them, though, as long as the system could index them. With that in mind, he looked at his skill bar but didn't notice any changes. Could it be that I haven't looked at enough pages? He quickly scanned the first page, then flipped to the second and third, skimming through them rapidly. But the skill bar remained completely unchanged. Could it really be a fake? Yu wondered to himself. "Young man, aren't you almost done?" the old man said with a smile. "Just a little more, just a tiny bit more," Yu pleaded. "Yeah, let us take a quick look," the others chimed in. "Don't worry, if we like it, we'll definitely buy it," Zhao Shan and the others chimed in from behind. "Fine," the old man gritted his teeth, looking as though he'd been taken for a ride. He hadn't just been waiting here for half a day. It had been 2 or 3 days already and no one had taken the bait. Now that a group of naive kids had finally shown up, he couldn't let them slip away. Yu hurriedly flipped through 2 more pages. He was almost halfway through the book, yet the skill bar in his mind hadn't changed one bit. He felt certain that the book in his hands was almost certainly a fake. "I don't quite understand this one. Why don't we try another one?" With that, he put the Tathagata's Divine Palm back where it belonged and casually picked up a copy of the Nine Yang Divine Art sitting next to it. "Huh?" The old man paused for a moment. He'd been about to encourage you not to lose heart and to take it home to study at his leisure, but he hadn't expected the young man to simply swap it out, which caught him somewhat off guard. "Ahem." The old man cleared his throat twice and said, "Young man,
it's perfectly normal not to understand it on your first read.
Think about it, what kind of person could master it at a glance? That would have to be a martial arts prodigy.
For ordinary people like us with average talent, we have to mull over every sentence over and over again and study it year after year before we can finally grasp it. Especially this nine-yang divine art you're holding, it's a truly peerless martial art.
Once mastered, it generates inner energy at an astonishingly fast rate.
Even ordinary punches and kicks can unleash tremendous power, and it allows you to defend against and deflect external attacks, making you immune to all illnesses and poisons.
Oh, young man, you've already read nearly half of it. Chapter 85, no purchase, no reading? Ah, really?
You hurriedly apologized, his tone very sincere. Sir, I'm truly sorry. I was so engrossed in reading just now that I didn't realize I flipped a few extra pages.
It's fine, it's fine.
The old man waved his hand magnanimously, a kind expression on his face. Young man, both the nine-yang divine art and the Tathagata divine poem you saw earlier are rare, peerless martial arts in this world. If you buy both books together, I'll give you a discount 9 yuan each.
How about that?
But these manuals are still too hard for me to understand.
I'm having a bit of trouble following them. Maybe I'll take a look at some others instead? You said, blinking his eyes. At that moment, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that both of these were fakes, or had he simply not read enough to meet the system's inclusion criteria? In any case, he made up his mind to browse through all of these dozen or so manuals first. If he didn't find anything worthwhile, he'd spend 10 yuan on one to take home and study. He'd just treat it as a lesson learned, even if it cost him some EXP. All right, the old man hesitated for a moment but finally nodded in agreement. Compared to the other customers who'd come to buy books before, this young man in front of him seemed much more promising. Unlike some people who ask a question after reading just one character, dawdle around for ages, and end up buying nothing, a complete waste of his time and energy. You picked up a manual, looked at it for a moment, then put it back. Then he picked up another, repeating the process over and over. The people from Chen family village who had arrived one after another were all a bit baffled by the sight. Guahao, what is Xiao Yu doing? Is he picking out martial arts manuals? But aren't all the ones this old man sells fakes? That's right. Don't let him fool you. Guahao smiled helplessly and said, I guess he is just picking them out.
But since Xiao Yu is doing this, he must have his own reasons.
Let us just watch and see.
The others exchanged glances, realizing there really wasn't much they could do to help. Meanwhile, the old man had fallen silent. At first, whenever you picked up a manual, the old man would enthusiastically explain it, but the kid kept putting them down halfway through over and over again.
This kid isn't he here just to give me a hard time?
The old man furrowed his brow slightly, wondering to himself. Just then, Yu's heart suddenly began to race.
This is it. That's right, he found the real deal.
The specific details were as follows.
Shadowless Swift Blade incomplete, 0 understanding 0%. Collection progress, 36%. Completion requirements, body tempering stage, basic sword technique LV5. Conditions not met, cannot be completed.
The hallmark of this sword technique is its incredibly fast speed. Often, the blade is already upon the opponent before they even have time to react, hence the name, Shadowless Swift Blade. As luck would have it, he had just bought a dagger, a weapon that falls somewhere between a knife and a sword, capable of being used as either, making it perfect for practicing this technique. This way, even if someone got too close and he didn't have time to draw his gun, he could still defend himself with the blade. At this thought, Yu was overjoyed inside, but he did his best to keep his composure, not letting the slightest hint of excitement show in his eyes. He knew that there might be genuine treasures hidden in other manuals he hadn't seen yet, and this old man running the stall surely knew them inside and out. If he acted suspiciously and the old man caught on, it wouldn't be so easy to keep getting information for free. This kid, has he figured out that this sword technique is the real deal? Unexpectedly, the old man did sense something off. But just then, Yu, just as he had done before, put the manual back where it belonged and picked up another one next to it.
Hey, young man, are you going to buy anything or not?
The old man watched as you had flipped through nearly half the manuals without the slightest intention of buying, and he couldn't help but grow a bit impatient. I'll definitely buy, you replied immediately, without a moment's hesitation.
Well, after looking for so long, isn't there a single one that catches your eye?
There are a few, but I just want to see if there are any better ones further down the line. You said with a broad smile. The old man's gaze casually swept over one of the manuals, thinking to himself, of course there are some good ones, but even if you spot them, you'll just miss out.
Of course, if you bought them all, that would be a different story.
But then again, these are all incomplete copies.
After all, they're only 10 yuan. Can you really expect to find some peerless martial art?
You secretly let out a sigh of relief and picked up another manual. He was very familiar with the name of this manual, Touching Water, Swimming Dragon Technique. Just from the name, it sounded like a common martial art. But if it were the real deal, that would be a whole different story. You flipped open the first page, took a look, and then glanced at the skill bar in his mind, immediately feeling a surge of delight.
He found another one.
Touching Water, Swimming Dragon Technique, incomplete, no understanding 0%.
Collection progress, 10%. Completion requirements, body tempering level 2, basic movement skills LV 3. Requirements not met, cannot be completed. Basic movement skills? You wondered to himself. He knew about basic footwork, but what exactly were these basic movement skills? Never mind, now isn't the time to dwell on that.
The top priority is to keep reading and increase the collection progress. He turned the page and quickly scanned the contents of the second page. In the skill panel, the collection progress for water skimming dragon technique was increasing at a visible rate. Halfway through, you consciously set the manual aside.
Collection progress, 30%.
In other words, even if he read the entire manual, he wouldn't reach 100% collection progress. That old man was indeed very shrewd.